Well, hello everyone and welcome to the final day of the Silverstone Festival, celebrating 75 years of motor racing here, from sports cars, touring cars, and of course all those memorable Grand Prix. Nicola, what a weekend it's been.
It's been unbelievable. The last 2 days have been fantastic, and now we're here. It's the final day. I've heard a rumour of rain at 10 o'clock. That's what I've heard. Although so far the skies are blue, so I don't know what to believe, but anything can happen this weekend at Silverstone. You can't plan the weather whatsoever. I mean, it chucked it down yesterday, which made for some good sideways action with some of the cars, didn't it?
Do you know what? When it rains sort of on one part of the circuit and not the other, it's a nightmare for the drivers, but for us, it's fantastic. And I'll tell you what, you mustn't miss today. We've got demonstrations for NASCAR, post-66 Formula One cars, and of course, the BRM V16, which I think is the best sounding car of all time. So why don't you take us through what we've got today, Nicola?
So we are kicking things off with the historic Formula Junior, which was just brilliant yesterday. So I'm sure it's going to be awesome again today. And a personal favourite, going to throw this out there, but the Big Cat Challenge. It's going to be a track full of Jags, and it's going to be fantastic. We also have the Derek Bell Trophy later on for HSCC Formula Libra. That was again brilliant yesterday. We've got the anniversary and car club parades happening as well. I mean, the track is just going to be non-stop, and honestly, the noise of everything is just going to be awesome. But there is one particular race where the noise is going to be out, right? Which is the 75th anniversary demonstration of the Grand Prix at Silverstone, the BRM V16 Chassis 4, which is, well, in your opinion, Ed, the best sounding Formula One of all time. Your words, not mine. So I'm looking forward to
I'll stand by them.
You've set a bar. I'm quite excited to hear it, so I'm sure it's going to be brilliant. And then later on, we have the Masters Endurance Legends. We got the NASCAR demonstration, like you mentioned yesterday, which again, we don't normally get to see those cars stretch their legs. So seeing them hit the track later is going to be so good.
Well, Nicola, thank you. I am going to take Max, the cameraman, and I'm going to disappear down the back of the grid of the Formula Juniors. So Max, follow me. The reason why I want to do this is that we always talk to the guys up at the front, pole position and front row and everything like that. But yesterday, a certain Michael O'Brien came to a grinding halt in his Lotus. They sadly didn't get to mend it, but a very kind Mark Carter has lent Michael O'Brien his Brabham. So he's starting right at the back, but there are rumours that he might make it to the front. He's going to need the help of a safety car, I would have thought. So these Formula Juniors, they're split really. I mean, the big split is front and rear engine. So as we get further back, you can start seeing a lot of these front engine cars, and they're just not as quick as the rear engine ones. So the rear engine's usually up at the front, and I am going all the way down to row 25. What are we on? We're row 18, 19. It's an amazing grid of cars, these Formula Juniors. And they race sort of week in, week out. Andy Priaulx there, looking as though he's had a healthy breakfast. Here we go. So I can see Michael sat in his car. He's got his helmet on, but I'd love to get a word with him, because starting from the back of the grid is not ideal if you want a result. But as a fast driver with a fast car, you do feel like an absolute hero. Michael, I've just come all the way down. I wanted a word. What a sort of night you had, because this very kindly Mark lent your car. What's on the cards?
Hopefully to try and get up to the boys at the front. Obviously, they put on an incredible race yesterday with Alex and Sam on the last lap. Mark very kindly lent me the Brabham. So, no pressure, but won both in this last year. So, got to try and get up to the front again.
Do you need the help of a safety car?
That would be nice. Maybe sort of 3-4 laps in, little safety car to close everyone up. That would be the perfect script, really.
And have you driven this car before?
Yes, so this is the Brabham that I won both in last year, and then Mark then raced it for the season. I went into a Lotus, and now I've got it back. So, yes, I'm familiar, old friend.
Fantastic. Look, well, best of luck. You're all starting up.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Right, look, that's all the cars starting up here. So we are ready for our first race of the day.
First race on Sunday at the Silverstone Festival, and it is the historic Formula Juniors. And if you think 50 cars on the grid is a lot, you're absolutely right. More cars racing in this race probably than ever in the original Formula Junior era. Sam Wilson, the man, starts on pole position. Horatio Fitzsimon, Clive Richards and Tim De Silva, then Samuel Harrison and Alex Ames. Wilson, Fitzsimon, Harrison, Ames, all part of the lead group yesterday. The front engine cars, as Ed pointed out, are the quickest, and they are at the front of the field. And Alistair Douglas, the rear engine cars have their own little battle. We've also got a split between drum brakes and disc brakes, so there's all sorts of evolution in this one tiny window of motorsporting history that's encapsulated in these 50-odd cars.
Indeed, yes, and we tend to focus on the front and rear because it's easy to spot the difference, to be honest, but there are subclasses, as you say. But the fastest front engine car is in 14th on the grid. That's Andrew Hibbard, and a couple of rows back, Ray Mallock, a name so familiar to motorsport enthusiasts, and Ray driving the U2 Mark II that his father, Major Arthur Mallock, made all those years ago and developed into the Mallock cars, which still now race regularly.
They say he's 14th on the grid, Andrew Hibbard, in the best of the front engine cars. 14th on the grid in most races sounds like quite a long way back. He's actually in the first quarter of the field because we've got about 48 cars going out. There are a couple who are not starting who were on yesterday's entry list, and Sharon Edelman, who was hoping to make the field again after the car broke yesterday, is not here. There is Big Ray. And Big Ray is Big Ray, by the way. It's not just that he's older than Michael Mallock, who now runs RML. Ray is well over 6 feet tall, not quite Ed Foster's height, but Ray's about 6'3", 6'4". So getting into the U2, he fills a lot of that big square green car. And there is the first of the front engine cars. Drivers sitting up very high. You'll see in a lot of cases, looks like the backside of the driver in a front engine car is as high as the head of a driver in a rear engine car. That's because the engine in front means the transmission has to go past, or in some cases under, the driver, in the way that front-engined race cars were at the end of the 40s and into the 50s before the rear-engine revolution took hold. And this is a microcosm of that. A lot of the same manufacturers, Cooper, Brabham, Lotus and so on, who are so successful with Grand Prix, with Formula 2 and Formula 3 cars. Formula Junior was just a smaller engine version of effectively the same chassis.
Yeah, a perfect illustration of how racing developed, and indeed you could say Grand Prix racing developed, because as you say, some of these chassis, particularly the Lotus and the Brabhams, you bolted in an engine in the back and you went Formula 1 racing in it, Grand Prix racing, or you put the smaller engine in and the same chassis would be eligible for Formula Junior, which was effectively what we call the Formula 3 of the day. So it was the feeder formula for Formula 1 Grand Prix racing. And great to see. And in period, I forget now the exact number of manufacturers, but Duncan Rebaliati, who's racing in this race, puts together these grids, and well over 100 manufacturers in period of Formula Junior cars.
It's insane, isn't it? And some will have made dozens and dozens, Lotus, Brabham, Cooper, and some will have made one, or possibly two, one for themselves and maybe one for a friend, or like Arthur Mallock, made one and then found that there was demand, people needed cars, and so yeah, from making a special for yourself, and this is how so many motor racing engineers and motoring engineers like Alec Isagonis started, making a special for yourself and then discovering actually that you're a bit better at that, like Colin Chapman did, than you are at driving the thing. And so yeah, you arrive at a fork in the road and your life veers off in a direction you never expected. Well, the cars coming out of the old Formula 1 pit lane, and the start-finish line is in front of the wing, the brand new Formula 1 pit lane. So they're coming out now halfway round the lap of what will be the final corner. Safety car leading the field around. And it allows the drivers a chance to build some heat in the tyres and in the brakes. Now, with these little cars, not so much of an issue, heat in the tyres, because these are treaded Dunlop racing tyres, exactly as they would have raced on in period, because slick racing tyres didn't come in for anything until the very late 60s, early 70s. Drivers were very unconvinced about slick tyres. The guy, I remember having a conversation with guys from Goodyear saying that they almost had to bribe drivers to use slicks, because in a driver's mind, a bald tyre is about to explode. If you didn't have tread, you had a problem. And so there was that It's a little bit like when seatbelts came in, drivers wanted historically to be thrown clear of the fireball, and so having seatbelts meant you were tied to the fuel tank, and that was not always a good thing in historically going back through motor racing. So yeah, all these cars and a number of our other categories will be racing on treaded tyres rather than a more modern slick tyre. So building the heat, not an issue. Cold tyres, not so much of an issue, but you do want the brakes to work. Even on a car this little, slowing down is going to be very important.
Yes, and with Michael O'Brien right at the back there that Ed interviewed, very, very quick driver. He'll be working his way through the field. He wants to know that when he puts the brakes on into the first corner, that probably on the start line will be Village, not the first flick right-left at Farm and Abbey. He wants to know that they're going to work properly and he's not going to run up the back of someone or into the side of them. And these narrow tyres we see on this, of course, in this period, Formula One Grand Prix cars also ran on narrow treaded tyres as well. A little bit wider than these, but not much. But when you see the racing start and you see the work the drivers have to do to keep these cars pointing in the right direction at the optimum speed, they are doing a lot of twiddling of the steering wheel and working with the throttle to get the cars around the corners. And of course that was a perfect proving ground for their skills in Formula One. And drivers like Jim Clark and John Surtees, Mike Hailwood, both ex-MotoGP as we call it now, Grand Prix motorcycle riders, Jochen Rindt, Denny Holm, they all came up through Formula Junior.
Absolutely, the training ground for drivers originally created by Count Johnny Laurani, who came up with the concept. But you're absolutely right, you know, a car like this Brabham, 1.5 litre 4-cylinder Climax engine, that's a Formula One car. 1.1 litre 4-cylinder Climax engine, that's a Formula Junior car. So the actual engine block would have been the same as well, just the capacity of the engine and the power output. So a little bit more in terms of wheel and tyre. But as you can see, these cars weaving around, trying to just get themselves right. I think the drive is trying to wake themselves up as much as anybody else. They will all have had that early morning wake-up call that nobody really likes on a race morning, but they do get a great opportunity. The curtain raisers last year, the curtain raisers again this year on both days. The Formula Junior field is absolutely breathtaking racing. Unless it all goes very boring at the front, we will probably only look at the front 6, 8, 10 cars maybe, but wherever you are around the circuit, there will be absolutely tooth and nail battles coming past you all the way down the field. The fact that the cameras can't pick up everything at the same time is unfortunately one of the disappointments about modern motor racing, that cameras can only see one thing at a time. But when you're sitting in the grandstand or watching wherever you are around the Silverstone circuit, you're going to have a fantastic view of these cars in action. And we are about to start the final day of racing here at the Silverstone Festival. Historic Formula Junior Race 2 at the Silverstone Festival. The field being led to the line by Sam Wilson and Horatio Fitzsimon, with Clive Richards and Tim De Silva moving around behind. Michael O'Brien, last year's double winner, starts right at the very back of the field as we go green, the first of our racers. And Horatio Fitzsimon, with his red Lotus with the yellow wheels, immediately nibbles into the lead, being attacked by Sam Wilson with the psychedelic helmet. He gets run into from behind by Clive Richards, then Tim De Silva and the rest of them jockeying for position behind. So the first action already underway. We will try and keep a look on the timing screens to see the progress of car number 167, the dark coloured Brabham with the gold stripe. You can watch out for Michael O'Brien, but we'll watch the leaders as they sweep down in front of the BRD C-Suite, drifting down the end of the long Wellington Straight into Brooklands, and already there is trouble. Well, now that is Peter Strauss, car number 126, in the gravel. That's on the run down to the loop, so he got 2 corners in, and then there may have been a little bit of wheel-to-wheel or nose-to-tail contact, but it is the red Lotus of Horatio Fitzsimon that comes past the historic pits first. The teams will be looking over the pit wall there with their pit boards. That's where the drivers are garaged.
And into second place has gone Alex Ames, who snuck by Sam Wilson. And we saw these three drivers in the lead group yesterday. We're also looking for the gold car of Samuel Harrison, who's in about 4th or 5th place. The Renmax, a very unusual car, not one I've seen before, the Australian-built car. But the three leaders come through the Beckett sweepers for the first time, and there's Sam Wilson at the back of the group. But rather like a number of other types of open-wheel racing, it doesn't matter if you're not leading as you come down the Hanger Straight, if you are going towards the finish, because everything changes when you get to Stowe Corner and Club Corner. But it is Horatio Fitzsimon who leads at the moment from Alex Ames, from Sam Wilson.
We got a pit call as well. One of our front engine cars has retired early on. That's Tom de Grace. But the lead trio breaking away. Now, if they can work together and just remain a little bit calm, chase each other, they could ease away. We saw the gold car of Samuel Harrison, trying to make his way past for 4th place. That didn't work. Safety car will come out, and it comes out at the Formula One pit lane. So it now picks up our race leaders. So they have completed 1 lap. And
it's interesting, you're thinking the same as me, Martin.
I can see you looking at the timing screen, yeah.
How far up has Michael O'Brien got? He said he needs a safety car to help him.
This is too early, though, to help him, I'm afraid. Oh, there's another car off. We didn't see that. Now, that is very probably actually the car that has triggered the safety car, because that is in a very awkward position. Car number 87, Jamie Sturgis. Oh, no, Jamie Sturgis, is it? That's the wrong entry list. Yeah, wrong way. Far too many cars. That's Pierre Guichard in a Lynx T3. So the Danish driver in his 1098 engined Lynx.
O'Brien is listed as Carter in our timing screen, but actually he's 25th, Michael O'Brien, assuming that that mistake on the timing screen, I've correctly deciphered it, if that's the right word. 167 is
167,
25th.
yes. Yeah, no, he is listed as Carter, so...
of course, Mark Carter, the owner of the car.
That is going to confuse a simple man. So when I say, where's Mike O'Brien gone, you're going to have to remind me, everybody, that he is still there. He's just not quite that. So, so we're looking for car number 167 in 25th place. He'll be a little further down the order, probably not too far behind that tall red Stangolini, which will be one of our front engine cars. There he is with the yellow band on the helmet, a sort of camo helmet, but the yellow band and the red, white and blue roundels on the top. That is Michael O'Brien. So I wonder if he's used the brake pedal or not yet. He certainly has shot by a few cars. And right in front of him,
he doesn't generally trouble the brake pedal too often around the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, you need to keep your momentum up, don't you?
So the reason for the mistake on the timing screen, which I'm sure the timekeepers will correct very quickly, is Michael will be using, the car will still have the transponder on it from Mark Carter, using that car.
Honestly, I'm not sure if you dare interrupt a timing computer while it's running. I know that we try not to do that as much as we can. So right in front of him, Keith Pickering, car number 140 in the Britannia Formula Junior car, the white and blue car. So he will be his next target. See big Ray Mallock there, just going through shot as well, in 16th position in the U2.
Not far behind the leader of the front engine. In fact, immediately behind on the track is Ray Mallock. So Andrew Hibbard is once again the leader of the front engine group of cars.
Yeah, Mallock's a very easy car to use for just in front of or just behind of, because a lot of the cars look like this one you can see in the gravel trap there, that classic cigar shape. Well, that involves quite a lot of sophisticated metal bending to make that shape. The U2, if you imagine you get a shoebox and spray it green and stick wheels on, that's kind of what the U2 looks like. So it is absolutely distinctive in this field, and it's just coming through your camera shot if you're watching the big screen now. It is basically an oblong, and racing cars don't tend to be that shape, so it's a very, very easy car to spot. And again, you know, it made it cost-effective and very straightforward to construct. Major Arthur Malik originally building it, but there you go. I mean, all right, I'm not being entirely unkind to it. It is basically a shoebox. The other description would be it's a green coffin with a head sticking out, but shoebox sounds a little safer.
Well, the basis of the car was very simple construction, using parts available from parts bins of major manufacturers, and the early U2, as I say, later on it became the Malik, and went right up to, I think we Malik Mark 36 or something, but it still retains the basic principle of simple, light, with front engined, of course, all Malik's front engined. And Ray and his brother Richard raced a front-engine Malik in Formula 3 as well, and given the skills of the two brothers, they actually did quite well in Formula 3, and it was always a bit strange to see rear-engine Formula 3 cars and then the Malik car would come through.
Those who know Ray Malik as the boss of RML, Ray Malik Limited, who ran things like the Acura Cross Cavalier, we'll see later, who ran Le Mans cars and so on, probably think of him as the guy who runs the racing team, but you will see his name as a driver on quite a number of cars and quite a number of Le Mans cars as well. So Ray was a very good peddler in his time as well. Has now pretty much retired from running the family business. Safety car remains out as we tidy up our first fallers. And Horatio Fitzsimon, the clock is still running, unfortunately, so this 20-minute race is becoming not shorter, but fewer of the minutes will be available for racing. And actually, that's a real problem for Mike O'Brien, who is now being shown as O'Brien on the timing screen. They're very good at TSL, aren't they? Very, very good.
They do listen to us.
They obviously are listening. See, it's a long enough day without having to have us fed into the office as well, isn't it? Right, lights out on the safety car. We are ready to get racing again. And so, Horatio Fitzsimon, Alex Ames in second place, the dark car with the big green, big red stripe, and then in third place with the psychedelic green and purple helmet, Sam Wilson, yesterday's winner. He was the winner from Alex Ames, and Samuel Harrison, the man in the gold car, who is currently in fifth place. Horatio Fitzsimon half spun away a chance of the lead yesterday and ended up in fourth spot off the podium. And there, Michael O'Brien, and there is your lead group. They're all nose to tail now, so let's see who gets to make a break. With these cars, very hard to get away. Back to green flag racing. Horatio Fitzsimon, Alex Ames, Sam Wilson, that's your top three. And then Tim De Silva, Samuel Harrison, and Clive Richard. Samuel Harrison in the gold car again, looking to try and latch onto the tail of the leaders. He was on the podium yesterday. Would love to get a chance to do so again. Makes the pass. Horatio Fitzsimon down to second, and around the outside goes Sam Wilson. Alex Ames has a little wobble as they exit the loop onto the Wellington Straight, has the lead, and here comes Samuel Harrison in the gold car looking for third place. Really good restart from him, and not the best from Horatio Fitzsimon as he dropped into second.
And down the Wellington Straight they come into Brooklands, and it is Alex Ames who leads from Horatio Fitzsimon in second place, and then it's Sam Wilson, and then the unique Rennsport of Samuel Harrison, and he actually goes a little bit wide at Luffield, and I think he may have lost a place there to Tim De Silva as they came round Luffield. But the block of cars, you could throw a pocket handkerchief over them at this stage as they come through Woodcote Corner and down the old Grand Prix pit straight.
Yeah, watching the mirrors, Alex Ames, Horatio Fitzsimon chasing with all he's got, and that red Lotus with the yellow wheels looks a lot more sideways all the way around this lap, and did yesterday as well than a lot of its rivals, and in the end it was a bit too sideways, but he goes back through into the Beckett's S's in the lead. But again, look at the angle of attack of the Lotus. It's definitely swinging around at the back much more now. Whether that's the way he likes it set up, whether that's the way he drives it, or whether that's just the nature of the Lotus, I'm afraid I couldn't possibly tell you. but we have a breakaway of 5 or 6 cars. There's Michael O'Brien, and he has broken away again in car number 167. Was 25th at the start of the lap. We will catch up at the end of the lap with where he currently has got to. Nick Fennell and Lucas Halusa just behind this group, swapping positions in the next little 2-3 car battle. Michael O'Brien now up to 16th place, right behind the big green shoebox of Ray Mallock. And a very wide run out from Horatio Fitzsimon again. He did that a couple of times yesterday to keep the momentum up. He'll have to just be careful that the stewards aren't going to take a dim view of the flagrant abuse of track limits. Alex Ames in third. It is Sam Wilson, yesterday's winner, who leads the race.
Sam Wilson, enormous amount of experience both preparing and driving these Formula Junior cars, and he makes his way through the tight right at Village, then into the slightly tighter and longer left, but diving up the inside. Tim De Silva gets past Alex Ames, and look at Samuel Harrison gets past Alex Ames as well. Ames was compromised there by the dive up the inside from De Silva, but it's Sam Wilson who leads, and we've got on our live screen the Michael O'Brien car making his way through, but the leaders down at Brooklands again, and the first two have slightly broken away from the other 4 in this lead battle, but whether that will last more than half a lap, because they'll all tow up onto the back of the 2 leaders.
Exactly right. This is like a Caterham race. You don't stay away for long. Horatio Fitzsimon was the leader at the beginning of the lap. He's almost at the tail of this little group now. The last of the red and yellow cars, that's Clive Richards. So that's the lead half dozen. Richards looking to make a place. Mike O'Brien a little further back as well, trying to put a move on Nicholas Halusa. He comes down the inside, and that will be job done. He's taken the road, then the line away from Halusa, does not squeeze through. So the progress early on for Michael O'Brien was fairly spectacular, because he was against not quite such quick cars, but now he's getting into the really tricky meat of it. Only 6.5 minutes remaining. I don't think a podium is going to come his way. The safety car did close the field up, which was sort of what he'd hoped for, but it stayed out for far too long and robbed him of far too much time. He's still trying to find a way by Nicholas Halusa. Meanwhile, Sam Wilson leading from Horatio Fitzsimon, then Alex Ames, Tim De Silva, and Samuel Harrison and Clive Richards. They've sort of broken into 3 pockets of pairs, and that looks like the way it might end.
Yeah, certainly the 2 that have broken away at the front have made enough of a gap now, I think, to that the aerodynamic effect, the slipstream effect of their punching a hole in the air is not really helping. But look at Alex Ames. He's talking to Tim De Silva, effectively saying,
yeah, waving him on, wasn't he? Right, together. Go, and let's not fight each other. Let's just go, catch those guys, because they realise that time is against them. And Alex Ames does need to try and do exactly what he suggested, which is follow Tim De Silva. The red and yellow car, Clive Richards, and then the gold car behind him of Samuel Harrison. So the top 6 on the grid are the top 6 in the race. But right now, Sam Wilson and Horatio Fitzsimon, our front row men, have just crept away and continue to ease by. Michael O'Brien now past Nick Halusa. He'll be chasing down Lee Mole in car number 80 next. And he's up a mere 35 places off his starting position at the moment.
And Alex Ames makes his way through at Brooklands, but I think Tim De Silva might be able to get back at Luffield. No, I think Ames has got it, doesn't he? Yes, he can cut across and take the line. So Alex Ames moves up to 3rd, Tim De Silva 4th, Clive Richards 5th, and Samuel Harrison in 6th place. But up front, it's Sam Wilson and Horatio Fitzsimon going into Copse Corner.
The real problem when you're in this little group of 4 is when you're behind the leader, you think, oh, I'm quicker than you, let me through and we'll go. Of course, as soon as you're punching the hole in the air, they're quicker than you, so the boot's on the other foot. So you do have to try and be patient, because 2 or 3 cars in a train are going to go quicker than 1 car on its own. That's just one of the odd laws of aerodynamics. You're all sort of attached to the train at the front, the same way that birds fly in a V formation, so they don't all take the hit from the air. But out front, it is still our race leader Sam Wilson from Horatio Fitzsimon, and there is Michael O'Brien just on the doors of the top 10, squeezing up inside 10th place, Richard Wilson's Brabham. In fact, Wilson is 10th, or was 10th, So Michael O'Brien from 50th on the grid to 10th place.
And the leaders coming into Club Corner, but the group of 4 cars in second place. And it looks to me as though Alex Ames is fundamentally quicker than Tim De Silva. He spent most of a lap behind Tim, hoping that they would tow up onto the back of the 2 leaders. But Alex got fed up with that, went through, and he has opened up a little bit of a gap, not much. But he's got a lot of hard work to do in the remaining 3¼ minutes if he wants to catch these 2 leaders.
Yeah, it's gonna give them maybe the end of this lap plus 1 more. The battle further back coming across the line, battles everywhere. There's O'Brien, and our timing screen showing him now in 9th place and climbing the order. Meanwhile, Sam Wilson is creeping away, a couple of car lengths now between him and the red Lotus with the yellow wheels of Horatio Fitzsimon. And O'Brien in the Brabham, with which he was so successful last year, won both races in a hugely emotional weekend for himself. Now coming up behind the white number 84, that's for 8th place. That's Mark Woodhouse in the Lotus 2022. And still our 4th, 5th and 6th place battle tied together. Alex Ames has broken free. And Tim De Silva just checking the mirrors to see where the red and gold cars behind him are. But Clive Richards and Samuel Harrison not in a position to challenge. So O'Brien is through. Now then, the next car for Michael O'Brien will be Lucas Halusa, and that's quite a long way in front of him. You can see there are no more targets within his sights.
And the leaders up at Beckett's, we've got just under 2 minutes remaining, so they will make it back to the start line, but I think that, well, it certainly will be the start of the last lap. So if Horatio Fitzsimon has an idea that he'd like to win this race, this is the point at which you'll see him start to close up behind Sam Wilson and then look for the way through. Look at Sam defending as they come down into Stowe Corner, takes a very, very tight line, and Horatio decides, well, if you're going to go around the inside, I'm going to go around the outside, but that looks as though it's going to end up in Sam Wilson's favour, but Horatio stays alongside as they come into Club Corner, and he takes the lead as they go into the first element of Club, which is the opened out historic Club Corner as they come round Club now, and Horatio leads across the line to start the last lap.
And because the transponder's not working on Sam Wilson's car, it's only as they cross the line, bing, that he pops back onto the timing screen. But that is the lead battle. Horatio Fitzsimon in the red car with the yellow wheels. I was sort of thinking as he went into Stowe a couple of times in yesterday's race, he had big oversteering moments there that cost him time. And Sam Wilson made sure there was room between the 2 of us. These cars are so tiny and the driver is so much of the all-up weight of the car that you really have to have the respect. If you touch wheels in these, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. They go by one of the back markers in another Lotus. Front engine car coming up in front of them. They are on the final lap of the race. Alex Ames come through in 3rd place and Mike O'Brien in 8th position. So he's made up 42 places off the grid. If this was a half-hour race, he definitely would have had a shout at a podium, but I don't think that's even remotely likely to happen now. And Horatio Fitzsimon, who spun away a chance to win yesterday, or half spun, now has a little break over Sam Wilson. The fastest race lap last time round for Horatio Fitzsimon was 3/10 quicker than Wilson, or 2/10 quicker than Wilson, and that may be just enough to make the break as the rest of them carve their way through the back markers. There are the leaders close together once more, coming down into Maggots and Beckett's. Is Sam Wilson just going to wait for Stowe? He's going to see how the back marker works here. One of the front engine cars, they go around the outside safely, and it is Horatio Fitzsimon who's in the position that no one wants to be on the final lap in a small capacity car, leading your rival. Sam Wilson pulls out down the hanger straight. It's now or never for both men.
And Sam Wilson on the outside into Stowe Corner, repeating what Horatio Fitzsimon did last time. But what Sam's decided to do is cut back and take a tight line out of Stowe and into the Vale, but that didn't work, so he's still behind in 2nd place.
So can he make it through? It's going to be a race to the line, out of the final corner. Club Corner, long left-hander. Horatio Fitzsimon gets that bit of oversteer. Sam Wilson's on the inside. It is going to be a near photo finish. Wilson takes it. Wilson takes it. Now then, Horatio Fitzsimon, in the way of modern racers, puts his hand out. Yes, I've got it. I'm not sure he did. The timing screen has not quite caught up. It doesn't have Sam Wilson's car on it, but now he pings in at 15 thousandths of a second. You see where the 3 on 53 is on the nose? That difference between the nose and that 3, that's probably 15 thousandths of a second. All right, they're not doing 180 miles an hour across the line, but that was a very, very tight finish. And again, it's that slightly more oversteery nature of Fitzsimon's Lotus that just cost him that time. That little slide as they came out of the final corner was all it took.
And that was almost a carbon copy of what happened to Horatio last year, except it was Michael O'Brien who took the lead through Club Corner.
Well, you have to have the respect, and Fitzsimon there, look, a big slide, and there he knows he's lost traction, and on the inside, Sam Wilson just had enough. And I don't know, Horatio from where he is, I don't know whether he was saluting Sam Wilson for a race well run, because again, you have to have the utmost respect for your rivals in these cars, otherwise things go very wrong indeed. But victory for Sam Wilson. Horatio Fitzsimon, who finished in 4th place yesterday, is 2nd, and Alex Ames, who was the runner-up yesterday, finishes in 3rd. Tim De Silva in 4th position, then Clive Richards in the 2nd red and yellow Lotus, and in 6th place it was Samuel Harrison's gold car, the Renmax. So there you go. Well, there's Sam Wilson rather, and you saw Horatio Fitzsimon offering his congratulations. I don't think you can be furious with drivers in this race, because everybody knows just how close to the edge these cars are all the way through, and it takes an awful lot of respect to be able to race such pocket rockets so close together. He's a little disappointed, I think, Horatio, to be pipped in the final corner. But look, I mean, part of the reason I think the car oversteers more is, look, he's one of the taller drivers, and anybody who's tall and goes go-karting knows that the taller you are, the more weight you're carrying, even if you're slim, and that doesn't necessarily help. So Sam Wilson, Horatio Fitzsimon, Alex Ames, the top 3. So last year Michael O'Brien won both races, and Sam Wilson claiming both victories here today. And O'Brien, 8th place from 50th on the grid. That's a pretty impressive morning's work. The second of our historic Formula Junior races for the Silverstone Festival, opening the action on Sunday morning, and victory going to Sam Wilson by 21 thousandths of a second. It's being readjudged at. Alex Ames in 3rd, having broken away from Tim De Silva, Clive Richards and Samuel Harrison, and Michael O'Brien in the car with which he was so dominant last year, finishing in 8th place after his car broke yesterday in race 1. He started last on the grid in a car loaned to him by its owner Mark Carter. So great thanks to Mark Carter, I'm sure, on behalf of Michael O'Brien and the O'Brien family, and a fantastic race through from last to well inside the top 10. And our top Formula Junior car was, our top Formula 1, our top front engine car, Martin, you idiot, was Ray Mallock. So Mallock claims victory. Well, after the early restart, or after the early safety car, we restarted with about 6.5 minutes of proper racing to go after the first lap, and Sam Wilson being picked off by the red and yellow Lotus of Horatio Fitzsimon early on. Fitzsimon made a really good start to race 1, to the first start of the race, and at the restart as well. And as Sam Wilson tried to break away, he went too. Pack, but he finally managed to make his way clear as Horatio Fitzsimon and Sam Wilson battled out front. Onto the last lap, Fitzsimon managed to put his nose in front, but in the small capacity cars, that is the worst place to be. And on the run to the checkered flag, a lap later, although he had his nose in front into the final corner, an oversteering moment cost him the race by just 21 hundredths of a second.
So I have been tearing around Silverstone. I am now in the Silverstone Museum, and I have got the wonderful Steph, who is head of collections. So just tell me a little bit about what people would expect when they come to the museum.
Well, the museum's housed in the only remaining World War II hangar. So you go through the RAF Silverstone history upstairs, and then we start with 1948, which is our very first race. And then downstairs, we have our race control area and pit lane area. We have our tech lab, where you understand all the engineering principles behind Formula One and MotoGP. And then we have our traditional era plinths with all the cars and the bikes and objects from all the legends of the motorsport.
So it's literally you're going on a history tour of Silverstone.
Yeah, the great thing about Silverstone is that the corner names actually give you a good taste of the history of the circuit. So we've used those to give you a lap of history of Silverstone.
And how long has this building been a museum?
We opened at the end of 2019, and then obviously 2020 was a little bit open and closed. We're very good at doing that, and now we're really, picking up momentum since then.
Can I just say where we're standing? I am a massive 90s F1 fan, and can I just say we are in literally, I want to get down and start praying to these cars. Can we just, in the far end we've got the Red 5.
Yeah, the FW 14B of Nigel Mansell from 92.
Okay. Then we've got the Alain Prost.
Yes, the 1990 British Grand Prix winning.
And then literally, I'm going to do this. This is of course the wonderful Ayrton Senna's
World Championship McLaren. This is the great thing about your job. My job is I get to help curate this with my colleague Rob, and we get to sort of have a bit of a hit list and a wish list, and these are all mine.
Well, honestly, you'll know where you'll find me. I'm just going to be right here praying to this car. Thank you very much, Steph.
In terms of the first race of the day, that was pretty impressive. The historic Formula Junior has happened, and those last few seconds were so gripping. Shall we get the podium underway? All right then. Right, so please welcome up to the podium in third place, it's Alex Ames. A big round of applause, please. And in second place, it's Horatio Fitzsimon. And our winner of the first race of the final day, it's Sam Wilson. So to hand over the trophies, we have former Kiwi racing driver Howden Ganley as he hands over the trophy to Alex Ames. Congratulations. And over to Horatio Fitzsimon in second place. Then he's going to go and grab Sam's trophy in first place. A huge congratulations. Let's have your trophies in the air as we grab some pictures. Lovely stuff. Okay, I'm going to come and have a chat. Sam, it got very, very close there at the end. How was it for you?
It was a bit last minute, wasn't it? I made a couple of mistakes on the last lap, and also the slipstream was making such a big difference. And Horatio managed to reel me in, got past me, and I thought I'd lost it. And I thought the only place is if he leaves a slight gap in the last corner, and luckily he did.
Horatio, how does that feel to be at those last split seconds as you're approaching the finishing line, to just be lining up to potentially win, almost there?
Well, feels good. Better than yesterday. Feels good to actually be there and to race quite closely with someone like Sam. And we can race wheel to wheel, and we both know there's space to race. So it's quite good. It's not very good when you lose it at the line, I can tell you that from experience. But no, I thought it'd be bad manners to go away on that last lap. Thought I'd make it exciting at the end with Sam.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alex, how are you doing?
Not too bad. Glad to be here again. Starting 6th was a bit of a challenge, but leading on the first lap, I was very happy with that. Unfortunately, I made a couple of mistakes and I dropped back a bit too much, but I was slowly trying to reel them back in. Even another 5 minutes or so, we might have been back on the back of them, but hey, very happy.
But hey, look, 2 podiums back-to-back for you. It's not been a bad weekend.
It's not bad at all. I've only driven this car once this year, so I'm happy with that.
Let's have another round of applause for our podium winners of the historic Formula Junior. Congratulations. Okay, let's see how Ed's getting on, chatting to the drivers ahead of the next race.
Next up, the Big Cat Challenge. And one thing we love in motorsport are when drivers try different disciplines. Nothing is more true than that today with this car, number 1, which is from Jaguar Classic. And behind the steering wheel, we've got James Barclay, who is the team director of Formula E's, Jaguar's Formula E team, and Tom Dillman, who is the reserve driver. So I'm going to jump in here. Tom, coming in. I was just saying, I love it when people try different disciplines. So Tom, I'll start with you, because not only have you never driven an E-Type, you had never driven a classic car before this weekend.
Yeah, first time in a classic car. Got a call from James to do this race. Always nice to come to Silverstone on the full layout and race a beautiful Jaguar. I only did 7 laps so far going into the race, so still learning.
And James, this is the Jaguar Classic car, isn't it?
Yeah, this is actually chassis 0 of the 6 continuation cars that we built. So this was actually the original prototype development car that we decided to turn into a race car. And it's very kind of JLR Classic to ask Tom and I to come and have a go this weekend.
Can I ask, who set the pole time?
So I did, only because I have a little bit more experience. I'll give Tom a few more laps and then I'm sure he'll obliterate my time. But no, good fun on Friday in quali. Us both just getting to grips the first time in the E-Type. Just a pleasure to drive though.
Tom, is it odd getting advice, driving advice from a team director?
Quite, yes. No, but
for now.
yeah.
Look, guys, thank you so much and enjoy the race.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Ed. Thank you.
Right, stay with me, Max. I think if we reverse up, one of the things I love is that, sorry guys, is that we'll just have a wee look in here. With all the sort of modern technology and historic cars, I don't know if you can see the little Casio digital watch on the transmission tunnel. That looks bizarre, but it is there for a reason, and it will probably be so they know when the pit stop window opens, so they can check that during the race. So if you spin round, Max, we're going to crack on up here, see who we can find, because we've got a fair few people up at the front. Let's just have a wee look, because we had John's Spears here. Here we go, James Thorpe. Let's have a wee look. James, I'm sorry, I'm just going to come and jump in. What a race, and to be at the front of this grid is quite an achievement.
More daunting than an achievement, because my teammate put it on pole, well, Piva on the front row for me, and I think these boys were quicker than me, so I'm just going to stay out of trouble.
And I always think it's sort of slightly unfair when you haven't set the qualifying time to then be booted into the car first, but I guess you just crack on with it.
Yeah, just stay out of trouble and hope there's a safety car. I hope they can punch up and hand it over, and he can. I'll see him on the podium at the end.
These look like great fun to drive, though. You've got to be kind of on the edge in order to be fast.
Yes and no. They don't like to be bullied. You've got to just be really. You look at the on board, and it's like driving Miss Daisy. You sort of you don't. You're not aggressive with them.
Well, James, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Great stuff, and Tom Dillman will be very diplomatic about receiving driving tips from the team boss, James Barclay. Well, the car's already heading out with Graham and James Dodd's E-Type on pole. This is going to be an E-Type fest, so stand by for action. Well, here we are, our fabulous field of Jaguar E-Types. Graham Dodd leading the field, James Thorpe in the Old English white car on the outside. We are getting ready to go racing here at Silverstone. 50 minutes of the Jaguar Fest, that is the Big Cat Challenge, Motor Racing Legends Big Cat Challenge Trophy. And immediately, James Thorpe, taking it easy, jumps into the lead ahead of the green E-Type of Graham Dodd. John Pearson starting third. He's driving with Gary Pearson, but Gary Pearson starts fifth because he's driving with Alex Brundle. So Gary Pearson will drive 2 E-Types in the race. He's starting one, John Pearson starting the other, and John Spears and Lee Mole also starting drivers in the top half dozen. We're going to have to pick the bones out of this as we get a little bit more clarity as they head down the Wellington Straight, though. It is the white car of James Thorpe, or it was the white car of James Thorpe that had lead Alistair. It's going to be tough to pick out which E-Type is which, though.
It's Gary Pearson who's taken the lead from 5th on the grid. Gary driving this car first, as you've mentioned, handing over to Alex, and he'll jump into the other car that's started by his brother John. But Gary takes the lead early on, and James Thorpe, yeah, that's impressive, isn't it? He said, "Oh, take it easy," but here he is in second place, ahead of a lot of illustrious names in similar cars.
I think one of the key things is that it's a rolling start rather than a standing start, which obviously protects the clutches and transmissions of more vulnerable older cars, so that's a good thing. Oh dear, and we've got a car off at the side of the track. That's a fixed head.
That's the car number 5.
Yeah, and slow
Paul.
car number 8 as well. That's Clara Rettenmeier, started last on the grid. So the rolling start helps James Thorpe because he's not suddenly being engulfed by cars that are much more used to starting from behind. And also it gives him a clear run into the first corner, and everybody's at roughly the same speed. And of course, when you're in the collect here, no, I'm just going to take it easy. When you're on the track, no, you're not coming by. Coming up behind him now is the pole car, Graham Dodd, and on the inside of that, that's the other Pearson's car. So that's John Pearson trying to slip through on the inside in 27. Number 4, that is Richard Kent, who shares with Joe Osborne, and Clara Rettenmeier not moving. Don't tell me we're going to have a second safety car in the early part of this race as well.
I think that looked to be off the track somewhere. I didn't spot exactly. Oh no, it isn't.
It's
Sorry,
at Cops.
Completely wrong there.
And that is not moving. She's working inside the car to try and get it going. They're half a lap away. She needs to be moving fairly soon, otherwise the race director is not going to have much choice but to throw the checker flag. The turquoise car I can see steaming down the inside. Andy Newell, he shares that car with owner and preparer Ria Sauter. And just behind with the pale blue noseband, a familiar registration, Cut 7 on car number 4, Richard Kent. Up the inside, down into the loop, he goes by Graham Dodd. Now, most of these cars are race-prepared standard E-types. Cut 7 there, you can see with the fixed head coupe 2+2 bodywork replaced by a plexiglass window. We've got some semi-lightweights and lightweights as well. And of course, James Barclay, the boss of Jaguar's Formula E program, in that heritage car, car number 1, trying to keep his nose clean. That car very new to the racing track and just outside the top 12 at the moment. Not sure what Tom Dillman makes of this, because it's very unlike anything he races in the World Endurance Championship or as Formula E test driver.
And currently Gary Pearson is 1st and 2nd.
Yes.
So he's going to be, if it finishes like this, he'll have to leap between podium
straddling
spots.
the podium like a behemoth. Yes, he is.
So John Pearson, Gary's brother, has started the car that Gary will take over. That's moved up into 2nd place on the run between the loop and down to Brooklands. So a little bit of a shuffle of the order. And we also saw Danny Winstanley, that car number 78, the white car with the blue and red stripes. Danny Winstanley, ex-Caterham racer, been racing this E-Type now for 3 or 4 years, and is another potential contender for the top step of the podium. And also in shot there, Richard Kent's very famous registration you mentioned, Cut 7, which was raced in period by Dick Prothero.
James Barclay having a nice early run out in that E-Type. Now, that is a full lightweight E-Type, so it'll have the standard steel tub, and the rest of the body panelling will be aluminium. And if you can imagine how many panels go into an E-Type bonnet, you can imagine just how much aluminium work needs to be done to make it work straight as well. It's a beautiful looking thing. Enzo Ferrari described the E-Type as the world's most beautiful car, and as with many things, not sure you can argue too much with that. So Gary Pearson leading from, or is it the other way around? John Pearson leading from Gary Pearson.
No, Gary leading.
Gary leading from John, there you go. And cut 7 with that pale blue noseband, car number 4. Richard Kent up to 3rd place. Joe Osborne will take that car over. That's a very formidable driver combination. And in 4th place, Danny Winstanley. Up, change for 2nd.
Did you see John Pearson just lift his hand there, saying to Richard Kent, "Yep, you go through on the inside. I'm not going to chop across you. This is really not. It's not exactly you go ahead of me, please." But a problem there for the pole position car, number 21, Graham Dodd, who has slowed. What a shame, Graham and James Dodd, another potential winning combination.
Yeah, that is a real shame. Well, certainly we saw Clara Rettenmeier stationary a lap or so ago. She has got going, and I think she managed to make it off track somewhere. She hasn't gone by, so she has not completed a lap, but that means that the safety car that's perhaps hovered over us didn't come out, and now racing continues. Battle for 3rd place. 27, the Pearson's Jag, the other Pearson's Jag, not that Pearson's Jag, and Danny Winstanley, the white car with the red and blue stripes. Again, that's more white than Old English white, which is a more traditional production colour. But chasing the lightweight car in front. Now, the way that the cars were designed, again, or were raced in period, evolved from standard cars, which would have probably had all the trim, plus radio and everything else in, and gradually getting stripped out to make them lighter, to make up for the fact that they were often racing against sort of almost purpose-built race cars like 250 Ferraris. And then the semi-lightweight developed by the factory, and then the full lightweight car developed by the factory. But a challenge for the lead here down the inside comes Richard Kent, or round the outside come Richard Kent. Not going to quite make it there, and so staying in front still Gary Pearson, and Kent pushing hard from behind. Hands out of the cockpit from our drivers, and that's where Graham Dodd has come to a halt. And this is one of the most awkward positions. Almost every safety car we had yesterday was because a car had stopped by the pit wall in the wing. Now, drivers don't do that on purpose, but it does almost inevitably bring out a safety car because there are no cranes there. You can't just lift the car out of the way. Somebody has to come in a truck and drive down the straight and then hoist it or drag it. So that is the safety car scrambled. Luckily, in this 2-driver race, we have got plenty of time on the clock. So unlike the Formula Junior, it shouldn't really put too much of a stymie on anything. Been quite a number of changes to the programme from the beginning of qualifying. So if you're sitting in the grandstands at the moment and you've got your race card, I'll just bring you up to speed with those. Car number 1, James Barkley, as we look at the XK150, car number 150. James Barkley joined by Tom Dillman in the E-Type lightweight, the first of the continuation cars. Car number 18, John Clark, joined by Alistair McCaig. Alistair with a D, McCaig in their fixed head E-Type, car number 18, and that's a blue E. Ria Sorter in the turquoise car, joined by Andy Newell, N-E-W-A-L-L. And Gregor Fiskin was due to be co-driven by Christoph Cowens, was co-driven, or will be co-driven instead by Sam Hancock. No tub of lard required to get Hancock into an E-Type. Guy Zeiser, car number 77. Gregor Fiskin, by the way, car number 62. Guy Zeiser, 77. His E-Type being co-driven by Oliver Webb. Rick Wilmot, car number 84, his car not silver but white. And in 134, Christopher Sholey, joined by Rob Newell, N-E-W-A-L-L. And I think those were the changes that we had to our entry list. So the safety car has picked up a number of Pearsons with a Kent in between. So the field will close up. And there are a variety of different classes here. Class A, B, C, D, E and F for various different eras starting with the XK 120s, 140s and 150s, then Jaguar Saloons, so you're thinking Mark II, because I don't think anybody races a Mark 7 or an 8 or a Mark 10. And then we get into the C-types, D-types and so on, which we don't have in this category, but the predominant class here will be Class D, E and F, which are for E-types, semi-lightweights and full lightweights. Car number 20 on your big screens, Chris Keith Lucas and Kerry Wilson's XK 120 Roadster, and then the Dayglow Landy. Now this has done almost as many laps as some of our drivers and has been it's like when you're a sailor lost at sea and you see the lifeboat coming. These guys are feeling exactly that. By the way, guys, Ed Foster's Rangy has got a nail in the tyre, so if you can pop round and fix that as well, that would be quite handy. And while we have got a gap in proceedings, if there is anybody here who has got the equipment that could plug a tyre, it's a very tiny hole and it does need fixing, because his journey tonight is to get him back to Scotland. There's Phil Keane getting ready to take over from, who's he showing with, John Minshaw?
Yes, I think he is he?
Yeah, almost inevitably. That's like saying that day follows night. Is it saying Phil Keane is with John Minshaw? They've got a car in this race?
Lee Mole, actually, in this one.
Oh, he's sharing with Lee Mole? Oh,
yes.
right, okay.
He is sharing with John in two later races
yes.
in the Endurance Legends, but in this one he's with former British GT driver Lee Mole.
While it's quiet as well, I'm just going to point you in the direction of something that I wasn't aware was happening. Yokohama Tyres, who are part of the infield area, they've got a stand there. You see Nigel Greensill in the open face helmet this morning. Yokohama Tyres have got a stand with all sorts of information about tyres and so on. And of course, also you will note that there is a Team GB bobsleigh, because of course you have one in the middle of the summer at the Historic Racing. Team GB driver Nikki McSweeney is at the Yokohama stand with her bobsleigh. So if you have never seen a competitive bobsleigh monobob and you want to see one, try one, sit in it and find out just how much they're built for speed and absolutely not for comfort, join Nikki McSweeney at the Yokohama stand. I'm finding it hard as well myself to imagine quite what the combination of Yokohama, Silverstone Festival and bobsleigh, in what fervent imagination that came together, but fantastic to see her here. So join Nikki and find out a bit more about bobsledding, and if you fancy terrifying yourself in the depths of winter, I'm sure she'll tell you how you can get involved.
I had a similar problem working out how you connect Martin Haven with a skeleton bob over breakfast chat yesterday morning, but apparently it happened.
Oh yeah, it does happen, yeah. Cresta Run, it's for everybody, unless you're female, I'm afraid, because they only let women onto the Cresta once a year. They're still allowed to do things like that in Switzerland.
And going back to the Jaguars as they complete they're at Copse Corner now, so not too far, and I think we've seen the Dodd E-Type unfortunately towed away by our Land Rover, so they will be restarting, one hopes, this time around. But quick mention for the very first winner in an E-Type was our very own Graham Hill, twice world champion, father of Damon, of course, who himself was world champion, Graham Hill took the very first race win in an E-Type, which would have been a much more standard car, probably straight from the showroom in those days. Maybe take the door cards out, and that was about it.
Well, I think possibly even not take the door cards out. I mean, of course, the famous story of Sterling Moss when he was in the Rob Walker 250, winning the Goodwood, winning a Goodwood, listening to commentator Raymond Baxter on the radio in the car, because it still had a radio as well as everything else that it came from. I mean, in those days, whisper it, Ferraris came with the radio. It wasn't an optional extra. Hello, Mercedes, we're looking at you. So, yeah, I mean, it would have been an absolutely standard car. And, of course, the first unofficial race in an E-Type was Norman Dewis getting to the motor show overnight to try and get another car there for the journalists to drive. Right, safety car back in. We are ready to go racing once more. Back under green flag racing, and the Jaguar E-Type swarming across the line. It is Gary Pearson who leads the field. It is John Pearson who leads. Mike Pearson. So, no, it is Gary Pearson in the car he shares with Alex Brundle. In second place, the man who was angling for the lead before the safety car came out, Richard Kent in cut 7. And then a battle for third place. That is John Pearson in car number 27. And alongside him, 78, Danny Winstanley. Winstanley not quite able to squeeze through. And is that still James Thorpe in 5th place? It is James Thorpe, who started on the outside of the front row of the grid because that's where Phil Quaife qualified the car. James Thorpe was a little bit nonplussed about starting the car, and I'll just let the quick guys go. He hasn't let the quick guys go very far, has he? And of course, part of his stint has been absorbed by the safety car. We do have a driver change and a pit stop window, mandatory pit stop for all of these cars, whether you're changing driver or hogging the steering wheel all to yourself. Little mistake there from cut 7 sees the Pearson 1-2 re-established as John Pearson goes through.
And the very simple, the pit stop is, pit window is open 15 minutes, it's just opened, so open for another 14 minutes or so. Every car stops for 60 seconds stationary in the pit lane, plus 20 or so seconds to get in and out, so about an 80-second loss of time.
Green flag's been waved all the way around the circuit. And again, great thanks to all of the heroes in orange, the marshals, and black and orange as well, the marshals. And the pit window open, our first major pit caller. So this is John Spears handing over to Nigel Greensall. This car started 4th on the grid, this green lightweight. And Nigel not driving 2 cars in this race. He's driving in most of the races, and in one of our races today, because he's not driving in any of the single-seater races, because you don't share single-seaters, he's driving 2 cars in one race as well. So just making sure that he's around and about, you know. Pot hunting on an industrial scale is Nigel Greensall. So the race leader still is the 23 car of Gary Pearson. He'll hand over to Alex Brundle. 111 driver change there. Graham Bryant handing over to son Ollie. Ollie Bryant again has had some fairly enterprising outings yesterday. And so the John Pearson driven and Gary Pearson taking over E-Type 27 is in second place, just ahead of Richard Kent and Joe Osborne's car. Now there you can see a trio of open-throated Webbers, 1 choke per cylinder on the number 28 E-Type. And that car, Miles Poulton, sharing with Peter Fisk. And looks like they've got a bit of a leak. There seems to be quite a lot of liquid around the carburettor area where maybe you would not necessarily want it.
And this trio of cars chasing after Gary Pearson in the lead as they come down the Wellington Straight towards the left-hander at Brooklands, and John Pearson jinks out to the Gary's left, and actually a little bit of a locked brake there, but the 2 Pearson brothers side by side, and they know they can absolutely trust each other, and in fact Gary's going to take the lead back again.
Now then, I wonder what their plan is, whether they're going to come in together or whether Gary will hand over to Alex Brundle first, or whether, he will have to, won't he? And then John can come in, because then Gary will be in the pit lane. So they may come in together, or they might do it a lap staggered. So that's going to be interesting. Richard Kent up to second place in car number 4, cut 7. And there you can see one of our saloons racing. We've got a couple of Mark IIs in the race. Just being
the Whale family car, I think it was, that they're about to lap.
Yeah, it was due to be started by Harry Whale, but Dad Nick Whale has started the car. Harry Whale will co-drive, and through goes Richard Kent, and then there's a bit of an embouteillage right behind him. So sneaking through in 78, Danny Winstanley. That will make him in 4th place, and 6th behind him still James Quaife. If you'd said to James Quaife, give us a £5 and you won't be out of the top 6 by the pit stop, I think he might have given you a tenner. And then James Thorpe, rather, not James Quaife, James Thorpe and Phil Quaife. Easy mistake to make, especially when you're a fool like me.
Danny Winstanley there just tipping the curb as he goes through and just takes a tighter line, now sliding the car out through club corner. Very, very sideways from Gary Pearson. Very sideways.
A little bit too much there. James Barclay, by the way, the boss of Jaguar's Formula E team, is on the back of that queue behind the turquoise car, now up into the top 10. He was 12th behind the safety car, or early on before the safety car, now up into the top 10, so really dialing himself in. I don't know how much race driving James Barclay has done, but probably not an awful lot in that car anyway. But that's a nice start to the day. He's right up behind Andy Newell, who's in the turquoise car, and so looking to make a position, and he will then hand over to ace driver Tom Dillman.
So none of the leading cars chose to come in. I did think Gary Pearson would perhaps come in early, because from the two of them, Alex Brundle is the quicker driver, and as you've said, Gary has to come in before John so that he's ready to take over John's car. But he didn't. He's done another lap, so they obviously have a plan.
The cunning plan. Maybe he's going to double bluff, make John come in first, and then hang around. Okay, almost everybody in now. You saw Cut 7 go in. Richard Kent from second place. Danny Winstanley follows him in. Okay, so the Pearson-Brundle car really, in theory, should be the first of that pair to stop, because Alex Brundle has got nothing else to do, but Gary Pearson will want to be waiting when brother John comes into the pit lane to hand over to him.
And into the number 4 car, Richard Kent gets out, the car's owner, and Joe Osborne, a McLaren works driver, gets into the car. Joe Osborne, regular feature of British GT a few years ago, not been competing regularly, been racing overseas in Europe for McLaren. And here is the 23 Pearson to Brundle handover. So Alex Brundle now in the car, which came in from the lead.
Yeah. Well, not unfamiliar with Jags. His dad Martin's got an E-Type as well. And Alex racing the car yesterday, so that was the leader. This is now the leader. In fact, no, that's a change of position. Barclay has gone by Newell. Oh, you can see why, can't you? That is a big handful. Andy Newell's car, James Barclay, car number 1, chasing the Adams car, and then Thorpe, and in front is still John Pearson.
Andy Newell does like to drive any car he's in sideways.
That seemed to be rather too much looking through the side windows. It's a good outing from James Barclay. Very impressed with that indeed. Drives a good race, clearly, as well as running a good race. And there is the number 4 machine, Cut 7. So these are the cars that came in from second, third, or from first, second and third, but they're in sort of reversed order now, because the 23 E-Type was the leader coming in, and it was ahead of car number 4, and that was ahead of car number 78, but they're all jockeying for position, and right behind them is the car of Phil Quaife now, I think, as well. 30, oh no, that hasn't stopped yet, so that's a different white E-Type, as they go by the XK150 car number 150. That's Claire Keith Lucas and Andrew Keith Lucas. Claire started, not sure if that car has stopped yet. Yes, it has, it's on its outlap, so Andrew Keith Lucas driving the XK150.
And Alex Brundle there did get ahead of Cut 7. He's got back ahead now, but he took the wrong side when lapping the slower car and lost out, but he's got back through again now. But it's Danny Winstanley who's driving solo, as he always does, in his E-Type, and he has taken, as you said, he's jumped forward after that pit stop a couple of places. But we won't know the true order until all of the pit stops of the leading cars have washed through.
Right, James Thorpe and Phil Quaife now in the pit lane from second place. That was the car that started in second as well. James Thorpe, hopefully he's enjoyed the delights of starting the race, because he did a pretty decent job. Here he is. Oh, there they are. James walks away, Phil Quaife with the rest of the race in front of him. So he'll have around 25 minutes of racing still to deal with when he heads out to the pit lane. Alex Brundle, car number 23, just at the moment hanging on in front of number 4 car of Joe Osborne. So car number 4, we keep calling it Cut 7 because that's the registration on the car, was used in period by racing driver Dick Prothero on a number of cars in the same way that everybody else transferred their registration from their current car to their next car, so he did too.
And at the back of this group, we mentioned them once, I think, the number 57 Jonathan Mitchell car. Jonathan Mitchell, experienced historic racer, more familiar perhaps with the 2-litre sports cars, the Chevrons and Lolas, but he's been racing this E-Type a few years now, and he's latched on to the back of that group. And I think, has Mitchell done his pit stop?
Yes, he has.
He has,
so
right. That's genuine position.
Yeah, number 57, so he has jumped up to catch those guys. Started in 9th place. So these are the front cars that stopped early. So Danny Winstanley coming down the Hanger Straight, car number 78. Alex Brundle now closing right in behind him in the number 23, the dark blue E-Type. So dark blue it's almost black. Is that midnight blue? I'm not quite sure what Jaguar colour that is. But he's all over the back of car number 78, and again you can see the various different Jaguar body shapes here. You've got the fixed head coupe that leads that group, and Cut 7, the similar shape with a sort of long rear end, and then most of these cars will be a roadster but with a hard top rather than a canvas top. There are a couple of cars in the race that do have a old-fashioned style convertible top, but the hard top is definitely a little bit more resilient and possibly a bit more aerodynamic as well. So still the race leader is car number 27, John Pearson. Obviously he's giving Gary a couple of laps in the pits to have a breather and a cuppa maybe, and who knows, maybe a wagon wheel even before he heads back out. And the Thorpe Quaife car number 34, Phil Quaife now starting to just close a little bit up on these lead cars.
This is really starting to brew up, isn't it? You can almost feel the pressure rising as we wait for those last 2 or 3 cars it is in the lead group that we're owed a pit stop. But this will, I think, end up being the lead pack, with perhaps another couple of cars joining it after their pit stops, and they're absolutely tied together, aren't they? Danny Winstanley, Alex Brundle right behind, and then Jonathan Mitchell.
Brundle not content to be behind, is he? He's having a look everywhere. Jonathan Mitchell is as well in the second of the white cars as they come into Copse Corner. Brundle goes through.
Sorry, it's Phil Quaife. My apologies.
Yes, it is.
Misidentified him.
Yeah, so it's a sort of slightly light grey, greyish white. Where, you see there as Jonathan 78 Danny Winstanley got onto the brakes. The nose of the car just starting to dive under braking. These cars, even though they are racers, still fairly softly sprung compared to a modern race car. Soft springing, firm damping, that's the way to keep traction in the car with such narrow tyres. James Barkley, by the way, bringing the car into the pit lane to hand over to Tom Dillman in 3rd place. No pressure there for Tom Dillman. All right, half the cars in front had already stopped, but nevertheless, I'm sure it will go down in the briefing as in the top 3 when the car came in. Here's the race leader, John Pearson, brings the car in, and Gary Pearson has stopped and had a breather. Now then, car number 1 coming back in. I'm sure I saw that as in the pit before. Maybe it's not. So James Barkley, Tom Dillman in 2nd place as Jaguar's Formula E team boss comes into the pit lane, run by Jaguar Heritage. This car, one of the first, the continuation E-types. The car built at Brighton-on-Dunsmore in Jaguar's Special Vehicles Department, which is in the footprint of the original Peugeot Talbot works there. So James Barkley, little thumbs up. And I'm sure Tom Dillman, I'm going to catch up with him when we go racing in Fuji in a couple of weeks in the World Endurance Championship and find out exactly how an E-Type compares to a hypercar, because that's going to be an interesting combination of existences, isn't it? Formula E, hypercar and E-Type race. Formula E, E-Type, it's almost the same thing, surely. He's now racing in Formula E-Type as well as testing in Formula E. So Tom Dillman, car number 1. This is Gary Pearson then has taken over from John Pearson in car number 27, and he will be very eager to get going. Where are the leaders? They are coming out of Luffield. Here they are. This is going to be close. He can't do more than 60 kilometres an hour in the pit lane, otherwise he'll have to come back in and sit on the naughty step. But that should be just enough for Gary Pearson to emerge in front of Alex Brundle.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that is very close indeed. Now, Brundle is going to be straight into the attack. And don't forget, Brundle's already had 2 or 3 laps to get up to speed. Car number 23, the darker of these 2 cars. And Gary Pearson has been standing in the pit lane for 2 or 3 minutes, or 2 or 3 laps. Doesn't know what this car was like when it came in. So the advantage is with Brundle for the moment. But if he lets Gary Pearson settle down into car number 27. Yeah, go on, he's having to gesticulate. Go on, go on, go on. Get on with it, sir.
Gary first and second again now, of course.
So Phil Quaife third, Danny Winstanley fourth, and Joe Osborne in fifth. Nigel Greensill up to sixth in car number 26 that John Spears started. And then in seventh place is Jonathan Mitchell, and eighth, Tom Dillman on his outlap.
So the car that started by John Pearson, now driven by Gary. The car started by Gary, now driven by Alex Brundle, and they're in first and second places. But it's still a 4-car battle for the lead, with the third place car, the number 34, the slightly sort of grey fixed head car of Phil Quaife, and then it's Danny Winstanley in the more traditional shaped E-Type behind the white car with the blue and red stripes, and they're all coming now into Village Corner, the right-hander which will lead up to the loop. And at the moment, Alex Brundle is not challenging. He's not right there. And I think that gesticulation from the cockpit from Alex was saying, yeah, Gary, you go on. Well, I'll not challenge you for the moment, because what they want to do is pull away from the 2 cars behind if they can.
Exactly so. Now, one car yet to stop is the white XK120 of Christopher Scoli and Rob Newell. So they need to make sure that in fact, they have missed the pit window completely. Meanwhile, battle for the lead, and Brundle does go through this time. So, okay, I now think I'm quicker. And again, this is the deal when you're in the slipstream of the car in front, even with all the power that you get from a full-fat E-Type XK motor. And through once more goes Gary Pearson. Car number 4, that's the Kenton Osborne car, and car number 23, that's the Pearson and Brundle car in second, both under investigation for their pit stops. And 134, the white XK120, according to the timing screen, has not stopped at all. I think has completely forgotten, in the joy of twiddling an XK120 around Silverstone in the sunshine, that he had a co-driver and he probably ought to have popped into the pit lane. So I think Rob Newell started Christopher Scoli's car, so not quite sure what happened there. However, Gary Pearson leads, Alex Brundle in second, and falling into the clutches of Phil Quaife in the... Is that off-white or sort of a very, very pale grey? It looks like a bit of a pale grey. Anyway, car number 34, Danny Winstanley, just off the podium at the moment, in 4th place in what is a white E-Type, the fixed head.
Coming into a club corner, and the 4 cars still very much tied together as they come through the right-handed element onto the Hamilton straight, and the E-Type leading across the line is the Gary Pearson car, but it's the one numbered 27. 23, which is his other car, driven by Alex Brundle, still in second place. The easy to identify and not the same name as another car is Phil Quaife, Danny Winstanley, who drives solo, so he can't swap around in cars.
Not driven by any of the Pearson family. Is this like the Queen having 2 horses in the Derby?
I suppose it is.
I suppose it is. You know, the Pearsons just doubling their chances.
Not an uncommon sight to see them sharing cars across 2 cars in one race, as Nigel Greensill will be doing.
Just to catch up with the James Bartley Tom Dillman car, still in 8th place, and Tom Dillman bedding himself in 2:27.8 his last lap. 2:27.87, he is chasing the car in front, which is doing a 2:27.83, and that is car number 27, which is
57.
57 rather, which is Jonathan Mitchell. Yeah, so the gap there is about it's 8. 8 seconds, yeah. So quite a bit of real estate for Tom Dillman to try and close in that Jaguar Classic car. There it is. So again, Dillman, you know, there's not many inputs, I think, in that car that are similar to anything that he's driven. I was going to say recently, probably ever. I think as we heard from the man who started on the front row, James Thorpe, you sort of float the car around. You guide it and encourage it rather than wrestle it. I think these cars are fairly light and floaty, and you just need to ease it in the direction in which you would like it to go.
And into the pits, I'm afraid, from 7th place, the car you've just mentioned, Jonathan Mitchell, which will put the Jaguar Classic chassis number 1 of the continuations up into 7th place, which is an exceptional performance.
Yeah, really good stuff from them. That car actually started in 7th place, but worked his way up into 2nd by the time of the pit stop, James Barclay. And so that car up to 7th, and now the Mole and Keane car in 8th place. And what's the gap there? That's only 1.6 seconds, actually. So Phil Keane, who took over from Lee Mole, chasing Tom Dillman. And Phil Keane does have a lot more experience in cars of this nature than Tom Dillman does. So that could be quite an entertaining battle for the Frenchman. See how he hangs on. Meanwhile, Phil Quaife in car number 34, still trying to chase down Alex Brundle. He gets sort of yay close and no closer, within a couple of car lengths, but not close enough really to have much of a stab.
And car number 134 has got a drive-through penalty for a late pit stop. I think you mentioned that he'd missed the pit window. Well, that penalty has come up now. Car number 134, which is the Christopher Scoley, Rob Newell car.
Well, let's see if he can find a pit lane to do a drive-through. We were talking about Nigel Greensall, as we saw him on the pit wall taking over from John Spears. That's him at the back of the shot. So that car closing in fast. Nigel Greensall just set the fastest race lap, 2:24.417, not just for that car, but for any car. And Greensall on another quicker lap again. Purple sector 1, faster than anybody else, and he is hoving in behind. So this could now really throw a spanner in the works for everybody else, because Greensall, with his tail up, closed onto the lead group now. He's right almost within striking distance of Danny Winstanley, and there's still more than a dozen minutes left. So we're still going to get probably 6 laps out of this. So Nigel Greensall really charging and making up ground hand over fist.
Yeah, perfect description, hand over fist, because we saw on our fantastic live stream shots there as he came through Beckett's corner, Nigel working away very hard at the wheel to keep this car going in approximately the right direction. Approximate is fairly good description of how these cars drive, but the encouragement of the driver to perhaps, could you go slightly further to the right? Thank you very much. And it's the skill of the drivers that keeps these cars on the straight and narrow.
You do have to nudge them through a bit, don't you? Well, 134 has taken its drive-through, or at least they've made 2 pit stops, so we now had a driver change, and that drive-through has been served. Meanwhile, here is the battle. Tom Dillman just ahead of Phil Keane. Car number 1 ahead of car number 180, so the Jaguar Classic, car number 1, Tom Dillman at the wheel. And again, I don't think he's probably had steering with so little effect on the front wheels ever in the dry in any racing car. You put in an input, and in a modern race car you expect it to sort of stay there. The Jag meanders around in the general direction vaguely of where you would hope it to go. And Phil Keane all over the back of him, so Dillman with plenty to think about here in this Jag. Of course, it's not his, it's not actually James Barclay's either, but nevertheless, I'm sure that Jaguar Classic want to see it raced the way that they are hoping that all future owners of cars that they build will race them as well. After all, you don't build a racing car like that for somebody just to put it on a podium. Little hand in the cockpit from Tom. Been there, done that. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just sort of learning what I'm doing. Change of lead. Alex Brundle goes through ahead of Gary Pearson, and right behind now is 34, in fact not quite right behind, a little bit of traffic there in the way. Gary Pearson going back in front of Brundle, but I think Gary possibly getting held up there out of Luffield onto the straight, and Brundle having to go by rather than both of them slowing down.
Great advert for Gary's preparation company, because he prepares both of these cars and probably others in this race as well. Pearson's Engineering, local company, very much a local family to Silverstone, and Alex Brundle, as you mentioned earlier, a very strong relationship with them as well. He's built cars there himself, really enjoys getting his hands dirty and working the spanners.
You say dirty.
Well,
I mean, he can claim to have part built at least the Mustang, because it's got his blood on it. Because everybody who's ever worked on any old car, whether it's a pristine racing car or a real old rot box like mine, yeah, if you haven't bled on your car, you haven't worked on your car. Oh, huge moment for Nigel Greensell. Left rear wheel, right rear wheel rather, just onto the grass, and a 720. Well, that's a 9.1 from the Russian judge for that triple Sulco and double toe loop, but unfortunately for Greensell, a chance at the podium has just gone begging, I think, backwards across the grass. Massive, massive moment. Fortunately, unlike perhaps somewhere like Goodwood, here on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone, there is a lot of acreage before you get to substantial things, so he survives that. And there's a change. Yeah, Phil Keane squeezing by Tom Dillman. So that is a change for 7th place. And now perhaps Tom, with a more experienced historic driver in front of him, will actually be able to learn a little bit more about the car by watching what's going on. So Gary Pearson leads Alex Brundle. Phil Quaife in 3rd place in the first of the lighter cars, ahead of Joe Osborne. And there you are. We talked about the roadsters with the hard tops as opposed to roadsters with the canvas hood. And there you can see 167, more standard looking car with that canvas hood erected, because there's much more turbulence with the roof down, as anybody who's got a convertible fully knows.
And Alex Brundle there slightly caught behind that slower car, who couldn't just leap out of the way, as his father would say in Grand Prix commentary. You can't just disappear. But the slower car did keep well over to the right with the canvas hood that you mentioned. I did see a little bit of smoke coming from the 23 car. I'm not sure whether yes, there's smoke definitely from the left rear corner. And the exhaust comes out there, so I wonder whether there's a bit of an engine issue for the number 23, and certainly 34 Phil Quaife is closed right up, and similarly Gary Pearson in the other Pearson's car is pulling away.
Yeah, they're just going by the XK150, car number 150, the Keith Lucas family car. Gary Pearson is pulling away. And Alex Brundle under pressure now from Phil Quaife. Danny Winstanley just off the podium at the moment in 4th place, ahead of Joe Osborne. And then Nigel Greensell again, more fastest laps, but he's dropped 7 seconds behind Joe Osborne and Phil Kent's car. So actually, Osborne, Greensell's last lap, the previous lap was a 2:24. His last lap, 2:40.8. That's the big hole in performance that spin has punched. Cost him a good 20 seconds nearly in terms of time lost, not being at speed and gathering it all up and shaking his head and waggling his ears to make sure he's going in the right direction. So he is still in 6th position ahead of Phil Keane and Tom Dillman, but he has lost contact with this group.
The 2nd placed car, there's a lot more smoke now coming out of the 23 Alex Brundle E-Type. It seems to be on the slower corners, although there is a bit there as well as he accelerates.
I wonder if that is tyre rub.
I did wonder that earlier on, yes.
It is fairly constant. I'm looking hard at that left rear to see if it's sort of wobbling a bit. That's a lot of smoke. No, that's on the overrun. Well, if it's on the overrun, it's valve guides, which is less of an issue. What it will do is just, you know, foul the combustion chamber a tiny bit. So he might have an engine that doesn't feel as really crisp and on the button as it did at the start of the race. That should not be a terminal issue. If it's a wheel, then I think he'll be feeling all of that.
no doubt with all his experience, Gary Pearson is looking in his mirrors at his own car with that bit of smoke.
It's not coming from the exhaust, is it? It's coming from further forward in the car. It's not coming out of the exhaust pipes. It does look like it's coming out from under the bonnet. But again, it does look like it's on the overrun.
So the coming through Beckett's, we'll see whether it comes again. Yes, a little bit more smoke there, but a tight shot on our live stream, so we didn't really see exactly where it was coming from. They're about to lap the Whale Family Mark II once again, but right up ahead, going into Stowe Corner, is Gary Pearson in the car number 27, the lead car. Then it's Alex Brundle. Yes, it is. It's ahead of the exhaust, isn't it? So it's blowing out from under the engine.
Yeah.
But
it does seem to be doing it on the overrun, so I wonder quite what sort of catch tank system or something they've got there. Maybe something there is blowing out, but less than ideal. 5 minutes for the engine to survive, and a Pearson family 1-2.
Doesn't seem to be slowing him too much, does it? Because
no, it doesn't, does it?
The third place car of Phil Quaife, close, but hasn't been able to dive by, and then slightly losing touch a little bit now, Danny Winstanley. He was right there the whole of the race, but he's losing touch as well. So whether he's got a little bit of an issue, maybe brakes is another area of the car that might be starting to suffer now as we run it into the last 4.5 minutes of the race.
Yeah, Alex really starting to trail smoke. Of course, all of that will be going all over Phil Quaife's car and Danny Winstanley's car, so they'll be able to smell what it is, because engine oil smells different from brake fluid, smells different from transmission oil. And Phil Quaife thinking, I think I probably need to be going by here before I spin off on whatever's coming out of Brundle's car. And it is significantly more with every passing corner now coming out of Alex's car. Of course, now he's on the opposite side to where the smoke is coming from. There's no question, though, with the windows open, he'll be smelling all of that and will know exactly what's going on with the car. And clearly feels that it's still something he can press on with. Does Phil Quaife go through here? Looks like he has, up into second place. So the car that started second is in second. Alex Brundle comes back underneath him, though, heading down into Maggots and Beckett's. Blue flags waving. That's to warn you that there is a quicker car. Well, they both know where the quicker car is, because it can be either or both of them. Phil Quaife going through again underneath Alex Brundle. Into the final element of the Beckett's S's, out to Chapel Curve. Brundle's right there. He's got a very good run onto the straight. Drifts around the outside. He's really enjoying this, Alex Brundle. Maybe not the fact that the car is smoking. He's having to try and ignore that to keep the race alive. 2 minutes 50 seconds. That's more than a lap.
I think by the time the leader gets to the line, we will be onto the last lap, which is...
I don't know. 2 minutes 24 and 2 minutes 40. I don't think this will be the last lap. I think unless he can slow significantly, Gary Pearson, they will have to do one more after this. Now, that's great for them and great for everybody, unless your car is not very keen on going much further. And Alex Brundle's car, yeah, it is going to have to do another lap, isn't it?
It is indeed, yes.
After this one.
Yeah, it was so close when they got to the line. I think it was about a second in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're now counting down onto the... we're on the penultimate lap, which I did wonder if Gary knew there was a problem with his own car, he might just have backed off and gone across the line a little bit later, so it was the last lap, but not. So we have 1.5 laps to go as they go into the loop, and there's the smoke again, which when the car is on the hanger straight and we get that long shot on the screen, we can see that the smoke is coming from underneath the engine. It's blowing out under the engine.
Still pretty hazy even in the straight, isn't it? And then once you decelerate, something sloshes or moves and you get an awful lot more smoke coming out. I mean, that's a lot of oil smoke. It can't be leaking brakes, because Brundle would not be going this fast without 100% confidence in the brakes. Just wouldn't be able to, never mind would want to. Oh, and Phil Quaife on the inside, coming through Luffield, out through Woodcote and onto the pit straight, the old pit straight. Down the inside into Copse Corner. He's still side by side with Brundle, but Brundle goes through. He had the racing line. He's still got speed in the straight line. The car still stops, it still turns. It's not oversteering luridly in right-handers, which would suggest that whatever smoke there is, there's very little actual fluid in it. Because, I mean, look, he turns here into the Beckett's S's, and it's got as much or as little grip as it would normally have.
And that's probably not past the notice of the stewards, because if it was blowing out oil and the car was sliding around, they'd be putting a flag out to bring him in, because the last thing they want is oil trailed all around the circuit. But Gary Pearson takes another slower car going into Stowe Corner. Now we've got the battle for second, with Alex Brundle in Gary's other car just ahead of Phil Quaife in third place. And Phil's managed to get alongside and even ahead a couple of times, but just hasn't been able to consolidate the position. Alex has always managed to squeak back through again as they go into Club Corner. They're coming round to start the last lap, and there might be a big sigh of relief in Alex Brundle's helmet.
Do you know what? Are they? They're not. Oh yes, they are now. Yes, sorry, no, they are now. Yes. Because it was within a second or two there of Gary Pearson. Again, if he had, look at the screen on the E-Type of Phil Quaife, that's starting to haze over, isn't it? And you can see exactly why he's getting all of that. Yeah, Gary Pearson almost could have slowed down enough there. If he'd slowed down a second and backed all this up, then they might have potentially finished the race right then and there. But it was within a second or two. Alex Brundle coming up back onto the straight. By the way, since that lurid spin, Nigel Greensill circulating in around 2 minute 26, 2 minute 27, but he has dropped way back down the order, outside the top 20. He's in 24th place, ahead of the Whale family Mark II. Quite a long way ahead of it, but only ahead of it on the road. And behind Gregor Fiskin, his E-Type that he shares with Sam Hancock.
I think Nigel's actually retired the car, because we've now had the Men at Work sign come up next to him on the
yeah, so he has, yeah. So it's pulled off somewhere. So whatever it was, I mean, he did have a wheel on the grass, but maybe it was something that happened in the spin. They're going by car number 75, the Matt Walton E-Type. Halfway round the final lap, Alex Brundle still hanging on from Phil Quaife in the battle for second place. And Gary Pearson leads. So the car that started third is first. The car that started in fifth place is second. And the car that started second is third. Danny Winstanley in fourth place from 10th on the grid.
And I think maybe Alex is just backing up a little bit because of, he's just not got the speed anymore. Phil Quaife can't get by, but it's slowing Phil down. And Danny's back in the mix again, isn't he?
Yeah.
He had lost quite a bit of ground a couple of laps ago, and a lot of traffic ahead of them, but coming down to complete the race. They're coming into Stowe for the last time.
Yeah, weaving their way through the traffic down the Hanger Straight, but it will be Gary Pearson, E-Type number 27, who comes down to the Vale for exit the Vale for the final time, alongside one of the cars that had trouble earlier on. It's car number 27, Gary Pearson, who will claim victory and second place. He drives car number 27 to victory. He started car number 23. Alex Brundle brings that across the line in second place. And the James Thorpe and Phil Quaife E-Type makes it a 1-2-3. Danny Winstanley just behind in fourth. Here comes cut 7 that Joe Osborne brings across the line in fifth place. Lee Mole and Phil Keane in sixth position in car number 180, and James Barkley and Tom Dillman in the Jaguar Classic car number 1, the continuation E-Type. They will finish in 7th place. That is a very good outing for a duo that patently have not raced together. One may have been on the pit wall on the radio and the other one in the car, but they've not raced together. And Dillman, he knows Silverstone, but not in an E-Type, so that's an impressive outing for that car. And again, a new build car, so pretty impressive stuff. Mark Donner will finish in 8th place, and then the Bryant family E ahead of Webb and Zeiser. Well, whatever it was that was blowing out of Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle's E-Type is, you can see the Thorpe and Quaife screen is completely hazed over. So Phil Quaife just having to put up with that, could not find a way through. Whatever it was, it didn't slow down Alex Brundle enough that even a driver of Phil Quaife's experience couldn't get by him. So the car making a lot of smoke and spitting out a fine mist of oil, but not enough to slow the car down significantly. So it is a 1-2 for the Pearson family. Gary Pearson starting off in car number 23, handing over to Alex Brundle, and then having a cup of tea and a bicket in the pit lane before John Pearson brought in the 27 car for Gary to take through to claim victory. And that, if you're going to drive two cars in one race, is the way to do it. So again, Gary Pearson will be first and second on the podium. It's going to be an interesting interview. So Alex pulls up behind him. Probably needs to complain to Gary about the fact that, oh, my car's smoking a lot. You broke it before you gave it to me. Gary will say, it's fine when I had it. I left it in good nick. Yeah, so Gary has seen exactly what was happening in his mirrors.
Yeah, so I picked up an oil leak. I can tell you when you brake it. For the first time I saw it, I thought, oh, you locked a wheel.
There you go. Gary Pearson thinking exactly what we were thinking as we watched the smoking car behind him that he had vacated. Perfectly fine when he left it in Alex Brundle's tender mercies, and something else happened. But they claim a 1-2 finish. The Thorpe and Quaife car that started on the outside the front row of the grid. James Thorpe, I think, underplayed his hopes for that, and they ended up with a podium. That's a great result for them. Danny Winstanley finishing fourth. And all sorts of starry names further down the list. Grand Prix ace Mark Hales, three-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Prio in there as well. And unfortunately for John Spears and Nigel Greensall, they did not make it through into what potentially could have been the podium battle. So a great race in the Big Cat Challenge. An early safety car compressed the field back up, but they hadn't really split up by that stage. The early race leader, Gary Pearson, in car number 23, that he was sharing with Alex Brundle. And then after the pit stops, Gary Pearson taking over the number 27 car, started by John Pearson. He would lead the race from Alex Brundle. And then as the number 23 Brundle car started to develop a bit of an oil leak, that dropped away from the lead group. A pair of them had swapped the lead early on. But the smoke started to come out of car number 23, dropped back into the clutches of the E-Type of James Thorpe and Phil Quaife. Lurid spin for Nigel Greensall in the car he took over John Spears, dropped them out of the top half dozen. The car would eventually retire. And the smoking Brundle managed to hold off Phil Quaife all the way to the line. Quaife third, Brundle second, but Gary Pearson first and second in the two E-Types 27 and 23.
So I've come down to the pit lane because I found something very, very interesting called P1 fuels. So I've been joined by Benjamin. So can you just explain to everyone out there what is the difference with P1 fuels?
Well, P1 fuels is 100% non-fossil fuel. By using it in these beautiful cars, it's carbon neutral, so we don't produce any new carbon. It's 100% non-fossil, it's EN228 and 0% ethanol.
It's extraordinary. And you can run, so just normal road cars, but you can also run race cars?
Yeah, exactly. So we are the suppliers of the WRC and the World Karting Championship, but we are now moving into the road applications to make sure that all these beautiful cars has a future, but in a sustainable way. So you just pour in the fuel and off you go.
So the ideal kind of dream is that there'll be petrol stations around the world, but it will have this amazing carbon-free fuel in them.
Exactly. So we are not there to make fossil fuel greener. We're just going to replace it.
And so you've brought all of these cars down now just to showcase to everyone out there that this is the difference of all the cars that can take the fuel.
Exactly. So we think it's the best of Britain. So from going from pre-war Caterham Rolls and up to the Defender, showcasing that all these cars can use this fuel. So we don't did anything, we don't modify them, just use it.
And do you have any race cars that are going out this weekend?
Yeah, so we have the Rod Jolly Lister that's in the anniversary pit of the Formula One going on it, and some others also. So yeah, there is quite busy fueling zone here, so we're on it.
And what would the future look like for you guys?
Well, we are collaborating now with several OEMs, including JLR, Toyota, etc., etc. So we are introducing it to the OEMs. Then we increase the production, decrease the price, that everybody can use it.
Well, it's fantastic and very, very fascinating, and I wish you all the luck.
Thank you for that.
Plenty of racing action still to come here at the Silverstone Festival. We'll be racing until way past 7 this evening. But there's also plenty to see and do around inside the circuit. On the main stage, Max Chilton will be chatting all things motor racing and speed as well. Driver of the McMurley Spurling. Sings out music on stage at 12:45. Esteban Gutierrez will be driving an AMG Mercedes later this afternoon. He'll be on stage at 1:15, and you can learn more about the Silverstone Museum, the fabulous interactive museum just outside the main bridge of the race circuit a little bit later. Music this evening. First up, the Claws, just after racing finishes at 7, and the hot air balloon flights will take off with a glow in the night sky. And then the boys from McFly. I've been to the year 3000. Nothing's changed, but they live underwater. Yeah, so quite a lot has changed there, boys, let's be honest. So, among our various displays, we've got this great display of Formula One cars. Now, I know a number of you will have been here at the British Grand Prix and watched these cars in action, but you would have been very much at arm's length. You can get much closer to a lot of our local residents, of course. Mercedes just down the road in Brackley. Just across from the main gates of the factory is the Aston Martin family, and not too far away either, Alpine. So they, Williams, and a host of other cars from McLaren and so on are there on the display, and a great opportunity to see these cars past and present at really almost touching distance. A great opportunity for fans young and old. Plenty of car clubs here this weekend as well, all sorts of weird and wonderful displays, and the retro run has happened again once more. A retro run starting from Silverstone, and they've been out to the Classic Motor Hub near Bibury. So some great Cotswolds roads for this great selection of cars that are being driven. The earliest cars from the early 1930s, Austin 7, up to modern machinery. And again, if you want to take part in this, you can do so. Apply for next year's run. Now then, let's find out exactly what was going on with the Big Cat Challenge and catch up with the podium finishers and Nicola Hume.
Lovely. Yeah, it is time to do the podium for the Big Cat Challenge trophy. So let's kick things off, shall we? All right, I'm going to mind out the way. Please welcome to the podium in third place is James Thorpe and Phil Quay for a big round of applause. Up onto number 3, please. Lovely. And in second place, we've got Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. Now, Gary, you're going to kind of have to straddle 2 levels there, because in first place, it's John and Gary Pearson. There we go. Fabulous. Right, to bring up our trophies, we have Matt Bailey from Jaguar Classic, who's going to come and hand out our trophies. So over to third place is James Thorpe and Phil Quaife. And second place for Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. And our first place trophy for the MRL Big Cat Challenge trophy goes to John and Gary Pearson. And if we can have your trophies in the air for big celebrations, please. Fabulous. I'm going to come and have a chat. I'm going to start with you, John. How are you doing?
Yes, very well, thank you. That was terrific. Really enjoyed it. We had an incredible scrap at the beginning, but I knew when the boys pulled off, because we weren't actually travelling that fast at the time because we were so busy swapping and chopping about, just needed 2 or 3 qualifying laps to make sure that we just got a little bit of an edge on it, and it just worked. Loved it, and thanks so much to Jaguar and to Duncan and Motor Racing Legends for bringing us out here today. Super competitive grid, great drivers, great fun.
I mean, it was a brilliant race, and congratulations to you as well, Gary. Absolutely smashed it. First place, well done.
No, it was a great race. Brilliant dice with John at the start. Brilliant race with Alex afterwards. I did say afterwards, it's pretty interesting being dive bombed by both cars that you're driving, but it was fantastic fun. I agree with John. John says, you know, with Jaguar and Duncan Motor Racing legends, Silverstone Classic, Grand Prix circuit in an E-Type, you can't get much better other than Ferrari 512.
And Alex, there was a bit of smoke going on there. What happened?
A little bit. I was glaring at the gauges of the thing. I think it's just dropping a little bit of oil on something warm. But yeah, I mean, congratulations to the Pearson boys. Put together or drive an E-Type. I don't think there's a better family out there. So I hung with Gary as long as I could, but I just had too much speed for me at the end of the race.
I mean, commiserations, congratulations. Right, over in third place, how was that for you both? That was a bit bonkers towards the end.
Yeah, I started and got a bit swamped at the start, regrouped, and then handed over to Phil with a car with massive vibration because of the tyre, and let him do the rest.
That's exactly what happened. Thanks very much, James. No, really enjoyable. Great scrap with Alex towards the end. As he said, he was losing quite a bit of oil, which made it quite interesting for me. The track became very slippery and I couldn't see a thing, so thank you. But really enjoyable, great race, great to be here, so thank you.
Brilliant. Let's have another massive round of applause for our podium winners of the MRL Big Cat Challenge Trophy. Congratulations.
I've let myself down, I've let the team down, I've let the fans down. Year 3000 by Busted, obviously, not McFly. McFly on stage later on this evening. So let's take a look at the cars that are currently finishing the retro run here at Silverstone. So this is always a feature of the Classic, has been for many years. You don't have to have anything particularly special. All you need to do is apply to go on the retro run. The deal is you start here at Whittlebury, drive off to a Classic-related venue through some lovely roads and come back. Some years you get absolutely soaked, your hood leaks and you get out wetter than a wet thing in an otter's pocket. And some days, like today, the weather is beautiful and these cars, including the oldest XE, Austin 7 Ulster rather, from 1930, Mark II Jags. I mean, you can see all sorts of different ages and types of cars. This is a run in which anybody can apply to join. So you can go to the Silverstone Festival website and take a look at that. Join the retro run. Today they have gone out to the Classic Motor Hub at Bibury in the Cotswolds. Previous retro runs have been to Gaydon, to Tuttle's Porsche, to Land Rover Classic, Coventry Motor Museum and so on. So attracting entrants from all over the UK, from British Isles, from Europe. And entrants this year come from Northern Ireland, from Scotland, Channel Islands, Germany, Belgium, France, and even Norway. So the car has to be 20 years old or older, and this year nearly 140 entrants. Silverstone Festival organisers would like to get 200 cars next year, so it is not a tightly reined in limited number of exclusive hypercars. As you can see, they want more applicants to come, please, next year. So 44 different marks of car this year. 911s, 928s and so on from Porsche there are the most numerous. Quite a number of minis. You can see that we've got the Austin 7 there. A Riley Elf as well. There's a fabulous four-seater Ferrari doing exactly what 400s were designed to do, which is carry the family in style with that glorious soundtrack. Now, if that is not a family car, I don't know what is. All right, okay, so the XJ12 soft top might be. All right, a GT, okay, all right, lots and lots of gorgeous cars here. So the GT6 among a host of different triumphs. There you go, Mini and Golf. Two different versions of a hot family car. And among the Fords are Escorts, Capris, Mustangs, and some versions of the now late lamented Fiesta. It's brutal being a Ford model, isn't it? You drop from being the top-selling car in the UK to number 2. Right, you're out, axed. And a little bit of, I believe we call that patina on the bus, on the Samba bus. A few rarities from Welsh manufacturer Gilburn. There's an Invader. There's a Matcha Bagheera, one of the 3 seats across the cabin, glass fibre body Matcha Bagheeras. And we've seen the Ferrari, I think it was a 400i. I beg your pardon if it was a 412. I will take advice on that from legal. Aston Martins, Bentleys, Rolls Royces, and that gorgeous little 1930 Austin 7 Ulster. And of course, all you need in a car, the Deux Chevaux. If you need more than that, then that's because motorways have been invented. Nice Vitesse going alongside. Or is that a Herald 13.6? No, that's a Vitesse. So that's a Vitesse. 911s, BMWs. We talked a lot about the Lotus Elan giving direct birth or inspiration for the Mazda MX-5. You can clearly see that from that Mark 1 MX-5. Is that that's not a Hellcat, is it? That's an RT Camaro. And a C2 Corvette right behind. Triumph TR4, the red car. There's the Bagheera. So Matcha Simca Bagheera. That's the sort of second version of their car. They had the first version. The second version was a Murena, which is a more rounded, more sort of early 90s looking car. And the latest version of the Line 11 Targa. And I saw this going by earlier on, and I do know what it is, and I'm trying to remember, is that a Marlin? I believe it's Triumph Dolomite-based kit. But again, that may be something I'm inventing rather than remembering. However, it does look like they've had a good morning out. The weather's been beautiful for it. Nice, cool, crisp morning this morning. Just in front of that is the familiar lines of the Ford Capri. And that, I think, is, well, it's a 2.8 injection, but is that a Brooklands or is that a 280? So one of the last of the Ford Capris. Again, my TVR knowledge is slightly sketchy, but it is 18. Is that an S? Is that a Camaro? Is that a Griffith? Is that Mark II Jag in front? Okay, there we go. I'm good on that. And that is a Jag rather than the Daimler, and it is Mark II rather than Mark I. But again, a really lovely attraction car, and this is sort of a little bit symptomatic, or no, symptomatic is not quite right, indicative of what you will often see in the car parks here at Silverstone. I know an awful lot of you will have made your way in this morning, and whatever you've come in, there's always lots to see in the external car parks and in the internal car parks, and that's before you get to any of the dozens and dozens of club displays. And that, I mean, again, so much to see here at Silverstone. When cars are on track, it's hard to be drawn away from the racing, but there is so much else to see, from the extreme and extraordinary to the prosaic. But everybody has got just rampant enthusiasm. Whatever car display you go to, if you give them the chance, the owners will talk your hind leg off for the rest of the day. Now then, it's not just about cars either. As well as the main stage, we've got Foodie Fest going on. So the Silverstone Kitchen Live, Lawrence Keogh, showcasing some kidney-friendly recipes, Whole Foods with Eva Humphries, and 2021 MasterChef winner Tom Rhodes at lunchtime. That's a good time to be a chef on stage, isn't it? And in the tasting tent, a Wine Chateau Masterclass at 12:15. 1 o'clock, Chili Bob's at their masterclass in the tasting tent. And if that's not giving you the need to go out and get a late breakfast before an early lunch, I don't know what will. Lots and lots going on at the Silverstone Foodie Fest during the course of the day. Tom Rose will be back on at 2:30 and at 3:30 on the Kitchen Live. Eva Humphries celebrating Whole Foods at 4:30, and local cheese suppliers Tosest will be in the tasting tent as well. What a beautiful day to be out at the Silverstone Festival. Wherever you've come from, Hope you are thoroughly enjoying yourselves. We will try and keep you up to speed with what's going on the racing circuit. I know that lots of you are able to see the action on the big screens when you're in the grandstands or around the track. And that will be our view of it as well from the commentary box over the Silverstone pit lane. At least it was when I was a lad. The rest of the racing timetable coming up for the day. Next up will be the Derek Bell Trophy for the HSCC Formula Libre. If you don't know what Formula Libre is, it's have you got a single-seater, bring it along. The Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, 2 races in one for period sports cars. And then more anniversary and club parades with Gary Champion at lunchtime. And the Masters Racing Legends will kick off the afternoon's activities. So to give you a little bit of a geographical tip, this morning's cars are all coming out of the old Formula One pit lane, which is between the BRDC suite and Cops Corner. And this afternoon's races, which starts with the Motor Racing Legends, they're all coming from the current Formula One pit lane, the wing. And so too will the demonstrations, the NASCARs, the BRM V16. If you can get down within half a mile of that, you will hear it start up. And the post-66 Formula One cars, which are celebrating the 75th year since Formula Grand Prix racing happened at Silverstone in 1948. Masters Endurance Legends and the final race of the day, the HSCC Road Sports Trophy. Now, that was the only race yesterday. It was held in the rain, and boy, did it rain, at least on part of the circuit. The other half was absolutely bone dry. But hopefully they will get a dry race, as will everybody else. Certainly the Met Office suggests that there should not be much rain, if any at all, today. Now then, to find out a little bit more about the Derek Bell Trophy cars, let's catch up with Ed Foster in the collating area.
The sun is shining and we have the Derek Bell Trophy for the Formula Libre cars. Now, it was a pretty exciting day yesterday, especially for one driver who was on pole position today. Henry Charts started at the back. I would just say it was quite a busy day for you yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, on Friday I didn't think we were going to be on the grid. And then on Saturday, jumping in the car for the first time, had no idea what to expect when the lights went out, and yeah, it turned out pretty well. So for today, I think just trying to enjoy it basically and go a bit quicker.
And it's all the way from the back to the front, but your fellow front row man's pretty quick as well.
He is. I'm anticipating him to push me big time. I think it's going to be interesting because he's going to be quicker in the corners, I reckon, and when you unleash this engine down the straights, it's like nothing you've ever done before. So yeah, it's going to be a good race.
As a racing driver, you always want more power than the next guy, though. You don't want to try and make the place up in the corners.
Yeah, I think I can frustrate him in the corners. If I can park it in the right area and then absolutely gas it down the straights, it's going to be a good race.
I'll enjoy it.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, talking of people sort of coming through the field, we're just going to march back down to the back of the grid because we've got Neil Glover back here, whose clutch let go yesterday. I can just about see him at the back. He's putting his helmet on. We always sometimes question in modern motor racing why races can be boring. So while all the cars go out to qualify, you put the fastest at the front and the slowest at the back. So they tend to sort of slide around in that order. But that's why we love it when we have a very fast car at the back. And Neil Glover is certainly one of those. He's got his helmet on, but I'm going to stick the microphone underneath his helmet. Neil, I was just saying, one of the best things in motor racing is when you have a fast car at the back coming through the field. Is that going to be you?
Yeah, look, I don't dislike starting from the back. It's going to be a great experience, but I'm going to give it some, so watch it. It'll be a good race.
And you've got a new clutch. I guess it all works perfectly fine. How do you test something like this in between taking out an old clutch, putting in a new one?
Yeah, look, the guys, Frank Lyons Racing, did an amazing job. Whipped the back of the gearbox off, replaced the clutch. Quick test down the pit lane. Everything will be good.
Yeah, well, look, best of luck and enjoy it. You'll feel like a hero as you come through the field.
Thank you very much. One would hope so. Thank you.
Time for the Derek Bell Trophy for HSCC Formula Libre cars. The second race for these cars for the weekend. One from last on the grid in the car he'd never raced before by Henry Chart yesterday. He starts on pole position today. But Andy Smith is very well dialed into yesterday's winning car, the Formula 2 March 782. Christian Pittard and Paul Campfield, Clive and Martin Wood line up behind in similar modern machinery. This is a combination of 2-litre Formula 2 cars, 2-litre Formula 3 cars, and 5-litre Formula 3000 cars. Does raw horsepower win? It can do. Does it always win? Not always the case, but yesterday an astonishing drive from young Henry Chart. As he said, when his original entered car broke yesterday, or Friday rather, he thought the Modus let itself down with the rod going through the block. Thought, well, that's the end of my weekend. The team then went back to the workshops, dragged out the car that you can see leading the field round, the Formula 5000 Trojan, the ex-Bob Evans Formula 5000 Trojan. Despite it not having raced for a while, it was put into the back of the grid, and he drove through with incredible alacrity to claim an astonishing victory. Alistair Douglas alongside me. This, you know, all the horsepower at the back of the grid, in theory it had potential, but he hadn't practiced it and he wasn't expecting to race it, and I don't know how much experience he's got in Formula 5000 cars, but it was just an astonishing progress.
Absolutely was, yeah. Well, Henry Chart may be well known to those of you that follow club racing. He's been racing in classic Formula Ford for a few years and a front runner in that. Moved up to the Modus this year, and really not expected to be right at the front in the Modus because he had no experience, but doing very well. I think he was 4th in the times when his engine let go. Strap him into a car he's never sat in before with probably, well, certainly 3 times the engine capacity and probably 3 or 4 times the power, and he comes through from the back and wins the race. An absolutely stunning performance, and even his standard helmet colours, purple and white.
Yeah.
Bob Evans, who drove this car in period, had a purple helmet, so it's kind of very...
He's definitely channeling Bob Evans, isn't he, there,
really,
unwittingly, and certainly in the driving, I think, as well, did a fantastic job. So the cars weaving to warm up their tyres, on slick racing tyres, these cars. So Henry Chart leading. Now, the March 782 of Andy Smith, which is due to be second on the grid, does not appear to have made it out of the pit lane, because Christian Pittard's red Chevron B28 with the white and blue stripes, that was the second car there. Paul Campfield, another Chevron, a Chevron B24, that is car number 30. And so looking there at number 7, Neil Glover, his Formula 5000 Chevron. Again, luckily for these drivers, it is not a 50 or 60 car grid as we have got, and indeed the Formula Junior race this morning, that was a 50 car grid, so starting from last and getting into the top 10 was a heck of an adventure for Michael O'Brien. Starting last and getting into the top 10 here means you only have to pass about 6 further cars, so hopefully Neil Glover's Chevron will, there it is, the blue car right at the back with that enormous tall airbox. Hopefully that will be back up to full fighting fitness. Now Trojan, I'm fumbling in the dark here. Something in my grain matter suggests to me that Trojan was ex-McLaren members who designed and built the car. Is that correct?
The same fog is starting to part in my memory as well, but we'll ask Duncan, who's helping us today, to just refresh our memories, Martin.
No relation to Trojan Records, though, so there we go. My musical knowledge, at least, is that strong. Again, apologies to McFly. Let's get ready to go racing. The Derek Bell Trophy, the Formula Libre race, getting ready to go green at Silverstone, and away we go. The man who started last on the grid in a car he'd never raced, Henry Chart, leads the field away in the Trojan, car number 11. Tucking in behind him, Christian Pittard, the red Chevron with the white and blue stripes, and then the white car of Paul Campfield, the Chevron. Again, there's a lot of Derek Bennett's designs in this car, the Formula 3000 cars in front. 94 is the March 782 of Martin Wood. That's the 2-litre March Formula 2 car with the BMW Motorsport colours, but unfortunately yesterday's race second place man Andy Smith has not made it out today in his March, and so we only have one of those Bicester-based cars, or that particular year of car, in the field. Car number 50 is Clive Wood's B29 Chevron with the big white nose, and behind him number 70 making a quick start, David Tomlin, and he is in a Rondell. So Motul Rondell, that car run in period by Ron Dennis. Car number 9, Craig Dolby, that is the first of the Rolt RT3 1980s Formula 3 cars. Again, my grey cells are scrabbling to remember who ran in that livery. And there's a very fabulous looking ICI Chemical sponsored ex-Derek Daly F3 car sweeping through with the blue and yellow of Surtees in front. Is that an ex-Tommy Byrne Yokohama Advan livery car? Stuart Dent, I need your help again. It may well be. And already past him has gone Neil Glover, starting from the back of the field in the number 7 Chevron, already up into the top 10. So they sweep down the Hanger Straight for the first time. And a challenge here for what is 7th place, I think. The March looking to come down the inside of the Rondell, doesn't make it through. So a combination of 2-litre Formula 2 and Formula 3 cars, and the big banger Formula 5000, so named because 5000cc was the capacity of the Chevy engines they used. And here comes that powerhouse from the back of the grid, Neil Glover, thundering up the order.
Battle ahead of them into Village now. It's led at the moment by the Rondell of David Tomlin, who I think we see out in the saloon race as well. He normally races his Sierra Cosworth, so he's out in his Rondell, but he's just ahead of the Simon Fish Chevron, which from memory, Martin, actually retired yesterday. I think he pulled off, did he, or was that in qualifying? It sort of all goes into one.
It does blur into one a little, doesn't it?
They're both being chased by the March 782 of Martin Wood, and the March 782 was a very, very effective car in period. And sad that Andy Smith's not out. Clearly, whatever problem he had yesterday, which caused him to go off the road, has not been fixed for today.
Well, whatever he may or may not be used to in terms of driving the Choja and Henry chart, he is absolutely storming away at the front of the field. 5.5 seconds clear at the end of the first lap of Christian Pittard's Chevron. So this battle, a little further back, as you said, David Tomlin just ahead of Simon Fish and the March 782 of Martin Wood. So that's a good three-way battle of fairly even cars. And the Motul M1 chassis run by Ron Dennis, the Rondell Motul car number 70. Ran drivers like Henri Pescarolo when he was running Formula 2 cars. And behind you can see from the back of the grid, here comes Neil Glover, the bright pale blue car with the enormous airbox steaming up behind Mike Bainbridge's Brabham, the BT35. Now that's a much older car and a very different kind of category as well.
Still looks good, the Brabham, I think, with those yellow fins, as in comes the Yokohama black and red colours into the pit lane.
So Craig Dolby bringing the car in.
Problem for him.
That's a real shame. Those cars designed by ex-Brabham designer Ron Toronak. Jack Brabham started his racing career in top flight racing with the Cooper Company, then set up his own firm, hired Ron Toronak as his designer. Ron Toronak then in his turn left Brabham and set up his own company. Very successful, dominated Formula 3 in the 80s and Formula 2 as well for a period. And
still this battle going on with the Rondell at the front, the red, yellow and blue car number 70, which is driven by David Tomlin, a regular racer in historic racing.
It's going to take Neil Glover's blue car a long while to catch these guys. They're lapping in mid 205s to high 205s, and he's just about in the 206s. So I think Neil Glover's progress may be slightly blunted. The march comes down the inside of the march, so a change of place. Martin Wood goes by Simon Fish. In fact, sorry, beg your pardon, Simon Fish in the chevron. Not dissimilar, we have another pit caller. It's the second car has come in. And that is Mike Bainbridge heading into the pit lane in his Brabham BT35, and the other Rolt RT3, arm out of the cockpit. And that's the universal sign of it is failing to proceed. Stephen Barlow also rolling to a halt. Now he was behind, just behind the chevron of Neil Glover. So Neil Glover in 8th place. This is the battle at the moment. David Tomlin ahead of Simon Fish and Mark Wood, or ahead of Martin Wood rather, and Simon Fish in that order now. And there is the March 782, Martin Wood, started in 6th place and currently is in 6th place. But there is your race leader. Does rather look like he's doing a demonstration display all on his own, and it sounds like a NASCAR as well. Actually, cut him out with the NASCARs and see just quite what pace that Trojan has compared to some of the NASCARs that will be demonstrating. Last lap round, 154.9 for the Trojan. In 2nd place, 2 minutes 2.3 for the chevron of Christian Pittard. So the gap is now out to 19.5 seconds. And Henry Chart coming from Formula Ford,
yes,
into Formula 5000. Clearly, that was just, you know, a breeze to convert from one to the other. That's astonishing pace.
Very, very impressive from this youngster.
Yeah. I'm not sure he's going to be going all the way back to Formula Ford in a hurry, is he? No. Once you've tasted the power of the Trojan, I think anything else is going to feel a little bit pedestrian. This is, again, you know, if he'd been racing historics for 20 years in all sorts of different things, or was, you know, a Mark Gillies or a Callum Lockie or somebody who's got a, you know, wide range of experience, and you drop into a different car with all that grunt, you go, oh, okay, it's a bit like a Lola T70, but more nimble. You could understand how that might be more of a kind of normal conversion, but to come from where he's come, Henry Chart, into something as brutal as that, and just to be able to wring its neck, which shows A, how good he is, and B, what a good car the Trojan really must be.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Bob Evans had a lot of success in it in period, but it's not a car that's been out very often, if at all, in the last few years. One of the things they had to do at the workshop on Friday night before they brought it to the circuit was upgrade some of the safety equipment, because it just wasn't up to modern specifications. So fire extinguisher, for example, needed fitting and so on. So it really was a last-minute thing. It's great to see.
And it's astonishing, isn't it, that somebody has a car like a Formula 5000 car sitting in the workshop waiting to think what they're going to do with it. Well, this battle is still continuing to entertain. David Tomlin ahead of Martin Wood and Simon Fish. And these cars, very close kind of bedfellows, aren't they? Just a few years separating them.
Yes, they've all got the wide nose at the front, the high nose, as opposed to the little winglets such as the Brabham has. And sort of, did you call them shovel nose or something like
yes.
that? But
yeah, very much.
The March, very, very distinctive, and a good comparison there on our screen between the March and the Chevron. The March has a much, much lower bodywork around the driver. The driver almost sitting above the bodywork, whereas the Chevron more all enveloping, and that was all about trying to get as much downforce from a car that wasn't allowed aerodynamics under the car. They had to do everything with the overbody airflow, and the way that March did it was to make the car very low and very well, effectively very wide as well, to try and make it into a wing, and this very distinctive, quite upright section around the driver, the aero screen.
Yeah, it's like a submarine conning tower, isn't it? Back with our race leader, Henry Chart, sliding the Formula 5000 Trojan around. He's absolutely loving this. As you just see from the body language, that there's absolutely no trepidation, sort of like a 3-year-old on a climbing frame. No fear, no idea of his own mortality, just reveling in it. And now 35 seconds in 5 laps ahead of Christian Pittard in 2nd place, and Paul Campfield in 3rd is just 5 seconds behind him, and then another 5 seconds back to the Rondell. Now the Rondell and the BMW engined march behind. You can see they both got that airbox sticking out into the airflow. That's where the air restrictor would have been to limit the outright power of the engines in Formula 2. So those are both of a very similar Formula 2 vintage. One built by March, one built by Motul, and the Motul Rondell run by Ron Dennis's firm. So 1978, just before he was effectively handed by Marlboro the keys to run McLaren. And of course, we will see the first fruits of that labour, the McLaren MP41, out in the demonstrations, and we've seen them racing as well in our historic Grand Prix Car Association races here at Silverstone over the years. But Ron Dennis started as a mechanic at Brabham, then set up his own preparation concern and ran cars in Formula 2 in the European Formula 2 Championship, and then the seismic leap to taking over an ailing McLaren, a team that he also, through sheer force of will really, turned around and turned into again a world-dominating marque. So he had plenty of history in motor racing, Ron Dennis, long before he became that team boss. Fastest lap, 1 minute 54.675. That was 2 or 3 laps ago. Henry Chart now, I think, has relaxed a little into the chucking it about and having a hoot with the car, because his last lap was a mere 157.6, and that's barely 5 seconds quicker than Christian Pittard in 2nd place.
And for those of you here at the circuit, spectating in the glorious sunshine at the bottom of the Hanger Straight or at the bottom of the Wellington Straight, the Hanger Straight, as always, just a few miles an hour faster because you come onto it a little bit more quickly and it's slightly downhill, whereas the Wellington Straight, you come onto it slightly slower, not quite such a gradient. Anyway, 168 miles an hour is the best speed down the Hanger Straight for Henry Chart. Not a surprise, Henry is quickest through all the speed traps. 166 miles an hour, am I right? No, 164 miles an hour down the Wellington Straight. So those of you just on the approach to Brooklands, 164 miles an hour is the car coming past you, the Henry Chart Trojan.
Well, I think that's probably only about 60 miles an hour faster than he was used to seeing in historic Formula Ford cars. So there's barely any conversion at all. 100 to 160, I mean, you know, we'll absorb that without any dramas. Now then, the march is starting to close down the Rondell, isn't it? Number 70, David Tomlin, with Martin Wood, with that BMW Motorsport liveried march closing in from behind. BMW bringing their own young drivers through Formula 2. They were a very avid sponsor in the late 70s of young drivers in Formula 2. Guys particularly like Mark Sura coming through, and then on to Grand Prix stardom. But suddenly Martin Wood has really latched onto the tail of David Tomlin, and Tomlin now under pressure. Wood runs out very wide through Copse Corner, but as they sweep down into the little left-hand jink at Maggots and then into the Beckett's S's, he is right with him. He's been 2 or 3 seconds back, but he's no longer, and Tomlin, little twitch at the front of the Motul Rondell, with the sponsorship from Fab 208, Radio Luxembourg. Again, you may have to ask your father or grandfather what 208 was all about. I'm sure he'll tell you about love and awareness and listening under the covers. Different times, everybody, different times. But Martin Wood, car number 94 now, out of Stowe. And these cars would have raced on a similar layout here at Silverstone in period. Of course, it was fewer corners and much quicker. Then you went from Stowe straight down through Church and Abbey and down to then the long Woodcote corner, the Woodcote chicane, down the inside into... Oh, when inside he comes and sneaks up into 5th place. And I think David Tomlin has a bit of a problem because suddenly Simon Fish is right there as well in the ex-Derek Daly Chevron.
And the colour scheme on the Ellis car with ELLUS down the side, the March 782, that not the actual car driven by, but the colour scheme of Ingo Hoffmann in period, a tribute colour scheme, if you like, on the Martin Wood March 782.
Well, if you're going to have a car, make it in the livery of a hero, even if it wasn't necessarily his car to start with. Ingo Hoffmann, the Brazilian driver, got up to Formula One briefly, I think. A little flash at the end of the 70s, early 80s. Again, maybe slightly confusing my history there. But they are just about to come up to catch Noel Roddy, I think. And they go by him, hand out to the cockpit. I've seen you. You've seen me. And Noel Roddy in a Van Diemen RF82. So the RF82 would have been a 2-litre Formula 4 2000 car. And it's the only one of those. In fact, it's the only Van Diemen in the race, but it's the only Ford 2000 car in the race as well. So David Tomlin losing out to Martin Wood, and Simon Fish behind also, I think, fancies a bit of a go at that. Henry Chart still leading in the Trojan, and he is leading these guys by about 2/3 of a lap. So he comes thundering past you as you watch in the grandstands on his own and just enjoying life. This is second place, Christian Pittard's Chevron, the red car with the white and blue stripes, car number 51. And Paul Campfield still in third place in his Chevron B24.
The mist in your brain not too thick, because Ingo Hoffmann did 6 Formula One races in 1976 in a Fittipaldi.
There you go. There's the Brazilian connection. There's the Brazilian connection. My phone is still in meltdown with busted McFly comments. So we're just going to focus on the racing now, folks.
Social media went mad when you said that, didn't it?
Yeah, just the shame. Luckily, I didn't venture into my Sugar Babes back catalogue yesterday evening. So Paul Campfield in third place again. A little bit of an isolated race for him. He's 12 seconds behind David Pittard and Christian Pittard, and how far? About 5 seconds ahead of the three-way battle we've been watching. And Clive Wood just ahead. And there is the next group of cars. Martin Wood, David Tomlin, Simon Fish dropping a little further back now from David Tomlin's rondelle in car number 20. The white and multicoloured green ex-Derek Daly Chevron.
Chevron designer Derek Bennett. From his drawing board came some wonderful sports and open-wheel racing cars. Sadly lost his life in a hang gliding accident in 1978. Great loss to motorsport. And he started out in 750 Formula, which they have a display here today, this weekend, and designing his own little special, and then went on to Chevron, design the Chevrons, which we have a number of examples.
Yeah, all sorts of great designers cut their teeth building their own specials. The 750 Motor Club they've got a lot to answer for, haven't they? You know, like Derek Bennett, Adrian Reynard did as well, a whole host of very successful car designers, some that you will undoubtedly have heard of, and lots that design cars for other people under other names, but also, you know, small production runs, maybe Formula Ford cars or Formula V cars or something, as well as Clubman's racing cars. You know, Clubman's racing started off based basically around everybody able to access a Mallock, and then having worked on their own cars and fiddled with their Mallock, there are a whole bunch of engineers or engineering brains who have then created different cars under their own names, under their own banners, and so yeah, that small capacity engine-based club, the 750 Motor Club, has got an awful lot of engineering genius streaming through its veins. Some people just buy a car and race it, and absolutely no problem with that, but other people just get completely consumed by the engineeringness of it, and you end up with people like Adrian Reynard and Adrian Newey and a whole host of others. So into the final lap of the race then, Henry Chart. And he is now just eased off the pace a little, lapping in 1:57s the last time round. Second place car, Christian Pittard, 2:01. Third place, Paul Campfield, 2 minutes 4 laps. So he is still lapping much quicker than anybody else in the race. And in fact, Neil Glover in his Formula 5000 Chevron has got sort of stuck in 8th place, lapping in 2:05s. Now here we go, last lap move. This is a chance for Simon Fish to try and get around David Tomlin. He's got a good run going. It's a long way around the outside, but he's still there, still there. Now the road goes left, then it goes right again. So he gets his nose in front, biding his time. And as they head on to their final lap, that is a good move by Simon Fish, who moves up into the top half dozen now. Got the slightly slower car in front, which is being nursed to the line by Frank Lyons, the Lola 2T332. It's another 5000 car. So they're just about the youngest cars in the field. The two Rolls RT3 Formula 3 cars from 1984. They're even younger than the RF82 Van Diemen. They have both retired, but some of these old war horses are still producing the goods, and David Tomlin comes back under Simon Fish as victory goes to Henry Chart, as it did yesterday. Yesterday from last to first, today from pole to victory. And the margin of victory is going to be pretty substantial. Christian Pittard looking for second place as we watch the battle between David Tomlin and Simon Fish for 6th position. Martin Wood has raced away in front, but the Rondell, car number 70, David Tomlin fighting back, having briefly been passed by Simon Fish. Down into Cobb's Corner, Fish goes deep again in the Chevron. And he just holds the line on the inside.
I think David Tomlin's in trouble. His arm came out of the cockpit down the old Grand Prix pit straight between Woodcote and Copse, and he then pulled over. So I'm sorry to say, on the very last lap, half lap, a failure in the Rondell.
Looks like it. Christian Pittard in second place. And across the line in third, Paul Campfield. Should see car number 50, we do, next up, and that will be Clive Wood. And closing in fast from behind, another lap might have seen these positions change as well. Clive Wood with Martin Wood's March 782, really hoving up behind with a killer intent, but unfortunately just running out of time. Then Simon Fish, as you said, David Tomlin, car failing on the final lap. The Trojan is already in the pit lane, being greeted by the team as Neil Glover's car comes towards the line to take what will be 7th place. And a lap back, Frank Lyons. That's a gorgeous looking machine, that Lola as well. Not quite on the pace of its compatriot, or its compatriots, its rivals, but a really pretty looking car. If brutal can be pretty, it is that. Well, there is the Motul Rondell. Is it going to creep to line? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, don't make me push you. Yes. And exhale. And expire, unfortunately. But at the line, David Tomlin gets 9th place. Well, there is Henry Chart. Again, just a happy coincidence that the predominant helmet colour on his helmet is purple. Bob Evans, who was Formula 5000 champion, who drove that Trojan in period, also had a purple helmet. Not a very common helmet colour, actually, purple. All sorts of different colours are. Red, white and blue, obviously, for lots and lots and lots of drivers. Greens tend to be relatively popular. Christian Pittard steps out of the car. Second place in the Chevron B28. And third will be Paul Campfield's Chevron B24. So in this case, there was no substitute for cubes. Double race winner Henry Chart. Yesterday's Derek Bell Trophy for HSCC Formula Libras, he won from last on the grid in a car that he'd not even practiced, never mind seen before. Today, with one race under his belt, he crushed the opposition, nearly a minute clear of Christian Pittard, with Paul Campfield finishing in third and Clive Wood in fourth place in the battle of the 2-litre cars, ahead of Martin Wood, Simon Fish and Neil Glover. And David Tomlin's car that was in that battle slipped down to ninth place with a failing car right at the end that just clawed its way across the line. Behind them, Robin Lackford's GRD rounded out the top 10. So lots of different ages and varieties and classes of car. The 2-litre Formula Ford car of Noel Roddy, the RF82, finishing the race, but the more modern F3 cars of Stephen Barlow and Craig Dolby both retiring to the pit lane. After a race in a car that he'd never seen in his life, from last to first in the first day of action at the Silverstone Festival, Henry Chart started on pole in the Trojan and disappeared. Entertainment in the middle of the race, the 2-litre Formula 2 cars, the Rondell, the March and the Chevron, but out front, wowing the crowds and thoroughly enjoying himself in the monster Trojan with its 5-litre engine was Henry Chart. He raced away at more than 5 seconds a lap. The March 782 of Martin Wood squeezing its way by the Rondell Motul, and David Tomlin's car failing on the last lap. No such failure for Henry Chart and the Trojan, racing to victory by almost a minute over anybody else.
So we are here at Yokohama, who are obviously very famous for their tyres. I mean, look at the size of this. Also beautifully clean. You never really see that, do you? But I want to go and have a chat with Lucy, who looks like she's not working very hard at all. But let's go and grab her and see if we can have a little chat to see what's going on here at the stand this weekend. Hi, Lucy. You should be working hard.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm taking too much time playing with the kids here.
And also look like you crashed your car just
I did. I'm not very good, to be honest. Some of these kids are much better than me.
So let us know what's going on here at the Yokohama stand.
Okay, so we've got loads of things going on at the Yokohama Hub. So we've got plenty of kids games. So we've got Scale Electric, Punch Bag, Strongman thing and everything. We've got lots of product displays so people can see our tyres on wheels, and also some fantastic vehicles displaying products from the Yokohama range. So we've got some fantastic BMW M4, and we've got some fantastic urban defenders here, and so please come and down and have a look.
I mean, Yokohama have been going for 100 years. How on earth do you keep improving the tyres after 100 years?
Absolutely. Well, it's all the investment in technology which comes from Japan, and it's the consistent development of the new products. So at the moment we're focusing on things like electric vehicle tyres, things like that, and the massive market that's developing with the SUV and 4x4 tyres. So you can see on the vehicles we've got some of those products here for people to see and to see how fantastic the quality of the products are.
So if people come along, they can come and have a play, they can challenge whoever they like as a member of the family to come and challenge.
Absolutely.
And have a good old race.
All ages welcome. So yeah.
I have to have a go on something. Can I have a go on something?
I would suggest you have a go on the punch roll. You look like you'd be good at that one.
I'm not very good at punch it. I'll give it a go though. Okay. I've never done one of these in my life. Just hit it. Yeah. Just hit it. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yes! Yes! Look at that. 342, don't you dare say fixed. That was stunning. Thank you. Well done, me. Come and check out Yokohama.
Well, don't forget, if you go down to Yokohama, you can enjoy everything that Nikki was just doing and also catch up with Great Britain bobsledder Nikki McSweeney, whose monobob bobsled is there. You can try it for size and see exactly what those things look like when they're stationary. By the way, shout out as well on behalf of Ed Foster to Ben, who has found him. Ben is from the RAC. He is taking the tyre off Ed's Range Rover to get it fixed in Northampton and will bring it back. So Ed will have air and a tyre to get home to Scotland tonight. Hurrah for motor racing friends. Thank you very much indeed. And to everybody who is helping out everybody, and there are so many of those stories at every race meeting. Yeah, it's great. I mean, that's one of the things. Motor racing, come for the cars, stay for the people. That's what it's all about. Well, lots of fun for all the family. And my 3-year-old grandson Ted enjoyed these yesterday, the mini monster trucks. Obviously wants one of his own. Obviously not going to get one, but yeah, plenty for the kids to see and do. Kids of all ages as well. Dads, you do actually have to let the kids steer occasionally. That you can't just hog the thing yourself. It's fine sitting on your lap. Have a go on the fun fair, have a go on whatever else you want to see. There's plenty to see and do, and I should think the coffee and the tea stores are doing a pretty brisk trade at the moment. 11:30, so I'm sure lots of you will be thinking about lunch. Don't forget, Foodie Fest is here in the centre of the track as well, right by the old Bridge Bend, what was one of the most daunting corners in Formula One in its time. Quite scary in a Mini as well. So you can get down there by the main stage. All the food and drink vendors are down there. And of course, from the moment you walk in over the main bridge or drive in over the main bridge, you will have seen club displays everywhere. 750 Motor Club right down at the foot of the bridge, right beside a display of GT40s. I mean, that's the kind of contrast that you get here at Silverstone. And again, while it's quiet on track, thank you to everybody who has volunteered, all the heroes in orange and black who have come out to look after the racing drivers. Thank you to all the security staff that are making it relatively easy and pain-free for people to get in and out as well of the Silverstone Festival. Get an awful lot of fans here this weekend, as so often is the case, but they dealt with 480,000 fans at the British Grand Prix, so they can deal with this weekend as well. See there, the cars getting ready to head out from the assembly area for our next races, which are all going to grid together. So this Motor Racing Legends big show this morning. It's the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. So this is a sports car race, and depending on the age, the vintage of the cars, you will either be in the Woodcote Trophy or the Stirling Moss Trophy. Actually, what happens is you're all on track together. There's a car in front, there's a car behind. Those are your rivals. You don't actually care what class or what category they're in. And so we've got all sorts of combinations. You just saw little Lotus 11, we've got Lotus 15s, we've got big banger sports cars like the Lister Jags, the Lister Nobblies, and a whole host of others. And this is really one of the highlights, I think, for sports racing fans. Just a monster grid of cars, so many cars from so many different big sports car racing names. Going to be absolutely fantastic to watch. So the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and Stirling Moss Trophies. A 50-minute race with pit stops mandatory, and we have 55 cars on the grid. Andrew Cocotti starts on pole position in the Lotus 15. You saw Oliver Bryant alongside him in another Lotus 15. Roger Wills in another of those Lotus 15s ahead of John Spires, who starts his Lister Nobly. So this is going to be, again, a battle of light and less powerful versus grunt but heavier. Older, younger. You've got cars like the Mark 1 Lola and the Jaguar D-Type, the sort of cars that won at Le Mans. All sorts of sports racers, and then we get into the sports cars as well. Cars like the Jaguar XK120s and 140s, Aston Martin DB2s, the big Healys, the Healy 100, all sorts of cars. And then there's some of the tiddlers, like the Turner, like the Elva, the Mark 6 Lotus. And the variety here cars that look almost like a road car, like the Bristols and DB24s, and cars that look like nothing else out there. Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas waiting to call the action for you as the cars head out towards the grid in this bumper field of cars. Now, some you will know by sight, some you will know by name, some you may never have seen and never have heard of. And that's, again, one of the delights of a meeting like the festival, is that people drag cars out that have not been seen in public for a long, long time. And for some of our fans, old and young, cars you will have never seen before, but only read the names of.
And a mention for the two drivers who are doing a Pearson, we'll call it now, because an extra entry to your programme, if you're here at the circuit or watching at home, and if you've seen the online programme, which is well worth purchasing, John Spears and Nigel Greensall are also racing in number 88, which is a Lister Costin, as well as the other Lister that they're racing, which is in the programme, 152, John Spears, Nigel Greensall, in the Lister Jaguar Nobly. And so they will be doing their balletic pit stop with Nigel starting in one car. He's actually starting in 88. John Spears starting in 152.
Yeah, so John Spears starts on row 2 of the grid. That's that big sort of dark behemoth there behind the Lotus 11, and 2 rows further back is his other car. That's the lower car with the orange stripes straight up the centre. So no, beg your pardon, the blue car with the white stripes. Yeah, that's Nigel Greensall. So that's, yeah, miscounting my rows. So John Spears starting in 152 will take over 88. Nigel Greensall starting in 88 will take over 152, at least as long as he doesn't break it. So this is a Lister Costin, so the same basic underlying car as the Lister Nobly. So designed by Brian Lister, Jaguar XK6 engine, XK150 engine, whatever, E-type, D-type engine, but with a lower, flatter, more aerodynamic body designed by aerodynamicist Frank Costin. So we are getting ready to go after a very brief warm-up lap. They're on treaded tyres, so they don't need a lot of time. 50 minutes awaits. The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race getting underway at Silverstone. Andrew Kirkcaldy with the sole tyre on his helmet, and the silver Lotus 15 leading the field. The green Lotus 15 with the yellow nose, it's Ollie Bryant, and then the white car of Roger Wills, the man with the Kiwi fern on his helmet, a serial winner in that white Lotus 15, already putting the challenge in on Ollie Bryant for second place as Andrew Kirkcaldy, the tall Scot, leads the field in the Lotus 15. Then the big bang of sports cars, the Lister Nobly and Lister Costin, with another Lotus 15 tucked in. And in fact, 88, Nigel Greensall and his blue Lister Costin has moved up into 6th place already from 8th on the grid, as his fabulous field of 53 cars sweeps out onto the Wellington Straight. Everybody jockeying for position. Andrew Kirkcaldy with the race lead, and Nigel Greensall going by the car that he will take over later as he passes team owner John Spires, or the car's owner John Spires.
And the rest of the field streaming through Brooklands and into Luffield, and what a sight this is. Some lovely colours, somebody running very wide there. I think that's Michael Birch, is it? Yeah, Michael Birch in one of the other Lotus little sports cars, just running wide at Luffield, but the rest of the field streaming through. A lovely DB2 Aston Martin there in maroon, but back with the leaders again at Copse Corner. And as you say, Nigel Greensall has made up a lot of places. He was 8th on the grid, and I think when we get them back at the timing line, he'll be in the top 5, certainly top 6.
Saw Shane Brereton in the metallic green at Cooper Monaco making a move down the inside. He's moved up the order. He's right behind Greensall. There he is, wagging his tail. So the Cooper Monaco, again, a slightly lighter rear engine car, and the front engine in the Lister Costin 88 of Nigel Greensall. So Greensall in 4th, but a great start from Shane Brereton, 11th on the grid in that light metallic green car with a dark stripe down the middle. So that's a big move up the order on the opening lap, and that little Cooper could really start to wreak some havoc. 33 there, you can see another of the Lister Costins that's driven solo by David Hart, one of the few cars he's not sharing with son Olivier. And Nigel Greensell in blue 88 under pressure, but the lead three are some of the smaller engine cars. Andrew Kirkcaldy still ahead of Oliver Jarvis, and in third place Roger Wills, just dropping back a fraction there on that first lap. Ollie Bryant. I keep saying Ollie Jarvis, Ollie Bryant. It will drip into my head, thank you.
And these three Loti, perhaps we could call them, broken away from fourth-placed Nigel Greensall in John Spears' Lister Costin. The rest of the field coming up the Hamilton Straight. Some Austin Healey's there, we can see, and Jaguars in the later part of the race, and we will pick up later on the leaders in the Woodcote Trophy, but at the moment we're focusing on the overall and Stirling Moss leaders, and it is Andrew Kirkcaldy who has been racing for a long time, huge amount of experience, similar to Ollie Bryant, who has raced in modern GT cars as well as a whole range of the family's historic racing cars, and those two are slightly starting to pull away now from previous winner Roger Wills. And Roger, being a proud New Zealander, is very, very proud to own this car, because in its early days it was owned and raced by Bruce McLaren, himself of course a New Zealander.
Now, the leader currently of the Woodcote Trophy is the Jaguar D-Type. The car that started on pole is the Jaguar D-Type, but it is not the same Jaguar D-Type that now leads that started on pole. Jaguar D-Type car number 144 in 20th place overall. That is the car that leads the Woodcote Trophy, and the Jaguar D-Type, a very easy car to spot. He is in quite a lot of traffic at the moment, but the D-Type with its long hump behind the driver is a pretty easy spot. And there's been a change. Shane Brereton's got up into fourth place ahead of Nigel Greensall. You can't see it here, but there he is as he comes onto the Hangar Straight behind the lead trio, who are absolutely racing away in these Lotus 15s. Now, they give away a lot of capacity to the Jaguar engine, the 3.8 Jaguar engined Listers, but again they are much lighter cars, and that's where the advantage comes. The 2-litre Lotus, lots added lightness, definitely compared to the big engines of Lister. There is the D-Type, kind of 144, and that with the long fin behind the driver, so that's a long-nosed D-Type. The Hanson Pockhill car, who started that one? Can't remember. I did look. Yeah, it was James Hanson. So doing a great opening stint, and the car that started on position was the Pearson's D-Type. Oh, trouble for a Cooper Bobtail. Is that 38 or 39?
I think that's the 39 car.
It's crumpled, isn't it? So, yeah, so that car in the gravel, and that is down at Beckett's. So the door opens, driver looks like he's okay, and that is Nicholas James and Julian Draper's Cooper Bobtail. So it's a slight variation on the Cooper Monaco that you can see behind with a smaller engine. Ooh, and a big moment for Andrew Kirkcaldy. Asked a bit too much of his Dunlop Racing tyres, and the front end of the Lotus washes out. These cars do not have modern front ends. It's a very different way of driving a car compared to driving any kind of modern car with aero. This is all about slow in, fast out, drive the car through the corner. You've got to bring the speed down because you don't have the grip at the front to turn in. Nigel Greensall back up to fourth. He's got back in front of the Cooper of Shane Brereton. So 88, the blue car, back in front. Again, very low rear, sort of bulbous shape to that Lister Costin. And Roger Wills now starting to attack Ollie Bryant again. Bryant has dropped back a little bit despite Kirkcaldy nearly binning it coming down in front of the BRDC suite at Brooklands. He's actually gathered himself back up. Roger Wills tossing something out of the cockpit. Was that a tear-off or something? And more problems, I'm afraid, and that is the Richard Hudson, Stuart Morley, Lister Knobley. And that car off at the side of the road.
And that one has a V8 Chevrolet engine in it rather than the Jaguar straight 6 engine.
Now they're just about to catch. Is that a Kieft? Or is that a Fraser-Nash Le Mans replica? They're going by. I'm not quite sure quite what there is a Kieft 1100 in the entry list, which I wouldn't be able to tell you what it looked like, but I sense that might be it. So 27 it is. And that is Hugh Apthorpe in a Kieft 1100. So Kieft really made their name with the 500cc Formula 3 cars. And Sterling Moss particularly started cutting his teeth in motor racing in cars like the Kieft. But I saw it on the entry list. I thought, I have no idea what a Kieft 1100 is. I don't think I've ever seen one. Have now.
Despite the sounding Kieft, strange sounding name, it's Cyril Kieft, an Englishman or Welshman, based in Swansea, but worked in Birmingham.
And I thought I dropped a clanger attributing a busted song to McFly.
Well,
you can't go home to the marches after that.
Sterling Moss was, in fact, a director of Kieft, as another big lock-up for Andrew Kirkcaldy coming into the same corner, into Brooklands. So he's having trouble getting the car stopped coming into Brooklands. Front left locking up. That allows Ollie Bryant to get a little bit closer, and a big effort to get past Bryant by the car in third place, that of Roger Wills, going into Copse last time, which didn't work out. But it did slow Bryant a little bit in having to defend his line into Copse. But now he's really charging on towards Andrew Kirkcaldy as they come into Copse once again. And Roger Wills not as close this time as they turn in those three similar cars.
Well, unless something odd happens, that is going to be our podium, because Roger Wills has set the fastest lap, 1 minute 22.3, but they're all in the 23s at the moment. The group behind, Nigel Grinsell, Shane Brereton, 127s, hand out the cockpit for Ollie Jarvis. Oh, OK, so yellow flags.
Ollie Bryant,
rather, and Roger Wills. So there must be yellow flags down there, as we've got a car park there. There are yellow flags as they come through Maggots into the Beckett's S's. And they are coming by. That is a Fraser-Nash Le Mans replica. And then they are going to catch the Sebring Sprite, an Austin Healey Sprite with the Sebring 12-hour racing developers. Now here comes Wills on the inside. The car that is stationary is just about out of the way. Hopefully that's not going to cause us too many problems. And that is the Nick James Julian Draper Cooper bobtail that we saw parked a lap or so ago. Leaders are together, and they've gone by the Sebring Sprite. Roger Wills has gone by Oliver Bryant as well. So Andrew Kirkcaldy, he's gone by the Sprite. Now this little Austin Healey Sprite with the aerodynamic hardtop and the very different looking front end, and there's a real problem for our race director. Aston Martin upside down, and that is likely to bring out a red flag. That's Tim Stamper's DB24. Hand out to the cockpit for Ollie Bryant, and I sense that is likely to be a near immediate red flag. As long as the driver gets out okay, then we may survive under safety car. It's a long 50-minute race. Aston Martin DB24, Lotus Mark 6 and Jaguar XK120 coming down towards us as the leaders come up behind them. Safety car will be scrambled. And the driver is getting out of the Aston Martin, which is very, very good news indeed. Well, that's a disappointing end to the festival for Tim Stamper and the DB24 Aston, one of the Feltham Aston Martins. Yeah, he's got himself into a real tank slapper, and the car has gone over. See the front wheel, just see how little friction there is in that right front hub, still rotating. I wonder if that's part of the story.
And we do have, we have a replay.
So the only thing anybody cares about is the soft contents. Cars can be rebuilt, human beings take a lot more rebuilding, and Tim Stamper, understandably, doesn't really want to leave the car, but he will need to. Hopefully a quick trip to the medical centre will see him a-OK. Safety car has picked up some of the field.
And throw into the mix that we're coming up to our pit window.
Yeah, pit window is not yet open.
Not quite, no. Another 3 minutes and 15 seconds and it will be, so it's very likely that we will get, or the drivers will have the opportunity to do their mandatory stop under a safety car, which is clearly the most efficient way of doing it.
Well, you see Graham and Alan Bull's Jaguar XK120 coming in, and the universal hand signals that says there's something wrong with it and I haven't got a clue what. So unfortunately it looks like that car might be in trouble. That was Graham Bull who was bringing it in and Andrew wandering across from the pit wall to see what was going on there. One of our Woodcut Trophy teams. Just saw little Kieft going through shot. And bits and pieces strewn around the crash site. So that is down in the loop.
It's lost a wheel.
It has lost a wheel now.
Right, that probably...
Cause or effect?
Well, the spinner is still on the wheel, so I suspect cause, and the hub broke. And the XK in the pit lane. This is not within the mandatory pit stop window. 151 a problem. The Graham and Alan Bull XK 120. And a slap of the steering wheel says, nah, that's that. We're out.
Well, we've heard not happy, no. Well, failure to proceed is, as Gary Pearson gets helmeted up, failure to proceed is part of life with older cars. But when you spend a lot of time and effort preparing for a meeting like this and the car then lets you down, yeah, very disappointing. We heard from Nicola Hume a couple of times over the weekend from the Kidney Research UK stand, and there's a little bit of entertainment going on today there. The nurse versus crew challenge. So, nurses versus pit stop crew challenge taking place at 12:30. The pit stop crew, historic racer and modern racer and former British touring car champion Andrew Jordan and his crew will be taking on a group of nurses not changing tyres on a car, but servicing a kidney dialysis machine. Now, I know the Jordan family have got a lot of history with a lot of different machinery. I'm not sure they've yet prepped or worked on kidney dialysis machines, so that could be quite entertaining. Andrew Jordan, I'm sure he will be egged on by Dad Mike as well, because when isn't he? He and his crew will be taking on a group of nurses in a race to change a kidney dialysis machine. So that'll be 12:30 at Kidney Research UK. Chance to mention that while the track is relatively quiet, and will remain relatively quiet as every single car comes into the pit lane now. Now the Lotus Mark 6 you're looking at has just come in. Sort of running relatively okay. I think he's being waved out again because he might have come in too early. Not seeing that the pit stop window is open yet. Oh, you said so now, yes? Okay, that's good. So had they made a change, or is he going to have to go around and go again? I don't think they made a change at that stage.
No, he'll have to go around again. He was too early. This one may not have been. That's the number 23 car. Come in to do its mandatory stop, which is Andrew Smith and Dan Smith in their Cooper Monaco. And plenty of cars coming in now, also in a similar car, the 149 of Shane Brereton.
Well, that's the car that was battling with Nigel Greensill and will take up the cudgels against John Spears. So now, obviously, Greensill and Spears will have to stop next to each other. Otherwise, somebody's going to be doing a lot of running down the pit lane. Gray's guys overhead, ignore those. Ignore them, they'll go away.
They'll blow by.
Actually, they will blow by because they're not coming from the normal direction of rain travel here at Silverstone. There's the 88 car, so Nigel Greensill is out. John Spears is in already. So John has vacated 152, the Lister Nobly, the more rounded and voluminous of the cars. And John heads off. Was that the Nobly just in front?
It was
a Nobly just in front, yes.
It was. BHL 152 is the registration number he runs on that car. BHL being Brian Lister, and the chassis numbers of the cars, all BHL, I believe. So they managed to do their balletic pit stop.
Right, there go the Lotus 15s. Now, have they stopped? No, not yet. So when I said it'll be a whole field pit stop, it wasn't actually. In fact, only 4 of our lead group came in and a couple of other stragglers. Now I think a few more cars are coming in. Now, those are not necessarily the lead group, but those aren't either.
That's Billy Bellinger coming in the 29. That's the Lola Mark 1 prototype. So there are other Lola Mark 1s out there, but this is the actual prototype car, which Keith Arlers owns. And we saw a shot of Keith Arlers on the live stream pictures getting ready to jump in. That's a car which always surprises in its finishing position, as we give another shout out for Breakdown Bob, because there he is, or there's Hillary anyway.
Oh dear. You can almost hear the pounds, can't you? You're going to have to roll that Aston over its doors and wings.
Billy Bellinger getting out, and Keith Arler's getting in the checkered helmet. Keith, also a great collector of Morgans as well.
Yep. Nice family podium shot. Yay! Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. That's what we like to see. Because if motor racing isn't about fun, then what on earth is it about?
That's a very sorry sight, isn't it?
Really is, yeah. So look, as you said, looks like a hub failure because the spinner was still attached to the wheel, which means the spinner is still attached to the wheel and the hub, but it's not attached to the car any longer. So yeah, that's a real shame, and unfortunately very costly indeed. I think just saw Tim De Silva stopped in the pit lane in his car.
There goes Keith Arlers in the Lola Mark 1 prototype. Also out racing is the Lotus 11 prototype, the first time it's ever raced in the UK. It went straight to America. Car number 36, Eric Stays, the Belgian driver, has brought it out for the very first time in the UK. It left these shores, sold to America, and brought back recently.
Ollie Bryant having service to car number 1. He came in from 3rd place in his Lotus 15. And you can see they've got matching gaffer tape, well, pretty much matching. The yellow's a pretty good match for the yellow. The green is a bit less BRG. What they're doing is adding more blanking to the radiator and the brake ducts to try and make sure the car stays up to temperature rather than too cool, because too hot and too cool are both not good news either for an engine or brakes. There's a great shot of a Le Mans replica Fraser Nash.
And replica called, it was built in period. It's not something that's been manufactured recently. The factory would run, Fraser Nash would run the cars at Le Mans, and then they'd build copies, replicas as they called them, and then fairly wealthy people would say, I want one of those. And the Aston Martin, meantime, being craned away. Sometimes, Martin, you see a car upside down, they roll it over, and you think, actually, it's not that badly damaged, but I'm afraid that one is not in that.
That door is, and that rear quarter, and the front wing, and the roof. Yeah, that's going to be, I'm afraid, an expensive rebuild. Aston Martin DB24, the last of the line, built in the Feltham Works before they moved to Newport Pagnell. And Aston Martin now at Gaydon in Warwickshire. It's a fabulous looking thing. Unfortunately, a little bit second-hand. The good news, though, and far less costly to fix the car than its driver Tin Stamper would have been, so really good news to see him scurrying away and, well, wandering away and looking in pretty fair fettle.
We had a long shot there of the pack of cars coming down the straight, and right in the middle of it all was Ollie Bryant, but I couldn't see where the other two leading Lotus 15s were in the queue, so we'll perhaps get an idea when they come over the timing line exactly how this is all shaken out.
Well, right now the timing screen shows that John Spires is both first and second, and so is Nigel Greensall, and John Kitley is a weatherman. So they out. Oh, the red flag. Okay, I did slightly fear that might be the case. Now, that means that we are going to have to wait to see. I do think we'll get a restart because there is time left, but there is just quite a lot to be sorted out. So the deal with the red flag is, the standard deal is, you drive around to the grid, you stop on the grid, and you await further instruction. Now, having said that, almost everybody has stopped, not everybody has stopped. And I have to say, again, I don't quite understand why. There are now all the non-stoppers now, I think. Lots of Jags, the Mark 6 Lotus coming in for its actual pit stop, and a couple of Aston Martins and so on. They're all coming down the pit lane. Now I think they are stopping, but that is going to give the organisers an awful headache, because where now do you make the grid? In theory, you would like to restart the race with everybody in the correct order, having done all of their pit stops, but not everybody has. So they are making them now. There are spots of water at Luffield, there are spots of water in the pit lane, and there is quite a lot of fluid still to be cleared up there by the marshals. So we are ignoring the cloud. It's mostly going to go by us, but there are a lot of cars now coming down the pit lane. In fact, a lot of the competitive cars coming back through the pit lane where they've been directed to go.
The standard procedure is you regrid in the order that the cars cross the line at the time of the red flag, but as you've quite rightly said, some cars had pitted, others hadn't. And
could not be at a worse time, could it? So the geniuses at TSL are going to have to work some real wizardry to try and come up with a restart grid. I think they're going to have a few minutes to do it in, though, and then we should hopefully be able to grid the cars and lead them away. I think the simplest way will be to grid them where the few cars have stopped out there by the wing, and then lead them round behind the safety car. But, of course, most of our cars that are front runners will have to come through this group. You can see a couple of Lotus 15s in that little pack.
Yes,
Roger Wills was there, I saw.
They've come into the Heritage pit lane, which is nowhere near the start line. It's half a lap away.
This is where most of the field has ended up. As you can see, there's only about 8 or 12 cars here actually on the grid. There's Roger Wills, so saw him in the middle. In theory, according to the timing screen, Andrew Kirkcaldy and Ollie Bryant were just outside the top 4.
I get the feeling that the clerk of the course let that race run under safety car for a couple of laps to try and encourage everyone to do their pit stop.
Exactly.
Because the real problem we've got now is, what do you do with the people who didn't pit, who've now pitted under red flag? But the pit window was still open, so I'm afraid I haven't been able to find the regulation for how that works.
I'm afraid he gave you 2 clear laps to make a pit stop behind the safety car. If you didn't, I think that's hard cheese.
We'll see.
Genuine. I mean, the opportunity was there, and I absolutely agree with you. I think that's exactly probably what he was doing. Certainly, World Endurance race director Eduardo Freitas would have done exactly that. Try and allow everybody at least once past the pit before you go red, or before you end a full course yellow, if they need to go into the pit lane. Now, of course, everybody did need to go into the pit lane to make driver stops, but if you didn't, you had 2 laps in which to do it, and you didn't do it behind the safety car. When were you going to do it? I think there might be a number of cars. There were only 5 or 6 who I think hadn't stopped. I think they are very possibly going to lose out just because of the utter carnage that's otherwise going to have to count back to laps before the pit lane opened, where there was no disruption to the flow, if you see what I mean. And I don't know if there's a regulation that allows them to do that. Well, we had a brief, if rather heavy, storm yesterday sweep through that soaked half the track, the old pit lane area, and left the rest of it bone dry, and actually bizarrely in sunshine. So you got the weird sight of cars coming by the old pit lane almost obliterated by spray and a sea of water, and then emerging into bright sunshine down through the Beckett's S's and round past the wing, like they were on a different race circuit on a different day. Now then, we will leave the race director and the timing crews to try and determine, with the wisdom of Solomon, how to restart this race. Let's hear a little bit more from Nicola Hume.
So you're joining me on the roof terrace of the brand Genesis, which is actually right in the hub of everything electric based here at Silverstone this weekend. And I'm joined by Stefan Bazir, who is head of sustainability here at Silverstone. So are you having a brilliant weekend so far?
Brilliant weekend so far. Thanks a lot, Nicola. Yeah, we're very pleased, to host that interview in the middle of Switch Live, which is the area dedicated, as you said, to EV. Obviously, Silverstone is known for 75 years of motorsports, but you can see, how things are evolving. Now sustainability is in everybody's day-to-day. So we really want here at Switch, at the festival, to make sure that there is this EV, this future presentation of what motorsports, what the automotive industry will be in the future. So we've chosen the right place.
So there's lots of different things that you have changed over the years that you've been here at Silverstone, that you have changed to become more sustainable, things like solar panels, for example.
Exactly. It's been 2 years now that we've launched Switch to Zero, which is our sustainability strategy. The first thing that you do when you have such a big facility is to concentrate on a couple of key points, and energy is obviously a big one. We're consuming here a lot of energy, as you can imagine. So one of our first initiatives was to cover the wing, which is our exhibition center, with solar panels, which will then generate, since May this year, 13% of our overall energy consumption.
That's fantastic. Is there any advice that you can give to the people that are here this weekend to stay as sustainable as possible while they are here at the event?
Well, one of the first things that they have to do is try to segregate waste. We try, here at Silverstone, to have two types of containers. It's not very complicated. One black for general waste, one green for what is recyclable, like plastics and cans. So we want to make sure that people do segregate properly.
So are there any future plans for everything happening here at Silverstone? I know we have P1 Fuels here that's going to change things fuel-wise. It's not just electric, is it?
Exactly. I think the future within the combustion engine sector is to have sustainable fuel or fossil-free fuel. And this is what we've been doing with P1 Fuels, partnering with the festival this week, demonstrating that it is possible to have sustainable fuel for combustion engine cars.
Excellent. Stefan, thank you very much for your time. So, yeah, if you are here this weekend, recycle wherever you can. You will spot the bins dotted around, and make sure you've got your refillable water bottles as well. There are lots of refillable points, aren't there?
Yeah, there are more than 27 all around the site. So, yes, please use your water bottle, refill it, at all our water points, and that will help a lot, in obviously generating less plastic.
Excellent. Stefan, thank you very much.
The message as ever, reduce, recycle. And slip, slap, slop, although not necessarily right at the moment. However, if you haven't got sun protection, I think for most of the day you are probably going to need it. The Met Office have not forecast much rain. Nicola, and I'm putting this firmly on Nicola, she said, I heard it was supposed to rain around 10 o'clock. Well, it's midday, but nobody told me it was going to rain, so it's Nicola's fault. Meanwhile, clear-up operations continue for the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race, and with about a dozen cars on the grid and most of the others in the pit lane, where I think they've been sent by the marshals, it actually makes sense to have them all. They're all in a long line here in the pit lane. There is another lane, so you can then take a car out of position and go, right, you go out first, and then you over there, you're out second, and so on. We've got, a dozen cars, maybe 15 cars on the grid. We'll have to shuffle some of these around as well. But the marshals are going to be responsible for that, guided by race control. And timekeepers and race control are now trying to confer to figure out exactly what the real order of the race is. I don't think it's going to materially change the race that much. Two things to note. This was a 50-minute race. The clock has stopped with 29 minutes remaining. All of the cars who needed to do driver changes, which is all of them, have had their pit stop. So that means that when we are ready to go racing, it'll be about 25 minutes of green flag racing, no driver changes. Have at it, boys. So there we go. That's where we are at the moment. We're going to take a quick pause and bring you back up to speed when we've got a little bit more to tell you.
So I've come down to the village green again because I've come to meet the official insurance sponsor. So basically this is Adrian Flux. They've got some beautiful cars around, and I'm going to have a quick chat with Grant. Hi, Grant.
Hi, Jodie. You okay?
I'm very, very good. So number one, I want to say happy 50th anniversary.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this year we are celebrating our 50 years in business. So what better place to celebrate it than here, sunny Silverstone.
So tell us a little bit more about the insurance company.
So yeah, it's a family-run business formed in 1973, and yeah, we're here now with 50 years. We made our name as a specialist broker. We insure lots of classics, modified, imported, so more the kind of niche products, motorsport as well. Hence us being here. So yeah, you name it, we can pretty much insure it.
Fantastic. And also, very excitingly, apparently, someone's told me you've got some very nice gifts to win.
Yes, yeah, bit of fun today. So it's a family event as well, so we wanted to give something back. So we've got a bit of a prize draw going on, so you can win a drift day in a catering, which yeah, I mean, yeah. So basically, you can take that out next year, have a drift day. Yeah, what better vehicle to spin around and have a laugh than a catering?
Very joyous moments in a caterham going sideways.
Silly fun. But speaking of silly fun, yeah, I think we should really get you to have a go. So we're doing a beanbag toss. We are giving away some bits and pieces, but
okay, well,
I'll hold the microphone.
Have to take that.
Yeah.
Right, and I've got to get it. So if I get, hang on, let me put that down.
So you have to go for the golden shot, I'm afraid. So you've got 3 chances. Oh, it came back out. Okay, we'll count that. Well done. That was fantastic. You've won. You get a selection of prizes as well, and you're entered into the competition as well. So congratulations.
The Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race is suspended for the moment. Red flag is out after an incident that involved the DB24 Aston Martin of Tim Stamper. Driver Tim Stamper is okay. The car has been cleared away. I'm afraid that is going to be a while before it sees the light of day again, I think. And the fluids and so on are being cleared up. Now, the red flag came out after a couple of laps of the pit stop window being open, so almost everybody that needed stops made them. There are about half a dozen cars that did not. However, although we've got about a dozen cars on the grid, the rest of them are in the pit lane. They were sent in there by the marshals down at Luffield. So the deal now is that when the track is ready to go, we will try and send the cars out and get them onto the grid in the order in which they were when the race was suspended, and then they will have one formation lap behind the safety car to try and see where it's damp and where it isn't, and then it will be a charge to the checkered flag for probably around 25 minutes. At least we're making that assumption, because that would be the straightforward and standard way of doing it. It is raining a little. I'm going to look and check. I don't need to check my puddle, because I can now hear with my headphone off one ear that it's actually raining harder on the roof of the commentary booth. So the safety car is out, just checking on track conditions so that the race director knows what a driver's view of the circuit rather than a marshal's view of the circuit is, or a camera's view of the circuit is. Not raining as heavily as it did in yesterday morning's big cloudburst, but it is still fairly wet on the old Heritage pits side of the circuit. Now, yesterday, the other side of the circuit, down near the wing at Stowe and so on, was bone dry, no matter how wet it got here. Let's follow the car around and see where we go. So you come over the brow there into Maggots, down into the Beckett's S's. And it is fairly damp there as well. I can see over at the wing that it is wet. So most of you who are watching and listening here at Silverstone, you'll be able to tell without me waffling on just what the weather is like with you. Not as wet here as we come through the Beckett's S's, but damp enough to make life entertaining for the bigger engine cars as well as for the littlers. But the wetter it is, the more chance that the smaller engined, lighter, nimbler cars are going to make it through, I think, and so that could be quite entertaining.
And no issue with whether you're on wet or dry tyres like we had in the saloon race yesterday, where we had half the track dry and half of it wet, and we were wondering who was on slicks and who was on wets. Well, you don't have that in this class of racing. They're all on treaded tyres.
There's Nigel Greensall. He is currently first and second, and he is in the car that he has just taken over. which is shown as being in second place, the car that was started by John Spears. John Spears is in the car that Nigel Greenstrom started, which is shown as being first. Now, it's not first in the queue, but it is first on the timing. So timing screens haven't reset themselves. Now here we go. So we do have, okay, I'll correct myself. We do not have, but somebody has a grid for the restart. And that means that cars are going to be shuffled around. So what you're seeing there is the beginning of a lot of pushing. Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley's Lister Nobly being pushed along. So the marshals have been told, okay, that car number 2, that's going to be 14th, or, oh no, pushed out the way. Okay, so why are they pushing it out the way? Because it's going to be a long way further back, or because it won't start? Possibly because it won't start, actually, because...
Yes, I think that car, the driver may have said to them, look, I can't get this car going, get me off the grid. Well, not grid, the pre-grid, if you like. But these cars have been told to start, so these are in the old pits between Woodcote and Copse Corner, and they will be released to drive gently round to the new area, the Hamilton Straight, for the restart.
Now that number 6 Jag that you can see at the front, that's a Curia Cos Jaguar XK120, so that's in flag blue, although it doesn't appear to have a white bonnet stripe, so that's still a Curia Cos car. John Ward's car. Car number 6 was in 11th place overall. Now the safety car, okay, how's this going to work? Right, germane to the group behind the safety car, about 8 or 10 cars back, there is a green car with a yellow nose. Right beside it, directly across the screen, there's the car of Roger Wills. And where is third car? Oh, there's Roger. Oh, so there's the car that Andrew Cocotti started, 28. So I've spotted that one. Okay,
and Roger Wills is just behind Ollie Bryant.
So those were our top 3 cars before the pit window opened. So when the safety car came out before the pit window opened, they were our top 3 cars. Now on the timing screen, Nigel Greenstrom, John Spires, first and second. The Smiths in third place in car number 23, which is their Cooper Monaco, green car number 23, which is a sort of shorter sports car than these. And I don't think that is in this group. So they're being led at the moment by the safety car, and 250, and that is the Watson and O'Connell Lotus, and I don't think that Lotus 11 was...
That was down in 45th.
I was going to say, not close to the front at all. The Kieft behind, then an Aston Martin DB24. Group of cars in the pit lane. This is the Smith's car that was third on the timing screen.
Very unusual situation. We've actually got the safety car and green flag now come up on our screen.
Well, that's because the clock has started. The race is back underway.
Yeah, they've started the clock, but it's gone back to safety car again now. But only half the field is behind the safety car. Right. I assume what they'll do is come through Copse, and then this lot will join on the back of the safety car queue.
And in that queue are the cars that are shown as first, second, third and fourth on the timing screens, ahead of the Lotus 15s that were leading. So I think you're absolutely right. I think with the wisdom of Solomon, somewhere in TSL stroke race control, they've gone, right, we'll take the group that's on the grid, we'll go by with the safety car, and then we'll open pit exit and everybody else can file in behind. And actually, that will then put the Lister Nobly, the Lister Jags and so on where they should have been, which is behind the Lotus 15 trio. There will be other cars in the way. There would have been other cars in the way because we were sort of midway through the race anyway. Yes, I think that's actually...
Yeah, there we go.
That's a logical conclusion that we didn't come to, but race control have had more experience and are better at that sort of thing than we are.
So we may not then, it doesn't look like we're going to get a regrid in order as normal red flag procedure. But then again, time is against us. We did have 50 plus cars out there. Maybe they've taken a pragmatic decision and said, let's just get the race going again.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And I think it's going to put back into roughly where they were, the battles as they were. Given that everybody has the same pit stop time, whether they're changing drivers or not, same minimum stationary time, there shouldn't have been too much shuffling of the order. So we should have the Kirkcaldy-Lewis car number 28, that's the Lotus 15 with the all aluminium body panels. We should have car number 24, Roger Wills, that's the white Lotus 15 with the black highlights. We should then have the green Lotus 15 with the yellow nose, Ollie Bryant between them. Now, other cars are there, other cars would have been there, but those should be still our race leaders. And then the next little group that's left the pit lane, again, a whole bunch of moving metal in front, but look for 88, which is bright blue with 2 white stripes, and 152, which is dark blue. Those are John Spears and Nigel Greensall, and those cars will be 4th and 5th, ahead of 23, the Smith Cooper Bobtail, that dark green car with the blue, red and yellow helmet in it. That's car number 23, and then that is going to be our sort of secondary battle, if you like. Right, lights are out on the safety car. We're about to go racing at a very wet Silverstone circuit. Back to green flag racing after the safety car and red flag stoppage. We have just over 23 minutes remaining in the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss trophies. And there, the silver car, the aluminium-bodied car, that is our race leader. We have 3 Lotus 15s, Oliver Jarvis with the green car, Luther come round the outside, and Roger Wills with the white car down the inside. Oh, in contact, Roger Wills just making contact with another of our slower cars. Just, I think, both of them getting away with that. Roger Wills still in second behind Oliver Bryant, made contact with the Jaguar Arden, that car run by Ken Pritchard-Jones and Nick Cruson. And a little further back, 144, that's the car that led the Stirling Moss Trophy, the long-nose D-type with the rear fin. The short-nose D-types don't have the fin, they just have the hump behind the driver. A little similar to the one you see here on the Lotus 15s. So the Lotuses are not at the front of the queue as it's been released onto a very wet Silverstone circuit, and they're being very, very cautious. They've had half a formation lap to figure out how wet it is. This is the first racing lap on a track that was bone dry when they stopped. And trouble in front, another of the Lotuses, that's the little Lotus 11. Very similar to the Lotus 15, but with a smaller capacity engine, looping into a spin, Martin O'Connell.
And bear in mind also that the leading car, it's Mark Lewis now on board, so not only has he not driven in the wet in this car in this race, he hasn't driven the car at all, whereas Oliver Bryant and Roger Wills, who does have a little bit of panel damage there from that unfortunate coming together at Abbey, both Roger and Ollie have driven the car throughout the race.
Yeah. Well, it definitely won't help them gauge the moisture, but Roger Wills knows his Lotus 15 like the back of his hand. He's driven it in all sorts of conditions over a number of years, so he's very well placed. And Oliver Bryant, yeah, he's got plenty of experience of Silverstone and of this car in all sorts of conditions. So this is going to be a very finely matched battle, and they have already dropped the number 28 car, started by Andrew Kirkcaldy, a long way behind them.
Coming through Beckett's, thankfully it doesn't look like that damage. The only possible effect it might have that would slow him is if that bonnet comes loose, but at the moment it looks like the little bit of damage on the side of the Roger Wills car will not slow him down. And we're now looking at this XK120, and it is an Ecuria Cos car. In fact, it's the last surviving Ecuria Cos XK120 from 1952. The others no longer exist.
That fabulous flag blue metallic colour that was adopted by Ecuria Cos, still part of their livery. So Oliver Jarvis leading the race from Roger Wills, and Oliver Bryant leading the race from Roger Wills. Oh, goodness me. And The number 28, Lotus 15, just dropping behind, finding it very difficult. Now, we've got an interloper in 4th place that was not part of the 4th place battle earlier on. Oop. My headset falls off as I lean forward. Ollie Crossthwaite and Nick Fimbra's Cooper Monaco, car number 14, dark green Cooper Monaco. That is currently shown as 5th place. We haven't seen that car so far in the race. There's Roger Wills in 2nd place. Roger's got the fastest race lap in the dry, 2 minutes 22.3, and their last lap 2 minutes 57.6. So that's what a difference the rain makes. But Oliver Bryant really sliding around onto the Wellington straight. And they're moving now past the cars that were further up in the queue. The big Healy there, the 104. There's 4th in the version of the car. And the car behind, number 21, Michael Birch and Gareth Burnett's Lotus 15. That is not shown as on the same lap by the timing screen, is it? Oh no, that's in, it says 10th, yeah.
A lap down, but...
Yeah, it is a lap down.
And it's still Michael Birch at the wheel. I didn't notice whether Gareth Burnett started the car. We were told it would be Michael starting, handing over to Gareth, but Michael's still in the car.
Well, you saw Nigel Greensall there at the wheel of the Lister Nobly, and again, more trouble for the Lotus 11. Martin O'Connell, that does not look like driver error. There's the damage on the car of Roger Wills. I don't think he's got tyre rub, but I'm not sure, actually, whether that spinner is just catching on the very thin wing that's been crumpled in up towards that left front wheel. You might be getting tyre rub on a lot of lock, but in this weather, you're going to be trying hard not to use a lot of lock. We talked in the previous race with the E-types about how it's very light and floaty, and you're sort of guiding it through with fingertips. I think here even more. Now, Roger Wills, that is a front-hinged bonnet, but it has come undone, and the 104 looping into a spin as well. That car driven by Nicholas Harris. And there is our leading car, I think, still in the Woodcote Trophy. No, it's not leading the Woodcote Trophy. The car that's leading the Woodcote Trophy at the moment, according to timing screens, is Paul and Jonathan Mortimer's Austin Healey 104, car number 450, which would appear to be in the top 10 overall. So still some work to do.
Lovely drift from Ollie Bryant there in the Lotus 15, and behind him is the only other car we can see on our live stream pictures, such as the pace of these two, is the 2nd place car, Roger Wills. But just looking at Ollie's, the angle of his head as well, he's leaning into the corner, just drifting the car through. There's our leading Woodcote Trophy car on our live stream pictures, which is the red over white Austin Healey number 450, currently leading Woodcote Trophy.
And being driven like a rally car rather than a racing car, as also befits a big Healey, because they made very good rally cars too. And look at the way that he's just gone straight by that Lotus, which by any definition, should the Michael Birch Lotus 15 should have more pace, but clearly our Healey driver, I don't know if it's Paul or Jonathan Mortimer, but whoever it is at the wheel is really has got a lot of confidence in the car and having a really good time sliding away there. So leading the Woodcote Trophy.
It should be now. It should be Paul at the wheel.
Yeah, it's only now that little Lotus comes back by him, but again, he's going to look down the inside. Yeah, very confident under braking. I would think that that big Healey weighs at least twice what a Lotus 15 does. It's got a much bigger engine out front. Ooh, and more trouble, looping spin there for the Elva Mark V, driven by Ralph Emmerling and Florian Brandt. And again, the Healey in the top 10 on pace. So 2nd place in the Walter Hayes Trophy is actually car number 32 now, Cliff Gray in the Fraser-Nash Le Mans replica. Now, that is currently coming through Abbey, and if that is not a car that's built for wet weather, I don't know what is.
You're slipping into Formula Ford there. Walter Hayes, it's actually Woodcote Trophy.
Beg your pardon, Walter Hayes.
Yeah,
Woodcote Trophy.
We love Formula Ford, so that's fine.
Yeah. It's been a long weekend, everybody.
And,
very long weekend. It's not a good excuse, but it is my only excuse. Oliver Bryant's then leading the race from Roger Wills. And Mark Lewis now nearly half a minute back in third place. And don't forget, those three cars were all together in the dry, but it's the experience of the car in this weather that's going to make the difference. And not just this car, but any car. If you don't know the car, you're going to really struggle. If you know the car inside out, hopefully you should be good to go. And it is much less wet now than it was at the restart.
And just to throw something else in the mix, in fourth place is the 152 car, now driven by Nigel Greensall, which last time around lapped 8 seconds quicker than the Lewis car just ahead, and it's 15 seconds behind at the timing line. So we'll get another time on those cars when they cross the timing line again, but it looks very much like Nigel Greensall has a very good chance of pipping the Lewis car, which led early on in the hands of Andrew Kokodi, car number 28, for that bottom step of the Stirling Moss podium.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. John Spires is about 8 seconds behind him and 3.3 ahead of Shane Brereton, who was battling with Greensall a little earlier on. Brereton in 149, the light metallic green Cooper. And again, looking at this Austin Healey, this is sort of what the big Healey was made for. There is Nigel Greensall. So Greensall now in 152. He started the race in 88, and car owner of both cars, John Spires, started in this one, and then they swapped over in the pit stop. So Nigel with the Cooper Knobbly, the less aerodynamic, but probably just as effective. The running gear, the engine, everything is the same. It's just the body that's different. That's not going to make so much difference here in these conditions. And again, see how busy the driver is. Hands on the wheel, constantly balancing power against grip. And grabbing another gear. And there is 28. So that's the gap. Nigel has visual now. Whether he knows that's the car he's chasing or not entirely sure. But Mark Lewis, car twitching under him. Don't forget, this car started on pole position, led early on, was in that mix in the top three, but does not look at all comfortable in the rain here in this car, Mark.
And we'll throw a Woodcut Trophy battle into the mix as well, which we'll hopefully pick up on screen eventually, but they are quite there. Thank you very much. That's a wonderful team we've got in our live stream studio, because they've picked up exactly what I was going to say. The Pearson brothers D-Type Jaguar is 12 seconds a lap quicker than the Mortimer Austin Healey, and about 15 to 18 seconds behind at the last count at the line. So the Pearsons once again maybe on a podium. An amazing performance from the brothers, but this car is catching that lovely red and white Austin Healey we followed a couple of laps ago for the Woodcut Trophy.
The track is drying very fast as well. This is the short-nosed D-Type. You can see it's got the hump behind the driver, but not the long, thin fin that you can see on 144 that led earlier, the long-nosed D-Type. And of course, it's got this much shorter, rounded nose just in front of the front wheels. The long-nosed car, as you expect from its description, has a longer nose. There you go, sticks out further, more prominent, more aerodynamic. It's got that big fin at the back as well. So that is the difference between the short-nosed D-Type, the earlier version of the D-Type Jag, there it is, and the long nose. You can see as it comes towards you, even though you can't necessarily gauge the length of the nose, it doesn't have that big vertical fin that marks out the long nose. And the D-Type, well, this is one of the few circuits in the UK where a D-Type can even remotely start to stretch its legs. These things were designed to do 170, 180 miles an hour at Le Mans, and so now they're sort of getting up into that same territory here at Silverstone. And what is this one doing in terms of top speed? Well, probably not so much in the rain. Change of place. Nigel Greensall has enveloped Mark Lewis and gone straight by him, so he's up to third place. Lewis down to fourth. And how far behind is John Spires? He's 15 seconds back, but Spires, the next car back on the road, the bright blue 88 Lister Costin with the two white stripes, is just ahead of Craig Brereton by Shane Brereton by 1 second. So a great battle shaping up there for 5th place as well, behind Nigel Greensell as he moves up the order.
And we've now got we did have the 2 Woodcote Trophy leaders on screen, but we've cut now to the 88 car, driven now by John Spears, started by Nigel Greensell, running in 5th place, but great battle with Shane Brereton, who is in the 149, just not quite in shot.
Yeah, there it is, just
yes,
coming out onto the straight. There's 1 car between them, Shane Brereton in that pale green metallic car number 149, and the interloper pulls out of the way, and Brereton now has John Spears in his sights.
And closed up a lot under braking, but actually slightly overran the corner, so a little bit late on the brakes for Brereton there into Brooklands, but he's made it back up again, and he's right now behind John Spears as they come through the right-hander at Luffield. Next for them will be the flat-out corner-ish in the wet. I suspect it is nearly flat through here for these 2 cars. Onto the old Grand Prix pit straight now, the Heritage pits, as they come out towards Copse Corner. And a great battle going on.
Much less spray, but definitely not a dry line yet. Now, they are on treaded tyres rather than big fat slicks, so that does help disperse the water. There is grip for these cars, but John Spiers holding on just from Shane Brereton. This is very close indeed, and the little Cooper in front is not helping things much. I mean, he's determinedly trying to stay on the racing line, doing exactly what he should do, stay on the racing line. That's Justin and Ben Mayers in their Cooper Monaco. And despite the fact you've got quicker cars behind, the advice is always stay on the racing line, then you're at least predictable. If you wander off it, nobody's got a clue where you're going next, so you are by far safer there. Shane Brereton goes by, and trouble further up, and that is one of the cars we're expecting to fare well. Listen, after the pit stops, Andrew and Dan Smith's Cooper Monaco. So that car was in 7th place. Now the question is, how far ahead was he? He was 45 seconds nearly ahead of his closest rival, Ollie Crosthwaite and Nick Fimbra's Cooper Monaco, so he should survive that moment without losing a spot, as long as there was nothing mechanical that forced that issue. There is the car that was chasing, another Cooper Monaco, going by 104 Healy.
And in the Woodcote Trophy, Gary Pearson, who's driving the Pearson Brothers D-Type, is now 7 seconds behind the leader of the Woodcote Trophy, and he's running around 7 seconds a lap quicker. So we should see a change of Woodcote Trophy lead within the next lap or lap and a half, depending on other traffic, because they've both got to navigate their way through slower cars.
Red car number 10 there, just behind. That's another Woodcote Trophy car, and that is Malcolm Paul and Will Nuttall's Lotus 15. Now that is in 2nd place in its class in the Woodcote Trophy, but I think 3rd overall, yeah. So again, in each of these races there are several different classes depending of the age and the engine size and the categorization originally of these cars and so on. But again, Brereton all over the curb, Shane Brereton, and spinning the wheels helplessly there, losing ground to the neater and tidier line of John Spiers. They still haven't been able to get past the Cooper bobtail, and again, coming in shallow, the defensive line means you overrun the corner a little bit. So Shane Brereton under pressure from John Spiers, and in an entirely separate race, and a lap behind them is that number 10 Lotus, which is the Lotus 15, which is
Lotus 10.
Lotus 10 rather, sorry, which is yeah, a lap behind, but keeping pretty much the same sort of pace, as you might expect with Will Nuttall at the wheel.
Indeed, yes, Will Nuttall taking the 2nd stint in that car, normally shared by a different driver, but Will, a very, very accomplished driver. We saw him racing in the HGPCA race, and we'll see him in that again, the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. And that's actually the first Lotus ever fitted with disc brakes, that red car number 10. It goes all the way back to pre-disc brake days.
Meanwhile, the Mayors Cooper bobtail still in front of this little battle, which is for 5th place overall.
A little bit of damage on the front of that car as well, isn't there? The John Spears car, the blue and white number 88, front left corner is just slightly dinked in. Doesn't seem to be affecting the car at all.
Now here is our Woodcote Trophy, Woodcote Trophy race lead. As expected, the D-Type Jag does have a performance advantage over the 3-litre Austin Healey and is exploiting it superbly.
It's 104 Healey, so it's
100 Healey, yeah, exactly.
2.6 litre smaller engine.
And is that Gary Pearson again at the wheel of the D-Type?
Yeah, Gary did the second stint in that car. Still, they haven't got past Justin Mayers.
No, they haven't.
Amazing in the.
But they are closing in fast on Mark Lewis, car number 28, which is just at the front of this queue. He's losing ground still to these cars. Mark Lewis's last lap, 3 minutes 2.5. As the Healey we saw being lapped a moment or two ago finds the wet grass. So this battle here, which is currently for 5th place, is soon going to be on the car that's in 4th. So look just in front for the all-aluminium car number 28, the little Lotus 11, which is just going out a shot at the bottom. So there's 2 or 3 cars in between them. And Shane Brereton runs over the curbs again. John Spires, again, look at the Lister. It is about half as long again as the car in front. They're coming down towards us, car number 28, the first car in the queue. That's the Lotus 15. And that car is currently in 4th place overall, and may not stay there for long. Just under 4 minutes of racing, so they get this lap, and I wonder if they'll get 2 more. Depends how far up the road from then Oliver Bryant really is. This is a very inconvenient group of slower cars for both of these guys as they try and catch the little Lotus. Again, the Lotus is going to lose ground a moment or two, I think, to that 69 Cooper, which Justin and Ben Mayers are running. Just in front of them, Mark Donner, that's that dark green Lister Costin. And there's the change, D-Type is through, so Gary Pearson leading in the Woodcote Trophy race, rather. Sterling Moss Trophy race still being led by Oliver Bryant. The D-Type has left the 104 Healey behind. And there we go, 28 now, just 1 car away from the sword of Damocles.
Already lost its place to Shane Brereton, who's gone through in the Cooper Monaco.
Oh, he has, yes. I didn't spot that. I was looking behind for where he'd got to. So Shane Brereton has gone through. He's now up to 4th place ahead of Mark Lewis. And John Spires might well push him down another spot. He's looking around the outside. He's not going to get the little Lotus there, I don't think. But give him any sniff of a straight and he should go by.
Really busy part of the track. They don't seem to have really got themselves clear. Even the Lotus 10 of Will Nuttall is coming through, which is a lap behind. But the fleet little Lotus a little bit quicker in these tricky half and half conditions, which actually most drivers will probably say are worse than it being fully wet, because it's such a difficult judgment to know how quickly you can go. And
less weight means having to slow down less, and you can carry more cornering speed. Go on, says John. Well, that is the other Lister Costin, the dark green car that we saw just being way by, and it looks like Spears has got a problem, and this will be probably his last lap. So dropping down the order, I think he's pulled off. He has pulled off. So that's the second time we've seen a car retiring today from the lead group within a minute or two of the checkered flag. That's a real shame for him.
That is a shame. His other car is still going.
Yes, in 3rd place, so he will be on the podium, but not twice. He wasn't going to be twice anyway, but disappointed. Lister Costin has let itself down, let him down. Meanwhile, Shane Brereton in 4th place, still working his way through traffic, and Nigel Greensill is a long way ahead of him, 30 seconds up the road, so he's definitely not going to have a chance to make up another spot. Brereton, though, does lead a different category. No, he's not. He's he's third place in his class in the Stirling Moss Trophy. He's just not in third place overall in the Stirling Moss Trophy.
And it's going to be very marginal whether Ollie makes it to the line. Yes, he does, with 20 seconds to spare. So we are now on the final lap of the race.
Yep.
We weren't 100% sure whether we'd get another lap out of this, but he got to the line in time.
Hadn't quite charted how far round he'd got versus where the clock had got to. So Roger Wills in second place across the line. And they're doing laps in the 251s, 252s, 252.0 last time round for Ollie Bryant as he caught that little bit of traffic, 251.5 for Roger Wills, 251.6 for Nigel Greensall chasing in third place, and another very disappointing retirement on the last lap of all. That's a real shame. Richard Wilson and Richard Bradley's Lotus 15. Car dates back to 1960. 63-year-old racing cars. Whoever would have thought it when they were built? I'm sure maybe when Lotus 15s were designed and conceived, they might have been thinking maybe they have a competition life of 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 or 5 if an impecunious privateer got hold of them. Can't imagine anybody ever thought designing any of these things that 60 years later they'd still be being ragged around circuits exactly as their makers intended. There's Nigel Greensall in third place, but here is Oliver Bryant, the race leader. Halfway round the final lap, coming past the team in this historic pit lane here at Silverstone. Roger Wills remains in second place. Wills has the fastest lap of the race, but does not have the lead. When they restarted after the red flag in the wet conditions, that's when Ollie Bryant's advantage really came in. He just picked up and ran away. 15 seconds clear now of Roger Wills, and Roger just allowing, I think, Ollie to have his head. Figured out pretty quickly probably that he wasn't able to maintain that pace.
And I've just noticed that in the Woodcote Trophy, that red number 10, the Lotus 10, is actually snapping at the heels, if not already past the Mortimer's Austin Healey, so that could be a change for second.
So that's a big charge from Will Nuttall. Well, here is Ollie Bryant heading down the Hanger Straight for the final time. The Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race will be won overall by the Lotus 15, car number 1 of Ollie Bryant, driving solo. Started on the outside of the front row of the grid. Battled early on with the similar cars of Andrew Kirkcaldy and Roger Wills. Wills in second place, the Kirkcaldy and Lewis car fading in the second part of the race. But it is victory for Ollie Bryant. Roger Wills will be around 15 seconds behind him. There is the Kiwi, the car that he knows so well. A little bit of damage after contact with the back marker away from the restart. Wills takes second place, but it is not a Lotus 15 1, 2, 3, because some way behind them, but charging up the order, is the Lister Nobly, a Jaguar-engined Lister of John Spears and Nigel Greensall. Greensall and Spears also driving the Lister Costin, the bright blue number 88 car, and they were very well placed with both cars before the stoppage, but the Costin not making it to the flag. So John Spears, Nigel Greensall claim third overall, and winning the Stirling Moss Trophy, winning the Woodcote Trophy rather, will be John and Gary Pearson. The short-nosed D-type, another fabulous product of Browns Lane and the Jaguar competition department in Coventry. Car number 17 coming towards the checkered flag and victory. Another win in another Jag for the Pearsons. And there will be a change, quite possibly, as you see, fourth place come across line, Shane Brereton. There's the Lotus 10 ahead of the Healey, so there was a change for second place. The Healey 104, that led away after the restart in the Woodcote Trophy, ends up still on the podium in third place, and that is a really solid result for them. But Will Nuttall bringing the Lotus 10, car number 10, that was started by Malcolm Paul, through into second place behind the Pearsons D-Type. And 450, Paul and Jonathan Mortars, Healy 104, taking a fine third place. And there is our overall race winner. So Ollie Bryant picks up another trophy. Such an accomplished historic racer. And you can imagine that he will be still winning races in another 2 or 3 decades from now. There's Roger Wills. The ex-Bruce McLaren Lotus 15 will need a little bit of fettling. Looks perfectly good on this side. A little bit battle-scarred on the other. And third place, dwarfing the little Lotuses, comes the Lister Nobly. Nigel Greensall taking over midway through from the car's owner, John Spears.
Well survived.
Manages to get out of the car without falling over. And John Spears, unfortunately, in the Lister Costin, pulling out of the race with just a few minutes left. There's the fourth place car, Shane Brereton. Had a really strong race in that as well. And managed to overhaul the fifth place Cocotti and Lewis Lotus 15 that was started from pole position and was in the lead battle early on. So the Pearsons do it again.
Congratulations.
This time the short-nosed D-Type is victorious.
What was it, that little Healy? Yeah, the little Healy hasn't stopped, hasn't done anything. It was like just a minute in front. Yeah. We've got to work it out really quick.
Two brothers having a good old chat there about who was where. John saying it was that little Healy.
Yeah.
And that little Healy finished in third place. Brilliant.
Really did. I mean, what a great result for the team as well. There's Will Nuttall, carved back up through the field in the Lotus 10. Car number 10 into second place. I think he's going to, yeah, a little shake of the hands. Well done, but also probably thank you for giving me racing room, because Will Nuttall knew he was up against it in terms of time, trying to make that pass for second place. At least I'm assuming he knew. I mean, how do you know who you're chasing in a field that's this huge? There's no ship-to-shore radio, there's no dash telemetry.
Yes, I think good old pit boards.
Yeah.
Or maybe the strategy is just go as fast as you can, overtake everybody in front of you.
And I guess then when you get to the collecting area at the end, the guy that pulls up beside you, oh right, you, okay. When did I pass you? Last lap? Lap before? Yeah, very good stuff. So. The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. In the Woodcote Trophy, the Pearsons D-Type Jaguar claiming overall victory ahead of the Lotus 10 and the Healy 104. And in the Stirling Moss Trophy, it was Ollie Bryant who won the race outright ahead of Roger Wills and John Spears, Nigel Greensall. Shane Brereton in fourth, ahead of Cocotti and Lewis Lotus 15, and the Smiths in their Cooper Monaco. So a race that was interrupted by a safety car and then a red flag and rain, as well as the anticipated pit stops. And our best wishes to Tim Stamper, whose Aston Martin DB24 suffered a hub failure and rolled into retirement. He fortunately is out and seemingly A-OK. And so, unfortunately, he does face a little bit, I think, of work and expense to get that DB24 back to the previously pristine look that it had at the start of the race. But the good news is he is okay. One of the biggest fields of the Silverstone Festival, the Lotus 15s at the front of the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, interrupted by a roll for the Aston Martin DB24 Tim Stamper, who was all right. After red flags in the pit stops, we restarted on a streaming wet circuit. Roger Wills making contact with one of the back markers as he chased the race leader, Oliver Bryant. Conditions very, very different from how they had been before the stoppage. Even if you'd been out in both parts of the race, it was still difficult. In the Woodcote Trophy, short-nosed D-type of the Pearson brothers taking victory. Ollie Bryant winning the Stirling Moss Trophy and the race overall from the similar Lotus 15 of Roger Wills, with John Spears and Nigel Grinsell in third place in the Lister Nobly.
Here that you can have a good look at and experience, and I just happen to be here outside the Alpine area, and would you look at that, lots of A110s. Wouldn't it be handy if I can have a good old look inside one and maybe possibly a test drive, because Alex just happens to be sat inside one. Right, lovely. Oh, let's shut that door. Beautiful. Hi, Alex.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Tell us what's going on this weekend.
So yeah, as an Alpine, we've got 3 cars here, hands down, the most exciting cars you can drive here today. What more can you want? 2-door sports cars.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty awesome, and I actually can't wait to take this on a proper test drive. But there's also Esteban Ocon's Formula 1 car you can have a look at.
Exactly. So we're really lucky. We're just opposite the F1 car lineup, of which there is Esteban Ocon's A523.
Oh, very, very nice. So if you want to come and you've always wanted to experience driving an Alpine A110, this is where you want to come to, right?
Hands down, lightweight experience, probably the best handling sports car you can buy without going over £200,000.
I mean, he's not biased, but he's saying hands down the absolute best.
Exactly. No, not biased, I work for the brand, but Gordon Murray, quoting him, he owns one and he knows something about cars.
Okay, then I guess we'll have to take your word for it. So there's only one way for us to find this out properly, and that's to properly take it for a test drive, right?
Yeah, here all weekend, we've got 3 cars on run, so come and see us and we'll get you signed up.
Excellent, okay. What's the difference between this and the rest of the cars, by the way?
Okay, so we've got one of each of the products, all the same really engines, just different power outputs. So we've got soft chassis with 250 brake, all the way to the stiff chassis, which is more track focused with the 300 brake. So 0 to 60 from 4.5 to 3.9.
That will do me very, very nicely. Okay, right, well then I need to get my seatbelt on and everything because, you know, health and safety and all that jazz. Let's get my seatbelt on. Put your seatbelt on, please, Alex, thank you.
Seatbelt on and shades down.
Okay, shades down. I'm going to hand over my microphone. So there we go. We got there in the end, didn't we? And I'm sure all of us are very pleased to see Tim Stamper get out of the car okay. But we did manage to get to the end of the race of the MRL Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. So let's get on with the podium. We're going to start things off with the Stirling Moss Trophy. So please welcome in third place, it's John Spears and Nigel Grinsell. And in second place, it's Roger Wills. Big round of applause for Roger as he makes his way up onto the podium. And in first place, it's Ollie Bryant. Huge round of applause. Now we do have Jeremy Vaughan, who is head of motoring at the Royal Automobile Club, who's going to hand out the trophies for us. So first of all, over to third place, to John Spears and Nigel Grinsell. And the trophy being handed over to second place, Roger Wills. And our winner of the Stirling Moss Trophy, it's Ollie Bryant. Big cheers, hold your trophies in the air, we can get some lovely pictures. Beautiful. Ollie, I'm gonna come and have a chat with you. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, it was great. It was really good fun at the start with Rog and Andrew and the other 15, so shame it was interrupted, but they did what they had to do, and the wet conditions at the end made it certainly a bit challenging. So being the first person to discover what the track was like was always tricky, and Rog was thereabouts for a while, so that was a really, really good race.
I mean, Roger, yeah, it pretty much was a tale of 2 races there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I sort of, at the start, I had a lot of fun with Ollie and Andrew, and then obviously the
red flag. But yeah, at the end with the rain as well, it made it a bit tricky. Just couldn't seem to find that pace to catch up to Ollie. But lovely to be out.
And John and Nigel, how was that for you both? You've both had a very, very busy weekend. How are you feeling at the moment?
We're feeling good because it was a fun race, and in those conditions you've got to really be on it, and it's physically less taxing, which for an old guy like me is very welcome.
It's just fantastic. So obviously we had the 2 cars out, and we got the pit stop perfect. We ended up 1 and 2 with that, but there was obviously a bit of confusion as to on the restart where the cars were and stuff. So we I guess we lost out. But the conditions, when it rains, it's better. It really is. It's much better. It's lots of fun, and the driving standards out there were fabulous. So all credit to Duncan and his team for putting such a grid together.
I love that you're saying it's better when it's raining, because actually as a viewer, I think we all appreciate when it's raining as well, because it makes for such an exciting race. Let's have another round of applause for our Sterling Moss Trophy winners of the Royal Automobile Club Trophy. And we're going to quickly move on to our next trophy, which is the Woodcote Trophy. Okay, so welcome up to the podium in 3rd place. It's Paul and Jonathan Mortimer. Big round of applause. And 2nd place, it's Malcolm Paul and Will Nuttall. Nice little jaunty step there. And in 1st place, the winner of the Woodcote Trophy, John and Gary Pearson. A big round of applause. And again, we'll have Jeremy Vaughan, who's head of motoring at the Royal Automobile Club, to come and hand out the trophies. So first up, over to 3rd place, which is Paul and Jonathan Mortimer. And then 2nd place to Malcolm Paul and Will Nuttall. And handing over the Woodcote Trophy to our winners, John and Gary Pearson. Come on then, let's have your trophies in the air for some pictures. Lovely stuff. Congratulations, guys. I'm going to come and have a chat with you as well in a second. Beautiful. Right, here I come. Okay, John and Gary Pearson, we're getting to know each other quite well now. It's lovely standing up on this podium. How are you both feeling after that?
Elated. That was about as slippery as it gets. Such good fun, though. I must say, big thanks to all the marshals out there. They've put up with the weather, but the flagging, marshalling standards, absolutely fantastic. I think they're probably the best marshals that there are in the world. And hats off to them, because these conditions, they had a problem clearing up the car that tipped over. I think it was the right call to stop the race, because then we had a sensible, great race afterwards, started in slippery conditions. No, hats off to everybody.
Anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I just had the easy bit at the beginning, a little bit of safety car, so I feel a bit of a fraud here, but fantastic, really enjoyed it.
I mean, you've chilled, you probably had a cup of tea, you've properly relaxed since then, and now you're up on the podium. Lovely stuff. And in 2nd place, I'm going to mind out the way, and then I can chat to both of you. How are you feeling after that?
Very good. No, brilliant. Much far better than we expected to come be up here. Yeah, fantastic.
Are you a fan of when it starts raining and gets a bit more exciting?
Yeah, definitely. I was smiling in my helmet, waiting for it to tip down a bit more.
There's a certain sort of class of racers that just get way more excited when it rains. I mean, normally you kind of go, no, I'd rather it stay dry so I can stay gripped. But actually, no, do you prefer the rain?
Yeah, definitely. A great leveller. It's brilliant, brilliant. Helped us a lot today. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, it was interesting. Certainly very interesting. Don't know how it happened, but certainly take it. It was very enjoyable. Yeah, great.
Fantastic. Another round of applause to our Woodcote Trophy podium winners for the Royal Automobile Club. Congratulations. Okay, well, now we're going to hand over to Gary Champion.
Nicola and, of course, Russell and Martin are off for a little bit of a lay down quietly somewhere. So we've got cars on track because, of course, it is the track parades. So today, the 3rd day of these track parades, and it is an opportunity for all of the car clubs that are here at Silverstone to get their moment of glory, so to speak, to be able to go out onto the track and to have their little their moment, for want of a better word. I know it's the bit that really seems to, I don't know, it's the icing on the cake, I suppose. You're here to have your cars, and then, well, you can now go out and give them a bit of a run. And of course, we've got some anniversaries for Aston Martin, the DB5, 60 years of that, and there is an example on track that is a very rare thing indeed. Look out for the car that is, well, let me tell you, on track, interestingly, it's not finished in the most popular colour for the model. It's silver birch, so look out for that. And as much as we'd like to say that the DB5 burst onto the scene in 1963, if I'm honest, it's not strictly true, because the quintessential Aston Martin was in fact actually a gentle evolution of the DB4, and indeed the name DB5 was actually a last-minute decision. Of course, the advantages of that new model were a revised 4-litre engine, much more refinement as well in the car, and shortly after the introduction, the very desirable 5-speed ZF gearbox. And despite the model evolution over the DB4, the DB5 actually made a quantum leap in marketing as well when it made it to become the most famous and desirable car in the world. How did that happen? Well, Eon decided to put James Bond into the latest DB for the 1964 film Goldfinger, and the cinematic history was written, of course. Crazy now to know that initially Aston Martin was somewhat skeptical. Can't believe that. And they were umming and ahhing about it. And of course, the car was modified with even more gadgets than a Swiss Army knife. After carefully checking the DB5 on track, we're assured that there are no machine guns. We had a look round. Rob went and had a look. There's no bulletproof screens, no rams, no tyre slashers, and there are around about 1,023 DB5s built over a 2-year production. So super desirable today. The DB9 as well is out on track. They're celebrating a 20-year anniversary. It was Ian Callum that styled the V12 powered DB9. Ian Callum, of course, somebody that's very well known for work at Jaguar as well as Aston Martin. It's a classic front engine GT, and it made a huge impact at the 2003 Frankfurt Motor Show. In fact, I was there. I remember the car being launched, and every UK motor magazine made it their front page feature. And actually, the DB9 also made it onto a number of the news bulletins as well. DB9 was on to the ITN news bulletins, News at 10, and also, of course, it was also on the BBC news bulletins as well. It was that much of an impact, and it was the first car as well to be built at the new Gaydon factory. And the DB9 replaced the much-loved DB7, which by 2003 had actually become the most popular DB of all time. And in addition to the beautiful coupe, and there are some of those out on track, the DB9 was available as an open car as well. Now, apart from those cars, look out as well for some of the P1 cars. And Rob, our reporter, has joined me. I know we're looking at Aston Martins at the moment, but Rob, there are some great cars out there that are celebrating, and I think that's the right phrase really, the fact that they are running on P1 fuels. Now, they are the official fossil-free fuel partner here. They are pioneers of biosynthetic fuels and the official supplier of FIA World Rally Championship fuel as well. And it actually means that it is compatible with any combustion engine without any modification to the engine or the fuel system at all. And we will see some of those cars out on track. And actually, to sort of reinforce the point, Rob, that the cars that they've got on track with those P1 fuels really go right the way through the ages, don't they?
Absolutely. I mean, they start with a Fraser Nash, so very old British car. Right the way through, they've got Rolls Royces there. They've got a radical high-performance sports car there, and they've also got a Land Rover, standard Land Rover 90. And it's really to showcase the fact that these fuels go into these quintessentially British cars with no modifications at all. Now, I spoke to one of the people from P1 yesterday, and I believe we maybe have some of his words ready. I'm here down in the paddock at P1 Fuels, and with Benjamin. What can you tell us about this fantastic array of cars and what you're doing here at Silverstone?
Yes, what I can tell you is that we lined up the best of Britain, going from a Fraser Nash, a P1 to a Rolls-Royce, Caterham, Land Rover, etc. And we're showcasing that all this variety of cars can run on P1 fuels, which means 100% non-fossil and carbon-neutral fuel.
So that really sits with a lot of the direction motorsport is going in to and being 100% sustainable if it's possible. Which one has been the most popular car with the public so far?
Well, it depends. So surprisingly, the pre-war is quite obvious an attraction, but also to see a Rolls-Royce and Land Rover Defender just standing next to each other on Silverstone on the racetrack is quite unique. And what we're trying to do is we're using the past to write the future. This means that we are trying to use the heritage we have and showcasing that they have a sustainable future.
And you've got this great array of cars. Does a lot of work need to go on them to make them run with your fuel?
Absolutely nothing. So all the cars are standard. We didn't change anything to the cars. To just we tip in our fuel, which is 100% non-fossil, 0% ethanol, EN228. So it's just like fossil fuel, just not fossil.
So all the people that are here this weekend running this brilliant array of cars that we've got around us could come and talk to you about potentially using their fuel in some of those cars.
Well, not only talk to us, they can even fuel here. So we have 2 fuel zones set up, so the cars can go there, fuel the cars, and run it on a racetrack.
That's absolutely brilliant. We hope the weekend's really successful for you, and we look forward to seeing the fuels out at a lot more race meetings across the year.
Thank you very much indeed, Rob, who was out there chatting away to them. And in fact, those cars you can see out on track as well. They are the P1 fueled cars. And I should just reiterate the point, and this is worth reiterating, that those cars can run without any modification to engine or fuel system. So really a game changer, I think, and a competition for, shall we say, other alternative fuels, such as something you plug in.
Something you plug in. Well, there are some interesting plug-in cars as well. One of the things I do want to plug is the fact they ran the Nigel Mansell's FW14B at the British Grand Prix last year as a demonstrator. Sebastian Vettel took that car out, and that ran on synthetic fuels. No change to the sound of that at all.
No, we can see some of the other cars that are out there as well. The Alpine and so on is there. But can I just...
Thank you very much. We're Northant Sings Out. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much, everyone.
Northampton choir, and they are on the big stage. If you want to put a smile on your face and you want to just have a good time, oh my goodness, these guys, they've just finished their little set and they are just unbelievable. They are coming back a little bit later. NSO, Northampton Sings Out, very worthwhile. I think we'll probably go back to the track action now and see what else we've got on track, because as I say, quite a lot of parades that are out and about on the track. Of course, it is also a celebration of Midget and Sprite Club, and we've got... can hear from some of them as well, of course, because, well, the Austin Healey Sprite, 1958 BMC launched it. They actually launched it in Monaco, and it was only 2 days after the 1958 Monaco Grand Prix. And Donald Healey had that, of course, as well. And they were built in Abingdon, and you could have bought one for £669. Now, we were talking about the big stage, but also it's worth mentioning, of course, the Foodie Fest as well. There's a lot of stuff happening there. So in just 15 minutes' time, the MasterChef winner, let me just reiterate, winner from MasterChef, Tom Rhodes, is at the Silverstone Kitchen Live. We've got the masterclass with Warner's Distillery. Yes, it's a distillery, it's gin. Get yourself to the tasting tent. And then Tom Rhodes is back again this afternoon. And there's another masterclass with cheese on the toaster, on cheese on toast, as in TOWCEST.
Yeah, and that's cheese being made with buckets, I believe. I went and spoke to a chap there yesterday. So that sounds really interesting. If you get over there and have a look at that, looks
it's
really
made
in
good. Buckets.
He makes it with buckets. He uses buckets to make the cheese.
So if you like cheese and it's like right up there on your wants, that would be on your bucket list.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, that flowed really well.
Couldn't help myself, to be honest. There you go. So Tom Rhodes then on the foodie timetable. And we've also got Eva Humphreys there as well. She's in the Silverstone Kitchen Live at 4:30 today. Now, main stage, let me tell you. Doing their thing tonight. We've got two bands, but of course McFly are the big band. And can I just tell you, Rob, as well, this is very exciting. They have extended their time by 20 minutes.
Wow.
I know. So even longer.
I was amazed.
We're on at 20 past 8.
20 past 8.
But now they've extended
and
by another 20 minutes. So even better. So we get more value out of McFly.
It's been interesting wandering around and talking to so many different people. And the amount of times McFly has come up in conversation. They're a band that maybe I'm not into that realm of music, but not really good. So many people are looking forward to seeing McFly later. And they're going to have...
Okay, Rob, I have to stop you there. It's my turn now because it's not all about you.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Brilliantly.
Just to get that in, sorry.
That was almost as good as the bucket. That was
the hot air balloon night glow, by the way, it is kind of around the music as well at the same time. The claws are on, and basically the glow goes on at the same time. So it's really cool. And there were I think it was about 15 hot air balloons yesterday, all kind of lighting up at the same time because they use their burners and it just, all of that, which is great.
It's something that's happened at the festival and previous iterations in the Classic for a long time, and the variety of those balloons. I remember one year being here and an absolutely huge giant strawberry being illuminated through the sky, and those balloons, they just add a nice calm feel to the evening, don't they? They're really, with the music going on and the atmosphere, it's just one of those wonderful things that we have here at Silverstone as part of what was the Classic and is now the festival, and long may that continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So cars still, there are one or two on track, but pretty much that's ended because obviously we need to get back to track action, but we'll be back with you in just a mo.
So you're joining us at Iconic Auctioneers, and this is where you can nab yourself an absolute beauty of a classic car. I mean, there are so many options down there. I mean, I've had a few little looks at some options for myself, but I'm joined here by Rob, who is one of the auctioneers. Hi, Rob.
Hi, nice to see you.
So tell us what we can kind of expect here this weekend.
You can expect fun-filled, many cars going under the gavel. There's something for all tastes and budgets. We've got automobilia this afternoon, competition cars as well today, and then tomorrow the collector's cars.
So doing the actual auctions, I mean, it must be quite a tricky job because you kind of have to keep an eye on everybody. Have you ever had moments where somebody has bid on something and then ended up in a relationship argument?
Once or twice. Yes, body language is always quite amusing to look at. Sometimes it's the wife egging on the gentleman to bid.
Egging on?
Yeah, and they're disagreeing, or other times it's I'm saying a big sexist answer, sometimes it might be the lady and the husband going, what are you doing? We occasionally get it, but we keep smiling and they walk away with the car they want.
Is there any sort of cars down there that you've got your eye on?
There's always something in every sale we do that you think, wow, that really is a special car. There's quite a few. I won't say which ones, just so I don't want to be accused of being biased. But we've got plenty of options down there for people.
So you've been coming here for 13 years. Is there any lot in particular that stands out in your memory that you've sold over the years?
Like you say, 13 years here at the Silverstone Festival. Last year, probably a lot of people saw in the press, we sold Princess Diana's Ford Escort. That was a proper viral story. That sold for just over £750,000 last year. That's probably the most standout car we've had here at the festival.
Incredible. I mean, I'm going to have a little browse myself in a bit to see what I could potentially afford. Actually, I do know what I can afford, and that's this painting. I'm going to take this. Thank you very much.
So back with us then, talking about some of the cars that have done the track parade. Of course, it's 50 years as well since Caterham Cars acquired the exclusive rights to the 7 from Lotus Cars. 40 years as well since the formation of the Caterham and Lotus 7 car club as well. And we've also got, we've been talking about the guys from Aston Martin that were out there. We saw so many lovely Aston Martins, over 1,000 of them were out there. It is the centenary of MG. They are in their 50th year as far as the MG Owners Club is concerned. It's the world's largest single mark car club. They are here. Currently there's 20,000 members worldwide. They were formed in 1973. to supply all MG requirements. The club provides a comprehensive service for dedicated MG enthusiasts, and of course they've got their magazine called Enjoying MG and so on. There are a whole load of them here. They have something like, I think it's 150 meetings every year. They've got a travel club, so it takes people to far fun places such as Norway and Iceland and so on. But of course they also go out to do things like the Le Mans 24 hours, and they have their own campsite actually out there. Switch Live, we've got manufacturers in there. The Genesis GV60, winner of the What Car Best Electric SUV 2023. That's in that part of the it's just as you come over the second bridge and go into the front of you there, and you can see the Switch Live manufacturers in that area. And I have to say the Genesis GV60 is also, they're now saying, has got a range of 321 miles. It's got a powerful 77.4 kilowatt battery, which is more than enough for long distance journeys, and you can 80% charge it. I think it's something like 40 minutes, so not bad at all. And in the Sport Plus, for added excitement, the boost button triggers a 10-second burst of, wait for this, another 490 PS maximum output, so not bad at all. Polestar have got a Polestar 2. They've got their BST Edition 270 that was inspired by the one-off experimental Polestar 2 that you may remember went to Goodwood back in 2021. It's a limited edition version for enthusiasts. There's only 270 of those that have been made. There's other cars as well in there, and the other great thing is that if you go to the Switch Live where those electric cars are, you can have a test drive, and it doesn't mean that you just drive it around in a little loop. You take them out for a reasonable loop as well, so you actually get to test it. And of course the My Energy guys are there to come give you a demonstration about not just charging, but it's a whole house charging system. So you've got solar panels on the roof that charges batteries that are kept perhaps in the garage or somewhere along those lines, maybe in your little shed outside, whatever. And then of course you can charge your car from those batteries, so you don't need to be using your normal household electricity. You will use you'll have harnessed the power of the sun into those batteries, and then you can use that to charge your car. So those are the cars that we've had on track. Still plenty to see, of course, here at Silverstone. We've got a whole raft of races to come, and we've also got some amazing demonstrations as well. Can I point you to a couple of those demonstrations if I can? The first of them, Rob, I think, who's still with me, I think probably is the BRM, Rob, isn't it?
Oh, the BRM, and that is one to definitely be trackside to see, and in particular here. It's a recreation of the 1951 V16. It's a 1.5 litre engine car with 16 cylinders. The recreation's been made by Hall & Hall, very much linked to BRM, and the car looks stunning. If you go down there, it looks brilliant, but also it will sound great. When I know Rob Hall is going to take it out on track later on today, and I know that's going to be a real highlight for people to go and see. We've got other F1 cars out there, but this is Britain. In theory, it's Britain's first World Championship Formula One car that was made. It ran in 1951. And then continued to be reasonably successful. Unfortunately, the rules of Formula One changed, and it never got to really experience the success that it possibly could have done. But a great starting from a company that then went on to win the World Championship in 1962 with Graham Hill, and go on to race right until the early 70s, and are having a bit of a reawakening, as they call it. A lot of it being manufactured up in Bourne in Lincolnshire, where the team was based. And yeah, great to see out on track.
Yeah, 2 75th anniversaries as well that are being celebrated. The demonstration of Grand Prix cars, which is what we've just been talking about with the BRM, were that around about 1635 we should get those Grand Prix cars out. Things like Williams you'll see out on track, of course, and various others as well. Very, very good. I think one of the excitement is going to be seeing the Nigel Mansell car out there, if I'm honest. Then we've also got the 75th anniversary of NASCAR here. So around about 10 to 6, something like that, we're going going to get them out on track. And they are, I think it'll be tempting if they don't race, to be honest. I don't think they're allowed to, but I think they will be definitely doing some sort of race, to be honest. So that's at 10 minutes to 6 tonight. And we'll see that out on track as well. Now, I know that Nicola and Ed Foster are poised because obviously we've got racing about to get underway. So let's see if we can go and join the duo of Nicola Hume and Ed Foster, who are down in the paddock.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We are now in the International Pits, and we are surrounded by wonderful Formula One cars. So much to look forward to this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be a very noisy, very exciting afternoon. I mean, if the morning wasn't good enough to you, then this afternoon's going to be even better. Although the whole entire weekend has been fabulous, right?
I mean, amazing. I mean, rain always makes things exciting, so it's been absolutely cracking. You've got a lot of podiums to do this afternoon.
Yes, and you've got a lot of mooching and chatting to drivers to do.
Well, yes, exactly. On which point? I think I might just grab them because the engines haven't started.
Yes.
So I'm going to go and talk to some drivers. So
go for it.
We'll see you in a bit. Follow me. We've got Michael Lyons here. Let's just start with Michael. Michael, you got slicks on, but I'm guessing you're putting wets on before you go out.
Let's see, shall we?
A man of few words. I guess with these cars, the track dries pretty quick.
I hope so.
Right, I think Michael's keeping his cars pretty close to his chest. Let's go over here. In another of the chrome cars, the Lotus 77, Nick has got wets on. His dad's, how are we doing? Mind the nose cone, Max, because they are quite expensive. Nicholas Padmore, just been chatting to Michael. He thinks he might go out on slicks.
Yeah, and they're brand new slicks as well, so it's going to be interesting for the first few laps. But this place is greasy, it's damp. What do you reckon, Ed? Come on.
Don't listen to me. How many laps will these last when the track starts to dry?
Well, ain't going to be a lot, is it? But these are brand new wets as well, so it's going to be like a 60s GT car, I think, when these go off, so it'll be good fun.
Well, full send. Good luck, mate.
Right.
Okay, let's retreat out of here. Amazing how close that nose cone is to the ground. Just I'll step out of the way so Michael can get a view of it. It's amazing machines, these. Right, look, let's what they've done is they've reversed the front 9 finishers from yesterday. So Christoph Dansenberg, who finished 9th, is now on pole position. What I'm going to try and do is head nearer the back, try and find car number 7, Mike Cantillon. I love the Formula One assembly area because there are so many people here. Apologies, FIA sort of marshal official, not the kind of person I should be taking out. There are so many people here. Formula One cars always have that draw. So just keep following me. It's a wonderfully big grid of cars here. I hope we will find the number 7 car, the Williams. Here we are. There's it's Mike Cantillon. He's already in the car. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to speak to one of the mechanics, and I can guarantee you they're going to hate me talking to them because they're not really used to that. Right, why don't we jump in here? There you see, there we go. What happened yesterday? Was it a rear wing problem?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Let's try someone else. I'm gonna get an answer. I'm going to go straight to the horse's mouth. Mike, what happened yesterday?
We got the win, but the wing was 12 mil too high. So we put a new wing on it on Thursday night, and the fabrication was different. So I got a disqualification and put to the back. So I lost the win yesterday.
Well, apologies for yesterday, but it means you're going to have an exciting time today.
Really hope so. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. The mechanics, let's turn around and see if we can get near the front. It's interesting, isn't it? The mechanics who do all the work had no idea what had happened to the rear wing, but very kind of Mike to actually give us the news on that. So as I was saying, the first 9 cars, the first 9 cars have all been flipped around, and so we're going to see quite a lot of changing places because yesterday's race was dry, and there is a huge difference in performance with some of these drivers in the wet versus the dry. Some really, really quick drivers on this grid, but it's, you know, driving a Formula One car in the dry is hard enough. Driving in the wet, there's Martin Stretton, who will be perfectly happy it's wet. And then Matthew Wrigley in the Penske. I'm going to get up in the front, try and have a quick word with Christoph before he's a little bit busy, getting in the way in the photograph as well. So you can see here, you need help being sort of strapped in. He's then got his radio that's being plugged into his helmet, so you can hear all of that. Brabham's obviously made famous by, well, many drivers, but also Gordon Murray, the designer, very, very well-known designer. I can hear a whistle going. I'm going to see if I can just jump in before they start it up. Are they going to start it up? I think they're going to start it up. So actually, I'm not going to be able to jump in. So I think that's about all we can do from the assembly area.
None of the mechanics were owning up to having not measured the wing. Nigel Mansell's Lotus having Michael Lyons strapped into it. Yeah, very unfortunate yesterday for Mike Cantillon. That car was at the restart. Clearly the class of the field, I mean, he absolutely mullered everybody else, leapt into the lead, and in the ex-Keke Rosberg FW07C won the race. And whether or not there was any performance gain in the wing, who knows, but it seems highly unlikely. First National Citibank sponsored Penske's Formula 1 operation. There you can see the stressed member, that is the Cosworth DFV. So the engine essentially bolted onto the back of whichever tub you had designed for it. Then you hung the gearbox, the Hewland Mark 9 gearbox, and the suspension off the engine, and the engine is a fully stressed member of the car. So it is basically the chassis as well as the power unit behind the driver, which is what revolutionised Formula 1 really when the DFE came in and the back of the Lotus 49. It meant that nobody then had to design a car that had a cradle to hold the engine, to mount the engine into, and then mount the suspension off. Now, your road car will have the engine on a subframe, which probably also carries the suspension. It's not bolted firmly into the car, and the reason for that is that it wouldn't be very comfortable. But in Formula 1, especially if you're a designer, you don't care how uncomfortable the car is as long as it's fast. Exxon Watson McLaren here in the hands of Steve Hartley. That car with plenty of history. Now, these are not the only Formula 1 cars we will see. It's the only Formula 1 cars that we will see racing today. We will see other Formula 1 cars out being demonstrated. But our afternoon gets back on schedule, and we're just going to start 5 minutes late. So what was expected to be an hour-long lunch break for our hard work marshals has turned into 25 minutes, and the action getting back out on track. It is a damp Silverstone circuit that greets the Masters racing legends, Formula 1 cars from 1966 to 1985. So the return to power, the 3-litre era of Formula 1, which had the backbone as the Cosworth DFE, and that is what is powering all of our cars in this race today. Hello everybody, wherever you are joining us, whether you are at the Silverstone circuit itself or across the globe, thank you for being with us for this final afternoon of action from the festival of historic motorsport that is the Silverstone Festival, as we get ready for our second race of the historic legends. Christoph Danseborg is the man who starts on pole position, and again with that exclusion for car number 7, it is going to be, again, still, I think, extremely competitive, even if the wing is an inch higher. Now, almost everybody was on wet weather tyres, but not quite everybody. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out. Ed reports, well, he talked to Michael Lyons, and Michael Lyons was not being committed to going on to wet. So you can see the grooves there in the wet weather tyres, but Mike Lyons in his car does not have wets on. So Alistair Douglas, that's going to make life even more entertaining when you've got sort of 600 odd Cosworth horsepower under your feet, under your right foot. Even wet weather tyres aren't going to harness that, and slicks on a track, well, outside our window, coming out of Woodcote onto the old pit straight, there is no visible dry line at all. That's going to be a bit of a balancing act.
It certainly is, yes. I guess Michael, probably one of the few people that might be able to harness that for the first few laps and then maybe make some progress. Because the difference in lap time on a drying track on slicks compared to, as Nick Padmore kind of didn't say but was alluding to, those wets that he's got on are not going to last very long. And you'll see Michael, if the track remains reasonably dry, Michael will be seconds quicker than anyone else on slicks.
The only problem is, it is only a 20-minute sprint, and so, yeah, there shouldn't need to be much damp patch hunting. Great to see so many young fans here, families bringing the kids along, and that's exactly what motor racing, what sport needs, is parents to bring kids, whether they're competing or watching, and watching often leads to competing. It is the parents that help the new generation. So the field coming round, being led by the BT49 Brabham of Christoph Dassenborg, the white and blue car, the Santal livery. Nelson Piquet, a three-time world champion for Brabham.
And I am certainly no expert, but I haven't seen any spray whatsoever from these cars in the section so far. Now, we might run into some wetter track as they go out of Beckett's and down towards Stowe Corner, but past us here at Woodcote, the track isn't completely dry, but it's not wet. And if I was Michael, I'd be saying, yeah, I got the right tyres on here.
Yeah, could well be. Well, he is third in our running order. Michael Lyons in the black and gold Lotus 72. Lotus 92. Alongside him is Jamie Constable, Tyrrell 011. Well, lots and lots of water on the Hanger Straight, but it is a straight. So the question is, how dry is it down at the end as they get into the braking area for Stowe? Because that's actually the germane part. You can pretty much survive. There are no water rivers across the track. You can see that Nick Padmore's Lotus 77 has got sticker tyres on, so absolutely brand new unrun tyres. Most of these will maybe have done a lap or two somewhere to scrub them in a little bit. And they're giving the drivers a second full formation lap behind the safety car because they have not been out on this track when it was wet, and these things are not slow by anybody's standards.
Now we need to see, where does the water lying on the track stop, because we've seen it's mainly Hanger Straight, Stowe Corner and Club Corner we've seen. And now they're going up the Hamilton Straight. We've still got a little bit of spray there, so it's still wet, but when do they come into the dry? Because they're nowhere near half the track wet that we've seen so far. And
funny, yesterday's rain affected us here in the old pit lane, and this part of the circuit was not only bone dry but in sunshine when you couldn't see cars coming past the old pits because of the spray. So it's again, looks like the wind has changed, or the rain has just drifted across in a different direction. See, the runoff areas are partly dry, but they're not racing on the runoff areas.
And this part of the track is sort of half and half, isn't it? Yeah. Not as dry as it is here at Woodcote, which we have big dry patches amongst the damper patches.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're that big. It might be half a slick wide. Less wet on the Wellington Straight. So there's no spray there. So it does look like around the wing is actually the wetter part of the track. Beckett's down to, let's say, Club Corner and out of Farm. And then, yeah, you can see again the different nature of the track. If you can pick it out on your big screens, and certainly those of you at home should be able to see that there are shinier and lighter patches, and there are darker patches where it is drier. No spray off the tyres here as they come out of Luffield through Woodcote and past the old pits, the pits that these cars know.
And now the sun comes out, which will help further to dry the track as they turn into Copse Corner. That lovely BT49 Brabham of Christoph Danselberg. It really is a lovely shape, isn't it?
Gorgeous, gorgeous piece of kit.
Right at the back there, Mike Cantillon, car number 7, who Ed was talking to, has unfortunately was disqualified from yesterday's race due to that technical infringement. But
now, if anybody was going to gamble on a slick, he has absolutely nothing to lose, does he? And everything to gain, Mike Cantillon. Again, let's take a look at the very last car as it comes here through Beckett's guys and just double check if we can see whether or not he's got wets or slicks. Car number 7, now I can see the grooves. He has got wets on, hasn't he? Let's just double check. Yes, he has. Okay, all right, well, so he's giving himself a fighting chance of grip. But third on the grid, Michael Lyons in the number 11 Lotus. Well, he's going to win it or bin it, isn't he? Or win it or spin it, possibly. And it rather depends on where he tries to make passes and where he finds the water. So 27 Cosworth era Formula 1 cars. Lights off on the safety car. We are ready to unleash the beasts. Just take half a step back if you're watching trackside, because this could get very lively very quickly. The Masters racing legends are about to go green at Silverstone on a damp track, very wet past the new pits and drier around the rest of the circuit. Christoph Dansenborg painted onto the white line on the inside. Lots of spray for the pole man. Mark Hazel in his Williams FW07B in second place. The entire field is on wet weather tyres with the exception of the first John Player Special Lotus. That is Michael Lyons, car number 11. He is on slicks. The track is drying. It has stopped raining. It is a 20-minute race. He only has 2 cars to pass to win, but he is going to be at a traction disadvantage in the wetter part of the track, and they're starting to leave that as they come down the Wellington Straight, and immediately Mike Lyons makes the move, pounces on Mark Hazel, and he goes by, and Hazel dropping back down the order, very, very slow down the Wellington Straight, and everybody moving past him around the outside. Michael Lyons going for the lead and getting it in Luffield. That's being very brave, but it is much less wet here. If you run over the curbs you saw from the second Lotus there, then you could be in trouble. But it is Michael Lyons, his intuition, his bravery has paid off. He has taken the lead. Christoph Dansenborg in second. It's the Penske in third, the red and white car of Matt Wrigley. He runs out wide, and Martin Stretton's Tyrrell goes by. The Lotus has gone by as well.
And now it's Michael Lyons trying to make a big enough gap that when he gets down onto the Hangar Straight, which is just a couple of corners away, he will be at a disadvantage, particularly when he puts the brakes on for Stowe Corner, and he wants to be far enough ahead. Here he comes now. We can see the spray start, and Michael in the lead here in number 11 on slick tyres. Where does he touch the brake pedal?
He can ease off the throttle and roll onto the brake nice and gently behind. Diving up the inside in 99, Jamie Constable, the Tyrrell up to second ahead of the second Lotus. That's the black and gold car number 6 of Nick Padmore. Christoph Dansenborg's Brabham is currently in fourth, make that fifth as through goes the Penske of Matthew Wrigley. So Dansenborg not feeling the love from the front of his Brabham in these conditions, and the race leader is Michael Lyons, but in the wettest part of the track they are reeling him in. You already can see Nick Padmore looking for a wet patch as the first of the McLaren, Steve Hartley, comes steaming down the inside. He picks up a place as well, and he's up to sixth place now, I think.
And Padmore has taken the lead there through Abbey and Farm, the sweepers. Michael just not got the grip there, but once they get back round to the dry part of the track, he may well get through again.
And a spin from Jamie Constable's Tyrrell out of the lead on wet weather tyres. So just feeling perhaps more confident in the grip than there actually was grip to be confident in. Car number 11, Michael Lyons, the slightly older Lotus of Nick Padmore, challenging him down the inside. He's got the grip to go by. We saw Lyons go the long way around the outside here before. He's going to tuck up on the inside. It is less damp, and he's got much more rubber on the road, and that's why a slick tyre is better than a groove tyre, because it's effectively a wider tyre. It doesn't have big bits missing from it.
along the old Grand Prix pit straight into Copse Corner, and this is the part of the track where Michael Lyons has a huge advantage, and as the track dries out, the wet shod cars will lose their advantage even on the wet parts of the track, because the tyres will start to overheat as they come into the Beckett sweepers, and it's Michael Lyons versus Nick Padmore in similar coloured cars with Matt Wrigley in third place.
And it's all arms and elbows going into Copse Corner there. The green 012 Tyrrell of Martin Stretton was shaping up on the inside. I thought the next shot he'd be by. No, he's actually gone back one, because the Tyrrell of the McLaren rather of Steve Hartley has gone by the Tyrrell, and Stretton losing out again to the 012 that we saw spin of Jamie Constable, yesterday's fifth place car. So yeah, it's all arms and elbows. Through goes the McLaren, and back comes the Penske, being brave under braking. That's fantastic stuff from Matthew Wrigley. Gets back in front of Steve Hartley, car number 77. Wrigley, the red, white and blue of the American Grand Prix team Penske. And in the wet again, car number 6, Nick Padmore, just looking to run the cars through the water to try and cool them a fraction, to bring the temperature of the tyres down. A change for third. 3 goes Steve Hartley, and again a change for the lead. Michael Lyons tucks his nose back in front, because the number 6 car of Nick Padmore had just sort of wriggled in front. The wettest part of the track, again Padmore sliding off the corner. This 4-car battle, Steve Hartley's McLaren ahead of Jamie Constable with a blue helmet in his green Tyrrell, and then the Penske, and then Martin Stretton.
Jamie Constable's done well to stay in the top 4 after that spin, and Christoph Danselberg also having a spin as well in the BT49 Brabham. But the two John Player Special Lotuses at the front of the field, and it's amazing, after what, 3 laps or 2.5 laps now, Michael Lyons has not been able to make a significant impression on the lead, as each time they come to the wet part of the track, the car in second place, that of Nick Padmore, is able to close up. And then Steve Hartley in third place, Jamie Constable fourth, Martin Stretton in fifth, and Matt Wrigley next up in sixth place.
And here comes Mike Cantillon, car number 7, from the back of the grid, goes by the Hesketh 308C, the car made famous by Lord Hesketh and James Hunt back in early 1970s. That's when this Penske was racing as well, whereas the Tyrrell behind it from the early 1980s. There's a decade in development between the two. The Penske PC3 and the Tyrrell 012. Martin Stretton goes the long way round the outside. Now he's got a distance to chase 99, the 1 year younger Tyrrell of Jamie Constable in front of him. Such a different of design between those two cars, and that's some of the rule changes that came in. These cars predate ground effect, are ground effect cars, or are flat bottom car that followed on from ground effect. The ground effect cars no longer using their skirts though, so they don't have that enormous hoovering downforce. And the two Lotuses, nearly a decade between them. Car number 6 in second place. Lotus 77 was raced in 1976, and the Lotus 92 was raced nearly a decade later. So many different rule sets had come and gone by that stage. The car's looking very different indeed. And there is our third place car, Steve Hartley, and there is the Ram March with 37. That is Werner Dansenburg behind him in another of the Williams FW07s.
Coming up to the tight right at Village, up the inside goes the number 26 car, which is Kyle Tilley in his Tyrrell 011 with the Candy sponsorship, one of their main sponsors for a couple of years, and that's followed by the number 21 of Max Werner in his Hesketh 308C, which James Hunt never really liked. He did drive it early in the year, but didn't really get on with it.
Oh, and trouble for the Surtees, Charlie Kennedy, and that, I'm afraid, may bring out the safety car. And that is going to be another nail in the coffin of the wet tyres on all of these runners, with the exception of our race leader, Michael Lyons. It will allow the drivers, and the Candy Tyrrell pulls off. Problem there. So it will allow the tyres to cool down. If a safety car is scrambled, somebody's coming past us sounding very rough. That was the Candy Tyrrell, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's on less than 8 cylinders, isn't it?
Yeah, either that or he's broken in the exhaust, but it was grumbling very horribly. The rule of thumb with the Cosworth DFE was, if it stops shaking your fillings loose, switch it off, it's broken. Down the inside comes Steve Hartley for second at Stowe, goes by Nick Padmore. Again, look at the difference, the track at the front of the McLaren compared to the much narrower Lotus. And this McLaren, the wheels out wide to allow the airflow to go underneath it for the ground effect. The Lotus, the wheels tucked in tight to reduce the frontal area pre-ground effect. Such a dramatic difference in the look of those two cars. And then again ground effect car in the 011 and a post-ground effect flat bottom car in the Tyrrell 012. So again, the minimum amount of floor and the minimum frontal area in the car that Martin Stretton is driving compared to the 99 car of Jamie Constable, just the previous generation of car, but needing those wheels to be out wide to channel the air through those tunnels under the floor to gain that ground effect.
It looks as though the clerk of the course is happy to let this run under a local yellow with that car off on the inside of the loop. And Steve Hartley it is in the car that John Watson took to the win in 1982 in Detroit from 18th on the grid. He also won, or came second, sorry, in Brazil in that very same car. So Steve Hartley through into second place, but Nick Padmore not lost touch, and Martin Stretton is, I think he's closing up a little bit on Nick Padmore, isn't he, in the 012 Tyrrell. Yeah. And behind Nick Padmore is Jamie Constable. Where could he have been if he hadn't had that spin early on at the loop? Just too much power too early on, just spun the car around, but has done really well to stay in touch with this group.
Well, he might yet end up in second or third, which is possibly where he was when he looped the car around. Michael Lyons has checked out 7 seconds clear, and he's lapped last time round 2.7 seconds quicker than Steve Hartley in the McLaren in second place. Nick Padmore in third, hanging on in front of Martin Stretton. Jamie Constable now down in 5th place, ahead of Ken Tyrrell. So those two 011 team cars running nose to tail. And through goes Martin Stretton, up to 4th place, up to 3rd place, beg your pardon. Vicious squirm from the Tyrrell, but Mighty Mouse has got the bit between his teeth. He's the perfect size for these cars, almost invisible in the cockpit of the Tyrrell. And there is Nick Padmore giving chase. They're coming up behind the ex-Vittorio Brambilla March. And Steve Hartley in second place. Stretton is coming for him, though. Again, has the chance to move out and try and run those tyres through a bit of water to cool them down.
Stretton's confidence seems to have built, doesn't it? He's prepared to throw the car around a little bit. Not necessarily the quickest way to drive the car in dry conditions, but in wet conditions he's finding the grip, and he's come up alongside Hartley. Did he get through as they went into the loop?
I don't know, but Jamie Constable got by Nick Padmore for sure, and Padmore's going to fall into the clutches of Ken Tyrrell. Not that Ken Tyrrell, another Ken Tyrrell in the Tyrrell, originally built by Ken Tyrrell. So Hartley still in second, Stretton still in third as they go by the orange march, and down the inside Constable just hanging on from Padmore in the Lotus, but Padmore has not given up. It looks as though in the drier conditions his car is working a little better now. I'm not sure what adjustments the teams may have made. If you've softened the car off, that's possibly a mistake. I would think that everybody left dry suspension settings and just put on wet weather tyres. And here comes Ken Tyrrell. He's going by Nick Padmore as well, following Jamie Constable in car 99. And again, Martin Stretton all over the back of Steve Hartley as they come down into the Beckett's S's.
Through they go, right, left, and then right again, and then a slightly more open left onto the hanger straight. So important to get the speed down the hanger straight. Long run down to Stowe Corner and almost spinning. Rally driving style from Martin Stretton. It's not often you see a Formula One car being driven so sideways and actually staying in the right direction. And then the pair of Tyrrells behind, led by Jamie Constable from Ken Tyrrell.
Not quite sure how much steering lock they have. Hartley's off in the gravel at Stowe, comes back on. Not sure how much steering lock Martin Stretton's got on that 012 Tyrrell, but he was using pretty much everything there on the lock stops as he chased Steve Hartley. Hartley then going off at Stowe, so Stretton is in second and now really hunting for the water That's possibly part of the reason why he had such a big squirm coming out of the Chapel curve. And here comes Ken Tyrrell, goes around Jamie Constable. That's a big move. Can he hang on the outside? He can. That's fantastic. And look at the speed that he went round. Jamie Constable losing half a dozen car lengths because he just had to breathe off the throttle there on the inside to avoid contact. So Ken Tyrrell really putting in a move around the outside, big, brave and committed.
And a slight drier line appearing in parts of the track now, the wet parts of the track that we've just been through. And Ken Tyrrell now on his way down the Wellington Straight, chasing after Martin Stretton, Jamie Constable and Nick Padmore, and then Steve Hartley behind after that spin, and a puncture or a damaged rim which has caused the puncture.
Yeah, he's hit something there, hasn't he, Paul Grant?
For the old Brambilla car, which we mentioned yesterday. Vittorio Brambilla won the race. He was so excited, he threw his hands up in the air and immediately spun after the finish.
Yeah, it looked more second-hand than that, actually, because he clattered into the barriers as well. So what happens here? Now, is it a tyre deflation? No, he understeers from the inside into Werner Dansenborg's, Christoph Dansenborg, I beg it, or was it Werner? It was Werner Dansenborg's car. So he's very deflated, very disappointed with himself. That was driver error, I'm afraid. He thought there was going to be a little more grip than there was. So Steve Hartley back up and running and chasing down Nick Padmore for 5th. Michael Lyons, every single lap is a fastest race lap for the race leader. He is currently 14 seconds ahead of Martin Stretton. His last lap was a 2:05.11. Stretton's in second, a 2:05.83, and he's gone quicker again, 2:05.01, another 10th quicker for Michael Lyons. The track definitely favoured the brave and the slick, and is now getting quicker. However, it is still undoubtedly a big handful in the wettest part of the track. Here, Stowe through past the pits. You can see Nick Padmore and Steve Hartley both fighting the cars, first to get them to turn in and then to get the back to follow the front.
I think I noticed there Steve Hartley had quite, yes, the same again. He's got a lot of understeer through the corners, so that's partly the setup of the car maybe has been set up for wetter conditions, but also the tyres may be starting to lose that grip. You see there he's having to turn the wheel more than he needs to get the car around the corner.
And don't forget that the car in front is a pre-ground effect car, so its downforce comes from its wings. The wings on a ground effect car didn't generate a lot of downforce. They were for channeling the air and balancing that centre of pressure front to rear on the car. So without the downforce, that McLaren there has, without the sealed tunnels, that McLaren there has much less downforce than it was designed to have in period. And if you don't have downforce on the front, you've got a lot of understeer. We just saw a brief shot of Michael Lyons romping away at the front of the field. Again, Nick Padmore versus Steve Hartley, and this is for 5th position. We've got a heat haze down the front straight, or down the old pit straight now, so the warmth is coming back into the track as Hartley goes through on the inside, finding grip there, and that negates the understeer for the tyres. But not sure these tyres are feeling very good. Steve Hartley, the jam baron, is probably feeling like he's squirming around on jam rather than rubber. And here comes Mike Cantillon. Cantillon looking for a top 6 finish from the back row of the grid.
Mike Cantillon now, his next target is Nick Padmore, who's driving really, really well in the earlier car, and down the Hanger Straight, he's saying to Mike Cantillon, pass me on the right, I've seen you, I'll let you through, and he knew that he was, it's a fight he doesn't want to pick.
And again, the Williams coming towards us. Look how widely spaced those front tyres are. We were looking at the Tyrrell earlier on, and the McLaren, where the tyres were sort of, the front tyres right in the middle of the line of the rear tyres. Here, the front track is as wide as the rear, and again, that's to just get that airflow under the ground effect floor of the FW07. And so Mike Cantillon now up into 6th position. He's got 2 minutes, so this lap plus another, because Michael Lyons is about half a lap ahead, so he's got a lap and 3/4 to try and catch Steve Hartley and put a move in for 5th place, and then another 3 seconds to Jamie Constable. I'm not sure he's going to do that. Halfway round the lap, though, in this Lotus 92 comes our race leader. Michael Lyons, again, another fastest lap. The only man inside the 2-minute 5, so 2-minute 4.8. So he's 2 or 3 tenths of a second faster in every lap than the previous.
And the car that Michael Lyons driving was used by Nigel Mansell in the first half of 1983, the chassis that the Lotus 92 that Michael Lyons is in. And I'm sure in the hands of our Nige, it would have been driven just as quickly as Michael Lyons is taking it through. And Nigel wasn't frightened of putting slicks on when it was a little bit damp.
Now, is that the one that he bounced off the barriers uphill from Massenet, from Saint-Devot at Monaco? Because that would have been in the first half of the season, yes. When he was taking the lead of the race. Now then, never mind catching Steve Hartley. Hartley now all over the back of the 99 car and through, goes past Jamie Constable. Mike Cantillon is closing from behind. This is going to be an enterprising last lap. Leader comes across the line with 44 seconds to go, so this is the last lap of the race. Martin Stretton in second place, 16 seconds back, and then Ken Tyrrell 21 back, and then Steve Hartley now in fourth ahead of Jamie Constable and Mike Cantillon there. So those 3 cars, that's 4th, 5th and 6th, and I rather sense, I'm afraid, that Jamie Constable is going to end up in 6th rather than 4th, because Steve Hartley's gone by for 4th. Constable right there, car number 99, the Tyrrell 011. But here comes the Williams and Mike Cantillon with a point to prove.
And Mike Cantillon searching for the wet part of the track to cool the tyres momentarily. You wouldn't think it would make much difference, but clearly it does. And he makes his way up now, closing in on Jamie Constable as they come up to Village. He's not close enough to get through there. In fact, I think he braked a little bit later than he would have liked, and he ran slightly wide. Now into the loop, and again Mike Cantillon running out wide there. He's just not got the grip at the front of that car, has he?
No, really pushing hard. And again, same problem that Steve Hartley had. Without ground effect, those wings, which are the same as they would have been in period, they're just for directing air, they're not for generating a lot of downforce. So Steve Hartley romps clear in 4th place, and Jamie Constable might hang on. Now, I think there were yellow flags out there coming down into the loop because of that stationary march. But here we go, past the old pit lane, and half a lap to go. Mike Cantillon versus Jamie Constable. Constable having a long look in the mirrors. Is he coming? He is coming. He goes through. And it's at the higher speed that the Williams and indeed the McLaren of Steve Hartley look more comfortable, because there the upper body is doing something for you as well. At low speed, they're really struggling with understeer. No struggles so far for Michael Lyons, though. Wouldn't be drawn about whether he's going to change from slicks to wets, and did not do so. Victory for the ex-Nigel Mansell Lotus 92. Michael Lyons gambled on red, and it came, or gambled on black, let's say, and it came up for him. Martin Stretton in second place. Again, drove a fighting race in the Tyrrell 012. That ex-Michele Alboreto chassis comes across the line in second place. Third place will be Ken Tyrrell, just behind him, and only a couple of seconds behind. So 2 Tyrrells on the podium. Then Steve Hartley's McLaren takes 4th, and Mike Cantillon did get through for 5th ahead of Jamie Constable. He probably got by him on the hanger straight down into Copse Corner, into Stowe Corner. So Nick Padmore in the number 6 Lotus, and he wins the Fittipaldi class, which is the pre-ground effect category. 37, Werner Dansenburg just ahead of Christoph Dansenburg. They are 1-2 in the Patrick Head class, and those are ground effect, early ground effect cars. So the Williams ahead of the Brabham, and here in the Ram March, the John McDonnell run cars drifting his way through. That's a great look, isn't it? It wasn't the most successful car. I do think it's really quite a handsome car, though, that Ram March. A couple of our orange and white liveried Ragnar arrows coming across the line as well. Well, we didn't see too much of our earlier cars like the Lek. The Tyrrell, beg your pardon, the Penske faded a little, didn't it, in the hands of Matthew Wrigley. He'll end up in 10th place. But Michael Lyons Well, there may be better adrenaline pumps, but I'm not sure that I can think of one right now than ragging around a Formula One Lotus in the wet on slicks. And there's still plenty of groove on those tyres. Not sure there's much life left in them, though. I think they've all been really overheated and overworked. Martin Stretton in second place, Ken Tyrrell right behind him, car number 23 in third in another of the Tyrrells, one of the 011s. Denham moved to Tyrrell with the demise of the team they previously sponsored, Acela. And Candy moved on to Tyrrell as well, who had also been an Acela sponsor, another Italian brand. And there's the 308C Hesketh. That's driven in period by James Hunt. Bubbles Hesketh and his team based at his baronial home in Northamptonshire really upset the Formula One apple cart. Lots and lots of small teams did, but they ended up not just winning a Grand Prix with this tiny champagne-swilling coterie that were supporting the team, but also produced a world champion eventually in the form of James Hunt. Well, Martin Stretton. Obviously a little sarky comment there to Michael Lyons, who gives him a shove for his pains, but that was a race well run by Michael Lyons. He might have a word or two more for Nicola than he managed for Ed. I think that's possibly pressure relieved. Did a great job. Confirmation, Michael Lyons winning by over 20 seconds from Martin Stretton and Ken Tyrrell, who are nose to tail almost across the line in two different generations of Tyrrell's Formula One family. Steve Hartley's McLaren in fourth, ahead of Mike Cantillon from the back of the grid, yesterday's winner on the road, and Jamie Constable rounding out the top six. Three Tyrrells in the top six. It's not modern Formula One, is it? Nick Padmore's Lotus was seventh, ahead of Werner and Christoph Dansenborg, and Matthew Wrigley rounding out the top 10 in the Penske PC3. The rain definitely changed the order of the cars. Miles Griffiths ran March in 11th, ahead of Simon Fish in the Arrows, Max Werner in the Hesketh, and Mark Hazel in his Williams ahead of the McLaren M29. Then the Shadow DN9, we didn't really see much of that. Kyle Tilley's Tyrrell sounded fairly sick halfway through, and Charlie Kennedy Surtees lost a wheel, as did Paul Grant's March. Wet start to the 66 to 85 Cosworth era Formula One race for Masters Racing legends, and right from the start it was clear that on slicks alone, Michael Lyons in the Lotus 92, car number 11, would have a battle on his hands. Jamie Constable spun away an early lead in the wet conditions. Steve Hartley started the car through the field in his ex-John Watson McLaren, but the Penske of Mike Wrigley was very competitive early on when the track was at its wettest. As it dried, however, the later cars started to come back into the resurgence. Problem for the ex-Vittorio Brambilla March, contact with the McLaren left it off the track. Martin Stretton working his way through the top six and up into a very strong second place in the Tyrrell 012, but there was to be no catching Michael Lyons. As the track dried, he just made hay and ran away to win it comfortably from Stretton and Ken Tyrrell in a pair of Tyrrells.
So you are joining me here at Motul, who are actually celebrating their 170th anniversary, and they are here celebrating at Silverstone Festival, actually being full global leaders in lubricants. Hi, Andy. Don't mean to... I got excited about the foam finger and just reminded me of gladiators. Anyway, hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
So tell us what's going on this weekend.
So we're here back at Silverstone Festival. This is our third year, presenting some new products that we've got, and we have some really nice products that we have for people to see this year.
And almost as if you planned it, we have them right in front of us, don't we, Andy?
We do, and here is the first one right here. This is the 8100 power range. This is a really new range that we bought for all the car nuts out there that like to tinker with their vehicles. So our competition oil and our normal road going oil, this is kind of the love child between the two. It's got the endurance of the road oil and the technical aspects and stuff for the competition oil.
And you know there's going to be a lot of people that love a performance car here this weekend, so that's going to be the perfect thing for them, yeah?
Absolutely, there's many of those. But we also have some other stuff for the people that are a little bit more in the sustainability side of it. And we, as by magic, I've produced another one from under my counter. We have our N-Gen range, and this is an oil that we've made from regenerated, used oil, back to the same specs, so no compromise in performance whatsoever. And we've done this for car and bike.
Now, Motor are pretty much at the top of their game at the moment. I mean, supplying and partnering with Le Mans, etc. It's a big time for Motor.
Absolutely. We've been working with some big names in motorsport, from Le Mans to Dakar to MotoGP to World Superbike, and many of the top teams and engine builders with our competition oil Motor 300V for many years.
So if you are interested and you want to come and have a chat, then do come and check out the counter, because also there's merch on sale, isn't there? You can get t-shirts, sweaters, etc.
Absolutely. Get yourself down to the Motor stand. We've got t-shirts and some nice apparel to do, and you can get your technical advice at the same time.
How exciting was that? That was such a brilliant, brilliant race. It was the Masters Racing Legend Formula One from 66 up to 85. It is time for the podium, just as the heavens open, but here we go. Right, so we're going to start with the loud ahead category. So in third place, please welcome up to the podium, it is Ken Tyrrell. Congratulations to Ken. We're going to hand you our trophy as well. Fantastic racing. And in second place, it is Martin Stretton. Oh, big cheers for Martin. And he took a gamble, and it paid off. On slicks, our winner, it's Michael Lyons. And if we can have your trophies in the air, yes, beautiful, we can get some lovely pictures. Right, I'm gonna come and have a chat with you. We do have a brolly to deal with because my hair, oh, whatever. Right, how are you feeling after that, Michael? That was a gamble, but it worked.
I was smiling on the first lap, but when it started raining on the in lap, I was really, really smiling then. It was hard work at the beginning, and obviously me and Nick had a bit of a battle in the early laps because it took me a little while to get the tyre on, and it was so wet down here, but it was so much better up there. I knew it was going to come to me, and I kept looking at the clouds when I was down this end of the circuit going, just stay away, a bit longer, we'll be all right.
And it was all right, and now here you are with your first place podium. Fantastic stuff. How are you doing, Martin? How was that for you?
Fine, we took the wrong gamble, but I'm very happy with second. We had a few leery moments out there, and just pleased to finish, and it's great to be back in the car. It's just been rebuilt. The team have done a fantastic job, so no, it's good to be back.
I mean, it was a few Larry moments all round, wasn't it? Was it a bit Larry for you at times, Ken?
It was always Larry, but I will tell you, I am thrilled to be standing on the podium with these two. I mean, such fantastic competitors, so it was a lot of fun out there.
Let's have another massive round of applause for our winners of the Masters Racing Legends Formula One, 66 to 85. Congratulations, let's get lots of pictures. Stunning.
Well, with the drawing track, we've got the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Now today, these are split into two grids. The first of which we've got here are the front engine cars. And these really became sort of slightly obsolete near the end of that era because this 1960 Scarab was a very quick car, but by the time it came out racing, it was obsolete because of the rear engine cars. So let's go around. We've got John Spears here on pole position in the beautiful Maserati 250F. John, the Scarab's pretty quick, but you're going to keep it behind you?
Well, as you say, the car's quick. 5 years later technology, so that's good. Ed is not so keen on the wet, so I'm hoping for a little bit more rain, frankly.
You own and drive such wonderful cars, but you must have a special place in your heart for this 250F.
Yeah, this is my favourite car. It's just everything about it. It's got some great history. Raced by Jean Behra in the Imperial Grand Prix winning car, so it's magical. But in this race, it'll be the other Scarab will be the one to watch, because Mark Shaw's coming from the back, and yeah, normally he'd be the fastest guy in the pack, so should be interesting watching him scythe his way through.
Good luck. Cheers, John.
Thank you.
Speaking of Eddie Maguire, the Scarab we were looking at is Eddie Maguire's car. I could spotted him back here. We're going to quick chicane through the marshals. And Eddie, long-time historic Grand Prix racer. He's given me a thumbs up. That's always good news. Eddie, I don't know if John's trying to wind you up or not, but he just said you don't like driving in the wet.
I hate the wet. Only because I can't drive.
Well, I don't know about that, but the Scarab's obviously going well.
The Scarab is better than I am. Honestly, really. The Scarab is wonderful. With the other one is at the back of the grid. Every likelihood he'll win this race.
It's interesting, if that car was built 2 years earlier, it would have been a world beater, wouldn't it?
The car is, by those who know now, remember this is 100 years later, seemingly is the best design of any front-engine Grand Prix car. They did a really clever, simple thing. Chapman, to get the center of gravity, did all sorts of major complications to make it happen. Ended up with a queer box, which was a nightmare. The Americans just turned the engine through 90 degrees, put the crankshaft to the side, came straight back, straight into a diff, eccentrically located. Happy days. Low center of gravity, sophisticated suspension, good brakes. Honestly, a wonderful car.
I don't know who you prayed to, but the track's drying, so you should be in luck.
Honestly, please, from your lips to God's ears.
Eddie, cheers.
Thank you. Come on.
The home of the British Racing Drivers Club, Silverstone Circuit, since 1948. And in 1948, late in the autumn, the BRDC had their first Grand Prix around what is still the home of the British Grand Prix. We celebrate that with the 75th anniversary trophy for the HCPCA, front-engine cars and a hint of the rear-engined revolution creeping in. Now, these are the front-engine Grand Prix cars that raced from 1948 to 1960. Just heard Eddie Maguire, who starts in the front row in his Scarab, saying that the man at the back, Mark Shaw, in the Scarab Offie, should be the man to beat. Well, there are a lot of groundbreaking and legendary cars in this race. Look further back, 13th on the grid, car number 41, the tall dark red Alfetta 158, the benchmark of pre-war and immediate post-war Grand Prix racing, if you take out the silver arrows, which you couldn't often do. And at the front of the field, on pole position, John Spires in one of the Maserati 250Fs. Again, another fabulous looking, handling car. The front-engined Cooper Bristols, the tall, upright engineering of those British competitors, and behind them as well you can see cars like the Maserati 4CM, another just pre-war and post-war, sort of spanning the bridge between the 1930s and the 1940s. But it's John Spires in the 250F and the white and blue Scarab of Eddie Maguire behind. Well, from your lips to God's ears, while they were talking and getting into their cars, the heavens opened briefly again, so the track has got damper than it was at the end of the Masters Racing Legends Formula One race, but none of these cars race on slicks anyway, so they have treaded racing tyres. Yes, the track will be more slippery, but no, there is not a choice between slicks or wets. It's, are we going to have tyres on or not? It's a fairly simple choice. Geraint Owen is not on track in his Curtis Roadster. The raced yesterday with great aplomb. That car should have started third. Don't see that there, but we did see the big silver box. That's Rod Jolly's Lister Jag Monza. There you can see it third on the road, ahead of the 2416. That's the red car with the yellow noseband, and that is Tony Smith in the car that he has campaigned for years, if not decades.
And the 246, the last front-engine car to win a Grand Prix in 1960 with Phil Hill at Monza. And that's the all-red car. The red car with the yellow band actually is, I think it was Klaus Lear's.
Is that his 250F?
Yeah, that's 250F, just ahead of Tony
so
Smith.
they have. Yes, it is. Yeah, so they have. He's up in the wrong positions then, because Tony Smith. Yeah, there he is in the slightly lower 246 Dino. Behind him, the first of the upright Cooper Bristols. The Bristol engine out front, that big sort of snorkel air intake on the top. And then the red car number 4, the 4CM Maserati of Michael Birch. Simon Hope in his 250. There's another Cooper Bristol. We'll look for the Alfetta as well. There's the 32 car of Guy Plant. Now, did we miss the Alfetta? I thought that was Simon Hope's Maserati in front. I'm not sure. Peter Greenfield, car number 41. Not sure the Alfetta has actually made it out either. There's Simon Hope's Maserati.
Another example of that just gorgeous car, which made the name of Sterling Moss, who was very, very good and had been spotted by a number of the right people in the lower formulae. And he went to Mercedes, the Grand Prix team, who were the dominant force at the time, and said, how do I make my mark and get into your team? And they said, buy a Maserati 250F and go racing in Grand Prix and show us how good you really are. And luckily Sterling's father had sufficient means to go out and buy a 250F Maserati for Sterling, and the rest, as they say, is history. Became the what's acknowledged, many times been said, the greatest Grand Prix driver who never won the World Championship. He, through his sportsmanship, he lost the World Championship in 1958 to Mike Hawthorne with an amazing piece of sportsmanship, where he actually supported Hawthorne in a protest that the organisers had thrown him out for travelling the wrong way on the track, and Sterling argued in his favour, and for that Hawthorne got the points and Moss lost the championship.
Yeah, Sterling was always, I would rather win it straight than win it at all costs. I'd rather lose it straight than win it at all costs. So at the tail of the field, you'll have spotted there are some cars that don't look entirely front-engined. Now, in our race yesterday for the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars, we mixed front and rear-engined cars. We've got a lot of tall front-engine cars, but there are a couple of interlopers at the back, and you're seeing them going through shot there. And those are rear-engine Coopers. So
they're running to Formula 2
there
regulations. So they get, because of the huge grid, they've got slotted in at the back, but they are running to Formula 2 regulations.
So Maserati 4CM having a little spin, and that well, that's Michael Birch. So it was the other car further back. So that's
Stefan Rattenmeyer.
Stefan Rattenmeyer's car, yeah. Having a little gyration at the back. There he is, coming in with the very upright and square rig. That's a real pre-war look to that car, isn't it? Both those 4CMs, very tall compared to, well, certainly compared to the rear-engine cars behind, the mid-engine cars and the Scarab, to any of the front-engine roads cars from post-war. Well, the skies are lightening. The track is still damp, though, and these cars have a surfeit of power over grip. This could be quite lively as we get ready to go racing. Well, the race has started behind the safety car for our front-engine Grand Prix cars in the 75th anniversary trophy for the HPGCA. So one lap completed behind the safety car. They've had 2 formation laps now. We go green, and straight away it is John Spires in the Maserati 250F who takes the lead. Eddie Maguire from the outside of the front row in the white and blue Scarab is second, and then the enormous all-silver Lister Jag Monza of Rod Jolly goes the long way round the outside. It's the same basic car as the Lister Nobly that was racing in the sports car race just half an hour ago, but with a more aerodynamic, streamlined body, can barely contain the bulk of the Lister and the very tall 6-cylinder Jaguar engine. Through on the inside, going the Maserati 250F of Klaus Lehr. and he moves up to third place ahead of the Scarab. But the race leader in car number 34, the 250F, John Spires, out front. And at the moment, no spray on the Wellington straight. Let's see how wet it gets. We had a little downpour as they were getting ready to leave the collecting area just around Luffield and Woodcote. There, car number 5, Tony Smith in his familiar Ferrari 246 Dino. And see how much bigger Klaus Lehr's, how much bigger the 250F is behind him. Really quite a lot larger than the Ferrari, and there's only a few years separate the two of them.
Graham Edelman's 250F there behind Tony Smith's 246 Dino Ferrari, which just is the Maserati and the Ferrari gorgeous shapes as they come into Copse Corner. I wouldn't call the Monza Lister a gorgeous shape, but it was built for a specific reason. There's Tony Smith making his way around. If you were here last year, you might remember Tony lost a wheel at Beckett's and went to shower of sparks, parked the car up, but thankfully no further damage as far as I know, and it's back here and we're very pleased to see it. But a spin for John Spires in the 250F, and he'll try and keep it going. Yes, he does. That was good. Get through the gravel trap onto the grass. Now he's got to try and select a gear, and he's done so, and get back onto the track. So John Spires, a spin at Beckett's.
And as he said, driven in period by the French ace Jean Bera. So it is the Monza-Annapolis Lister Jag of Rod Jolly that leads the Formula One race. I will probably say that again in a moment or two. Rod Jolly is the leader from who's now moved up in the second. It's
Eddie Maguire.
It is Eddie Maguire, isn't it?
And Tony Smith in fact is.
Yeah.
Yes, Eddie Maguire is in second place, I think.
I thought there was a red car in between
yes.
them, but no, there isn't. It is, well, there is a red car in between
it's
them.
Klaus Lehr, yes.
Klaus Lehr in the Maserati. So the 250F, car number 248, is in second place. Then the Scarab that started on the front row, that's Eddie Maguire, the white and blue car. Then in fourth place, Tony Smith in the all-red Ferrari Dino, car number 5. Then car number 8 with the other number crossed out, that's Graham Edelman in his 250F. And the first, the Cooper Bristols, ahead of the Rubens Barrichello pedalled car number 4. That's Michael Birch in a Rubens Barrichello helmet in his Maserati 4CM. So that's the 30s versus the 50s you're looking at there. Generations apart. Car number 4, Maserati 4CM from the 30s, behind Maserati 250F from the 50s.
And I think that's Mark Shaw, a couple of cars back from there. The tip from Eddie Maguire for the win. Mark Shaw in the blue and white Scarab. There he is, number 99. He didn't get a time in qualifying, and he's therefore started right at the back of the grid. He's taking it very steady, making his way through.
He really is being cautious there, isn't he? It could be so easy. He's trying to get by John Spires, who came past him, and the slightly upright shape of the Cooper Bristol.
And down into Brooklands they come, and Eddie Maguire being very careful as well. The track is extremely slippy, clearly, because they're all taking it so carefully through here. But lovely side shot there on our live stream of the number 8 Graham Edelman Maserati 250F.
Well, again, and when the cars come towards you, think back to the Formula Juniors this morning. These tyres are barely any wider. The cars are much more powerful and substantially heavier as well. So a modern road car, if you took this wheel and tyre and put it against the wheel and tyre of a Fiesta, a modern Fiesta with a 1-litre 3-cylinder engine has more tyre on the road than these cars do, and these have hundreds more horsepower.
And this car comes out of the same Haven shoebox factory as the De Tomaso Pantera we saw yesterday.
Or possibly more, the U2 is more shoebox shaped.
True, yes.
The De Pantera was styled in the dark by somebody wearing sunglasses, definitely. Rod Jolly, though, with a comfortable lead. He does know how to pedal a car, does Rod Jolly. Second place, Klaus Lehr in the Maserati 250F. Third, Tony Smith in the Ferrari. Fourth is the Scarab of Eddie Maguire. Fifth place is the next 250F. And the battle for sixth, the lead Cooper Bristol versus yet another Maserati. See the Trident at the front of the car. And through goes car number 34. That's come Where did he start? He started right on the front. John Spires, of course, had a spin. And Ian Nuttall in that British Racing green and white-nosed Cooper Bristol pointed to the inside to Mark Shaw. I know you're coming. You come through on that side, Sunbeam, and everybody will be happy.
And the 250F Maserati, such as we see an example there with the yellow nose. For those of you that remember the name Juan Manuel Fangio, acknowledged as one of the greatest racing drivers of all time, he took his final World Championship win in a car like that in 1957 in the Maserati 250F at the daunting Nürburgring Nordschleife, 14 and a bit miles through the forests in Germany, and that was his last win in one of these cars.
And he said afterwards about that race, is that I've never taken so many risks in my life and I never wish to again. One of the days of days in motorsport. He was definitely outgunned and outperformed in practice by the Silver Arrows and still came through to win it. And there's been some significant wins on the Nürburgring as a Grand Prix circuit against the odds, particularly as the weather got foul. It's a very challenging driver's circuit for everybody. Moving up the order is John Spires, goes back past Tony Smith, and now here comes what is now the better of the two Scarabs, as Mark Shaw has gone by Eddie Maguire. Two team cars running nose to tail. And as Ed pointed out at the beginning, as Simon Hope drifts out a little wide, the Scarab had everything it needed to compete in the front-end engined era. It just arrived as the front-end engined era had finished and the rear engine cars had taken over. And they never really built and designed a rear engine car. So Scarab was the great American hope that almost did and just arrived a little too late.
Funded by Lance Reventlow, the American, I think, was he part of the Revlon family, wasn't he? So a little bit of money behind him.
Yes.
He funded the development of the Scarab with the Offenhauser engine, much used in IndyCar racing at that time.
Well, they went with what they knew, didn't they? And they developed the best roadster they could, took out the IndyCar stagger so that it turned left as well as right, and then brought it to Europe. But again, it was just a little behind the times when it arrived. Rod Jolly's car also was designed for one specific task, and that was to beat the Indy Roadsters at the Race of Two Worlds in Monza. So it was designed as a slipstreamer with as much power as they could find from the XK engine. And in terms of a lister, it was fairly slippery, but in terms of most other things, it wasn't. And you can see Eddie Maguire with the goggles painted onto his helmet. Mark Smith now trying to retake that place from Klaus Lehr in the 248 number Maserati 250. This is starting to turn into quite a tight battle for fourth place. Rod Jolly away and clear. John Spires now up to second place, having spun away early on.
Sorry not to see the ERA out today.
Yeah.
I think it was intended to be entered in this race. We saw it yesterday, but maybe was only planning to be here for the one day. But that was the great British effort pre-war and immediately post-war, before development continued with other cars.
It would have been great to see Mark Gillies in the ERA R3A up against the Maseratis as well, because again, that's period correct, that battle. And here the 250F had been sort of superseded by the time this car, the 246 Dino, arrived in 1960. And the Scarab had been left behind as well. The Cooper Bristols were relics of the early 50s by that stage. They served their purpose in period. But you can see the difference you can almost see the generational difference between the tall Maserati pre-war design at the back, then the early 50s of the Cooper Bristol, and then the late 50s of the Ferrari Dino and the Scarab. They get lower, longer and leaner, don't they, as opposed to more upright, as you basically find a way of laying the engine down. And that's the difference between something like the ERA and the Alpha. Their engines are a little taller, but they're upright in the chassis, whereas all the others are either V engines like the Ferrari or low-line engines canted over and pressurised fuel delivery like in the Scarab. And that technology certainly came in with fighter aircraft in World War II, the ability to cant the engine over and still feed it oil and fuel to keep it going.
And looking at these cars, 1960, 58, 59, 60, the Ferrari, as you say, the later front-engine car, 1960, but fully 3 years before that, Cooper had launched the T41, which we will see in the rear-engined race. So they were racing rear-engine cars fully 2.5 to 3 years before these cars were current from Ferrari and Maserati, and it was an absolute step change. And Jack Brabham was the first winner of in a rear-engine car. First race was at Monaco in 1957. So yes, we had rear-engine cars pre-war, of course, with the Auto Union, the massive 6-litre cars, but for post-war racing it was Cooper that led the way.
And certainly the Auto Unions weren't famed for being like. We have a change in track conditions, definitely, because John Spires, who led early and spun away down to 6th position, just past Rod Jolly for the lead, ran wide out of Stowe. Jolly came back at him, but Mark Shaw is right there as well. So this is your 3-car lead battle. John Spires goes through in the 250F. Rod Jolly, by most judgments, that Lister Monzanapolis Chag should not be winning a Formula One race against opposition like this. He got away because he made the best of the wet conditions, but now, as it is obviously starting to really turn, fastest lap of the race and up to 2nd place for Mark Shaw in the Offenhauser engine Scarab. 2 minutes 50.4. Fastest race lap for Rod Jolly was a 2:58.4. That's when everybody else was doing 3-minute laps. Fastest lap for John Spires, 2:53.0. So the quickest car by a margin is the low-slung blue and white Roadster, the Scarab, car number 99, that is currently in 2nd place. 2.5 minutes left, so it'll this lap. They're going to get another one, aren't they? Because it's a 2:58 lap, 2:59 lap maybe, as they set to each other. Some more grey skies overhead, but the sun glinting off the bodywork of the leading Maserati. And this was where the Scarab team had hoped to be, fighting the old front-engine cars with a newer device. And look how much lower and sleeker it looks by canting that engine almost over to the horizontal and running the transmission down beside the driver. You can drop the driver right down. And John Spires hanging on and dialing in the opposite lock as the skinny tyres dance across the wet surface. One more to go when they get to the line. And Mark Shaw can afford to be patient, I think. He's got speed in hand.
I think you're right, yes, he's just sizing up John Spires to see where he can go through. Very, very different cars, and he may have a go down the Hanger Straight. He's come through Beckett's very well, so he's come out onto the Hanger Straight with good speed. He stays over to the right-hand side of the track. John Spires stays over to the left, and there's no attempt from John to block the track for Mark as he comes through, and I think this will be the change of lead into Stowe Corner. Yes, he does. Mark Shaw, not quite. No, they're still side by side as the camera pans round.
Yeah, so the tighter line means he can't carry as much speed because he knows that if John is still there, he can't run out wide, and so it proves. So the Maserati will take the lead across the line for the final time, and this battle has reduced the speed of Mark Shaw down to roughly what his rivals are producing. Rod Jolly is still 3rd, and no one's catching him unless the car retires, because in 4th place Tony Smith's Ferrari is well over 20 seconds back. So Mark Shaw needs to pick his place. He's not got much in terms of power over the Maserati. If anything, he's got a little in terms of handling, but how much he can exploit it in these tricky conditions. You can see there as they come into the tight stadium section here that when you're on line it's quite dry, when you're not it really isn't. And there, as John Spires runs out a little wide, he loses traction and loses the lead, but you've got to keep it on the lighter grey stuff. Oh, was that a spin from Spires? It was. No, it wasn't. It was a half spin maybe. He's lost a little bit of ground, and they're catching the Cooper Bristol and the 4CM in front, but there come the leaders. 1, 2, 3 all together. Now then, here we go, the other Scarab, this is Eddie Maguire. And again, as the track continues to dry, coming back towards him, you've got Ian Nuttall in the Cooper Bristol behind. 248 is Klaus Lehr in front, and again, Eddie just getting in a little too deep there. So he's lost a bit of momentum, and the Cooper Bristol right behind, and on to the final lap of the race. Klaus Lehr in the 248. Maserati 250 is escaping. So there's Tony Smith. And there behind him is Graham Edelman, Ferrari 246 Dino, and then the two Maserati 250Fs ahead of Eddie Maguire's Scarab and the Cooper Bristol car number 21 of Ian Nuttall.
On to their the last half of their final lap. Mark Shaw did get through. Yes, he did. He's stayed ahead of John Spears, but not by much. John Spears has managed to hold on. So they're coming through the Beckett's sweepers now. And Mark Shaw probably has a small advantage through the corners, but it seems that they're very evenly matched down the straight. So they've now got the left-hander at Chapel, then the hanger straight, and then Stowe and Club Corner to go. So not really much opportunity for John Spears. Lovely drifting slide there as he comes through Chapel on the power, just a little bit of opposite lock as they come down into Stowe for the final time.
In the flowing corners, the Maserati really keeps its speed up, and how much must he be ruining that spin now when he was leading the race? That must have cost him 10 or 20 seconds. He could have run away and hidden had it not been for that. But Mark Shaw from the back of the grid, making the most of his Scarab Offenhauser, didn't set a time in practice after problems with the car, but he is driven from the back through to the front in some pretty tricky conditions. The track is drying now, and that is helping him as he takes victory. John Spires in second place, and Rod Jolly in the Monza Lister is going to come across the line in a great third place position. I'm sure he would not necessarily have been expecting that had the race been fully dry, but he's a good driver. It's a quick car, and behind them it'll be Tony Smith on his own, car number 5, the Ferrari 246 Dino. That is in fourth position. Same engine and transmission powered the Dino sports car as well, the 250 Dino. And behind him there is Edelman, the second of the Maserati 250Fs, and Eddie Maguire got ahead of Ian Nuttall, and they both got ahead of Klaus Lehr on the last lap. So the Mazda with the yellow noseband finishing in 8th place. And a good selection of different machinery here in this historic Grand Prix Car Association 75th anniversary trophy race for front-engine Grand Prix cars and a few rear-engine Formula 2 spec cars. But Mark Shaw coming from the back to the front, and actually really only taking the lead on that final lap. So worked hard for that, and John Spears, well, that spin that he had coming out of the Beckett's S's definitely cost him victory, but he fought back superbly to retake the lead of the race, and if it had been a lap shorter, it would have been him on the top step of the podium. And again, showing that the Maserati 250F was a very good factory racer in the hands of the likes of Juan Manuel Fangio, but also in the hands of privateers. It continued to be very successful, and the Monza-Napolis Lister Jag may not have done what it was hoped to do, i.e. trounce the American oval racers at Monza, but it's finished on the podium here in the hands of car preparing and race ace Rod Jolly. It is actually a really beautifully finished body, that polished aluminium, that gives you absolutely no quarter if there are any ripples or little mistakes in the aluminium bodywork. So Rod Jolly, car number 2. You saw the very upright, bright green Cooper Bristol Mark II of Clara Rettenmeier as well. A classic of its type, the Cooper Bristol. And the 4CM Maserati right behind. So even in this one race, we can really chart the development of Grand Prix cars and Formula cars from the 30s through to the dawn of the 60s. The very upright 4CM Maserati, a classic pre-World War II look. And then in front of it, the Cooper Bristol again. That Cooper 2-litre engine was a tall old beast, and with that induction system on the top, certainly looked it. And behind this car, the 246 Dino, the V6 engine, of course, allows you to have lots of cylinders, but spread the V and lower the engine, and that's what that did. And then the Scarab went a different way. They had a 4-cylinder straight 4, but it was canted right over, so the induction is on the driver's right and the transmission goes down the driver's left. And there you can see the offset single-seater style of the car. That was very much the go in Indy Roadsters as well. So you had all the grubby bits on the inside and the driver on the outside on the ovals.
Right, thanks guys.
Mixed conditions and a very mixed field in our pre-66 front-engine Grand Prix cars, 48 to 60, the period of front-engine Grand Prix racing post-war, and the Scarab Offenhauser of Mark Shaw winning it from the back of the grid. Could have been victory for John Spears, but he spun away the Maserati 250F halfway through, came back through the top 6 to lead onto the final lap. And Rod Jolly, another race leader in the Lister Jag Monza Grand Prix car, that finished a fine third. Tony Smith's Ferrari 246 Dino, Ferrari's last front-engine car, finishing 4th place ahead of Graham Edelman's 250F and the Scarab of Eddie Maguire. And in amongst the front-engined post-war cars, the Maserati 4CM and 8CM, the last of the pre-war cars, also racing around in the drying conditions here at Silverstone. In slippery conditions, early race leader spinning away his advantage. John Spears survived the trip across the gravel and in onto the grass to come back and nearly snatch victory. Early front runner Eddie Maguire in the Scarab, finding that the conditions were not really helping the front end in Roadster. Tony Smith's Ferrari and car number 34, the pole-sitting car, coming back as John Spears came up the order, but behind him number 99 loomed. Rod Jolly, long-time race leader, was passed first by the 250F of John Spears, and then by car number 99, the Scarab of Mark Shaw. And then on the very last lap, Shaw managing to finally unlever the defence of John Spears, grabbed the lead and raced to the checkered flag to claim victory in the front-engined Grand Prix cars by just over a second from Spears, with Rod Jolly finishing in third.
So I've just stepped away from the track for a minute because I've come to the Village Green because I want to meet the official charity partner of this event. So I'm going to go inside. I'm going to meet Sandra, who is Chief Exec of the Kidney Research UK. So Sandra, tell me a little bit more about the charity.
So we're the charity of the year for the Silverstone Festival, and we are here to tell the story that 3.5 million people are living in the UK with kidney disease now, and our research is looking for answers to help them live a healthier and better life.
So what can people do if they come over here and find you guys?
So please come and see us. We're on the green. We'd love to talk to you. You can learn a little bit more about the research and development work that we do here. And you can do a kidney health check, a quick check yourself on your own kidney health.
Amazing. So you can come down here, get a quick kidney check and donate.
Yes, that's right. And there's lots of other exciting things to do over the whole weekend. You'll see us out and about on the main stage and here in the tent. So we'd love to see people.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to go over here because I have heard that a very, very famous person is here. David Brabham. How are you? Lovely to see you. So just a quick question. You're here because this is rather personal, isn't it? Kidney disease and this particular charity. Can you just let us know a little bit more why?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my father had kidney disease and his mother had kidney disease. It's kind of runs through the family on that side. So obviously do whatever I can to support Kidney Research UK. And, you know, we're here at Silverstone, at the Silverstone Festival. We've got the Brabham simulator here, the BT19 Brabham Motorsport Sim. And people can pay £5 to have a go and try and beat my time. And there's a prize at the end, whoever gets the quickest time as well.
Amazing. Make sure you get down here and try and beat David's time.
How good was that? It was the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars, the front-engined versions. Shall we get on with the podium? All right then. Okay, so in third position we have Rod Jolly. Make your way up onto the third position on the podium, please. Thank you very much, Rod, up there. Lovely, lovely. And in second place, we have John Spears. And our winner, massive round of applause for Mark Shaw. Huge round of applause now to hand Mark Shaw the winning trophy. We have Peter Horseman, who is the chairman of the HGPCA. Congratulations to all of our drivers. That was such a good race. I really enjoyed it as a viewer. Let's have a big cheer and your trophies in the air while we grab some pictures of you. Beautiful. Mark, I'm going to come and have a chat with you. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, that was great, I have to say. Starting from the back, the guys changed an engine between Thursday and today. So the first lap of the race was the first one. I'd been out in the car this weekend. These two are both great in the wet, so I just had to keep going. And I mean, I got there just at the perfect time, so yeah, very happy.
John, if only it was one lap shorter, you would have been up on P1.
Yeah, maybe, but you know, it was superb fun, and you know, spinning on the first lap wasn't the best strategy. Not what I had in mind, but it was great coming through the field, and you know, and congratulations to Mark for driving such a great race.
So maybe on your next race, just try not to spin, eh? What do you reckon?
Oh, no one's told me that before. I'll try that.
And in third place, Rod, how was that race for you?
Slippery. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I saw John go off and I thought, caution, you know, and I think I was maybe just a bit too cautious, but I wanted to go home with the car in one piece. My family's here watching. I didn't want the grandkids upset, so caution.
Well, enjoy your celebrations with your family. Let's have another massive round of applause for our podium winners of the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix front-engine cars. Congratulations.
This is a car that Alex Brundle has actually built himself. Quite how much he's done, rather than anyone else, remains to be seen, and I will ask him. But he's sharing with Sir Chris Hoy, who's obviously done lots of racing in his time after he retired from cycling. They are in the middle of the interview at the moment, so let's see who else we can actually get. There's Julian Thomas, who will be up at the sharp end. We've got another Mustang arriving, and we've got Nigel here. Nigel, another race, another car, and once again up at the sharp end.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to get P2 on the grid, fastest Mustang. I was absolutely thrilled with that. And I'm just watching on the screen, we've got John in his Maserati at the moment. He's just on fastest lap and he's trying to sort of climb up from second to first. So yeah, it's all exciting.
No, it's all go. I mean, there's a lot going on in this race, but the Cortinas, I guess, are going to be a little bit quicker in the wet.
Who knows? Yeah, you know, it's wet, so it'll be fun.
Nigel, I've got to ask, do you ever have a bad day? You're always in a good mood.
Well, I mean, being at a racetrack, racing cars, there's never a bad day, really, is there? You know, we're so privileged, so lucky to be doing this. And it's so lovely to, you know, so many people here enjoying it and having the thrill of historic racing and modern racing as well mixed in, so it's great.
Cheers, Nigel.
Thank you.
Right, let's see how these guys are getting on. They are still in the middle of an interview, so I think they're looking at me. I don't know whether we've got a thumbs up. Is this being recorded, guys? Do you know what? I said I wouldn't do a Martin Brundle, and I've just done a Martin Brundle. Chris, lovely to see you. It's sharing the Mustang. This is a car that Alex built. Do you trust him?
Implicitly, yes. Yeah, the car is fantastic. It's a beautiful thing to look at. It's great to drive. I haven't been out in the wet though, so I might have a completely different taking it afterwards, but so far so good.
And Alex, tell me, how much have you done everything on this car or just bits and pieces?
No. Pearson's Engineering did most of the difficult stuff. I turned some screws, did a bit of the left front suspension, fuel system, which then didn't work. They had to do it again. Bumped my head on it and left. I dropped in all the way through the World Endurance Championship season to screw bits on and learn bits about it. So I could just about take most of the suspension apart myself, I'd say. But all of the clever sparky bits and engine-y bits I can't do.
To be honest, taking it apart's the easy bit. It's putting it back together that's difficult.
I've taken a few of them apart in my time. But,
not on purpose.
I didn't have to put those back together, luckily. But it's been great fun putting this little project together. But there are people who know so much about these cars and are so good at doing so. You'd be very, very silly not to take their advice.
Chris, just finally, it's quite a different beast, the Mustang, but I guess it's just getting it in a straight line and getting that power down.
Yeah, I mean, I've only driven it in the dry, and even in the dry, it's a bit of a handful. So it's getting that lock off, getting the power on, trying to minimise wheel spin, and try not to get mugged by the Minis and the Cortinas on a day like today.
Flat through cops.
Maybe. I'll let Alex is doing the first stint, so I'll see what he says. Yeah.
And
a slight lift.
And down one. And down another one. Yeah.
Cheers, guys. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Well, the wind is blustering across the Silverstone circuit as we get ready to send the cars out for the Adrian Flux Trophy for Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars. And a little bit of nervous laughter perhaps from some of our drivers, particularly the ones with the big horsepower, the Ford Falcons, the Ford Mustangs, and then the smaller 1600cc Lotus Cortinas, the Hearts in their 1600cc Alfa GTA. Are they going to come to the fore? Less horsepower, nimble handling. Well, it's been a recipe for success in the British Saloon Car Championship in the 60s. It wasn't always the big brutes that won it, and there are a lot of Cortinas, mind you, in weight of numbers. The Mustangs, the Galaxies, the Falcons are pretty much their equal. And then if the rain does return, look for the little Minis, because with that front-wheel drive, extra lightweight, they could well be charging up the order. Certainly Mini expert Ian Curley will be praying for rain right now, and he may not be the only one. So we have an absolutely monumental grid of not 40, not 50, but 60 pre-66 touring cars champing at the bit to get out on the circuit. And as we saw, it has been drying. There's a little bit of light sky overhead. Just rather depends in which direction you look as to whether you think, oh, it's getting nicer, or oh, it's not. In the direction from which the weather normally comes, it looks relatively clear though, as we send our cars out for this race. Now this again will be a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. You don't have to have a second driver, but you do have to stop. Some of our top drivers will have a longer mandatory pit stop than the rest of the field, but the minimum stationary requirement is 60 seconds, plus the speed limit in the pits is 60 kilometers an hour. So add to that, you will take around 100 seconds for a pit stop. Sam Tordoff leads the race on his own, and actually he'll be the man who is stationary longest, because not only is he a double plus driver, but he is also running on his own. John Spears and Nigel Grinsell on the outside of the front row of the grid. Yes, John Spears and Nigel Grinsell again. Michael Whittaker, the second of the Mustangs, and James Thorpe will start the car that he shares with Phil Quaife. It's been a long day, hasn't it? So Alex Brundle is starting, so Chris Hoy will wait to take over, and as he said, hasn't driven this car in the rain. Now, it's not actually raining, but it is greasy enough, and when you've got 1960s suspension inverted commas, technology, close inverted commas, and plenty of horsepower from your big 5-litre Ford V8, then it is going to be a challenge. It is relatively dry though, Alistair, and for the bigger cars, it's looking more comfortable or less uncomfortable perhaps than it did half an hour ago.
The second part was correct, less uncomfortable, that's right. I think what we're going to see in this race is a lot of sideways action on opposite lock from all of the cars, even the minis, although they tend to understeer and then slide their way around as long as you keep the wheels pointing in the direction you want to go. But the rear wheel drive cars, the Cortinas, the Mustangs, the Falcons, lots of sideways, great stuff, and a Galaxy in the field as well. We can see that vast car that's got its own postcode, the red car with the white stripes.
And we've got the Mercury Comet Cyclone further back on the right-hand side, the bigger of those two blue cars alongside the Falcon Sprint. And these are all subcompacts and compacts, US style. The rule for the minis, particularly if it's wet, do not lift. It'll either sort itself out or it won't, but lifting off is not going to help you. So keep your foot planted. That will be rule 1. And Ian Curley, one of our mini experts, he's raced in the Mini 7s and Mini Miglias for decades. He knows this track. He knows how to get the best out of the cars. And the smaller engine drivers will definitely be praying for a shower. To the start of the Adrian Flux Trophy for Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars. It's like the start of a NASCAR race with a thundering V8 rumble up front. Sam Tordoff in the puce and gold behemoth leads the field into the first corner. The Ford Falcon is there, and there are Fords just about everywhere. Falcons, Sprints, Galaxies, Mustangs and Cortinas. Pick a favourite, colour will do. It's as good as any other way of judging who's going to be quick here. Contact and a half spin. That is from Alex Brundle. No, Alex. That will be the left front brake that he assembled that wasn't working properly there, I imagine. That's the pale blue. The first of two pale blue Mustangs are very sideways. Alan Mann Mustang on the grass on the exit onto the Wellington Straight. And the Minis already starting to try and carve their way through the bigger cars as we have our first change of the lead.
And coming down into Brooklands, it's Sam Tordoff on the outside, and he's going to go all the way around, I think, alongside the Mustang on the which now becomes the outside, of course, because that's the way the track runs. The 179 car, Nigel Greensall it is once again, our old friend, and then next up is the yellow car. Is that Andy Prio, I think?
I think it is
yes,
Prio that started that one. Yeah, you can see the yellow flag, the yellow colours of the Guernsey flag, and he's leading. Oh, there's a big moment there. Or something for Sam Tordoff. Got a big wriggle on as he came up through the gears. It is Nigel Greensall in second place in the blue Mustang, Andy Prio in third in the yellow Mustang, and Prio looking to take the lead of this race. Now, as a former hill climber, he likes to get on with stuff, and I think he feels that right now Nigel Greensall is in the way and he wants to get to grips with Sam Tordoff.
So it's Tordoff who slithers his way around in the Falcon, the two similar engine cars behind, the two Mustangs, and Nigel Greensall. You can see the smile on his face, can't you, as he goes sideways through the middle element of Beckett's. Is that flashing lights from Andy Prio behind? He's
definitely.
Very
and
good
that's
at
Alex
that.
Brundle in fourth place as well. So Brundle has broken away from the group behind, led by Mike Whitaker. It is Alex Brundle in fourth place. In fact, it's Phil Quaife who's leading the next group from Mike Whitaker, the Harts and Richard Dutton. Richard Dutton, the lead Cortina, the white car with the red highlights, car number 147. Fantastic start to the race for Richard Dutton, who will be missing his old sparring partner Neil Brown, the man who he inspired to get back into racing. And here's the battle for second. Greensall, the blue car, with the opposite lot. Prio, a little neater and tidier, using more of the road. And here comes Chris Hoy and everybody else stepping up onto the pit wall to see them coming steaming by. And so Chris Hoy's teammate and the car's owner, Alex Brundle, is in fourth place in the Mustang.
Through the left-hander at Abbey and farm into the tight right at Village, and it's still the Falcon of Sam Tordoff who leads, but the 3 Mustangs behind, and the one that's closing in is Alex Brundle after that rather tricky start where he got a bit caught up in some traffic, but he's now closing in on the 3 cars ahead. So it's a 4-car battle for the lead, all with the 4.7 litre Ford V8 power under the bonnet. And look at the Alfa Romeo as well.
Yeah, that is the Harts, David and Olivier Hart. Who started that was David Hart, I think it was, in the 1600 Alfa Romeo, coming off the turn, trying to get by Phil Quaife in the Mustang, but Mike Whittaker has come back past him. Steve Soper is right in there as well. He started the number 7 Mustang that he shares with Henry Mann, and Steve was telling us yesterday, or on Friday maybe it was, after qualifying, it's a brand new car that they built because they thought they could make a better car than the red and gold Alan Mann Racing car that they flogged, and they found out that they haven't. He said it's got all the right bits, the engine's better, everything's better, it just won't do what it's supposed to do the way that it's supposed to. And Richard Dutton is right in there with the Harts. So the Alfa and the first, the red and white, or white and red Cortina in there firmly in the second group of cars, but the lead quartet has broken into 2. It is Tordoff being chased by Greensel and Prio being harassled, is that a word, by Brundle.
And Andy Prio got a bit of a slide on there, and I think that's why the gap opened up a little bit, because he went out onto those wet, slippery curbs and done it again there, gone quite wide, although that curb not splashing up as the other one did. And coming up alongside is Alex Brundle. So Alex Brundle, yes, he goes through, passes Andy Prio down into Stowe Corner. So it's still Mustang, second, third and fourth, but now it's the Brundle car that's third and the Prio car that is fourth. And then behind them, we should see in the back of our live stream shot, is the next of the Mustangs. In fact, there's 3 of them in a line before we get Richard Dutton in the Cortina.
So that's Soper in the blue car. So he's shuffled his way to the front of that queue. And then, Richard Dutton is at the back of that group in the Lotus Cortina. Soper runs out very well. And that's exactly what he meant about it's got all the right bits, it should do all the right stuff, and it won't do what it's supposed to do. That's exactly as he summed it up. And there you can see he falls into the clutches of the Thorpe and Quaife car, and Richard Dutton now got ahead of the Alfa in the Lotus Cortina. What the small cars need is rain now. Dutton drifts out wide. David Hart wider yet in that red Alfa GTA, and slipping up the inside of, it was Phil Quaife, it wasn't, it was James Thorpe that started the car. So in fact it's James Thorpe that has started the 67 car. Misread my starting drivers lineup. David Hart goes past Richard Dutton on the inside. The Alfa and the Cortina giving away about 3 litres in terms of capacity to all the cars around them, but nothing in terms of speed.
As they come down the Wellington Straight once again into the left-hander at Brooklands, and Richard Dutton moving left and right. It's the Quaife, no, sorry, you said it's James Thorpe started that one. Yeah. James Thorpe trying up the inside, but I think the Mustang much heavier.
Oh, and trouble!
A spin for the number 70.
Yeah, that's Cortina. Justin Law's Lotus Cortina. So this 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th battle rages. First and second together. Third and fourth, Brundle can't get away from the yellow and black car of Prio. And then the next little group.
And at the back of that group, after being shoved out very wide on the first lap at Abbey, is the 192 car that started by Julian Thomas, a former winner of this race in previous years here at Silverstone. But Julian Thomas will hand over to Callum Lockie as usual, but he got pushed out very wide, and I've spotted him at the back of the group. So look out for 192. Where is he lying? 12th at the moment.
Yeah, he's just a little off that group, and there's another Galaxy right behind him as well. In fact, that's car number 57, and that is the Mike Gardner Phil Keane car, so that's leading the next little group. But Julian is closing in on the Mustang in front, and That is another ex-Alan Mann racing car, and then we've got Lotus Cortina on Lotus Cortina action now. They're all green and white, so we have to wait till they get alongside. That's Henry Neal, who shares with Gordon Shedden, and behind him, dialing in the opposite log, is Andy Wolf, who shares with Ben Tinkler. That's car 113, so it would normally be Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden in this Lotus Cortina, but Henry Neal is driving it, and the late Steve Neal, Matt's dad, Henry's granddad, Matt told us yesterday, is on board the car, or at least his ashes are. Steve Neal started his career alongside John Whitmore racing minis in the early 60s, then set up his own racing team, Team Dynamics, as it became in British touring cars, guided Matt throughout his career. Matt's been trying for years to get Steve Neal to come and do historic racing as the Galaxy comes through. Great move by Julian there, and a spinning Mustang in front. He picks up 2 in one corner. But Steve Neal wouldn't go back racing, so Matt has got his ashes in that car, and Henry on the inside, going down the inside, trying to make the move. The Galaxy's lost a fender, so that is the number 10 car, or maybe the number 9 3/4 car of Tom Sharp. It's lost that right front fender, and through goes Henry Neal. It is busy stuff, isn't it?
It certainly is, yes. The Falcon there, I think they have plastic wings, don't they, on the front of the Falcons? They were sort of lightweight.
Not originally.
Yes, but for racing. And the battle continues. Richard Dutton at the back there, just flinging the car through the Mark 1 Cortina, that is, Cortina Lotus, with a 1600 twin-cam engine designed and developed by Lotus for Ford, and on power, through goes the Steve Soper.
And look at the way it locks up as well.
Back through on the inside goes David Hart in the nimble little Alfa Romeo. Very, very pretty car.
Well, Steve Soper's built a couple of Mark 1 Lotus Cortinas for himself to race and has sold them on, and then in the Mustang with Henry Mann, the son of Alan Mann, who ran the cars in period, Cortinas and Mustangs, and Escorts and Dutton in a big avoidance moment of Steve Soper getting sideways. Select first gear, carry on. And in fact, Richard Dutton's Cortina has the name of Neil Brown on the door as well. And I think Dutton is fishing for gears, and maybe that's what the big moment was, where maybe he went for a gear that was not there. He's got a box full of neutrals, hasn't he? That's a real shame for Richard Dutton, the former boss of the Fortec Motorsport team. Now here he goes, he's found one. If he's got more than one, that's good. David Hart is now ahead of Steve Soper once more, up into the top half dozen. Here's your race leader, Sam Tordoff, with Nigel Greensall starting the car behind him. And then Alex Brundle, the pale blue Mustang, on his own in third place, ahead of Andy Prio, and the gap first to third is about 7 seconds. David Hart rather, up to 6th position now. So let's take a look at Greensall. Greensall's last lap, 2 minutes 30.1. Tordoff, 2 minutes 29.9, fastest race lap of anybody. So Greensall in that unfamiliar bright blue car number 179, still giving chase, but just dropping back a fraction. There is Julian Thomas in the 192.
He's just passed Steve Soper, hasn't he? Yeah, so he is really making good progress. Julian, I think that will put him up to 7th place.
Yep.
So good effort from Julian Thomas, and we know that Julian is a very, very quick driver these days, with excellent coaching from Callum Lockie, and Callum himself a very quick driver, so that's a very strong pairing.
And it's not like Julian doesn't get much track time either. They're in almost every race that doesn't include, well, I think they're in every race that doesn't include single-seaters. So this is a recovering Mustang. There's a bunch of Mustangs. Here comes the Falcon as well down the straight. The Mercury Comet Cyclone is being almost invisible. It's normally quite a quick car. Looks like they're having a little bit of an issue with it. And this is, again, a massive battle of Mustangs and Cortinas and the behemoth that is the Galaxy.
And the Galaxy really changed the face of saloon car racing in the UK. May 1963, Jack Sears was given a Galaxy to race in the touring car, or saloon car championship it was called then, and here at Silverstone in May he blew away the Jaguars for the first time in quite a long time. And a car trying to be restarted there is the Streaks family car, father and son, Ollie and Mel Streak, but that flame out of the exhaust is not a major issue, in that he's trying to get the car started and it's flooded basically. There's too much fuel going down, and it's coming out of the exhaust.
Yeah, that Galaxy being driven by Gregor Fiskin and Sam Hancock. It's Fiskin at the wheel at the moment, the Scottish car dealer. And Gregor is an arch enthusiast, has raced in period in British touring cars over the last few years, British GT rather, over the last few years, and really enjoys dealing in and racing historic cars. Down the inside and squeezing through goes 263, the McInerney family Mustang. Michael and Sean racing that grey car, and just in front is the Mustang of Dave Coyne and Mark Wright, car number 4.
That's the white car with the red and blue stripes.
And
that's the Streaks car. So the reason he was trying to get the engine going was he just recovered, or not recovered, as the case may be, from a spin, and obviously fairly heavy contact with another vehicle, or maybe the barrier.
Left front puncture and possibly collapsed suspension as well, so that car will hopefully make it round to the pits without causing any issues for anybody. Fastest race lap now for Nigel Greensell in second place, 2:29.46 compared to the last lap, 2:29.54 of Sam Tordorf, so nothing between them as this battle rages behind the red and gold 63 John Davison. That's an Alan Mann Racing liveried car. And a pale green 77 Robin Ward and Nick Chester Ford Falcon making its way through there. That is definitely drying out because the bigger, heavier cars with more power are still keeping progress up the field. This is the battle for third. Brundle, Prio, Whittaker. So Brundle in the pale blue car, Prio in the yellow, the meat in the sandwich, and Mike Whittaker behind car number 49, the white car. And he's the man who's closed in on this battle.
Indeed, yes, Mike Whittaker has closed up onto the yellow car ahead. Brundle we saw right up with the leaders. He seems to have lost a little bit of ground over the last few laps. But the Andy Prio car, the yellow car with the black stripes, now being challenged by Mike Whittaker. And Mike Whittaker is driving solo in car number 49. And down into Stowe Corner they come, and Batman ahead of them in a Mark I Lotus Cortina. And they make their way round the 3 Mustangs.
Mike Whittaker in a right-hand drive car, whereas Brundle and Prio are both left-hand drive. Not sure quite how that works around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But maybe the right-hand drive car being on the inside for more corners just is a little easier to place. It seems to be a little less tail happy as well. Of course, he's going to make a liar of me now and have an enormous opposite lock slide, but he's looking to come and make it 3 wide. Prio's trying to get by Brundle, but Whittaker gets by Prio instead, so he moves up to 4th place. And of course now he's not in the favourable position of seeing what the cars in front do and being able to attack either or both of them. He's now got to worry about Andy Prio behind, so he'll be feeling a bit of the pressure that Alex Brundle has had. Pit window is open, and Nigel Greensell is in to hand over to John Spears. Sam Tordorf is in to hand over to Sam Tordorf. The British touring car ace stays in.
I think Greensell carried on.
He did indeed, I beg your pardon, yes he did.
On. So it's only Tordorf that's come in, but he is solo, so it doesn't really matter when he comes in.
Well, it does, because the longer he is, he's going to be in the pits the longest, but he wants to come out when there are fewer cars on track, so there are fewer cars to hold him up as he tries to recover. So if he gets in right at the very beginning of the pit window, then other cars will continually be peeling off into the pit lane, and the hope is, fingers crossed, they might then hinder him less as he tries to undo that extra stationary time, and it will feel like forever. I wonder what the brakes of that car are going to be like, having sat and stewed for another 2 minutes waiting for him to go. Alex Brundle weaves his way past the Mini, followed by Mike Whittaker and Andy Prio. 1-2-2 there, the pale blue Austin Cooper S. And that is the Jesty and Williamson car. It's one of the late additions. There's lots of Minis in the race, but if they were hoping for success in the rain, I'm afraid the weather gods have not helped them. The Birchenough and topless car is being passed as well, and out comes the race leader Sam Tordorf. So he is more than a lap behind now, and he had to stop longer than anybody else. So his stationary time now needs, what's he got, 28 minutes to try and make up that time lost.
82.5 seconds he was stationary in the pits, and the shortest pit stop time 60 seconds, so an extra 22.5. And in the background is Julian Thomas, so he is gradually moving up on the Andy Priaulx and Alex Brundle Mustangs just ahead of him, and he's currently running in what will be fifth place
fifth place.
Julian Thomas.
So actually we need to keep eyes on roughly where Sam Tordoff is. He is currently coming out onto the Woodcote Straight, so he's going to come thundering past us. He does so now, halfway round the lap, and there Nigel Greensall is the race leader. Alex Brundle under pressure again from Andy Priaulx. Priaulx trying to go the long way around the outside. Brundle's bottled up behind a Mini. The Mini doesn't know where to go. The Lotus Cortina is going by the Mini. And Brundle, is he going to get the best of this? He slightly does, as Priaulx's nose is almost cut off. The 888 Mini, Dan Wheeler, was the first of our reserves. Dan has raced in Mini 7s for a number of years, now has that historic Mini, and he comes through.
Look who's appeared on the scene. Julian Thomas.
Julian Thomas works by both of them as well.
Gets by Andy Priaulx, and in all that mix-up up at the Loop and Aintree, he's just worked his way through and come through now ahead of Andy Priaulx and behind Alex Brundle.
He is properly pitching that car around, isn't he? He's having a lovely time. So Christopher Hoy is ready to go, and Julian Thomas sliding around all over the place. Ian Curley in the pits, one of our Mini leaders. And Dan Wheeler, the boss of Dread, the motorsport clothing company, really enjoys racing his Minis, and just saw him in the background being passed by all this lot, being swamped by these guys. And the Brustang goes by.
Slightly less favourable for Julian Thomas. He has to wait to go around the outside of the Cortina, and he's still
not waiting for anybody, is he? He's just pushing on. He's got Andy Priaulx behind him. I mean, you know, when you're an owner driver like Julian Thomas, and you're racing people like Alex Brundle, who's got lots of, you know, top international racing experience, and multiple world champion like Andy Priaulx, you must just pinch yourself when you're racing wheel to wheel with them, and then when you get the chance to put in on move and go by them, you think, wow, what a place to be. Coming through as well, Steve Soper, again, you know, what a racing CV Soperman has got, and Julian Thomas is in there mixing it with all of them. Soper's come by and mugged both of them as they argued the toss. He went straight by, didn't he? And looks like he's just got a little bit more feel for the car than he had before. And there is our, what is now, I think, still our lead Cortina. Or is that a lapped car? That's Henry Neal, is it? Their car is white with a gold stripe. I think that might be a lapped car, actually. Henry's a little further back. Henry Neal in 10th place.
So Julian Thomas up one and down one again. So the leader, Nigel Greensall, remains out at the moment. Fastest lap of the race to Nigel as well. He'll hand over to car owner John Spears.
But he's getting caught in traffic as well, isn't he? And here comes Priaulx. Oh, squeezes through.
Julian Thomas back to the back of that group again. So for about half a lap he was second in this group. He's now at the back of it again. So it's just nip and tuck all the way. He goes for a slightly tighter line, but there's no room to get through there into Brooklands. Now they'll turn right to Luffield. And will he have a go on the exit of Luffield through Woodcote, perhaps get a slightly better run through this section of the track and then challenge at the other end of the straight down at Copse Corner. Andy Priaulx's got ideas about going past Alex Brundle, hasn't he, as well, as they come out onto the old pit straight. And Priaulx goes to the inside, but he's not alongside, so he stays in behind Alex Brundle as they go through Copse Corner. Now it's up the rise to Maggots, and all the time these two are battling. Steve Soperman, it gets ahead and has opened out a gap now. Through goes Brundle through Maggots, Andy Priaulx takes a slightly tighter line through. Beckett's comes up alongside. Can he get through? No, it's a long way around on the outside there. Winds on the opposite lock, but cannot find a way past Alex Brundle. And Julian Thomas is back on the scene again.
Yeah.
Hello.
And Julian Thomas in a much larger car, but with the same capacity engine, so slightly longer wheelbase. It maybe doesn't wag the tail quite as much, but it's definitely not, you know, seen. It wouldn't have been seen as a performance car like the Mustang is. Finally, Andy Priaulx dives up the inside now. Does that mean that Brundle was letting him go because he's due to go into the pit lane? I think it does. It does. He's got the indicator on now. Whether he's done that on purpose or not, I don't know. In he comes. That's why he let Priaulx go through. He didn't want Priaulx on the inside because he knew he wanted to come in. Meanwhile, the race leader stays out. Nigel Greensall in traffic. He's not making a lot of ground up. And Andy Priaulx, there is Nigel Greensall. Now, that is 52. That is Henry Neal. So Greensall has now lapped up to 9th place. Now, don't forget that maybe half a dozen cars that would have been in the top 10 are into the pits or have been in the pits, including the early race leader Sam Tordoff. Alex Brundle out of his own Mustang, and Chris Hoy is in. Nigel Greensall remains out front, and he's circulating as quick as anybody else. In fact, quicker than anybody else on track at the moment. 2 minute 30.8. The next closest cars are 31s, 32s, 34s. So Greensall is absolutely flying at the moment. Steve Soper is second on the road. Priaulx is third. And these guys, Brundle and Hoy, Julian Thomas came in right behind Alex Brundle, didn't he? So he'll be handing on to Callum Lockie. Oops, starting it in gear. That's because it hasn't got a quadrant gear selector and an indicator. You cannot beat a V8. I know V10s and V12s and everything else, but you just cannot beat a V8. Andy Priaulx ahead of Steve Soper. Now, these two, both BMW stalwarts over the years, long careers racing touring cars for BMW and endurance cars in the case of Andy Priaulx as well, and then latterly a Ford factory driver. And indeed, so too was Steve Soper. And out comes Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie rather, right behind Sir Chris Hoy. So these cars came in nose to tail, they go out nose to tail.
That would suggest they both did the same pit stop time, and straight away, Callum Lockie not want to hang about. He wants to get through, and he has.
He had a little Lockie up down the inside there, didn't he?
And he's gone through ahead of Sir Chris Hoy into the loop, and now Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. So that's a one place up for the Lockie car ahead of the Hoy car as they go down towards Brooklands.
Just behind them you saw Mark Burnett's car number 5. Here's Austin Mini Cooper S. He is leading his class. There are about 17 different classes for the 60 cars, so yeah, Mark Burnett leading his class. And again, here comes the Mustang battle. Soper having a look at Priaulx. Now, they are getting close to where they really need to be in this lap or the next at the very latest.
And Andy Priaulx will be handing over to Alex Taylor and
Greensall in. Leader in the pit lane. Go ahead.
Steve Soper handing over to Henry Mann.
Yes, that's right. So, a little bit of gaffer tape from that little biff that Alex Brundle had earlier on. So the team had time to do that. Nigel Greensall runs back round to have a quick word with John Spears. The stopwatch there is what it's all about. It's not how quickly you can do the pit lane, the driver change in the pit lane. You have to do it and have to remain stationary for the requisite minimum time.
And I'll put my hat on Callum Lockie and Julian Thomas to win this. Just a thought. I know we're 18 minutes from the end of the race, so I'm slight advantage on talking about it at the beginning of the race, but I still think that car could come through to win.
All right, well, here is Steve Soper still chasing Andy Priaulx. This is the lead battle now, because don't forget the Greensall and Spears car has stopped and is in the pit. Mike Whitaker's stopped as well.
A lock up there from Priaulx again.
In fact, Whitaker is ahead of Brundle and Hoy and Thomas and Lockie on the post-pit stop strategy. So it's only these two that have yet to stop, and Superman can't gather it all up correctly, has to take the shortcut through. He's going to let Prio go through. Look, a long look over his shoulder. Where is he? He's not going to come on and carve across his nose. He knows that that was his error, and so he comes back on behind Andy Prio. And again, that's what you get when you are racing long-term professionals in cars like these. You get that absolute trust on the limit. So 179, John Spears leads. I beg your pardon, is in the car and out of the pit lane. It is Andy Prio that leads, Steve Soper in second, and they come in at the last minute. There is 1 minute and 50-odd seconds left, but it takes them longer than that to get around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So they're in, and that means that our early race leader, Sam Tordoff, charging around. Well, is he behind Mike Whitaker because of that long extra stop? We're going to have to wait for another lap for the timing and scoring to fully sort itself out. But we'll look at Tordoff and then at Callum Lockie.
Yes, I hadn't factored in the fact that Mike Whitaker didn't have any pit stop penalty for being an elite driver. So, yes, that does give him a bit of an advantage.
But it is only a bit of an advantage.
Yes, not much, as the number 7 car, Steve Soper, gets out, Henry Mann gets in.
There's Andy Prio, the Guernsey colours on his helmet. He's a proud donkey. Apparently that's a matter of pride rather than an insult. The Guernsey donkeys, they like to dig their heels in. And so here is the man who should be our race leader, Mike Whitaker. So where is he? He's swinging in to Stowe, and behind him Sam Tordoff comes out of the Beckett's S's. So I'm looking at our other camera shots, trying to pick out where the 179 of John Spears is. Here he is. So we've got 10 seconds maybe, first to second, another 10 or so, second to third.
6 seconds between Whitaker and Tordoff.
Okay, not as much as that then. So Tordoff 228.6, Whitaker 229.5 on the last lap. 10 seconds, coming down at a second a lap, 15 minutes remaining, not enough laps. He's going to have to close the gap faster, Sam Tordoff.
And out back onto the track again is the yellow Mustang, started by Andy Prio, now in the hands of Alex Taylor. And we'll start now to see, and there's there's the Callum Lockie car, started by Julian Thomas. So that's actually behind the Prio-Taylor car.
Now, was it behind? No, he'd got by Prio and Soper, hadn't he? There's the car that was started by Soper. There's the car that was started by Prio. So that car had gone back. So it has dropped back because of those pit stops. There is the new race leader putting a lap on the Mercury Comet Cyclone, or Mercury Cyclone Comet. So Mike Whitaker leading in the Mustang in the background. Those headlights, that was Sam Tordoff, wasn't it?
I think actually John Spears is leading.
Is he? Okay.
Because he's ahead on our timing screens. I'm only guessing this because he's 8 seconds up the road, but he's on the same cycle as Mike Whitaker, and he's ahead on the timing screen, whereas the other two cars are on a different cycle of pit stops. That's the Taylor and Mann cars. And we'll see when they come back round again.
Yeah.
But I think we may find that this is in the lead. The blue, pastel blue car, started by Nigel Greensall.
John Spears very nearly just won the front-engined Grand Prix race, spinning on lap 1. Not his finest moment, he admitted. He came back to lead onto the last lap and was only just pipped at the post in his Maserati 250F. So could he make up for it here? It was a great opening stint by Nigel Greensall, really taking the race to the long-term leader Sam Tordoff.
Yep, confirmed now by the timing screens that Spears is in the lead from Whitaker by 4.6, so Whitaker is catching at a pace.
Yeah, white car, number 49 is Whitaker, back behind with the headlights ablaze, third place, Sam Tordoff. Now he comes out, there he is. He goes by the Mercury Comet, and Tordoff almost two-wheeling Jim Clark Lotus Cortina style, the inside front wheel almost off the ground. He's really pitching the car around. I mean, he's not the only one, but good little battle here as well. This is Taylor versus Lockie. Callum Lockie not able to get by yet.
No, he's struggling to keep up the pace of the yellow Mustang, started by three-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Prio, now in the hands of Alex Taylor, but into the loop they go, and they are currently sitting in 5th and 6th places.
Yeah, the Steve Soper Alan Mann car in 4th place. Here it comes towards us, that pale blue car. Alan Mann, Henry Mann. Seems strange to say Henry Mann without red and gold of Alan Mann Racing. And here comes Lockie down the inside, telegraphs to move early, commits, and there's an awful lot of car there to try and cut back underneath when you're in the Mustang. That car, the Falcon, just keeps going past and going past. It's like a long freight train, but then actually, you say that, you look at the Mustang, it's not many inches shorter, is it?
No, they're about the same size, aren't they? And the Mustang perhaps looks a bit more squat than the Falcon.
I think it's the long side elevation of the Falcon that makes it look longer, but when you actually see them in profile, oh, big smoking moment there, getting the car turned in. Callum Lockie under pressure.
Going up towards the wonderful sweepers through Maggots first of all, and then right into Beckett's, left and right again, and he's just drifting the car beautifully through, turning now through the left and then the right, and the yellow Mustang, Alex Taylor, just behind, both on opposite lock, no understeer there as they turn through the Beckett's S's, and a quick shot on our live stream there of the car ahead of them, which is the Henry Mann car.
Yeah, and he's right on the tail of Mike Whittaker. Oh, hang a minute, no, that's a change of the lead. Mike Whittaker ahead of John Spears. So wrong pale blue Mustang. So 179, slightly less pale and less metallic, and so Mike Whittaker has taken the lead from John Spears. Sam Tordoff still third and closing. Tordoff was 6 seconds quicker than Spears and 5 seconds quicker than Whittaker on that last lap, and is 4 seconds behind, or was 4 seconds behind. So Sam Tordoff will join battle inside the final 10 minutes with Mike Whittaker, the new race leader in the white Mustang, and pale blue 179, John Spears in second. The puce and green, puce and yellow rather, Falcon of Sam Tordoff in third place and closing fast. Then Callum Lockie in fifth, ahead of Alex Taylor's yellow Mustang, with Henry Mann on his own in the blue number 7 Mustang in fourth place. Not sure what tyre the lead two have got left, not sure what amount of tyre on the rear, particularly the car Sam Tordoff's got left, but he is certainly dialing in the opposite lock.
And Sir Chris Hoy in the Alex Brundle started number 41. That's now running in 12th place with Sir Chris at the wheel. I was just thinking, the colours on Sam Tordoff's car, I wonder whether he found some spare paint in the workshop, because it's not a colour that you perhaps would normally associate with a Falcon.
It's a kind of groovy late 60s, early 70s hippie catalogue colour, isn't it? It was probably groovy grape or something on the options list. Our new race leader, Mike Whittaker, just starting to put a little bit of space between himself and the Spears and Tordoff battle, which is now being resolved in favour of Sam Tordoff. He came steaming out of the Beckett's S's and the Chapel Curve onto the Hanger Straight right behind John Spears, and the steaming didn't abate until he'd gone by and into Stowe. He's up to second place. Sam Tordoff has 8 minutes to win this. His last lap, 2:29.6. Mike Whittaker's last lap, 2:30.6. This is going to be close, very close.
And he's not going to be setting 229.6s stuck behind a slower car. Not that it's the slower car's fault, I hasten to add, but he's compromised there on his line through Club Corner.
GT350 there in the colours of the GT500H rental Mustang that Hertz very briefly offered in the US market before it became very evident that a lot of them being rented for the weekend had a roll cage welded in, had gone racing or drag racing, and then had the roll cage ground out before the car was returned. So that was the familiar green and gold. And here again, I think this is still our lead Cortina. Is this the Neil Shedden car? Yes, it is. So Henry Neal and Gordon Shedden, car number 52. It's been the lead Cortina all the way through, pretty much since Richard Dutton had his early race spin, and those guys are still having a fantastic run.
But they're ahead of them is the 113 Andy Wolf, Ben Tinkler, and also
right, okay, so that's the
Gardner and Keane are also ahead of them in Cortinas. So,
okay,
not quite up there, but certainly in third place, doing a good job.
Well, that means Steve Neal gets a podium anyway.
Oh, and off the road goes the John Spears Mustang, just bounced across the gravel briefly there. That will have lost him some time. And the 52 Cortina, is that for position?
Oh, and that's Whittaker out. So the race lead has changed. Sam Tordoff will have gone through, and Tordoff up to second, Spears third, Mike Whittaker bangs his head on the steering wheel, and you can understand why. 6 minutes to go, a battle for the lead raging, and the car goes off in smoke, and there is the smoke. Something is let go underneath, and that is a lot of oil. Is that transmission?
That's diff oil, isn't it?
Yeah.
Coming out of the diff onto the back wheels. So that would have put oil onto the track, unless he was already off the track when it actually went.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of smoke. I think he was going off probably before much of the oil leaked onto the track. That's a real shame. So Mike Whittaker on the side of the road at Copse Corner. There'll be stationary yellows there until the end of the race. Sam Tordoff leads, as he did before the pit stops, in the pole-sitting Falcon.
And we've had a spinner at, no, that's, I was going to say, is that the same corner as where Mike Whittaker is, but it's not. It's actually at Woodcote Corner.
John Spears in second place, about the length of safety car, about the length of straight behind safety car is out, and that may be effectively the end of the race. So Sam Tordoff leading, John Spears second, and the Henry Mann driven car started by Steve Soper up to third place. Callum Lockie in fourth, Alex Taylor in fifth. And in sixth place is car number 9. That's the Mustang of Craig Davis.
I think, we're going to see now.
Ooh, that's the Mini going off on diff oil. You can see the silvery trail. Whoa! And that's why the safety car is out. Goodness me, that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Ian Curley. Luckily, he's got a lot of experience in handling Minis, and he just had enough wherewithal to miss the stationary Mustang. Otherwise, that could have been really quite a nasty one. So Ian Curley off through the gravel. I think he did actually escape out the other side, but the safety car is out, and that, I think, will bring the race to its conclusion. So Sam Tordoff hadn't quite made the pass for the lead that seemed inevitable, didn't it? Because he was closing so fast, and then with that diff letting go and laying oil down, I'm afraid Mike Whittaker's car off the road into the gravel, and the track in no state to be raced on now. So Mike Whittaker inadvertently bringing out the safety car.
And Ian Curley did get out of the gravel. We just had a shot on another camera of him going round, so good news. There he is. He got through okay with white wall tyres now from the gravel.
That was a full code brown moment for Ian Curley. I'm sure he's had a few in his long and illustrious racing career. Multiple Mini racing champion Curley. But Yeah, that was not a nice moment, I think. Big understeering off wide, saw what the danger was, off the brakes, got some control of the car and just skirted around the outside of the stationary Mustang.
And a very, very obvious trail of oil there, just going to the scene of the Mustang. And that puts paid to what I think may have been a late pass by Callum Lockie on Henry Mann for third place, because he was closing and it was 5 seconds when the safety car came out. So Callum going for a podium.
He's just a couple of cars behind in the queue. That pale green Lotus Cortina between them. And there is car number 7, Callum Lockie behind in 192, and just behind him Alex Taylor. So they will be the top 5. That too is motorsport. So safety car is out, and just under 2 minutes left. I mean, once the safety car came out, within the final 5 minutes, there was no chance whatsoever that we would go green again with oil down there, and the Mustang still in a very evidently dangerous position, stuck in the gravel. There's no way of avoiding the fact that that car is just waiting to be hit if somebody else goes off. Even if you clean up the oil, you can't continue racing at pace with the car so close and in such an evidently dangerous position for everybody else. So race organisers, the clerk of the course, race director, left with no option but to scramble the safety car immediately. And yeah, there is the oil, the transmission letting go and just gushing underneath the car. So that has just blown a big hole in the diff. That's more than the diff plug. That is the whole rear end just exploding there under Mike Whitaker, pitching him off into the gravel. And moments later, Ian Curley, the first man to find that trail of fluid in his Mini, and he had a big heart-in-the-mouth moment, missing the stationary Mustang. So time runs out for the Adrian Flux Trophy, Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars, and the big car of Sam Tordoff will be the one that takes victory here. The safety car queue has just gone past the start-finish line once more, so they will roll back there and then take the checkered flag. But it will be under safety car conditions. Nigel Greensall, John Spears, the Mustang in second place, car number 179, the pale blue Mustang, third in the queue there. And then the final podium spot will be going to the next pale blue Mustang, car number 7, started by Steve Soper, and the race finished by Henry Mann, car built by Soper. And that car now with podium finishing heritage at the Silverstone Festival. That adds another percentage to its possible sale sticker price. Mercury Cyclone not really extending itself too much at the moment, but with a relatively new driver in the lineup, perhaps that's not to be too much of a surprise. So outside the top 3, Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie fourth, car number 192, the big dark blue Falcon with the white V across the bonnet, and then the Prio and Taylor yellow and black Bumblebee Mustang in 5th place, and in 6th place is the number 9 Mustang. And that is the car driven by Craig Davis, the red and gold Alan Mann Racing liveried Mustang.
And looking a little bit, just a little bit further down, in 8th place overall, that I think is our winning Cortina, car number 57, which is the white car with the purple stripe down the side. And that was started by Mike Gardner, and Phil Keane jumped aboard.
Yeah, so he is the best of the Cortinas. Second is the Neil and Shedden Cortina in class THC, and third is the Balfe and Ashton machine. So a podium finish for Henry Neal and Gordon Shedden, and the ashes of the late Steve Neal, Henry's granddad, Matt Neal's dad, in, as Matt told us, in the ballast box of the Cortina. Steve Neal resisted all temptation by Matt to come historic racing, and now that it's out of his hands, he's come historic racing anyway. So a nice little salute from the family to the late Steve Neal. Thoughts also with friends and family of the recently departed Neil Brown, who, with long-term friend and partner in crime Richard Dutton, returned to historic racing after a number of years away from the steering wheel. Lost Neil Brown just a few days ago, and lots of thoughts from many people in the field with him. One of the standout engine builders in motor racing. Sam Tordoff then claims victory. It always looked set to be, and so it is. He claims victory, the man that started on pole position. Nigel Greensill, John Spears take second in their Mustang, and Steve Soper, Henry Mann will be third in their Mustang. Tordoff's Falcon. I would like to know what the catalogue name for that colour is, because if that is a standard colour, it's possibly not one of the bigger selling ones on any Ford of any era. So a great combination in the field from the Tiddlers, the Austin and Morris Mini Cooper S's through the 1600cc class, a sea of Ford Cortinas with some Alfa Romeos and BMWs raising their head as well, and the big bangers out front, the American V8s in the Ford Mustangs, the Galaxy, and in the Falcons. Lots and lots to whet the appetite in terms of sights and sounds of pre-66 touring cars. And some great names in the field as well in terms of race driving. Sam Tordoff just waving to the marshals and the crowd, and again, while it's relatively quiet because they're not coming past at speed, just again say thank you on behalf of all the competitors and all the fans to the marshals, without whom there would be no motor racing. All unpaid volunteers, thank you everybody for all of your help and your assistance, to the medical crews, the rescue crews, and everybody else who makes motor racing happen. It's not just about the drivers and the teams, it is about everybody who keeps them safe, despite sometimes their best efforts to put themselves in jeopardy. The marshals try and make sure that everybody who arrives goes home nice and safely, and that is devoutly to be wished. So thank you to them, and congratulations as well to Race Control for doing a sterling job of keeping the programme on time and running well despite the intervention of the weather. Again, if you fancy getting a little closer to motor racing action than you can do in the grandstands or the spectator banks here at Silverstone, then all the UK Marshals clubs would love to hear you. They're always looking for new marshals to join. So you can look for the British Motor Racing Marshals Club or any other of our Marshals clubs online, and I'm sure they would be delighted to hear you. They're a fine bunch of men and women, younger and not quite so younger, some of them, but they get not only to have a great view of the racing, but also to participate in keeping it going. So the Marshals clubs would love to hear from you. Well, this will give Nicola plenty of time to get her podium sorted out. Let's hope that we can hustle some of the drivers up and catch up with them, as we will then look towards our next race. So again, as ever at the festival, combining all sorts of different categories of racing. We go from pre-66 touring cars to pre-66 Grand Prix cars. The age above the door remains the same, but the nature of the racing will be just as close, even though the machines are totally different. So under 2 litre class, victory went to car number 57, and that is the best of our Lotus Cortinas. Mike Gardner and Phil Keane were the crew of that. Second in the under 2 litre class is Henry Neal and Gordon Shedden, and third in class THC is car number 134, and that is Sean Balfe, and late addition to the programme who was Tom Ashton. So Mike Whitaker, that's a dispiriting end to his day, crunching back across the gravel at the end of the race. I've been there once, and it's not a great feeling, I have to say. So Sam Tordoff arrives in the collecting area. He is our race winner. Last couple of laps were probably the hardest work of all, because the adrenaline had gone, and then any tiredness and heat build-up starts to really feed in. Tordoff having to undo that extra long pit stop, courtesy of his driving repertoire and the fact that he was on his own. John Spears takes off his helmet, chatting with co-driver Nigel Greensall. Another podium finish.
Well done anyway. P2, fantastic.
And confirmation of our results. Sam Tordoff ahead of Nigel Greensall, John Spears, and then Steve Soper, Henry Mann. Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie, Andy Prio, Alex Taylor, and Craig Davis rounding out the top half dozen. And not a non-Ford to be seen, as the Gardner Keen Cortina won the up to 1600cc class, and Neal and Shedden in second place, Balfe and Ashton in third, and the best of the minis for Bull and Brown in 17th place. And in the dry, and it was dry, that is a fine effort from Mini Cooper S. Aaron Smith, the second of the minis, and despite that big scare towards the end, Ian Curley in third spot. So we started with 60 cars on the grid, and I think in the end maybe 3 or 4 of them failed to make it through, the most dramatic of whom Michael Whitaker, leading but under pressure inside the final 5 minutes. The transmission let go on his car, and that was the end of that, I'm afraid. The Alpha Sprint of the Hearts also not making it through. Didn't see what happened to them, but they suffered a mechanical failure. Well, it was always going to be about the big American muscles once the track started to dry before the start of the Asian Flux Trophy. The transatlantic pre-66 touring cars were dominated by big output American muscles cars. Sam Tordoff led early on. Richard Dutton had a lurid moment after contact in the Beckett's S's. That dropped him out of the lead group. His Cortina had been going extremely well early on. Steve Soper battling with Mike Whitaker, and then Whitaker coming out of the pit stops in front before a transmission failure 5 minutes from the end put him off and very nearly caused carnage behind. Fluid down at Cops Corner meant the safety car was brought out, and so Sam Tordoff, who started out front, finished out front. A big moment for Ian Curley's Mini as he hit that slick, finally made it out to finish the race in 27th place, with Greensall and Spears second, but Tordoff victorious.
Everybody loves a goodie bag, right? If you head over to the My Motor World area, you have a stage going on over here. You've got a car you can check out. Everyone loves a Toyota Supra. And hi, Chris. So Chris is the marketing director here at My Motor World. So tell us what's going on here for you this weekend.
Oh, this weekend, so we've got all the team looking to sign people up to mymotorworld.com. By signing up, they're receiving member discounts, so discounts on all our range of products. We've got 70,000 car parts, car care from brands that you'd recognise like T-Cut, Car Gods on the detail side, but then part range like Brembo, Performance Discs, Castrol Oil. So some really cool names, fantastic products, all available, delivered to your door.
Now, I did bring up the goodie bag earlier. So how do you get the goodie bag if you sign up, right?
Yep, sign up, simple. All the weekend, sign up with the email address and you receive a goodie bag.
So come on then, what's in it?
Lots of goodies.
Come on.
Some free products. some spray,
Lovely.
some Car Gods air fresheners, and a mini mic. Mini Mike Brewer.
A mini Mike Brewer.
You've got to get yourself one of those.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and a drawstring bag, obviously.
I mean, that's very handy for the weekend, right?
Spot on, isn't it?
But there's lots going on the stage as well this weekend.
So we're sponsoring the stage. My Boat World stage has live music and all sorts of things going on. But we've got an interactive game. Mike Brewer's going to be hosting it. Play your cars right. So you've got to.
So you guess the cost of the car?
No, not quite. The speed. So is
it's
it
close.
faster or slower? So we'll encourage people to come up on stage and play in the game, and they get some prizes if they get all the way to the end. They get some prizes anyway for taking part.
Excellent. And this is your first year here, right?
It is as My Motor World, yeah. So we've launched the site this year. We're a recognised brand on the high street, or we were. There were a lot of retail shops in the past, but we've moved it all online. Yeah. That's the way, and the future, yeah.
And hey, look, if you want to have a look online, Mike Brewer is on hand to show you what the website looks like. Thank you very much, Mike.
Plenty more action still to come here at the Silverstone Festival 2023. Queue's quite short at the ice cream van, by the way, if you fancy a little bit, and there's nobody queuing at the bar at all. What's wrong with you people? Goodness me. Now then, let's catch up with the drivers who have just triumphed in the Adrian Flux Trophy for Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars. Your host, Nicola Hume.
Thank you so much. Right, yes, welcome to the podium of the Adrian Flux Trophy for Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars. So we're going to kick things off straight away, shall we, with our first podium. So please welcome in third place, Steve Soper and Henry Mann. Make your way over to number 3, please. Congratulations. Oh, we've only got one of you. And in second place, it's John Spears and Nigel Greensall. And our winners of the Adrian Flux Trophy for Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars, it's Sam Tordoff. Huge round of applause for Sam. And if we can have your trophies in the air and big smiles for the camera as well, we get some lovely photos. Thank you very much. Okay, Sam, how are you feeling after that fantastic race?
I was grateful of the safety car, actually, for the last 3 laps. I was, yeah, it was tough. I didn't quite have the car where I wanted it. Mike did a great job to get into the lead. My teammate, I was a bit gutted for him to for the car to break with 3 laps to go, because I knew it was going to get tasty. I think the team were having kittens. So yeah, really happy, really chuffed. We came here to win, obviously, and that's what we've done. So really happy.
A massive congratulations to you. And in second place, we must stop meeting like this, you two. Honestly, you've had such a busy weekend. You've been on this podium so many times. How are you both feeling at the moment? You must be exhausted.
No, not in the slightest. It's what we live for, isn't it? John's done more than me, so he's the one that's been in the Grand Prix car as well, having wild time. So, but yeah, that race was fantastic. It's lovely when the conditions are mixed. Part of it's wet, part of it's dry, and me and Sam were just having so much fun out there in the early stage of the race. I loved it.
How was it for you, John?
Yeah, well, a little briefer than I would have liked, but as usual, Nigel did the heavy lifting, and yeah, you know, it's such a great car to drive. It's so much fun.
Congratulations, I'm going to come and have a chat with you. If you can hear me okay, how did you get on?
Yeah, it was good. Well, I wanted to be on the podium, and with a few breakdowns, we managed to get on the podium, so it was great.
Did you drive the entire race on your own?
Yeah. And once I came in and I saw the position, and Henry said stay in. So
Henry was trusting your judgment. That's what it was. That's what it was. Let's have a huge round of applause for our winners of the Adrian Flux Trophy of Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars. Congratulations.
So, heading on next to our Pre-66 Grand Prix cars from the Historic Grand Prix Car Association. And this is the second race for these cars. Now, yesterday we had a combined race for front and rear engine cars. We have had the front engine cars racing today, and we now have the rear engine cars. At least I think that's what we're expecting this Is this? No, hang on. We've got the rear end. Yeah, okay, there we go. So here is our grid, which I don't have in front of me. So read down it yourself. Again, some more familiar names with the rear engine cars: Coopers, Lotuses, BRMs, Brabhams at the front of the field, much as you would expect. And a few outliers as well. The Alfa Romeo engine Cooper, the Line Cooper 253, the Walker Special. There are some cars here that don't get recognised quite so often and seen quite so often out in public. So great to see such a big field of cars. And again, we'll be starting 36 of these tiny pre-60 Grand Prix cars. So this is the period from 1948, the date of the first Grand Prix here at Silverstone, to 1960. And the cars already finding their way around the circuit, led by Charlie Martin in the green and white, the traditional colours of Cooper, the Cooper T53, and Rudiger Friedrichs is alongside him on the front row in another green T53. Then Nick Fennell, the Lotus 25, one of the real standout early front rear-engined Lotuses in Grand Prix, and Andy Willis, car number 1, the BRM P261. I know that there will be a lot of very avid BRM fans, probably a lot of avid Cooper fans, and a lot of avid Lotus fans and Brabham fans in the crowd as well. And there are some individual cars that, like the Asagi, that have just one or possibly 2 chassis ever made, and so those taking part in this race as well. One ever made, the Asagi, made in South Africa. And so, yeah, there's another single ever car, as far as we're aware, the Netuar Peugeot, which was built by a South African engineer, enthusiast and racer, and that is car number 27, red car, driven by Dutchman Arno Koch. And the Netuar is the designer's Christian name, Routen Hartmann, Routen backwards, Netuar. There you go. So if I designed a car, God help us, it would be called a Nitram, because that's Martin backwards, as you've seen on fertiliser sacks as you've been sliding down hills in the winter in your youth. Charlie Martin leads us round with the Cooper. He's got the white stripes. Fellow driver on the front row of the grid, Rudy Friedrichs, is not there. So alongside him is the green Lotus 25 of Nick Fennell, and that has got yellow wobbly wheels, so no Rudiger Friedrichs. Now that is a late withdrawal. We did not know that Rudy was not going to make the field. So that brings us down to 35 cars getting ready to be released, and this race will be 20 minutes for the rear-engined pre-1960 Grand Prix cars in the 75th anniversary celebration of the first Grand Prix held here at Silverstone in 1948. Away we go for the start of the pre-66 rear-engined Grand Prix car race, and it is Charlie Martin's Cooper with the white stripes that leads on the right-hand side of the picture, sweeping around the outside. The red car with the green noseband, that's Tim Child's Brabham, looking for second place. He's going by the Lotus 25 of Nick Fennell, and behind with the orange nose, car number 1, Andy Willis in the BRM P261, the Owen Racing Organisation's dark blue, green with orange noseband. That's the familiar BRM colours, but it is still the Cooper that leads from the fast starting Brabham. Tim Child in second place, and everybody else sweeping around the tight corners and onto the Wellington straight. Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas watching the action, and the lead 2 breaking away already.
And a very good start indeed from Mark Shaw, who won the front-engined race earlier on. Mark Shaw in his Lotus 21 from 9th on the grid, well 8th really, with one car out, and he's up to 4th now, having just gone round the inside of the number 1 Andy Willis BRM P261. So a very, very good start indeed from Mark in that historic Lotus, one of 2 cars at the front of the field, driven in period by Jim Clark.
Yeah, just an hour ago, Mark Shaw was out in another Formula One car in a front-engine race in the Scarab. So what a difference he will be feeling. And of course, it was wet then. It is pretty much dry now. So there's plenty of grip for the skinny treaded tyres, unless you go onto the paint and onto the curbs, in which case all bets are off. But that is an excellent start. There he is, car number 99 comes ahead of the BRM. So Andy Willis giving chase through the Beckett's S's and out through Chapel Curve onto the Hanger Straight. But the leader, Charlie Martin, creeping away from Tim Child in that red Brabham in second place, then the Lotus 25 and Nick Fennell in third, and the battle for fourth place. That is Mark Shaw just hanging on there, and the BRM goes by into fourth ahead of Shaw, just finding a little bit more on the straight, probably courtesy of the slipstream.
And it may be a slightly different backdrop and a slightly different layout of the track in places, but you could be in the early 60s now watching maybe Graham Hill and Jim Clark making their way around this historic Grand Prix circuit. But it is Charlie Martin who leads into Abbey, and in second place is the red car with the green nose, which is the Brabham BT3/4. So it was a BT3 but upgraded in period, and that's Tim Child in second place.
Now, car number 1 has got something sticking up at the back. It's not an air intake, it's not an exhaust, although BRM did have a history of sticking exhausts up in the centre of the car. It is actually the cross brace for the rollover hoop. Now, that is bolted on at the top of the rollover hoop, and you can unbolt it and then have access to the engine, which of course it would not have had that rollover cross brace in period. So that has not been bolted on securely, and it is now standing upright. It won't affect the handling of the car. However, the stewards might not be entirely happy. Little look in both mirrors there in car number 9. That's Katsu Kubota's Lotus 24 in the pale green colours of BRP, the British Racing Partnership. Kubota, the arch enthusiast Japanese, starting to work his way up the order ahead of Tom Waterfield, car number 51, the dark green Cooper with the white stripes, and right behind him is, I'm trying to figure out who on earth that could be.
Jeff Underwood.
There you go.
In that Cooper you mentioned before, with the unusually with the Alpha engine.
Ah, right. Wow, he's had a great start.
They're going over that little bit of material that's been put down on Michael Whitaker's oil, and there's a lovely side shot of a very, very low car, the 132 car, Chris Lock's Lotus 32B, so a slightly later car from 1965, but you can see very clearly there Colin Chapman's efforts to get the driver as low as possible in the car.
And the pre-66 era is the 1.5 litre era of Formula One, so tiny cars. These are barely any bigger than the Formula Juniors that started the day. The real difference is that most of the Formula Juniors would have had a 1 or 1.1 litre climax engine. These now have 1.5 litre climax engines. Of course, BRM went their own way, built their own engines, so they were always a little bit of an outlier, for good or bad, and we will see the most outlying Formula One engine probably of all time in the BRM V16, which will be demonstrated shortly after the end of this race. Meanwhile, the number 1 car of Andy Willis is still in 4th place. There's the 99 Lotus of Mark Shaw, started in 9th place, and as you said, Alistair, he made an electrifying getaway. So we've got some real classic 1960s British colours here. The green Lotus with the yellow wobbly wheels, and with the orange noseband, the BRM.
And those two cars running those little 1500cc engines, the two leading cars actually running the 2.5 litre engine, which was often used in the Tasman series down in the Southern Hemisphere, in New Zealand and Australia, which was actually really a proving ground and a sales area for these teams, because they would take the cars out there in the winter. Top drivers, Jim Clark, Graham Hill, Jackie Stewart, they'd all go down there. Then they'd sell the cars when they were out there and not bring them back.
Yeah, come back with cash in a suitcase instead of a car on a ship. Yes, exactly. You take the entire Formula One field down to the Antipodes and just come back with cash. Now, I think Andy Willis there is rowing around in the gearbox, trying to find gears, and so too into the pit lane. Again, it looks like, I think, with a gearbox problem, judging by the body language, is the number 25 Cooper, and Again, finding all of that lubricant underneath the surface.
Lovely little cigar tube shapes, or toothpaste tube would be another way, I suppose, of describing it, almost. Very, very thin bodywork, no aerodynamics, of course, to speak of at all on these cars. That had not really been discovered yet. And then we started to see little vestigial wings being added to the Brabham. We saw the early Brabham earlier on with the little winglets at the front. But these cars, it was very much about getting the driver as low as possible and the body shape as slippery as possible.
Sam Wilson, who won our Formula Junior race this morning, moving his way up the order, goes by Rod Jolly, who very nearly won our in the Monza-Napolis Lister Jag just half an hour or so ago. So a lot of these drivers really leaping from car to car. In front of Wilson now is car number 18. That's the Lotus 18. And so that is the car. Who's driving that one? I've lost that one as well on my entry list. A sea of numbers in front of me.
Clinton McCarthy in that one.
Okay, there you go. So that is now 5th and 6th ahead of Rod Jolly. Rod Jolly, car number 2. Down in 6th position in his Cooper. And then 29.99, Nick Fennell and Mark Shaw, the Loti, battling nose to tail.
And the 99 car slightly earlier than the Nick Fennell Lotus 25, but both finished in those classic colours, both driven by Jim Clark in period, both really historic chassis these, and it's lovely to see them out racing. And you kind of think you'd put them on a plinth and put them in your front room or your museum or wherever you want to keep them, but no, they're out here racing, and that's exactly as it should be.
Well, we've got some pretty historic Lotuses. We've got the Lotus 18 that Sterling Moss won at Monaco in this race. We've got a Lotus 20, or we've got Lotus 20s, we've got 2021s, we've got 22s and Lotus 25s. So yeah, Colin Chapman was not averse to updating cars on a very regular basis, and of course with Formula One, then as now, if you stand still, then in fact you're going backwards. There's Sam Wilson. Now he is really charging up the order, catching our leaders. There's the Lotus 18, and right behind Rod Jolly, just onto that dirty piece of track in his Cooper.
And Sam Wilson didn't have any time for this race in qualifying, so he started 36th on the grid. He's now up to 5th, so that's 31 places gained.
Just ridiculous progress. I mean, absolutely ridiculous progress from Sam Wilson. But again, we talked about this morning. The cars that they were driving, he was driving this morning, essentially very, very similar indeed. Now he's checking his mirrors, nothing much behind him, because here is the battle. Clinton McCarthy in number 18, Rod Jolly car number 2. And Philip Buhofer is chasing them, and then he's got by Katsu Kubota, and he's got by Richard Wilson's Cooper as well. And here is the tight battle. Nick Fennell under pressure from Mark Shaw. This is for 3rd, the final podium spot, and the best of the 1.5 litre cars. The Tasman cars of Charlie Martin and Tim Child are out front, and that extra litre makes a big difference.
Coming through the tight section at Village and the Loop. This part of the track didn't exist when Jim Clark was driving cars 29 and 99 he drove in South Africa, 29 he was winning Grand Prix in Europe, but at the time it used just the perimeter tracks. Silverstone circuit.
Clinton McCarthy in a little bit of a sandwich there. Car number 2 going by Rod Jolly, and right behind Philip Buhofer in the P261 BRM with the orange noseband. Is Buhofer blowing a little bit of oil out? I'm not sure. The Lotus 18 looks like a much more upright car, very more boxy shape to the bodywork. And then the Lotuses that are a little further forward, Nick Fennell and Mark Shaw, 21, 22, the Lotus 25. Those cars much more rounded shape to the body.
This is a really close battle, isn't it, for the bottom step of the podium, 3rd place, and it's still 29 Nick Fennell who leads in that little group, and meantime behind, Sam Wilson has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 2:18.806, so he's coming up behind them.
Rod Jolly going out very wide there ahead of Clinton McCarthy, but that puts him onto that diff oil that was thrown down by Mike Whittaker's Mustang at the end of the last race, and that won't be helping. There's Mark Shaw. And we talked yesterday about the fact that his helmet colours are very close to being Jim Clark blue with the white band, but in fact they particularly match his Scarab, which he raced the front engine Roadster in the front engine race, whereas it's a much more Scottish blue on the helmet of the driver of number 29, Nick Fennell. They go by the back markers.
And it's Sam Wilson that's right behind them. There's 4 wheels there just coming into the shot, and that's Sam, the Cooper T53, who's come up from 36th on the grid. He's now challenging for 4th place. And one thinks that given his progress so far, he should be able to make his way by. He's trying already up the Hamilton Straight towards Abbey, and yes, he's got past Mark Shaw. Now he will set off after Nick Fennell as they go up through the sweepers at Abbey and Farm. Takes them into this new infield, so I say new, it's a few years now, isn't it, but new to these cars anyway, through Village up to the loop, and he's already closed up. He's going for the inside, and he just squirts through up to the inside. That's a tighter line, but I think he'll take the place. Yes, he does. So Sam Wilson moves up to the bottom step of the podium from 36th on the grid.
Distinctive and very different shape to the Coopers compared to the early Lotuses. It's a much more sort of squashed frog look at the front compared to the Lotuses, which are much more tube-shaped, and a flatter front, lower frontal area, I think, was the intention there for the Coopers. And they got that Beetle back as well, the all-enclosing engine cover. He runs out very wide into Luffield, nearly gives it all away. Charlie Martin and Tim Child a long way up the road. They're circulating about 4 seconds a lap quicker than the battle for 3rd place was, but actually the man with the fastest race lap, and this will come as an enormous surprise to you, is the man who's come from last on the grid to currently 3rd, Sam Wilson. So funny that he's managed to get the fastest race lap as he's carved by everybody apart from the top 2.
So he's now already pulling away from this battle, but that's great because it's rejoined, the 2 Loti of Nick Fennell and Mark Shaw. And meantime, is that a lead battle brewing now? Tim Child has caught.
That's not brewing, that is fully taking flame, isn't it? Yeah, Lee Child has caught Charlie Martin. Now, this could be very good news for Sam Wilson. I was just about to say it is a 14-second margin from 2nd, the red car, to 3rd, Sam Wilson. There are 6 minutes to go, and he's only catching them by about a second or 2 seconds a lap. That's not enough rate of closing. If these guys really start to get into it in the final few minutes and slow each other down by a second or 2 a lap, then suddenly it might become a lot more entertaining for Sam Wilson. Don't think he's going to catch them on pace until they do slow down, but Charlie Martin now just creeping away from Tim Child. So you sense that the reason that Child was right behind is Charlie Martin had made a mistake somewhere earlier in the lap.
And he went quite wide there at Village, didn't he? I wonder, that might be his chosen line. He's not going over the curbs, but he was quite wide through Village.
He's got a lot of understeer there, hasn't he?
Yeah, from memory, he does like the car quite loose. He likes to slide the car around. So Tim Child behind him, a much smoother line, and smoke there. And is that a locked brake? I think it was, wasn't it, from Charlie Martin?
I'm not sure. I think that looked a little early in the braking area to be locking the wheels, but we'll wait and see.
We'll see whether that smoke reappears, perhaps as they go into Copse Corner when he backs off there. I think he'll be flat on the throttle now through the dry Woodcote Corner, keeping the car nicely on the in the middle of the track, and up towards Copse they go, off the throttle, no smoke. So no. I think it probably was just a snatched brake, wasn't it?
I think you are right. You're sort of slowing it into a long radius left-hander there at Brooklyn, so the temptation to carry the speed in is definitely there.
Through into Maggots and Beckett's, turning right much earlier than the old Grand Prix circuit used to turn. Used to run behind the grandstands on the right-hand side of the picture there. And if you walk around the back of those grandstands, you can still see the old track, or part of it anyway. Onto the Hanger Straight once again. We've got 4 minutes 11 to go. Another yes, Rod Jolly likes that line on that dust, doesn't he? Goes very, very wide into Copse Corner. and the chopped off back of the number 50 Philip Buhofer BRM P261. Very snub back on it, which was very distinctive for that car.
Really was. So there is Rod Jolly in 6th place, Philip Buhofer behind Clinton McCarthy, trying to find a way back past the Lotus 18, the older car. In the battle we were just watching, Charlie Martin, Tim Child at the front of the field. 1960 Brabham, 1960 Cooper rather, being chased by the Brabham, and of course cars with which Jack Brabham would have been intimately associated, first driving the Cooper and then with his own car company and Ron Toronak designing the cars, the Brabham BT3, BT4, and the BT standing for Brabham and Toronak, and passing the Assegai, the unique single-seater Formula One car. Oh, and trouble for the Lotus as well there behind.
And you mentioned earlier the car that Sterling Moss took that very famous win in 1961 at Monaco. That's the car, number 20 at the back of the shot if you're watching the live stream. Number 20, the blue car with the white noseband, the Rob Walker entry. And that blue smoke again and sideways for Charlie Martin. And he's pointing into the cockpit. Now, why is he doing that? Because I'm not sure. Maybe that was to some sort of message to Tim Child behind. There was nobody alongside him, and the pits aren't there, so he's not telling his team anything. But this battle has really come together again, hasn't it? It looked like, and there's
another little lock-up. You can see exactly the moment he hit the brakes. He has got something grabbing, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, and Tim Child has got back with him now.
Now, often that will be not that one brake is starting to grab, but the one brake is not operating and the other one is doing all the braking, and as a result, whichever axle it is, front or back, things lock up. If you don't spread the braking evenly, then it doesn't slow down evenly. Well, he's pitching it through the Beckett's S's ahead of Tim Child.
Tim Child in the very early Brabham BT3/4 from the Brabham Toronak drawing board down into Stowe Corner. And still Charlie Martin manages to hold on. We've got a minute and a half to go, so they'll make it to the line and start their last lap this time around as they go into Club Corner. And Charlie Martin just floating that car around. It's a lovely style of driving, isn't it? Just keeping it on the power and on the steering, just floating it through the corners.
Yeah, not even remotely limited by its lack of power or lack of grip. He's just driving it beyond what both the engine and the tyres can do, and as a result, concocting beautiful slides. And this is the way the cars were raced in period. Skinny upright wheels, narrow tyres, low power, but it's all about keeping up the momentum and throwing the car in sideways. And unfortunately, that is the end of the race for Richard Wilson's Cooper T60. Or is it? He's maybe going to be able to rejoin, but he's out at the exit of the corner in the middle of the Beckett's S's. So it looks like he's sort of gone straight on at Maggots into Beckett's and across the grass. Leaders with 2 or 3 cars in front of them. And is this going to be the checkered flag awaiting? I don't know.
Yes, it will be. They're at Luffield.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yeah.
So they are. Yeah, I'm misidentifying the straight. So they are on the final lap of the race.
Through the double right-hander at Luffield, coming towards the start line of where these cars would have started in period in the Grand Prix here at Silverstone. Through Woodcote Corner, onto the straight down to Copse Corner, the classic shot, the long shot from Copse.
Yeah, none of your 2x2 formation nonsense either, 3-2-3 grids.
Or even 4-3-4.
Yes.
Actually, 4-3-4 was very common.
With the smaller cars, that was entirely possible. Coming up behind the Monaco winning Lotus 18, car number 20. Here is the battle for 3rd place. And the leaders into the Beckett's S's. Charlie Martin hanging on from Tim Child as smoking into the pits comes Barry Cannell in his Lotus T51. His Cooper T51 rather.
Leaders down the hanger straight for the last time into Stowe Corner as we go back to the battle for 3rd place.
Oh, there's been a swap.
Place.
No, there hasn't been a swap. I thought 99 had just managed to get in front of Mark Shaw, but he hasn't. So Nick Fennell just hanging on in front of him. Charlie Martin from Tim Child, Sam Wilson on his own. How close has he got? Well, in the end, actually, he's kind of surrendered the chase a little bit. The gap will be about a dozen seconds, but Charlie Martin will take the checkered flag for victory in the rear-engined race for the HGPCA Pre-60 Formula 1 cars. And Tim Child in second place. We're waiting for the Technicolor helmet and psychedelic colours of Sam Wilson. He comes across the line in third, has just done so, and here is the battle for fourth. Again, Nick Fennell just ahead of the similar liveried and slightly older Lotus of Tim Shaw, Mark Shaw. And in sixth place should be the Cooper of Rod Jolly, car number 2. Here he comes. Again, that familiar flat frontal profile and beetle back. Here comes the Lotus 18, Clinton McCarthy rushing to the line just inches ahead of Philip Buhofer. And those battles repeated all the way down the line again. A fit of the staggers there for the 51 Cooper, but he just snatches 9th place at the line. So Tom Waterfield grabbing it there from Jeff Underwood in the Alfa Romeo powered Cooper. A real oddity in a British racing field for sure. Charlie Martin in the T53 Cooper, the man who claims overall victory from Tim Child. And Sam Wilson, having started in last place on the grid, there he is with that familiar lime green and purple. He finishes in third spot in the Brabham, in the Cooper rather. So Cooper T53, Cooper T53 of Charlie Martin, the race winner, and the Brabham of Tim Child in second place. So marks that defined Formula 1 for the future post 1960. Cooper, Brabham, Lotus. They led the rear-engine revolution on both sides of the Atlantic, and single-seater racing has never been the same since. Front-engined Indy Roadsters clung on just for another few years, but by the mid-60s, Colin Chapman and Lotus had defined what a modern Indy car had to have, and that is not the horse pulling the cart. The engine needed to be at the back, and IndyCar racing, like Formula 1, once it went rear-engined, never changed. The speed of the banking at Indianapolis meant that there were some very unusual efforts tried to combat a standard rear-engine car. Jet turbines, for instance, twin chassis where the engine was in one pontoon and the driver was in the other. That always looked like it was going to be such a safe idea, but they tried it anyway. There was always somebody brave enough to take some weird jalopy into the race. But again, now in Formula 1 and in IndyCar racing and in every other form of single-seater and pretty much every other form of sports car racing as well, the driver sits just in front of the engine, gives you better balance, better traction, better packaging, pretty much better everything else. And here is our winner, Charlie Martin, claiming victory in the rear-engined Grand Prix car race from Tim Child, and 2 Coopers in the top 3, with Sam Wilson racing from the back to very nearly the front. Confirmation of the result for the front engine cars. Charlie Martin victorious from Tim Child. Their 2.5-litre Tasman spec cars, comfortably faster on pace than the rest, but Sam Wilson from the back of the field up to third place. Nick Fennell, Mark Shaw in their Lotuses battled for fourth place, just ahead of Rod Jolly's Cooper, and the Lotus 18, one of the earlier cars of Clinton McCarthy, pipping Philip Buhofer by inches at the line, with Tom Waterfield just snatching 9th from Jeff Underwood at the final 100 feet. And further on down the field, the BRM P261 of Graham Edelman, just behind the similar car, chassis number 7, beating chassis number 5 in the hands of Andy Willis. Nick Topless in the low-line Cooper, finishing inside the top 15. Lots more Coopers, Lotuses and Brabhams further down the field. The unique Assegai, Julian Ellison, tweedling that car around into the middle of the 20s. And still only halfway down the finishing order. So there you go, the Netuar Peugeot, again another unique South African view on Formula Racing. And the highlights, well, it was all about the big engine cars out front, with the 2.5 litre pole sitter of Charlie Martin, chased right from the start by Tim Childs Brabham, which had only qualified in 5th place, but made a great getaway. There was a race-long battle between the Lotus 21 of Mark Shaw and the fractionally newer car of Nick Fennell. Sam Wilson coming steaming through the order from the back of the field, got by both of them in the closing stages of the race, but didn't quite have enough in terms of power or performance to catch the leaders. Charlie Martin stayed out in front of Tim Child despite what seemed to be a slight braking issue and catching traffic that almost caused him enough of a problem, but didn't lose him the race. So Charlie Martin victorious, with Tim Child and Sam Wilson completing the podium.
I mean, okay, the word incredible isn't a big enough word for what I'm feeling in my heart right now while I'm stood here. Wow, welcome to Escapade Silverstone. Stephen, thank you so much for having me up here.
It's my pleasure, Nicola. This is absolutely insane. It's the best place to watch this racing on the circuit. Shall we go inside and have a look?
Yes, let's do it, yeah. Oh dear. Oh wow. Oh, so this is like a nice little haven in here, isn't it?
Yeah, well, once you've seen everything out on the track there, and you've had a busy day and you want to calm down and relax, have a glass of champagne or a cup of tea, then this is where you want to go.
I mean, it's a glass of champagne for me all day long. But the thing is, it's like, look, I've walked past this building site a few times. I've seen them being put up, but my brain has always gone, well, I would never be able to live here, you know?
Yeah, well, that's the general kind of narrative so far, because it has been an investment opportunity up until now. But now's the time to tell everyone that from 2024, you can come and stay. You go to our website, you make a reservation, you book an apartment or a residence, and you can stay all year round, no matter which event you're coming for.
That is fantastic. I mean, this is essentially a motorsport fan's heaven, isn't it?
Exactly. It's built for motorsport fanatics. We're at Silverstone. We're on the best corners of the circuit. You can see the biggest part of the circuit. So this is definitely for you. If you're a motorsport fanatic, then you want to be here at Escapade.
So you have the track, and then you have the gorgeous place inside. But that's not it, is it? There is more.
There is more. So you come here, you stay in a residence, and you watch the racing all day. But then in our clubhouse, we've got an indoor pool, a driver-focused gym, restaurant and bar, treatment rooms, and concierge services as well. So you've got plenty to do outside of what's on the track during the day.
And actually, I can show you the clubhouse. Stephen, thank you very much. So the clubhouse is still technically being built, so it's still a building site, but you can see it from outside. You've got to come with me out here. You can see it over there. Have a little look, and then take in the rest of the view. Oh, wow. Okay, so let's get on with the podium for the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars for the rear engine cars. So, in 3rd place, up to the podium comes Sam Wilson. And in 2nd place, it's Tim Child. And 1st place on top of the podium, it's Charlie Martin. Now, to hand out the trophies, we have Peter Horseman, who is the chairman of the HGPCA. Come on, Peter, were you not ready? Come on, come on, come on. Right, so first over to Sam Wilson. Congratulations to Sam. And over to second place, over to Tim Child. And handing the big trophy to our winner, it's Charlie Martin. A big round of applause for Charlie. Congratulations. Let's have your trophies in the air for some photos, please. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Right, I'm gonna come and have a chat. Charlie, how are you feeling after that?
It was a bit more interesting today. Yeah, Tim was right up with me, and it got a bit slippy, and it all got very exciting. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, slippy is probably the right word for it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Charlie was pressing his oil release button or something. I don't know, but no. We had a really good, I was on his tail. I never got close to getting past him, though. It was a good race.
It was a really good race. Sam, my goodness, from the back to third place, it's amazing what you can achieve in 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was quite exciting, really. No, I really enjoyed that. I'm lucky the car goes like stink down the straights as well, so that helped. But no, it was good fun.
Excellent. Let's have another round of applause for our podium winners of the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars for the rear engine versions. Congratulations, guys. Right, things are about to get very, very noisy and very exciting on the track. We got the BRM V16 demonstration.
Formula One cars have had almost every type of engine configuration, but there is no replacing this, the BRM V16, which shone brightly, but not for very long. It was notoriously fragile, and this is a continuation car that Hall & Hall have built from scratch. They've had to manufacture 36,000 parts in order to get this going. So this is chassis number 4, and what's happened is the driver, Rob Hall, has walked off to go and say hello to the Mercedes team. So let's go and find Rob, and it's basically Rick and Rob Hall who'd run Hall & Hall, and they've built this car. They're currently building a second continuation car, which I think has been sold already. Rob, I'm sorry, is old and new having a chat. Rob, I'll tell you what, we'll wander back towards the BRM slowly. It's such a wonderful thing, this, but it must have given you a few late nights.
Well, I'm only 21, and I didn't have any grey hairs before that, but no, it's obviously a big undertaking, but here we are. We've had a few gremlins, but there is a book written about it, and some of it's the same thing, so we're learning about it.
And you're currently building a second one?
Yes, we've got another one on go, but if we need to not come racing so we can finish it, but then all the people who go racing, they will be upset.
I guess unlike children, the second one should be easier.
Really? I wouldn't say easier, but some of it is, yeah, it's an hand-built car as it was in period, and nothing changes, and it's just hours and hours and hours. But yes, we get, we've been doing them a long time, as in the original ones. But when you make one, it's some trials and tribulations, shall we say.
I hope you've got a good earplug sponsor.
Sorry?
Right. Well, that's Rob. I'll tell you what, I can see Rick, who's Rob.
Moment or two ago, Ed there talking to Rob Hall about the BRM V16 that they have remanufactured, not rebuilt, not restored. They've done those before, but for the Owen family, the grandsons of Alfred Owen, who sponsored BRM and created those cars, they have built a series of, or are building a series of new BRM V16s. And for those of you who have never seen it or heard it before, and there's a lot of people who've never seen a BRM V16 or heard it running cleanly, and that's the real key, because these cars were, I mean, just think about it, 1.5 litre, 16 cylinders, so pistons about the size, literally about the size of an egg cup, and just in getting the sparks to the cylinders, 16 cylinders turning over at 12 or 13,000 RPM, 96,000 sparks a second. It's just that little fact is they're ridiculously complex cars. So as you heard Ed say, they built over 30,000 parts for the cars. Now, these cars are representing cars that were racing in the very early post-war era. So right at the very dawn of the rebirth of Grand Prix racing after hostilities finished in 1945. So of course there was all of that pre-war technology. Metallurgy and all sorts of other technologies had been greatly enhanced by the war machine building up speed through World War II. But still what they knew about Grand Prix cars was that predominantly the engine was in the front, and more revs meant more power, more capacity meant more power, but capacity was limited. So when you had the 1.5 litre category coming in to reduce cost, BRM, British Racing Motors, up and born in Lincolnshire, under the direction of racing driver Raymond Mays, decided that more complexity and more cylinders with more revs would give them more power. What it gave them was a lot more headaches. So more straightforward cars like the one you see on screen now, the Cooper Bristol, a 2-litre engine built by Bristol, derived is possibly the politest word, rather than copied from pre-war BMW unit. That was a real stalwart of the early post-war years of British motor racing. Cars like the Scarabs we've seen racing, the front-engine Grand Prix cars, the last real front-engined new Grand Prix cars, the Maserati 250F, one of the post-war classics, the Alfettas that we saw earlier, cars from Talbot Lago, from Gordini, and a host of other continental manufacturers trying to pick up where they had left off. But the BRM V16 was the great hope for British motor racing at the end of the 50s, and BRM with Raymond Mays, its charismatic figurehead, really tried to get the public behind this program, but it was so complex and so tough to get the car to work. Now, 75 years on, or 70 years on from when they were manufactured, the metallurgy, the machining tolerances are fine enough that the concept now actually does work. So this bluff nose, the Mark III, to give it all the extra air that it needed to keep it cool, is finally working well. But in period, they were terrifyingly intimidating cars. With the supercharger and all of the power that it produced, it would spin the wheels on the straight at Silverstone in all gears. Now imagine how tough a car that you can't control the wheel spin, even on the hangar straight, would have been to drive. And they talked about the turbo era Formula One cars, they talked about light switch delivery of power. This BRM V16 would have been a very similar early experience of that. Nothing, 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 all the power, nothing, 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 and just waiting for it to blow core plugs or hoses off, or oil lines or whatever. It was rushed in and didn't quite have the development in period that was needed to make it reliable, fast and raceable. So these cars demonstrating what you would have seen if you were standing in an ex-War Department overcoat with your Trilby on, huddled up against the September cold at the end of 1948, having spent hours queuing in your Austin 10 or your Morris 8 to get into the circuit, and desperate to see motor racing again. Maybe you, maybe your father might have gone to see the last pre-war Grand Prix at Donington Park in 1938 or 1939, and maybe that decade of waiting through all of the turmoil and torment of World War II was coming to an end. Can imagine just how the anticipation of that first big international motor race here at Silverstone must have been for a public that had suffered the deprivations of World War II. There was still rationing, very strict rationing for everybody in terms of food and fuel, of course, in 1948. But the chance to come and see international motor racing on Britain's brand new motor racing circuit. And for those of us that are born since Silverstone was opened, you forget that there was no motor racing circuit. Donington Park was still owned by the War Department. That was no longer a racing circuit. The circuit at Brooklands had fallen into disrepair. That was no longer a racing circuit. You couldn't race on the public roads. So the British Racing Drivers Club building Silverstone, which came available before Snitterfield in Warwickshire, just outside of Stratford-on-Avon. They were bidding for both two airfields, one of which would come available before the other. Turned out to be Silverstone. That's become the home of the British Racing Drivers Club for the last nearly 80 years, and the home of the British Grand Prix for the better part of the last 75. But it could have been Snitterfield in Warwickshire. We could have been queuing outside Stratford-on-Avon to go and see the Snitterfield Festival this weekend if the War Department had released that particular airfield first. But 1948, these cars were absolutely cutting edge. Okay, the Scarrow coming a little later, back in 1960, but still representing the last of the front-engined race cars. So we've just seen, of course, a race for our rear-engine revolution progenitors, for the cars like the Coopers, like the Brabhams, like the Lotuses, and all the other manufacturers who quickly leapt onto the rear-wheel drive bandwagon that was started by Charlie Cooper and his men in Surbiton. And from there, well, to the AMG Mercedes that Esteban Gutierrez will be demonstrating. So this car driven by Lewis Hamilton here at Silverstone in period. And when you get a Cooper off the truck, you check the oil, you fill it up with fuel, and you fire it up. It's a 2-hour process to warm and pre-warm this car before you even dare think about firing it up. Well, let's hear a little bit more from Esteban Gutierrez. Ed Foster spoke to him a moment or two ago.
Now, Esteban, we're celebrating 75 years of motor racing here at Silverstone. It's one of the great circuits, isn't it?
Yes, this circuit is one of the greatest on the calendar in Formula One, and one of the greatest in the world. I'm really looking forward to drive again in the Formula One car.
Just talk us through Copps, Maggots, Beckett's in a Formula One car, because obviously 99.9% of us will never experience it.
Well, it's a lot of G-forces. These cars have a lot of downforce, so when you go into those section of corners, it's just, you know, the feeling is like a roller coaster, but the difference is that you are under control. So it's really exciting and really fast.
This is, I think, this is a 2013 car. You drive these cars a lot, but do you have to do a quick reset? Because you do drive quite a lot of different ones.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is a V8 engine. Normally, I drive the V6 engines. So it's been a while I didn't drive the V8 engine. So definitely the way the revs come up and the gear shifts and so on is quite different.
Esteban, thank you.
Thank you.
So that was a moment or two ago. Esteban now, as you heard in the background of the interview, the car was fired up, and yeah, it's a real preheating deal. These cars are manufactured to such incredibly tight tolerances to produce the power they do from the capacity that they do, that you need to make sure that everything is sufficiently warmed. Otherwise, you try and fire it up, you will destroy the engine. So that V10 Mercedes will head out on circuit, and following it will be a selection of a variety of different F1 cars over the years. You just saw the first ever Tyrrell heading out, Tyrrell 001, a car built in some degree of secrecy in Tyrrell's woodshed, in their woodyard where the team was based, when Ken Tyrrell was racing, running Jackie Stewart in Matra chassis. And we've got a few 1980s Formula One cars as well, the Cosworth era cars that we've seen racing already this weekend. In the background, you can see the ex-Jacques Villeneuve Williams Renault. And again, there's another car that needs a long and concentrated warm-up period to get that car to run. But both Mercedes, who are AMG Mercedes based down nearby in Brackley. You will pass them on your way home if you're heading out towards the M40. On one of the roundabouts at Brackley, there's a big Mercedes Valley just hidden behind the trees. And of course, Williams, based at Grove in Oxfordshire, not too far away. Aston Martin just outside the factory gates, in the footprint of what was once the Jordan team. And Esteban Gutierrez, well, he knows this track well, he knows how to drive it at speed, and it will take him maybe just about a lap to really dial himself into this V8 Mercedes and howl his way around. Now, for those of you who were not here at the British Grand Prix, you won't have heard these V8 engines anyway, but you get an idea of just how fast a modern era Formula One car can negotiate Silverstone's Grand Prix circuit. Of course, it will be just a fraction quicker because we're using the classic version of Club Corner, where the exit from the Vale is a little shallower and a little faster than the Formula One cars use. So Esteban's been well briefed, didn't go in deep, looking to turn hard right, came a little bit shallower, and now starting to wind her up out across the start-finish line. And drivers do love demonstrating the cars. It gives them a no-pressure opportunity to really whale a relatively modern old car around. Now let's take a look at some of the other cars that we're seeing here out on circuit. There's coming down the Hanger Straight, the car with the white bodywork and the green livery. Now that is a one-off livery on an Arrows A6. It appeared only in the 1983 Italian Grand Prix, that livery, with the Golia livery. And Golia is an Italian soft sweet, minty soft sweet manufacturer. So Esteban Gutierrez building up speed. And I'm sure he's got a huge grin on his face. Now, is he coming up behind? He's coming up behind the Surtees. Again, one of our 1970s Cosworth engine cars. John Surtees, multiple world champion on two wheels. One for Count Augusta on 250, 350 and 500cc machines, and then was persuaded that maybe he wanted to try motor racing. So he had a couple of test runs in four-wheel machines. Within a year was racing for Ferrari in Grand Prix, went on to become world champion for them. Esteban goes by the Tyrrell 001, the first chassis to bear Ken Tyrrell's name. And there is the Arrows A6 and its 1983 Italian Grand Prix livery. You've seen a number of other Arrows racing in the more familiar orange and white of Ragno Ceramica and Beta Utensili, which they sported in the early to mid-80s. And we also had Barclays liveried Arrows racing. And those cars later on in the 80s. And here is the Williams Renault, raced to World Championship glory by Jacques Villeneuve. Williams' last World Championship title. And last Grand Prix win that Frank Williams witnessed, of course, in Spain a few years ago now. And up behind the Williams comes the Mercedes. Everybody else keeping their eyes on the mirrors for Gutierrez. His car far more modern and far quicker around here at Silverstone than cars from the 80s and the 90s, as you would expect with another quarter of a century of development. And look at the aerodynamic treatment on the car alone. As he comes past the US F&G Arrows, it's like somebody's taken an angle grinder to the Arrows and taken everything off, but there was nothing else. A single plane front wing, possibly a two-plane rear wing. But the extreme aerodynamic development of a modern racing car certainly had not happened at that stage. Good look at the Brook Bond Oxo Rob Walker run, Surtees. So John Surtees ran his own team, but late in the career of Rob Walker Racing as a Formula One entrant, they also ran the Brook Bond Oxo livery on a Surtees chassis. And a good example of late 70s high airbox Formula One. Tiny front wings and not much of a rear wing either. Exploring the aerodynamics, still very much in its infancy. A decade later, maybe, you see the arrows going by, and 30 years on from that, the Mercedes, such a different looking machine. Again, look at the wing that the Mercedes is dragging through the air, courtesy of its stunning power, compared to the tiny wing almost on the back of the arrows, never mind the Surtees. I'm not sure how long they fueled him for, but Esteban Gutierrez is clearly going to get every moment he can out of the car. Really only just making space as he passes the other cars that are out demonstrating themselves around the Silverstone circuit. So behind the Surtees comes the arrows. So that's 73 to 83. Behind the arrows comes the Williams. So that's early 70s to early 90s. And here comes a 21st century Formula One car, and just the way that these things change direction, particularly as they come towards the camera at Copse. It's just like he just veers off into the undergrowth. And here again in the Beckett's S's, just astonishing grip. And that's why racing drivers spend their entire life making sure they are fit enough to survive the cars. Because if you can't survive the car, you'll never drive it quickly. Just impossible to imagine as a driver of any performance road car, I don't care how high performance they are, the brutality of a modern racing car like this. It's not the acceleration, it's not even the cornering that is the hugest shock perhaps to the system. The braking, the retardation when you hit the brakes at full speed and full downforce. The cars stop faster than most other cars do when they're having a crash. It's a great opportunity to enjoy some very different engine sounds with these demonstrations. The BRM V16 versus the wailing AMG Mercedes V8. And that Williams Renault producing its own unique harmonies around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit as well. The familiar bark of the Cosworth V8 from a number of our cars. And we've seen those racing throughout the weekend here at the Silverstone Festival and over many years. It's a rare opportunity when you see a modern era Formula One car being exercised at speed, because they are so difficult to run, so costly to run as well, that really only the factories can afford to do so. And even then, it has to be on rare occasions. So drivers like Esteban Gutierrez, not part of the regular test program, and that means that he can do days like this without using up vital testing days. But historic racing for Formula One cars for the next 10, 20, 30 years probably will still continue to focus on the last of the Cosworth era cars, because they are possible to run by teams that are not multi-million-dollar race teams that built the cars in the first place. Whereas the more modern cars are so ultra sophisticated that you will need the factory to run them. And that's increasingly the case So every chance you get to see these cars is just another little golden moment of opportunity. I'm glad that it's not wet either, because it means Esteban can really exercise the Mercedes. I'm not sure who's driving the Williams. I bet they haven't felt that they've been passed quite so often when they're driving a championship-winning Williams Renault, as has been the case now. Even if that Williams was being wound up absolutely to its limit, it would still struggle for pace compared to the Mercedes. Looking here at the Tyrrell 001, raced in period by Sir Jackie Stewart, multiple winner of the British Grand Prix, multiple world champion. And Sir Jackie Stewart is the oldest living Formula One world champion. Sir Lewis Hamilton raced to 7 British Grand Prix victories so far in Formula One and 7 world championships. I'm looking forward to him continuing that success in the years to come. Great opportunity here at Silverstone. So our thanks go out to Petronas AMG Mercedes for bringing the car and Esteban Gutierrez here to Silverstone Festival. I know it's only up the road, but the distance compared to the cost of bringing and running the car is absolutely enormous, or the cost compared to the distance. So great thanks to Petronas AMG Mercedes for bringing out this fabulous car, and to Esteban Gutierrez. I'm sure he has had an absolutely lovely time just blatting the car around, free from any restrictions. Fresh tyres, half a tank of fuel, go out and have fun. And I'm sure that the crowd have enjoyed watching it as much as he has driving it. Fantastic stuff from our Formula One demonstration. So thank you to all the owners for bringing the cars, for running the cars, to the Williams Heritage Collection for bringing this fabulous championship-winning Williams Renault as well, and to all of the owners who have brought cars here. Plenty more racing still to come. We have 2 more races before the end of the day here, so we will be back on track with those in just a moment.
So this is the international paddock. I've come down here to meet the lovely Giles English, who is the co-founder of Braemont. Braemont are the official timing partner for the festival. So look, I have to say they are in prime position here. They're literally on the track. Look, you've got all the Jaguars going out at the moment. Right, let's go and have a word with the man himself.
Judy, lovely to see you.
How are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
Well, isn't this a wonderful position?
Well, we wanted the perfect view of the course, and obviously people coming to buy a car, they can come and have a look at a watch as well.
Exactly. So this is the second year that you've been the official timing partner. So what brought you back a second year?
Well, I think it's such a sort of iconic event, this, isn't it? And I think what I love is that, well, first all the racing that goes on, and my brother will be racing later on, so we can sit here and watch him come last.
Hopefully not crash.
yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's no, it's brilliant.
So tell me a little bit, because you've partnered up with Jaguar and Williams.
Yes, we've always had quite a sort of strong motor racing sort of history, and worked with Jaguar for many years, and originally designing clocks for some of their concept cars, and then Williams, we've been with them for the last 3 years, and on the Formula One world, as that goes slightly manic, we're which is great fun and great partnership to have.
And where is that kind of connection been with cars and Braemont?
Well, if you think Williams is based 40 minutes up the road from us, we're based in Henley-on-Thames, using some of the same machines as they're using with a lovely sort of technical crossover. And we used to have a facility just on the edge of the circuit here where we machined all our car components. So yeah, lots going on there.
Fantastic. Well, all I have to say is I think last year, where did Nick come?
I think he did relatively well. Not last.
Not last. Do we think he's going to do better?
I think he's doing well, actually. Right. Well, please come and see us.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck, Nick.
Thank you.
So still to come, the Masters Endurance Legends and HSCC Road Sports Trophy races. But if it does not rain, cross your fingers, everybody, we will get our NASCAR demonstration out this afternoon as well at 5:50. And that is actually worth hearing as well as seeing, because if you thought the Big Bang of sports cars were loud, stand well back. Those guys have a lot to contend with. The NASCARs ran on Friday. They were highly entertaining. It rained yesterday before they were due to go out. NASCAR does not race in the rain. Nobody's got wet weather tyres for the cars. They do have slicks. And on Friday, the boys were definitely putting on the show behind the safety car. Now, I think the demonstration this evening will not involve being behind the safety car, so they will be giving the cars their head. So our next race will be up in just a few moments, Masters Endurance Legends. And let's hear from Ed Foster in the collecting area.
From Formula One to sports cars, and next up, the World Endurance Legends. A little bit of Le Mans has come to Silverstone. We've got these two amazing Peugeots on the first and second rows. Tim and Harindra De Silva on the front row with their Pescarolo. I'm going to see if I can grab Tim. Tim, can I grab you? Cracking stint you had yesterday. You just needed, what, a few more laps?
I think just a few more laps. Yeah, I'm surprised how close it was. I think it's all down to my dad doing an awesome first couple of laps. So.
Same plan today, your dad starting?
Yeah, hopefully he can do as good of a first few laps as he did last time. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, you said, he's used to a Formula Junior and then jumping in this. I take it every lap he's just getting more and more confident.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what helps him when he's starting is he's around other faster cars, and so he just follows them and says, okay, if they're braking there, I can brake there too. And I think that's kind of helps your brain calibrate to the different types of cars.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
So if we spin round, we had Stuart Wiltshire. Oh, here he is. Let's just dive in. Christopher, I'm so sorry, Stuart, can I have a quick word? Cracking race yesterday.
Thank you very much. I do try my hardest.
These things, it must be a bit of a leap of confidence when you first go through COPs on a hot lap.
I think these particular cars are relatively easy to drive and forgiving. So it's whatever you put into it, it does reward you. So I feel confident in the car, and I think that the sort of the racing I've done in the past is I'm kind of okay with cold tyres and cold brakes and stuff like that. So it's yeah, I've got a lot more confidence at the beginning of a race, we should say, yeah.
Now, you climbed several places yesterday, starting third on the grid behind Steve. I guess there's only one place you want to be.
Of course. Where Steve is now, he's been there all year, and to be honest, I've been chasing him, but I feel today that I've got a car that I can be a bit more confident with, so let's see.
Oh, we look forward to seeing it. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you can see car number 5, Keith Freezer, starting the ex-Nigel, Leo and Greg Mansell Le Mans spec Zytec 095. They raced that car together at Le Mans, getting one for a decade ago, I suppose now. Steve Brooks and Stuart Wiltshire starting first and third in the Peugeot 908 at 90Xs. And car 116 there, Steve Tandy in the very luridly liveried Honda ARX, in the colours of Patron, the tequila brand. ex-Martin short Dallara there in the hands of who's driving that now. We'll catch up with that in a moment or two. I have a word from Shorty actually, who sent me plenty of information about the cars. That is not the car that finished 4th overall at Le Mans, but a car in which he did actually lead the Le Mans 24-hour race. And there go the Peugeots. It's the Dallara, the ex-Markets Dallara that Martin Short drove in period back in 2005. He was in 2nd overall early in the race as the pit stops cycled through. And in fact, when the lead Audi stopped, Shorty led the race briefly in that car. Saw the Audi coming up behind him and thought rather than fight him, he would let him go through and keep his own speed up. And then realised there were helicopters overhead, so it must have been the leader coming behind. What Shorty didn't realise, because the team hadn't told him, possibly because they didn't want him to crash with the excitement, was that Short was the race leader in that Dallara, and the helicopters were following him as the Audi closed in. However, they had a power steering lead, finished down the order a little bit, but 2 years later in 2007, in a similarly liveried ex-Markets Pescarolo, they finished 4th overall at Le Mans. Might perhaps have been on the podium, Short says, because of perhaps a slight flexing of the regulations by the podium, the Peugeot that finished 3rd, but a French car on the podium at Le Mans versus a Briton, even in a Pescarolo, probably not going to win that protest, so they just resigned themselves to being 4th, which was, again, a stunning result for a privateer car in any generation of modern Le Mans. So our grid will comprise closed and open LMP1 cars, closed and open LMP2 cars, LMP3 cars, GT3 cars, GT2 cars, GT4 cars as well. So a real host of Le Mans racing spec cars, and cars also from the IMSA series. So you'll see a few of those. The Acura would be a prime example. And some oddities as well. The Morgan Aero Supersport, which I have to say, I don't particularly remember racing. Morgan did race at Le Mans and in other Le Mans rules races. Penultimate race of the 2023 Silverstone Festival is the Masters Endurance Legends Encounter race number 2. So this is the second race for these Le Mans style and Le Mans racers. Steve Brooks on pole position. We heard from Tim De Silva. Dad Harinder started the car yesterday, went really well in the Gulf liveried Pescarolo up to the changeover, and Tim De Silva actually set the fastest race lap. So they didn't end up with victory, but they did end up with a podium. Might they do a little better? They split the Peugeots yesterday. That's what reflected in the grid. They are between Steve Brooks and Stuart Wiltshire. Now with a bone-dry track, the Peugeots, with both drivers having had 1 day of practice, a day of qualifying and 1 race under their belts, they should be well up to speed. So 38 cars heading to the grid. Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas getting ready to watch the action with you. Mandatory pit stop in this 30-minute race, so this is going to be a real short, sharp shock to the system. And this is going to be not playing the long game. You cannot afford to hang around. You've got to get on with it. 2 red, white and blue SMP Racing BR01s going through shot. Those are both quite well up on the grid. Maxwell Lynn, car number 36, starting 7th. Sean Lynn starting 9th in the identical sister car. Car number 25, that is the Mike Newton Lola MG AER that he raced in period and has been racing for several years since. Car number 5, Keith Freezer, starting on the outside of row 2 of the grid in the ex-Mansell and Mansell Zytec 095. So Zytec built chassis, Zytec engine as well. And that car went very well indeed, well, both at Le Mans and also here yesterday. So bearing the Nigel Mansell Red 5s, 2009 spec car, 4.5 litre LMP1 car, when you were still allowed, like with the Pescarolo on row 1 of the grid, to have open LMP1 cars as well as closed cars. A little problem for yesterday's GT winner, Claude Beauvais and David McDonald's Aston Martin GT3 car, with that absolutely stunning livery. Not hard to spot. If I said it's the black and white Aston Martin, you would see it immediately, but unfortunately on the formation lap, that car failing to proceed, and that's going to leave our race director with an issue. So lights do not go off on the safety car. I'm not sure if they intended to have a second formation lap, but I think that has been rather forced upon them, because they will try and get the Aston Martin out of the way. Okay, so green flags wave, and that means, does it, that the race clock starts now? No, it's a second formation lap. Okay. So here we go. Steve Brooks, the man on pole position in the Peugeot, from Harinder de Silva in the Gulf liveried Open Pescarolo. Then the second Peugeot 90X, that's Stuart Wiltshire, car number 6. Keith Fraser in red 5, the dark blue Zytek. Then Christoph Dansenborg, he is the next of our Gulf liveried cars in the closed V12 Aston Martin Lola. And that Aston Martin that raced in the Le Mans Cup has come to a very determined halt. And that is going to need, obviously the marshals have had to give up trying to push it. It doesn't seem to have any steam of its own. That is going to require a drag. It's a rather disappointing way to try and get the race underway, I'm afraid. And there is the dragging device of choice. Or is it going to be the JCB? Could be a drag race on here for supremacy, or is it going to be the flatbed? Oh, they're mustering all the potential forces and the potential opportunities. But our race director will definitely try and get that car out of the way before he releases these cars. These cars are very, very fast, and as I said, the race for them is very, very short, so you cannot take any chances. Right, so we're going flatbed and lift.
Looks like our friend Breakdown Bob back on track again with Hillary. They'll get that car onto the end of their towing strap and up onto the flatbed.
Now, when those cars are racing in Le Mans rules racing, and that car will still have them, they have little locator points built into the roof, and there is a bar of a fixed size with straps, with hooks that go into the locator point, so you just click them into the top of the car, lift it up and put it on the truck. You don't need the straps or anything else, but of course those travel around with the World Endurance Championship and European Le Mans Series. In fact, European Le Mans Series, Michelin Le Mans Cup racing into the night in Motorland Aragon this weekend. And a lot of these cars, the LMP3 Ligiers, you can see coming through with a sort of slightly dished front to the car. One coming straight towards you there. There's a classic view of the Ligier. That's the Ligier JSP3 LMP3 car. That is very much the weapon of choice in LMP3 these days. And although we have seen the end of LMP1 and the LMP1 hybrids as the top class in sports car racing under ACO rules, LMP2 remains the second tier and LMP3 the third tier. Although no longer at Le Mans, we understand that the 2024 Le Mans 24 Hours will have 2 classes only. The prototypes will all be hypercars, so Le Mans Hypercar or LMDH, and the GT racing will be GT3. So there will be a lot, getting on for 30 hypercars, and that means that there, it would seem, is not going to be room to have LMP2 cars on the grid at Le Mans. Certainly won't be in the regular World Endurance Championship races, as far as we understand. We are waiting to get this race underway, going around behind the safety car. Now, this won't be hurting the cars in any way, shape or form. They weren't really up to full race operating temperature before they left the pit lane, but what the drivers will be able to do is just work a little bit more heat into the tyres and a little bit more heat into the brakes. These cars in this series, the clock has now started, do not use tyre warmers, and so that means that the slicks go on at whatever the ambient temperature is, sort of somewhere in the mid to high teens here. Oh dear, didn't see that. So it was the right front corner that appears to have collapsed. Now I don't know whether that was so it's not the right front corner that's collapsed.
I did think the wheel was sticking out of the arch a little bit more than it should do.
The wheel nut has come
off. That's it.
And that is the reason, I'm afraid, that the Aston Martin will not take any part in this second race. So that's a real disappointment for Claude Beauvais and David McDonald. GT3 Aston that won its category yesterday. So now we're still going to have to wait, because although the car's on the truck's not in a safe position, so the truck will have to turn around and beetle off behind the barriers. Hence the white flag for a slow-moving vehicle. Because although it's not moving at the moment, it will be shortly. The good news for our drivers, although the clock is running, is the track is drier and drier and drier, and right back to how it was first thing this morning, bone dry.
And confirmation that the safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap, so by the time they get round to the hangar straight, the breakdown vehicle will be clear of the track, and we can start the race. Although, as Martin's mentioned, the clock has started counting, which is quite normal for a safety car, an additional safety car lap.
Yeah, we had a couple of safety car forced laps, and now behind the safety car the race continues. So Steve Brooks still leading from Harinder De Silva. Well, this is a mixed blessing for the De Silvas. Harinder not able to attack the Peugeots, but they're certainly not able to get past him either, so he remains in second place. Probably not having as much fun as he might have done had the race actually gone green right at the very start. I'm sure that goes for everybody else. Most of our LMP3 cars are Ligiers. There is one Norma in the field. We just saw it going through shot, actually. The Norma looks really quite similar to Ligiers, but where the Ligier has that sort of dished front in front of the cockpit, the Norma has a more traditional flat front going up. You can see there, red, white and black, that's the Norma. And that was the weapon of choice up until a couple of seasons ago, actually, in the Michelin Le Mans Cup in LMP3. But it's been superseded now by the JSP3, which has really been developed even further. And Norma, as a concern, still goes, but the cars are no longer called Normas. They've been bought by Gilles Duquesne, who started off running teams in LMP3 and LMP2, and now Duquesne Engineering build the Normas as Duquesnes. So safety car is in, 26 minutes on the clock and change, and we are getting ready to go green, and Steve Brooks wasting no time at the restart. Here we go, green flag racing. We've had about 4 minutes of the 30-minute race time behind the safety car, but Steve Brooks has been released in the lead, and away he goes in the Peugeot 900X. Car number 10, that is Harinder De Silva in the Pescarolo. Finished second yesterday between the two Peugeots, but the number 6 car had to come from much further back on the grid than where Stuart Wilshire has started this race in third place. Oh, and Harinder goes out very wide indeed, car very slow into the Wellington Straight, and he's been hit from behind. Past him had gone the number 5 car, so was that the Lola Aston that hit him from behind? I think it probably was. Gulf on Gulf incident there, and that's a real shocker for Harinder De Silva. Ran out very wide coming out of the loop onto the Wellington Straight, lost all traction. I think the car probably bottomed on the curbs. Look here, underneath him goes the Zytek. And yeah, the Lola Aston was already nailing the throttle to come out onto the Wellington Straight as Harinder De Silva's car drifted slowly in front of him. It's taken De Silva a long time to get going once more. Meanwhile, it is Steve Brooks that leads, and it will be Stuart Wilshire in second place, and in third place, Red 5. And so that is Keith Freezer in that Zytek.
So it's Peugeot 1-2 and then the Zytek in third place, but being challenged now by Christophe Dansenbourg in the Lola Aston Martin, the 007 car in that gorgeous Gulf livery as they turn through Stowe Corner and make their way towards the end of the first full racing lap. And it's seemingly the Lola Aston Martin survived that little moment. It doesn't seem to be any damage at the front of that, so he's moved up to third place and now he's set off after the Stuart Wilshire Peugeot in second place.
Big split on the right front corner though. I think it's it's cracked the main bodywork, but critically the splitter and the dive planes haven't come off. Now that car looks gorgeous and we're not getting much of it here, but I guarantee that fans around the circuit, when it starts to get really wound up by Christophe Dansenbourg, that V12 Aston will sound absolutely gorgeous. I clearly remember that from when it was racing at Le Mans. Peugeot's 1-2, Dansenbourg in third place. So LMP1's out front with the LMP1 Zytek in fourth place, car number 5. And then here comes the BR01. So this is a battle for fifth position. Max Lynn with Sean Lynn further back in car number 27, the identically liveried sister car. And going by the Cummings and Ellis car.
Making its way past Andy Cummings starting that. Bradley Ellis will take over, the Pescarolo number 28, so that's sandwiched at the moment between the two Lins in the BR01s. Into Copse Corner they go and make their way up the hill towards Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah, that Pescarolo a year more recent than the De Silva's Gulf Pescarolo, so theirs is a 2011 car, that's a 2012 car. Very similar chassis and engine package, just a newer car, basically newer build of the same car. And coming up behind, here comes the X-Markets Pescarolo, so that car closing in from behind as well.
And going much faster than the three ahead, so but not able to make its way through into Stowe Corner, and in fact lost time because had to check up on the brakes, going so much more quickly.
I keep calling it a Pescarolo. Their 2007 car was a Pescarolo. That's the 2005 car, which is a Dallara LMP1 car. Again, it was in the lead battle. The BR01's much newer car, though. That's another decade newer. Raced in 2015. So BR01, Max Lynn has squeezed by. And the second car, Sean Lynn, car number 27, about to become the meat in the sandwich. The Pescarolo in front, and closing in behind is that X-Markets Dallara.
And I'm just looking at the helmet on that car. It is black, isn't it? It was supposed to be Gregor Fiskin starting, but I'm just wondering whether Sam Hancock's...
No, Sam Hancock's is red and white. Gregor Fiskin's helmet is black, so Fiskin has started it.
Yeah, which is a very good start for Gregor. I think we'd all accept that Sam should be a little quicker than Gregor, given that he's a professional driver.
Well, the advantage is you don't have to lubricate Gregor to get him into the car.
No, don't go there.
He's not quite as tall as Sam. So here we go, looking down the inside, and he gets through as well into Copse Corner. Well, Gregor Fiskin has raced quite a lot of modern GT cars, but not quite so much modern prototype racing, but he's really taken to this high downforce Dallara, as you said, superbly well. Where did that car start on the grid? They started in 10th position. Gregor moving up the order now, chasing the BR01s. And last time round, 154.3, the BR01's doing 155.7s and 154.7s. Here comes Harinder De Silva. Now another Martin Short link there in the Mosler MT900R. Shorty was famously the British importer, European importer of Moser, I think, raced for a number of years. And his boys, Morgan and Marcus, named after the car brands, will be racing the family at Mosler, which dates back to 2008, again later this season. They've had a bit of an outing in it already, blown it up, but they will be back out again as soon as they can. There's Ligier JSP3, car number 33, another one of the LMP3 cars. I think, in fact, that is our lead LMP3 car at the moment. Harinder De Silva trying to work his way back up the order. that spin cost them an awful lot of time. He's down in 30 odd. So working his way through much slower machinery than he would have hoped to have been right at the start of the race. The GT car, as it was yesterday, was our GT winner, I think, in the end, after the Aston Martin led early on. The AMG GT Mercedes. It's the first of the GT3 versions of the Mercedes AMG Road Supercar. I think that car's if I remember correctly, is a 2015.
I think it's 2017, is it? But it's certainly the Evo 1, if that's the right terminology. It's not the Evo that they're using these days, but reckoned to be pretty much the same speed, but easily leading the GT class. Wayne Mars, the fruiterer from London.
And he's harassing another Pescarolo. That's the Morgan Pescarolo LMP2 car of Dean Ford and Jamie Thwaites, and it bears the pink livery or pink highlights of Onroque. Guy Nicolet, the man who is Onroque or owns Onroque, also bought Pescarolo and started building cars under the Pescarolo name. And into the pit lane comes the number 27 car. Pit window is open, so the first of our stoppers is Sean Lynn, sharing with Sean Lynn, so he will stay in. And again, they will have a mandatory stationary time. Steve Brooks not shaking off the second of the Peugeots, so in fact, Stuart Wilshire is, no, he's still hanging in there.
It's Stuart Wilshire that's actually got the faster time as well. There were 1:49.069 for Stuart Wilshire. Although yesterday we saw a 1:44.0 for Tim De Silva in the Pescarolo.
Well, De Silva's got a lot of ground to make up, but in perfect conditions in which to do it. And as with yesterday, towards the end of the race, they will be driving into the setting sun. So it's not night time, but they're going to get a little bit of the flavour of Le Mans anyway. Lots of slow traffic for a start, so that's part of it, isn't it? And also driving into the low sun, that's also part of it. 2 seconds the gap between the Peugeots, who are 1-2.
And I think the Silverstone circuit, probably in most of its length, is wider than Le Mans. Le Mans were originally a public road circuit, all of it, parts of it now are closed to the public, but still quite narrow.
Yeah, still predominantly a 2-lane public road. It's not a dual carriageway. So into the pit lane went Steve Brooks. So Stuart Wilshire is now our race leader. He's coming up behind the Mosler, but he has got a relatively empty track in front. And if he wants to win this race, this is where he might win it. He needs to go absolutely hell for leather. He's been able to set the fastest race lap before now. And as you said, a fraction quicker than Brooks. In fact, 6/10 quicker than Brooks, so he needs to do a couple of those, couple of qualifying laps now, and then heading into the pit lane, and hope that Steve Brooks' in and out laps aren't quite at the same level, and that's how he might end up with victory. Christoph Dansenborg remains in 3rd place in the 007 Lola Aston. Who else has stopped? Sean Lynn has stopped, the Cummings and Ellis car has stopped, and so too has car number 21, and that is Bradley Smith's Norma. In comes the Morgan, and behind it the highly decorative colours of Michael Birch's Ligier JSP 217, which is a LMP2 car. By the way, the prototypes you can hear thundering around that sound like they've got a Corvette right behind them. They don't have a Corvette right behind them, they have a Corvette engine right in them. There are a couple of Formula Le Mans cars, open cars with a V8 bellow, built by Orica as a junior category before LMP3 was invented. Raced both in IMSA and in European Series races. The Corvette motor and the Orica chassis, a fine combination. They sound absolutely wonderful. And so too does this car, Christoph Dansenborg, in 2nd place. Keith Freezer right behind him, still in red 5, and then Max Lynn in the first of the BR01s. He's got that automatic headlight flasher button operating very nicely. And the damage to the Lola Aston, although it's visible, it doesn't seem to get any worse. Nothing is pulling itself apart.
No, that's a good sign, isn't it? It seems to be the rigidity has remained in the shape of the car, and as you say earlier on, it's not lost any of its aerodynamic twiddly bits on the front. So still in second place, Frieser in third, Max Lin in fourth, and those three all close together. But we've had our leading car, early leading car, come into the pits. And is this...
Yeah, this is Steve Brooks back out of the pit lane now. So Stuart Wiltshire leading the race with the fastest car. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can make enough of a difference. Now, Steve Brooks actually comes out again in clear air, and that's going to be very good news for him. Stuart Wiltshire catching a slower car just about the right place. The BR01, another LMP1 car, not that much slower.
And this battle for second place still joined, with Donselberg leading Frieser, and the remaining BR01, I think, as Sean Lynn has come in, hasn't he? And Max Lynn stayed out.
Max Lynn stayed out
in the sister car, so he remains battling for that second place.
I'm getting my SMP Racing BR01s confused. That is the LMP2, the first of the BR chassis. They also built an LMP1 car, Delara chassis, but not pretty and nicely liveried, but not at all successful. The LMP2 car, a better package. It's all over the back of the Zytek car as well, and that Zytek, the open car, was an LMP1 car in period. So into the pit lane comes the leader, Stuart Wiltshire. Last lap 150.09, which is a full second slower than his very fastest lap. Cars should probably be getting quicker as the fuel load burns off. The tyres will certainly happily hold up for half an hour of thrashing. Christoph Dansenborg into the pit lane from second place, and the pit window will close very shortly. So you would think that if he hasn't come in already, he has. Keith Frieser, Max Lynn follows him in. And Tandy stopping as well, which means that the top car not to have stopped is the 39 car, James Thorpe and Phil Quaife in the leading LMP3 Ligier. Not yet to come in. Yeah, there's Dansenberg.
He's in, and the team just putting a little bit of tank tape onto the front of that car. It did seem to hold up quite well, but given the opportunity, they are just strengthening that joint a little bit.
Yeah, the thing to do there is you want to cover over the hole so the air's not getting in and starting to rip things off. If the air goes over the top and it looks ugly, that's much better than the air getting in, because at 100 and whatever they're doing down the back straight, 165, 168 miles an hour, the wind will get into a lot of places. They've got 60 seconds to do it, and hopefully without getting any shards of carbon fibre into your hand, because they don't come out in a hurry.
And the De Silvas have been in a...
Oh, big moment for the 16 car of Steve Brooks. Sorry, they had to jump across. He had a big, wild moment under braking.
Collected it all up. I was just about to say De Silvas have been in, so it should be Tim De Silva in the car. I think that's the car, yes, the car we're looking at now, coming down the Wellington Straight, who set that fastest time yesterday. So maybe the De Silva car will start to make its way up towards the top 10.
007 back out on track in the hands of Christoph Dansenborg. And yeah, Steve Brooks giving himself a big worry there. Certainly scared the bejesus out of me. Now, we've just seen Dansenborg head back out, but where's Keith Frieser and where is Max Lynn? Because they were right behind the 007 Lola Aston. Did they get out in front of him, or are they further behind him? We'll have to wait and see. Well, there is the BR01, so that could well be Max Lynn. But Keith Frieser then has somehow fallen down the back of the sofa. There he is. So maybe not quite as quick in and out of the pit lane, or through the pit lane rather, as they would have hoped. The Audi R8 LMS GT3 that rather disgraced itself yesterday, didn't go well in qualifying and then didn't really want to go well in the race at all. Yesterday, the Leopard sponsored car is now up to speed, so well done to the crew for working hard on that to get it going. And Lola Aston trying to work its way through. And we're waiting now for the end of this lap for all of the pit stops to cycle away back through on the timing screens, and to see just where Steve Brooks and Stuart Wiltshire have worked their way out to, what the gap is. Is that a real 10.5 seconds? In which case, Steve Brooks somehow found an awful lot going in and out of the pits compared to Stuart Wiltshire. I think the gap is because that was the last lap. Wiltshire was in the pits or on his way back out and not up at speed.
Well, Steve Brooks has now taken the fastest lap of the race with a 1:48.213, so he is a little quicker now than Stuart Wiltshire in this second part of the race.
And Steve Brooks into Luffield as Wiltshire comes down the Wellington Straight, so that is the gap between them. That might well be a realistic 10 seconds, so I'm not quite sure where the time went away there for Stuart Wiltshire, because he looked pretty quick when he was circulating and Steve Brooks was in the pit lane. Maybe he got a little bit more held up with traffic than we allowed for. And there is Wiltshire flashing the headlights. And there is Christoph Dansenborg remaining in third place. Max Lynn behind him in fourth. Keith Frieser in fifth in red 5. The Zytek giving chase. So top LMP2 car is Max Lynn. Second LMP2 car is the second BR01, the SMP Racing red, white and blue livery car of Sean Lynn. And our third P2 car is 13 seconds behind him. That's the number 28 Pescarolo, and that is the car of Andy Cummings and Bradley Ellis, the blue Morgan Pescarolo car 28. So that is the third of our LMP2 cars. In GT3, the leader is still Wayne Mars in the orange Mercedes GT3 car, so that's an easy spot. Second place is 144, Christopher Compton Goddard in the blue Red Bull Racing Ferrari 430. That's equally an easy spot, so there's your GT3 leader. The Red Bull Ferrari is second in GT3, and that is about 14 seconds back. I've lost the gap. No, it's about 9 seconds back now. And third car in GT3. Oh, no, Goddard is now on his outlap. So he was second, he's now down to... I know he remains in second. Third car is Frank Rothel in car number 29 in GT3. That's the Audi, the Leopard Audi. So there's Christopher Compton Goddard, second in GT3 in the Ferrari. And the Leopard Audi R8 LMS GT Ultra. GT3 is in third place, but a new fastest race lap. Without looking at the timing screen, can you predict, Alistair, who's just gone quicker than anybody else?
That's not fair, because I've seen it.
You've seen it. It is Tim De Silva, indeed, yes. But he's not alone. Oh, hello. This is trouble for Mike Finesse's Courage, the LC75.
We had trouble for that car yesterday, didn't we? It stopped towards the end of the race.
Yeah, stopped about the same distance from the end of yesterday's race. So the Yves Courage built car and the LC75 LMP2 car, I'm afraid, not completing this race either, and in a really precarious position. Come on, baby, fire up, fire up, fire up. There goes the Leopard Audi that's third in LMP3. And was that a spin that we didn't see that caused him to stall there? I suppose it's possible. So now after the pit stops, the Leopard Audi that disgraced itself in qualifying and in the race yesterday with no interest whatsoever in proceeding at speed, now appears to be up to second place in GT3. So the Red Bull Ferrari pitting later. Looks like the Audi has got the advantage there. Peugeot's working their way through traffic. And 13 seconds now, Steve Brooks to the better of Stuart Wiltshire. So still a Peugeot 1-2. Tim De Silva, 146.8 on the last lap. He's got by Jonathan Kennard, who also set a purple first sector on the last lap, but couldn't keep that pace up.
And Tim De Silva is in the region of 10 to 15 seconds quicker than most of the cars ahead of him, as we see a Porsche.
Yeah.
That's the one that
That's the number 70 car, isn't it?
It is, yes. The one we couldn't decide whether it was white or grey.
Yeah.
I think we chose grey in the end, number 70.
Driven by Dallas Carroll, his 911 Cup car, and that didn't look like it was having much of a good time for him either. He's just outside the top 30. Christoph Dansenborg on the podium, 2.9 seconds ahead of Max Lynn. Now, Lynn doesn't seem to be closing, and Keith Freezer can't quite close on Max Lynn's BR01 either in that Red 5 Zytek, so it's fairly static. Third, fourth and fifth.
A new fastest lap for Tim De Silva, 1:46.327. He did a lap some 2.3 seconds quicker than that yesterday, but of course the car might be slightly compromised by that contact on the first lap. Yep. But he's bumped himself up to 14th place now, the number 10 car.
Yeah, he's got another 4-second margin to catch the car in 13th position, and that is the red, white and black Norma LMP3 car, Bradley Smith. Well, there is De Silva, and actually he's going to haul in the P3 car in a heck of a hurry, because this is an LMP1 car. All right, it's a little bit of an older LMP1 car, but it's a heck of a lot quicker than any LMP3 car, and there is the LMP3 car right in front of him, red, white and black, car number 21. So he goes by the only Norma in the race, and right in front of that is his next victim, I think. Yeah, that's 32, and he's gone by both of them. So he's left them to have their LMP3 battle and selected yet another Top Gear. He must be like one of those movie car chase cars that's just got no end of extra gears that you can go for when you want to go past people. Hand out of the cockpit. He's pulling off. He is pulling off. Now, there was just a little puff of smoke as he was coming through Maggots up to the Beckett's S's. And was that just dust? Leftovers from that transmission leak from the Mustang a little earlier this afternoon. He goes a lap down to Steve Brooks, the race leader. He finished behind Steve Brooks in second place yesterday. It's not been such a happy race for Harindra and Tim De Silva. And Tim was definitely looking down in the cockpit, wasn't he? I wonder if he's trying to find gears. Behind you can see the red Ferrari, and behind that the flat black Riley and Scott Mark III. Riley and Scott, the chassis used predominantly in the IMSA series, but also with Cadillac North Star V8s racing in the World Championship and at Le Mans. And Steve Brooks is taking things a little easier at the moment. He's got a handy lead over Stuart Wiltshire and Christoph Dansenborg in third place in the 007 Lola Aston. And Dansenborg about 3 or 4 seconds off the pace of the Peugeot, and actually that's probably about period correct, I would think. So while the Lola Aston certainly flew the flag superbly and got lots of attention with its Gulf livery and its V12 soundtrack, did not have the relentless pace of the Peugeot turbo diesels. And trouble for Keith Freezer. He spun red 5. So he loses 5th place. Sean Lynn will inherit that. So Max Lynn and Sean Lynn will be both 4th and 5th for BR01. They're the top LMP2 cars. They were the top LMP2 cars anyway. And the Cummings and Ellis car in 3rd in LMP2 remains so. Andy Cummings, Bradley Ellis in the Morgan Pescarolo. Leader coming up behind Michael Birch's LMP2 Ligier. We'll dispose of that in fairly quick succession. And then just in front of him, Mike Newton in 11th place. And right behind him is that Norma, number 21 car that we were looking at just a lap or two ago. Lots of traffic, very different look there, isn't there, to the Peugeot LMP1 car and the Morgan Aero. Final minute of the race, final lap of the race.
And still he goes through the traffic.
Yeah.
Number 16, and just about to pass Mike Newton, who's been racing this car for many years. Absolutely loves it, the MG.
And Newton's got by Bradley Smith as well, I think, in that Norma, or is it still in front of him? No, it has got past him. So Bradley Smith, car number 21, LMP3 Norma, and the LMP2 car, which is, in fact, it was it an LMP 675 when they first introduced the Lola MG? That's the category that became LMP2.
I think you're right, yes.
I think it was LMP 900 for the top class, LMP 675 for the subsidiary class.
The Bentleys ran in the 900 class, didn't they?
Yeah, all the front-running cars were the 900 kilo cars, and the smaller cars, hence the 2-litre turbo with 675 kilos as the minimum weight of the car. When you think a modern Grand Prix car weighs over 800, getting up for 900 kilos dry, they were absolute flyweights, and they had to last 24 hours as well. So the LMP3 car, checker flag is out. Victory for Steve Brooks. Stuart Wiltshire will come up to take second place, a Peugeot 90X12. These cars released by Peugeot Sports to the public and to their happy owners, and still a delight to see out on track. Christoph Dansenborg in the Lola Aston Martin, raced only for one season. And Aston Martin decided to go their own way with a chassis built on the Delta Wing and with 4 wheels and a straight 6 turbo engine, as I recall. Not the happiest of concepts, but third for Christoph Dansenborg in his fabulous sounding V12. Max Lynn will take 4th in the PR01, and Sean Lynn is not going to get to the Cummings and Ellis car. They're across the line in 5th. Sean Lynn will be 6th. And our GT winner for the second day in a row is the shy and retiringly orange liveried AMG GT3. So, good couple of races for this car, and a good weekend for Wayne Mars as he takes his second win of the weekend. Riley and Scott behind him, and now up to second place will be the car number 29, which is the Vasily Vladikin and Frank Raffel Audi R8 LMS Ultra. So here it is in the Leopard livery. So this car not raced at Le Mans. They haven't had GT3 cars at Le Mans, but a Blancpain Series car, and the kind of car that raced successfully in all the long endurance races, in the sprint races, and at classics like the Spa 24 Hours. And so, with the sun sinking down towards the grandstands, a little bit of late afternoon sunshine to bring a bit of a feel of Le Mans to our Masters endurance legends. Their second race of the weekend and the penultimate race of the 2023 Silverstone Festival. Well, can you have a GT race without a Ferrari? It's not being run by AF Corsa, so not sure if that actually counts, to be honest, but third place goes to the Ferrari. So car number 126, and that's Colin Sota. His 2011 Ferrari 458 GT3. Well, if you looked at the entry on paper, you would have thought that the Peugeot 90Xs probably should have the legs on everything else. We'd like to have seen what would have happened if it had been stair rods of rain. Then perhaps the lighter and slightly older LMP1 cars and the LMP2 cars might have made their lives a real misery. But in ideal conditions, Stuart Wiltshire backing up Steve Brooks as they take a 1-2 result. And again, good to see that even cars this modern and this sophisticated can be run by privateer race teams at good pace. And so too the case with the Lola Aston. Takes third place for Christoph Dansenborg. The Lola Aston raced in 2009 at Le Mans and in the World Championship, and the Peugeots in 2011. So already more than a decade old. which seems like last week. Confirmation of the result then. LMP1 cars filling the podium. The best of the LMP2 cars, Max Lynn's BR01. Behind him, Cummings and Ellis and Sean Lynn. Those are the top three in LMP2. And further back, LMP3. 10th place overall for Rob Hall in the Ligier JSP3. He wins in LMP3. Right behind him in 11th place is the second place car in the P3 class, Bradley Smith in the Norma, just ahead of Mike Newton in his LMP 675 MG Lola, and that's in the P2 class as well. Our GT winner, Wayne Mars, in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Second for Vladikin and Russell in the Audi, and the Ferrari finishing in third spot. It always rains at Le Mans. It pretty often rains at the Silverstone Festival, but luckily the Le Mans racers didn't get Silverstone rain. They had beautiful conditions. Harinder de Silva not making the best of starts from second on the grid, running off wide, and then just being avoided by the number 5 Zytek, but being collected by the 007 Lola Aston of Christoph Dansenborg. That dropped them way down the order. A podium had gone. Steve Brooks led into the pit stop cycle, with Stuart Wiltshire in the other Peugeot in second place, but Brooks able to extend his advantage through the pit lane and back out again. The in and out laps made the difference. Spin for the only courage in the race. In the end, no damage and no dramas. Third place for the Lola Aston, but it was a 1-2 for the Peugeots. Stuart Wiltshire behind Steve Brooks.
Now, you're probably wondering what you're looking at right now. Okay, so if you have energy at home, buy My Energy. This is what your app looks like on your phone. So you can see where the energy is coming from, maybe from your solar panels, and then where the energy is going, maybe into your electric car. Pete, come and have a chat with me. Tell me about My Energy and what you guys do.
Yeah, so My Energy, we are focused, we're a UK company that's obsessed with energy independence. In a world of rising energy costs and people panicking about where their energy comes from, we want to put the power back into people's hands to understand where their energy comes from, control where it's going to, when and how much they pay.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but I'm actually a customer of yours.
Good,
I do.
fantastic.
I have a Zappy charger at home, and what I find, especially with the app, is the ease of everything. It's so straightforward to use.
Yeah, and that was our goal. I think buying an EV, it can be confusing enough, but then charging it's very confusing. We've tried to make that really simple. And with the Zappy charger, which is what you can see here, we offer a couple of options in it, but most people will have a single phase unit. You can pick whether you'd like a cable or no cable, in black or white. And the truth, the easiness of it is that it'll probably charge your car 8 to 10 hours at home while you're asleep.
This is exactly the one I've got, and the one that what I really like about it is that you can put a passcode on it, so no one can just pop up on your driveway and plug their car in. You have to have your own password, which I really like.
Yeah, exactly, and security is a big thing for people. They're nervous about are people going to tamper with the charger? Well, that puts a stop to that. And I think on a wider piece of our products, and that energy independence piece, we have the Zappy, which charges your car. We have the Libby, which you can see here. So this is our battery storage and inverter system. So you can take power from panels or off the grid and store it for use later. And a diverter which will heat your hot water. Now combine all of those into one little app like you can see there, and you've got full control.
I mean, if you want to go electric and you're considering getting an electric car, getting solar panels, getting your battery storage, make sure you head over to My Energy and come and have a chat with Pete and the team.
Thank you very much.
So much to see and do throughout the weekend at the Silverstone Festival, and looks like we're just keeping ourselves topped up, ready for the final race of the weekend. And out on track right now, the 75th anniversary of NASCAR. So you can enjoy the sights and sounds of those cars. Hello, Mom. Hello, Dad. Meanwhile, let's catch up with something else that we haven't seen a great deal of at the Yokohama Shift and Drift Zone. Terry Grant putting on his usual flamboyant demonstration, and lots of fun for our fans, young and old.
Okay, it's time for the podium for the Masters Endurance Legends. Welcome along to the podium stage here. Shall we get cracking? All right then. So, in third place, please welcome up to the podium, it's Christoph Danzenborg. Make your way up onto the podium. Congratulations, Christoph. And in second place, it's Stuart Wiltshire. Yes, hands in the air, Stuart. We love to see it. And our winner of the Masters Endurance Legends race, it is Steve Brooks. Congratulations, Steve. We'll hand over the trophies. And then if we can have your trophies in the air, lots of smiles for the camera while we take lots of pictures. Okay, Steve, I'm going to come and have a little chat with you. How was that for you?
That was awesome.
Loved every second, I'm assuming.
Oh, it's incredible. The track is just amazing, and in those cars, when they start to flow, it's just like being in heaven.
Well, okay, so Stuart, I know, don't moan about the trophy size, please, okay? You would have got a big one if you would have won it.
Size matters.
How was the race for you?
I tried my hardest to keep with Steve, but just too quick. So I did my best.
You did your best, and you made it onto the podium, so congratulations.
I made it, thank you. Thank you so much.
And over to Christoph, how are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, it was a quite difficult race. I had a small shunt at the beginning, but it went fine. The car was fine, and yeah, I really had to fight to remain third, because behind there were a lot of people.
And I do have to say, for those of us that got to watch it, it was a brilliant race to see. Let's have another round of applause for our winners of the Masters Endurance Legends. Congratulations.
Well, fun for all the family, young and old. Great to see so many new fans being indoctrinated here at the Silverstone Festival. Let me go, Gaga. And a chance as well to see some of the sights and sounds of 75 years in NASCAR. Now, I'm sure some of you already have seen these cars going around. Coming towards the camera, a number 18 Interstate Batteries car, and of course 43, the number of Richard Petty, the 7-time Daytona 500 and a 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion. Ex-Michael Waltrip Interstate Batteries car right behind him. And these guys have been actually wailing around, having a heck of a good time. One of the cars out there, you can see car number 11, one of the blue and white machines that is recently purchased by Andrew and Mike Jordan. Number 33, Chevy Monte Carlo, driven in period in Skull Bandit colours by Harry Gant. And here is a Texas Terry Labonte tied liveried car. Unfortunately, that appears to be spreading rather more of its guts around the circuit that you would hope. The Chevy Lumina coming to a halt, but the older Monte Carlo, the 80s car of Harry Gant, being driven by I'm not quite sure who's driving it, but driven with some great enthusiasm. So of these cars privately owned, and a number of them have made it out into private hands. So that Terry Lamonti Chevy Lumina, in fact Ricky Rudd drove it as well, and that is owned and driven by Paul Yorkshire. And the number 18 Pontiac, which we saw a moment or two ago, the Interstate Batteries car, driven by Bobby Labonte, run by Joe Gibbs Racing. There's a couple of them out actually. A 2003 Monte Carlo, which was a car we saw going round quickly, and that being another car run by Joe Gibbs. And this is the oldest of the lot, and this of course really dates back to when NASCAR was started by Big Bill France. It was stock car racing, literally that. Derek Drinkwater's 1958 Ford, so Ford Thunderbird. It's a second generation T-Bird, and that car was used in drag and oval racing for a number of years and was stored in the barn here in the UK until it was rescued by its current owner. And a great looking machine. I'm sure that draws a lot of attention wherever it goes. The Skull Bandit Monte Carlo, there it is on the left hand side. That car driven by Harry Gant, and it was Burt and Hal's Skull Bandit Racing. Burt being Burt Reynolds, Hal being Hal Needham, and Harry Gant raced that car in 1987. That car, particularly that body shape, looks so old now. Looking here at the Miller Lite Dodge, and again, another generation newer than the Harry Gant car. And that car driven in period by Kurt Busch. Car number 43 is a 2007 Dodge, run by Richard Petty Enterprises. We saw there it is, the King's famous number. And the Craftsman truck, by the way, is a Chevy, car number 3, run by Dale Earnhardt Enterprises, run by Richard Children's Racing. Raced in the States, is the only one in captivity. This car, a Chevy Impala SS, dates back to 2008. And again, a DEI car, Dale Enterprises Industries, run for, well, Dale's arch rival when the Intimidator was racing, Mark Martin. He raced that car, and the livery on that car was from the Pocono 400 in 2008. And 24, the number made famous by Jeff Gordon, predominantly with DuPont paintwork. That's a 2012 Chevy Impala. So 4-time Cup champion Jeff Gordon, who's now turned his hand to the microphone. That was raced in 2012. Another car run from Motorsport Valley in Charlotte, North Carolina by Rick Hendrick. And this Burton House car, I mean, one of my favorite NASCAR liveries of all, Skull Bandit. If you don't know what Skull Bandit is, it's basically chewing tobacco. So if you know anybody from Scandinavia, when they pop a snooze in their mouth, and that's exactly what that is. Skull Bandit, menthol liveried, among other things, tobacco in a little porous pouch, like a mini tea bag, about the size of your thumbnail. I know, takes all kinds. Steak and burgers. I mean, from the prosaic to the popular, like Kodak, Tide, all sorts of major brands getting involved in NASCAR racing over the decades. NASCAR celebrating its 75th anniversary this year. And of course, those of you who were at the Centenary Le Mans or watched it will have seen the Garage 56 entry driven by Jimmy Johnson. The team led by Jimmy Johnson, Jenson Button and Mike Rockenfeller. And that car, a version of the current Generation 7 NASCAR, which was adapted, or rather let off the leash, I think, really, to go race at Le Mans, just to celebrate the fact that they could. It was great to see, really well received by the fans, I know, who were watching on TV, and really well received by the fans in Le Mans and at the circuit itself. And it was good fun being around the team. They all come from Charlotte, North Carolina. A number of them had to get passports just to go to France, had never been to Le Mans before, and scrutineering in the town centre, the first deal for them. they knew they weren't in Kansas at that stage. It was a great voyage of discovery, and just always good to see things that are fun and different, even when you're looking at something that's as serious as the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Well, there is the Craftsman's truck, one of the NASCAR support series, or now it's really its own series. And great to see those. And if you ever get the chance to go to the States and drive one of the NASCAR experiences, the Richard Petty experience, or one of the others that are now being run, I can't urge you strongly enough to do so. You may wince a little bit at the price, but the experience is absolutely worth every cent, because the chance to drive these cars, normally in Grand National specs, so instead of the 800 horsepower race car, you'll probably be dealing with only something like 550, 600 horsepower, but the cars will be X-Cup cars, and with your instructor driving a car in front of you, essentially the deal is you get on the oval, and the closer you are to him, the faster he goes. And you get a real feel for what a Cup car is like. It's absolutely unrepeatable anywhere other than on an oval. Fantastic experience, and great to see these cars out here. A little bit of a shame that that one let go. And there is oil down on the track, so it'll just be a little bit of cleaning up to do before we get into the final race of the weekend, the HSCC Road Sports Trophy. What's a road sports car, Martin? Well, it is a road-going sports car. At least that's what it was to start with. So it's not some esoteric carbon fibre doohickey that somebody drafted out of CAD and dreamt up in a lab with a laptop. It is basically a production road-going sports car that has been modified lightly for racing. So it is the kind of club level of racing that so many people get involved in the first place. There's the Burton Howell's Skull Bandit Chevy of Harry Gant. I must dig my Skull Bandit jacket out of the closet because, yeah, they were a thing. A shiny bomber jacket with Burton Howell's Skull Bandit all over it. Hey, you can't get NASCAR enough, that's all I'm saying. Tide's in, dirt's out. Oil's all over the place. I think we need a bit more tied down on that to try and tidy up the oil slick. Luckily, he realised what was going on. I'm sure the limited dash lit up like a Christmas tree to alert our driver to the fact that not all was well in the grubby bits department. And he pulled off as quickly, or as reasonably quickly as he could, or as quickly as he reasonably could, to try and avoid as everybody does, if something goes wrong with the car, first of all, you want to get out the way, and secondly, you don't want to make a mess of the racetrack. And not just because the race director and the clerk of the course will shout at you afterwards, which they will, but because you have that responsibility to keep the racetrack clean and safe as you can for everybody else. Right, one more race to go, coming your way shortly here at Silverstone.
So I have been tearing around Silverstone. I am now in the Silverstone Museum, and I have got the wonderful Steph, who is head of collections. So just tell me a little bit about what people would expect when they come to the museum.
Well, the museum's housed in the only remaining World War II hangar. So you go through the RAF Silverstone history upstairs, and then we start with 1948, which is our very first race. And then downstairs, we have our race control area and pit lane area. We have our tech lab, where you understand all the engineering principles behind Formula One and MotoGP, and then we have our traditional era plinths with all the cars and the bikes and objects from all the legends of the motorsport.
So it's literally you're going on a history tour of Silverstone.
Yeah, the great thing about Silverstone is that the corner names actually give you a good taste of the history of the circuit, so we've used those to give you a lap of history of Silverstone.
And how long has this building been a museum?
We opened at the end of 2019, and then obviously 2020 was a little bit open and closed. We're very good at doing that, and now we're really, picking up momentum since then.
Can I just say where we're standing? I am a massive 90s F1 fan, and can I just say we are in literally, I want to get down and start praying to these cars. Can we just, I mean, in the far end we've got the Red 5.
Yeah, the FW 14B of Nigel Mansell from 92.
Okay, then we've got the Alain Prost.
Yes, the 1990 British Grand Prix winning.
And then I mean, literally, I'm going to do this. This is of course the wonderful Ayrton Senna's
World Championship in McLaren. This is the great thing about your job. My job is I get to help curate this with my colleague Rob, and we get to sort of have a bit of a hit list and a wish list, and these are all mine.
Well, I mean, honestly, you'll know where you'll find me. I'm just going to be right here praying to this car. Thank you very much, Steph.
Well, you don't have a chance now, but do make a visit to the Silverstone Museum. It is absolutely worth every penny, and put a day aside. There's so much to see. Still more racing to come. Final race just about to come up, and in a moment or two, in about 40 minutes, music starts on the main stage, and hopefully should remain sunny and dry this evening. The Claws will get us underway, and the hot air balloons will be heading off into the sky, and then it's all about you. It's all about McFly. In fact, live music from 8:20 from our headliners, McFly. They will close out the Silverstone Festival 2023. I am not singing. Ed might. Ed?
Qualifying for the HSCC Road Sports Trophy on Friday night was quite a tricky affair, because halfway through the session, the heavens opened. So we have a grid, but whether or not it's a true kind of, show of what these cars can actually do, we don't know. But let's go and talk to some drivers. Follow me, we'll talk to poleman John Davison. John, you are going to be looking in your mirrors a bit, aren't you, with all those powerful cars behind you?
Yeah, as I normally do in this this series. I normally sort of start on pole and find myself about 7th at the end of the first corner, and then have to work my way through these cars in the slower sections.
It's enormously frustrating. I race an MGB, and all you want is just a little bit more power, and it would be a dream, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, the handling of this car is absolutely fantastic. So, if 2 or 3 of them do get past me at the start, which is probably likely, I'd much rather be in this car through the complex and through Brooklands than Luffield. So, and then hopefully I'll get a little bit of a gap, and I can work away. I don't have to defend them into the inside of the corners after the long straights.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's nip over here. We've got Elliot and Russell Patterson. Elliot's doing his best job of escaping. What a qualifying session for the quickest Morgan front row.
It was great fun. It was really quite amazing watching the weather front come in, because we were unfortunately the last session and had to deal with a lot of the rain. So we were driving in, and just the weather was getting closer and closer and closer every single lap. And then luckily, after I'd done my few laps, the heavens opened, and I thought, well, it's Dad's turn now. That's fine. I'll just hand the keys over to him. So yeah, really happy to be on the front row. Try and keep the other Morgans behind is the plan.
It was quite a truncated session because of that rain. Do you think this is a true kind of show of performance of all these cars, or are some cars actually a bit further down than they should be?
I think it's fairly accurate, because we did get enough laps at the beginning to have a fair representation. I think maybe only because there's quite a few 2-driver races, if maybe the less quick driver was out at the beginning and the faster driver was out in the rain, there may be some quicker drivers coming through. But in terms of cars, I certainly think the first sort of 6 or 8 are quite representative, and I'm not sure about further back, but I was going to be busy in the first couple of laps.
And just quickly, who's quicker, you or Dad?
We're about to find out.
I'll enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Talk about throwing him under the bus, Ed. HSCC Road Sports Trophy Race, the finale to a phenomenal weekend of action here at the 2023 Silverstone Festival. Wherever you have watched it from, trackside or from the couch, hopefully this will entertain as well. They did have a wet qualifying session, as you've just heard, but the Lotus Elan of John Davison starts on pole from a slew of bigger engine cars, the Morgan Plus 8s and the Cobra. Kivloken starting on row 2, sharing with Nigel Greensell, of course, because it's a race with 2 drivers, so of course Nigel Greensell is somewhere in there as well. Philip House Escort RS 2000 was going well early on in the session before the big engine cars powered past him. And right towards the tail of the field is a car that is worth watching out for, particularly if you're on the spectator banking. 39th on the grid, Alexis Maskell sharing his 911 with Ollie Bryant. So that car might well, having not qualified quickly, make its way through the field. There it is. It is white with blue stripes. Elliot Maskell, as you can see, because that's not a novice cross for Ollie Bryant, unless there's a different Ollie Bryant that I'm not aware of. He's certainly not shown himself to be a novice today. So Elliot Maskell is wearing the novice's cross. He starts that Porsche, and hopefully it'll be in fine fettle to hand over to his more celebrated teammate. Well, Alistair Douglas, after the rain that swept in qualifying, and I mean, when I'm talking rain, we could not see which car was which down the straight in front of us. It got so wet, it made an otter's pocket look dry. This is beautiful racing conditions for these cars as they come out for this race to round out our weekend.
Indeed, yes, and we did comment that some drivers kept on going in the rain, and that might have been a good idea if it had been wet now, because they get used to the track, but actually, thankfully, it's remained beautiful and sunny since we had that shower around about lunchtime. But that final car, Alexis Maskell, is actually a Greek financier, despite his name, and Ollie Bryant sharing with him in one of the very early Porsches, the 2-litre cars. And there's a really competitive series runs around Europe for those cars, and that's one of the cars that takes part in that.
Yeah.
But what a mixture of cars. We've got the Morgans both with the big V8 engine, originally Rover based, but more recently they've changed to BMWs and all sorts of different engines in Morgans these days, but also the 4-cylinder Morgans further back in the pack. And then we've got that gorgeous Cobra, which Kevin Kivloken it's Kevin who starts the race, campaigns regularly. That was actually a works demonstrator car in the States from new, so it was a factory car, and Kevin brought it over to the UK and had it refettled absolutely beautifully, and he's won a lot of races in that, and he's popped Nigel Greensell in as his co-driver as well, as you mentioned. So that's a possible winner of the race, despite starting on the second row. And Steve Deeks' 911, the blue car, that goes well as well. A rear-engined car, rear-wheel drive, so very different handling characteristics to the front-engined rear-wheel drive cars ahead of it.
So we've got lots of Morgans. You see the Mustang in there, 4 Cortinas, Alfa Romeos, Porsche 924s, TVR Tuscans, TVR 2500Ms, the Volvo engined Marcos, but at the front of the field is the Elan S2 of John Davison with a fixed head coupe, and then he's got 3 big V8 muscle cars behind him, the Morgans, and Kivloken in that bright blue Cobra with its particularly suitable registration.
And the 2 Morgans, both father and son teams as well. You saw Elliot, whose father Russell will take over, Elliot to start, and William Plant, the son, will hand over to father Richard.
Best of the Porsches, Steve Deeks in 6th position, that orange car, and then the TVR 3000M, as you suggest perhaps from the name, a 3-litre engine in the front of car number 9, Julian Barter, green and gold. That's the fixed head car you can just see behind the second Morgan on the left-hand side. Lime green Lotus Elan, that'll be easy to spot, won't it? That is started by Rupert Ashdown, and Barry will take over that car later on.
That's another father and son, son and father, in fact, Rupert the son. So they've father and son teams have chosen the sons to start in this particular occasion.
Sun's starting in the sun. Well, maybe they're hoping that something in there will click in their favour. Nissan 240Z further up the field and Nissan 260Z further back down it. The silver car down towards the tail of the field. So these are based on production road-going sports cars, modified for racing. It is what it says on the tin, road sports. The final race here at the Silverstone Festival 2023. As they come to the line, it is poleman John Davison who will head the field away for the HSCC Road Sports Trophy encounter here at the Silverstone Festival. But here's little 1600cc twin cam, outgunned immediately by the big V8's Kevin Kivlochen, trying to go down the inside in the Cobra, doesn't make it through. But from the front row of the grid, it's Elliot Patterson's Morgan that takes up the running. Two more Morgan +8s behind. Some confusion towards the tail of the field with cars going off all over the place. Big lock up from the Alan Mann Escort there, car number 5 manages to get it all under control. Philip House, and it is the V8s that are going to make their way through, and Steve Deeks in the orange Porsche will also try and get by the Elan as quickly as possible to stop those front engine V8 cars getting by. So the first of the Morgans has gone by. Here comes Kivlochen down the straight, unleashing the Ford engine. It's the small block Ford, but it's still a lot bigger block than the one in the Lotus Elan. The Lotus carries less speed, less weight rather, and more speed into the corner, but gets on the grass on the inside, avoiding the Cobra, and is down into 3rd place. Steve Deeks up to 4th place from 6th on the grid. He's got ahead of 2 of the pesky Morgans already.
Very appropriate number for Steve Deeks, 911 for his 911 Porsche as they go through Copse Corner for the first time. Elliot Patterson has leapt away in the lead, and an early retirement there. Is that one of the cars that was involved in that little mix-up?
Might well have been.
Yeah. It's possible. That's Keith Wyman's, looked like a Mustang 350 fastback.
It was, and it's got tyre marks on the door as well, so somebody else has made contact with him, or he's made contact with somebody else. Steve Deeks knows this track well. In fact, Steve was my instructor when I did my ARDS test here at Silverstone when that was first introduced a couple of years ago, so he knows the track extremely well. And the TVR 3000M, we talked about that car. Great start from Julian Barter. He's got ahead of the 51 Morgan of Simon King, who started a row in front of him, and Barter up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 position, leading the next little gaggle of cars. See another 911 in there, the lime green Lotus, and again the Lotus challenging down the inside. John Davison knows the strength of that car. I mean, we all know the strength of that car. It's light, it's nimble, it'll carry speed deeper into the corner than the bigger, heavier engine cars like the Cobra and like the Morgans. But the big problem then, of course, is corners don't always continue all the way round, and so there's a straight, and as soon as you get onto the straight, bye-bye big engine V8s. Here comes the Morgan from 4th place, and this is the Plant family car trying to get by, doesn't manage to do so. So that's William Plant, car number 79, the 4th car in your queue. And that Morgan +8 trying to squeeze past the Lotus. You're going to have to wait for a little bit longer straight. The Lotus goes by Kivlochen, up to 2nd place. This is where it's best, at home on the tight and twisty stuff, but again another straight awaits, and the 2 V8 cars behind are going to open the taps and try and come at least steaming by before they get to the end of the straight bit.
And John Davison now will be looking in his mirrors, wondering which side the 2 V8 cars will come, and down into Brooklands they come. The leader, Elliot Patterson, turns in. Kivlochen's managed to get by, but not for long, because John Davison nips up the inside again on braking for the left-hander at Brooklands. Now Kivlochen's trying to punch that more powerful car around the outside, but John Davison, having nothing of it, holds the inside line, so he stays in 2nd place as they exit Luffield, go through Woodcote. Now the next problem for John Davison is we've got a long straight, or longish straight, to Copse Corner.
Long enough.
will the two of them blast by? He stays to the right-hand side of the track to defend his line into Copse Corner, and it works. John Davison stays in 2nd place. place, Kivlochen third, and in fourth place, the second of the Morgans, that of William Plant.
I think unless you're in a single-seater, you're not getting around the outside of a well-driven Lotus Elan in those tight corners at the end of the lap, or midway through the lap, given where we're starting. Kivlochen under real pressure then from William Plant in the maroon Morgan. And Kivlochen hanging on to third place. Steve Deeks is right there. Now, Deeks doesn't have quite the grunt either that the V8 cars do, but again, that Porsche 911 should be able to keep its own in the tight and twisty stuff. And behind him, the TVR up in sixth position. But it is the Patterson family Morgan that is creeping away at the moment. Fastest first sector of the entire race of anybody for Elliot Patterson at the beginning of the last lap, and that's helped him to set his fastest race lap and to just creep away from the battle for second. And the longer that battle goes on, the Elan versus the Cobra and the Morgan, then the better it is for the Morgan out front. But Davison has made a break, hasn't he? Quite a decisive one. He got through the Beckett's S's quicker, and it looks as though Kevin Kivlochen is having to defend hard against William Plant, and that is making the two of them a little slower than they need to be to keep that Elan in touch.
And in fact, the Elan in second place, Davison, with a bit of clear track in front of him as the third and fourth place cars go side by side, and it's going to be a change with William Plant going through on the inside of Kevin Kivlochen, and that gives Steve Deeks a chance as well in the orange Porsche number 911 as they go through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight once again. Just finished what I was going to say about John Davison. He was only 0.15 of a second, 1500ths, yes, right, slower than the leader.
I think we're going to see a safety car. That's John Dixon, or I think it's John Dixon walking away from the Lotus Elan, heavily damaged, and that's the 260Z. They've clearly made contact. John Hall's 260Z. That's a long way away. Well, they have both made contact with something. Safety car is coming out. Whether they've made contact with each other or not remains to be seen. We saw a car coming back out of the pit lane. It was 717, Ant Reilly and Jonathan Speak's Lotus Elan, and I thought there was a very pale car involved in the first corner in Perolio, and it might have been them. So the safety car will close down the lead gaps. Good news for Davison, because it closes him up on the Morgan. Bad news for Davison, but it closes his chasers up on him as well. And that Elan is not long for this world. Yeah, he pulls off. What started as a bit of smoke has become really quite a lot of smoke for Thomas Giddings. That's a Series 1 fixed head.
We'd like you to stay off the track, please.
Yes, don't try and make it back to the pit lane.
Dumping oil on
you were in exactly the right place. Stay on the grass and allow them to come and rescue you.
So they'll come round, they've reduced their speed, and obviously now they can't change position with the yellow flags all around the circuit. But, a very, very unhappy driver stomping away from that incident we saw on the camera a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
But we don't know what happened.
Going to need a lift for the 260Z. Definitely going to need a lift for that Elan, or what remains of it. Not sure if the boys caught it on camera. Was that Morgan sitting down at the? Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
On the flat at the front right. By the way, thanks very much indeed to Ben from the RAC, who has saved our man Ed Foster. Picked up a nail in his tyre on the way back to our hotel yesterday, came out with a flat tyre this morning, and Ben from the RAC took it over to Toaster to Northampton and got it fixed. Well, there's the end of the incident. It does look as though there was a coming together between the Lotus and the Datsun.
And that was the driver I saw stomping away earlier. So
yeah, John Dixon shares it with Amber Dixon, and John clearly not convinced that that was his fault. Obviously, when you get to the steward's room, you will find two different stories. However, it is the right front of one car and the left front of the other. So you sense that is probably where they came together. Now, we didn't see this Mustang stop. This is again, the 350 notchback.
I think this taking an opportunity to move this now.
This was Keith Wyman's car,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
that's right, 17,
in that
is it?
kind of bullet Sherwood green colour. Oh dear, a little bit of contact there with a Morgan. And it's car number 54, Philip Sinclair Tisdall. And that is a full-on Bullet Mustang moment, isn't it? It's not the notchback, it's the fastback. And that is looking a bit more second-hand than Steve McQueen left his.
He ended up hanging over a ditch, didn't he, in Bullet?
Yeah, but at least he didn't drive into the petrol station and explode.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just an excuse for a big explosion on film.
Well, yeah, one of the world's favourite car chases. Mark Leverett and Will Leverett's Lotus Elan. They do make a good noise. Now, I know the world's most economical induction system is not a pair of Webers, but it's one of the world's best induction systems.
Like
you know, you'll pay the price for the fuel just to have that throaty gurgle as you open the throttle and twin 40s. Just inhaling the atmosphere and mixing it with the fuel. Sounding a bit tappety.
A little bit of a clear-up job here, haven't we?
Quite a lot of a clear-up job, I'm afraid, yes. And the HSCC Road Sports have not been blessed with the best fortune here this weekend. They really copped it. The only wet qualifying session in the entire day on Friday. And now what is a relatively brief 40-minute race anyway is probably going to be 10 minutes behind the safety car, possibly a little longer. So we are getting potentially to the moment when we're going to have a pit stop window open with the cars behind the safety car.
4 minutes. The pit stop window open.
We're definitely going to have the pit stop window open behind the safety car. Didn't see that. That car shed a wheel, hasn't it?
That's Rupert Ashdown.
Yeah, that was our Lime Elan.
So
that's now a Limey Down Elan.
Oh dear.
I know, I'll stop now.
Yeah.
Ah, well, now,
there's
see,
the wheel.
that's the ultimate definition of a collector's car, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have to stop and collect the bits that have fallen off.
Yeah. Not unknown for Elans to lose wheels. Lotuses to lose wheels, as Sterling Moss will tell you in his book, and also in a very amusing interview I did with him a few years ago.
Lotus, of course, the acronym for lots of trouble, usually serious.
Yes. So that's not an incident we saw, and that was a car that was running in the top 6.
Yeah.
I think it was 6th or 7th, certainly in the top group of cars. And another new fan for motorsport. That's great to see.
Yeah, brought her parents along.
Yep.
And it is fantastic. And events like this are really what keep motorsport enthusiasm alive, because Formula One on TV is all well and good, and a bit of superbikes or a bit of World Rally or watching Le Mans or whatever, but seeing it in person, hearing it in person, feeling it in person, and just enjoying the atmosphere of a race weekend like this is utterly, utterly different. That could be Gordon Murray in a hat. I don't think it was, but it could have been Gordon Murray in a hat.
Looked like it was a shot of the BRDC clubhouse balcony, so it could well have been somebody like that. As the
Was that man pocketing my packet of wages? Oh dear, yes. Is that where the Elan was? I think it might have been.
And generations of children, including me, have rolled down the grass banks at Silverstone. I'm sure you did, Martin, when you were younger.
Actually, I didn't come here young enough to be rolling down the banks, but my son has, and I'm sure my grandson has as well over the last couple of years. He's come as a tiddly tot.
My granddaughter did a couple of weeks ago here, and there we have it. Perfect. That's what we used to do when we were children.
It's a classic roly-poly.
We didn't have... is that an electric scooter?
It is.
That's not something that's supposed to be ridden around Silverstone, but quite a convenient way of getting about.
A lot of work to be done on that Datsun, I'm afraid. Considerably shorter on the left front than it started the day. However, there we go. Well, it is a nice evening for motor racing and to finish off the day. And don't forget, when the track goes quiet, the noise does not stop. We've got our music guests coming onto the stage in about 40 minutes from now, actually, at 7:20. The bands will kick off.
And it will be a busy pit lane, as we saw earlier on when the safety car's out. It's 40 seconds until the pit window opens. Oh, another Elan. Oh, Elans aren't doing too well in this race, are they? Mark Leverett and Will Leverett. I think it was Will started, was it? 20.
So definitely living up to their billing, aren't they? That was the twin cam that we were looking at in the pit lane about 5 minutes ago.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, it's Will Leverett did start that.
It made noises when it was stationary, and then failed to make noises once it got moving again.
And that's parked up on the outside of Aintree. That is not an ideal place to leave a car.
You're not going to leave that there, I'm afraid.
But there is a gap in the barriers just a little bit further on.
Yeah, not going to get a drive, I'm afraid. Here all weekend, lots of work and preparation on the car to get it here, and the wretched thing won't run properly. It was good as gold on Friday and on Thursday, and probably for weeks beforehand, and that is the joy of owning and running an old car, everybody. And still, we're stupid enough to want to keep on doing it. Keith Arler's waiting for the pit window to open, which it has done. And as ever, kids making their own fun while the track is quiet. So pit window is open and everybody is stood waiting. There's Nigel Greensell, stood standing. And again, I think the safety car will be out for probably another couple of laps, because every time they clean up one offender, another one appears at the side of the track. So we'll wait for the safety car to get round to the pit lane. And then when it does, stand by your beds, because I think everybody will be coming in. And if they don't, and we did see this a little bit earlier in one of the races when there was a safety car out and the pit window opened, if you don't come in when you're given the golden opportunity, then I'm afraid it's your own silly fault. So I do anticipate everybody coming in. I don't see any mileage in not coming in.
But then the leader doesn't.
Well, the safety car's not coming in at the end of this lap, so he does have another opportunity. I'm not sure why you wouldn't take the first opportunity. Lots and lots are going into the pits. There are a number who are not. They've obviously passed various stationary cars that are not yet being attended to and figured, well, I've got all the time in the world. I can't see that there's an advantage to not coming in, other than you hope that there will be many more cars coming in now and therefore many fewer cars in the pit lane. Well, Kevin Kivlocken comes in to hand over to Nigel Greensell. Right, son, there you go. You filled out your damage waiver, full insurance, all yours.
Well, at the pace that the safety car is currently going, it will take them about 4.5 to 5 minutes to get round on one lap. And actually, that will be quite close. That will be within 2 minutes of the pit window closing. So it's a bit of a risk to go round again.
Well, the deal there, I'm sure, is that you will point out that you were behind the safety car and had to have another opportunity because the safety car was going slow. I mean, they'll be within 2 minutes of it, so that's still plenty of time.
Okay.
What you don't want to do is not come in second time round, because then really, you know, it's like being caught speeding by a marked police car that sat behind you. You deserve to be done for stupidity as well as speeding, for not slowing down when the marked police car was sitting there or not seeing him. Right, there's the time. Woo, hello. There's the time. That will be a change of position.
Yep, Steve Deeks got ahead of the second of the Morgans.
Now, there are two things going on here. Either you are a little slow being released, in which case you lose time, or you're a little fast being released, in which case you gain a penalty. We'll wait and see exactly how that happens. But Steve Deeks, yeah, out behind Nigel Greensell.
And the 79 Morgan, the William Plant, now Richard Plant driven car lost out there to Steve Deeks as well, or he lost out to Steve Deeks, and Steve Deeks is much closer to Nigel Greensall.
Well, 2/3 of our field did come in, so those that didn't agreed the pit lane will be less busy. So I didn't see anybody really having major dramas in the pit lane, though, even though there were, 25 cars went in. So they're now, having stopped, making their way back to the tail of the safety car field. The jeopardy now, if you come in behind the safety car, second time around, is that before you get back out, the safety car goes in and everybody else is going more quickly on their outlap than you was. Now, is that like a glider releasing the toe, or was that accidental?
Yeah, it just fell off the toe ring, didn't it?
Or
But
did it pull the toe ring out of the glass fibre, which is just possible. And there's not an awful lot of firmer Lotus at the front there to be able to attach it to. But either way, luckily it was just within reach of the marshals, who scamper out. And again, thanks indeed to everybody who has kept the racing going this weekend: security staff, medical staff, the rescue crews, and particularly the marshals, male and female. It's not just blokes that do it, lots and lots of female marshals as well, right up in the thick of the action and keeping everybody safe. So thank you to all of them.
That Datsun, now known as a Nissan, is in a safe position, so that's being left where it is. Marshals have cleared up the other incident, and the lights are out on the safety car, so this is a disadvantage to the drivers that stayed out.
Yep, big error, big error.
It's 19 minutes remaining in the race, so the pit window is open for another 4 minutes, so they're going to get in, but it's going to be under racing.
Okay, look behind the red Porsche and the red MG. Those are the cars that have stopped and do not need to go into the pit lane, and these cars are now going to lose half a lap to their rivals because they did not come in and gambled that the safety car would stay out later.
So we'll pick up the order after they've been over the line. This car not necessarily in the lead, although it will cross the timing line first after the safety car.
So we go back to green flag racing. There's a lone Morgan out front being released at the front of the queue. But the cars that have stopped now, here they come. So Morgan leads, and then the Lotus Elan that started on pole position. John Davison remains in it. Nigel Greensall in the blue Cobra. That is the third place car of those that have stopped. And Steve Deeks in the Porsche in fifth position behind 79, which is now Richard Plant in the Plant family car. 173 is a lap or possibly even 2 laps down. The little MG midget. Oh, and contact. The door was not as open there, I'm afraid, as Richard Plant had hoped. That was rather a late lunge from the Morgan driver, and I would think that the MG driver would be feeling rather aggrieved there. Steve Deeks now with a little problem getting back up to speed. Here comes another Morgan from behind. He's going to lose a place there as well, isn't he?
Nigel Greensall gets past John Davison on the run down into Brooklands. So that puts Nigel, I think, probably into the net lead. Davison, Deeks behind. Yes, I think that's the Blue Cobra number 1 into the lead of the race effectively.
Yeah. So Nigel Greensall, final race of I don't know how many races he's done, probably about 63 this weekend. He leads from the Davison Elan. Steve Deeks now in 4th place. There were a couple of cars mingled in there that were not in the lead order early on. Steve Deeks runs out very wide indeed. You told me not to go out over the curbs there at Cops Corner, Steve. What are you doing? Nigel Greensall leads. He has been a bit Nigel Mans, hasn't he? Doing a bit of a Red 5 hero stint. And here is the battle for 4th place, I think. And The blue and white 911 joining in on the act as well. Now that's the first time he's been this far up the sharp end. That's kind of a no, that's not Simon King. Simon King's in the Morgan, and steaming up the inside comes Simon King. There he goes, whizzing by Richard Plant.
I think it's John Williams, the blue Porsche.
Yes.
So he's made up some good ground because he wasn't in the lead group.
No, he was in the next group trying to break away and catch up to the back of them, and in fact that happened, of course, when the safety car came out. Big moment.
Did we get a spin there for?
Yeah, it was either a spin or an absolutely lurid slide collected. I think the 51 car is still just about there. Yes, he is.
That's save of the day then, isn't it?
Oh, isn't that? That was a full wet weather moment in the bone dry. So an enormous moment there, really chasing the throttle, and I think that's just put the frighteners on him a little bit. Richard Plant goes up the inside of Simon King. Steve Deeks, 911, and right behind him, where did the other John Williams started in 9th place. So yeah, he got sort of shuffled back a little bit at the start and lost contact with the lead group, but the safety car brought them back in. Then they went into the pits together, they've come out together. So Nigel Greensall leads from John Davison, and then everybody else is third. Ooh, tiniest of touches there from the 911 SC of Steve Deeks. These mid-80s Porsches, the two of them, Steve Deeks and John Williams right behind him.
The lead Morgan in this group just starting to break away, but the other cars all still tied together. The two Porsches and the Morgan at the back, all battling for places in the top 6.
Yeah, Richard Plant had a little bit of a moment, and then in the 51 car, Simon King really scared himself and caught us by surprise. So he's dropped back into 4th place. Steve Deeks in 5th.
But he's coming back.
Yeah,
Simon
and John Williams has now been passed by the next Morgan in the queue as well. Is that Keith Arler's? It will be, won't it? He was waiting to take over. So that'll be car number 80, I think. Keith Arler's took over from John Shaw. We'll see if it's the checkered helmet when he comes closer to the camera.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, the way it's being driven, yeah, it is. The way it's being driven as well has Keith Arler's in a Morgan with his tail up all over it. Steve Deeks has got the same Morgan in both mirrors almost exactly at the same time. Arler's coming down the inside. The battle in front remains King ahead of Plant, and Deeks holds on from Arler's and Williams.
Into club corner they come, so the number 51 Morgan, Simon King, who had that big lurid moment here last time around, manages to keep it in a straight line this time, and has got himself back to the head of that group after losing a place.
Now the lead of Nigel Greensall over John Davison is 6.5 seconds. Davison 7.2 seconds ahead of this group as well, and 7.2 seconds back from here goes down to about 14th place. So this group all covered by about 2.5 seconds, and up the inside comes John Williams, trying to retake the place from Keith Arler's, and Keith Arler's goes, you can't do that to my Morgan because I've got the inside line and the power to pull away from you as well. So there is John Davison's Elan in second, just running over that little bit of easy dry, and then Morgan's, this is King and Plant battling for third. Deeks, the orange Porsche, in 5th. Arler's in 6th in his Morgan, and 7th place is Williams.
Richard Plant gets through there on the run into Brooklands past Simon King, and Steve Deeks certainly hasn't lost touch in the orange Porsche, but we're back with leader Nigel Greensall. We might as well have a standard banner at the bottom of the it's Nigel Greensall you're looking at, and then just bring it up for every race.
Yeah, one standard graphic, yeah. There are 2 or 3 drivers, and Nigel Greensall is I think possibly the one who's done more races here than, I was going to say, than everybody else combined, and that's possibly the case. However, so Steve Deeks again got a good run down the straight and out of Copse Corner, down through Maggots and into the Beckett's S's. Needs to keep that speed up. The Morgans are doing a really good job together of staying just out of his reach. So Simon King, Richard Plant in the 51 car, and then Steve Deeks head down and charging in 911. He's really trying to find something different, isn't he? And he might get a little bit of something different from another Porsche. You can see that red 924. That's the next bit of traffic they're going to catch as Simon King just goes onto the racing line ahead of Richard Plant, leaving Plant to deal with the Porsche. And the 924 may just possibly be in the wrong place for these Morgans to really keep their speed up. He tries to stay out of the way, but he's got to turn left there at some stage. So in the number 3 car, and that's a much less modified car, Pete Connell and John Fawkes in their 1979 924. Doesn't help Steve Deeks at all. In fact, actually, Deeks running out a little wide. They had to take a tighter line onto the straight because the 924 was there. Does not lose out to Keith Arles, but did not gain on King and Plant.
Through the section fast corners leading up to the much slower village corner, and a possible move up the inside from Steve Deeks there, but cut off by Richard Plant. But Plant is now closing in on Simon King again, and look at Keith Arles as well, trying to take a tight line, trying to get an overlap on the orange Porsche, and if he does, he'll have a good line down to Brooklands, but that doesn't work out. The Porsche manages to take the position back as they go on to the Wellington Straight, and now it's Morgan versus Morgan, Porsche versus Morgan and Porsche as they come down into Brooklands.
This is where Steve Deeks is going to have to do something. I was just thinking he's not going to match them on pace. He's going to have to be even braver under braking. He goes the long way around the outside. That 911 chassis helps him around the outside of the Morgan, so he does pick up a place. This is for 3rd, don't forget. Simon King in the 51 Morgan is in 3rd. Now, can the +8 come back against the Porsche down the straight? Certainly, it looks like Richard Plant thinks it can. There's trouble for the 240Z. That was the better of the Datsuns in the race, but Steve Deeks holds on. He is just going to have to do it under braking. He can't do it on the straight. The Morgan's got just enough to stay out of reach. He doesn't have any power advantage. He's got to make something happen under braking. And maybe in the Beckett's S's, oh, and he just overruns going in very deep. But again, right behind him, John Williams goes diving past Keith Arles. Can't handle it over the grass. What's coming, what's coming? Around he goes, and did he clip Arles there coming back on? He did.
Yeah,
clipped him coming back on in reverse. He was looking behind him to see what was happening, and Keith Arles, the unfortunate victim there, because of course straight across the grass is a shorter line than the actual racetrack, and so he covered that ground more quickly. Lost it here, John Williams, onto the grass, and the car breaks away. Now watch Keith Arles, he's on the racetrack, but this car is not slowing down on what is still wet grass, and just clips the rear wing of Keith Arles' car. You see it's broken the rear light and just dinged that rear wing, but just enough, the car right on the edge of adhesion, just to tip Arles into a spin.
And another 6 inches further forward and it would have hit Arles in the wheel, and that would have probably been a retirement, but hopefully Keith will get away with that.
Another couple of hundredths of a second later, he would have just whistled past behind him as well. So, yeah, fortunate, but also unfortunate. Kevin Kuglocken started it. Nigel Greensall has picked up the running in the number 1 Cobra. 7.5 minutes remaining. He's 7.5, make that 8.5 seconds in front now. And he's starting to ease away. Fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 24.3 to this car. Nigel now relaxing into 2:28.3 last time round. Just enjoying a nice summery drive in an open-top sports car. Nothing to write home about.
Got his sunglasses on as well.
Yeah,
and,
he had the shades ready a couple of races ago, didn't he? Because he knew that the sun was going to be getting low. Just a little handout of the cockpit to the Elan driver to say thank you for staying online and giving me the chance to go by without having to second-guess where you were off to.
Through the Beckett's sweepers, the centre section, then the right-hander, and lovely to be able to see Nigel at work in the cockpit. Just takes a little bit of curb there, bounces the car, and MGA in trouble.
Yeah,
that's the 29 car of Steve and Jack Smith.
So that'll be the 1500 rather than the twin cam. And there is the lead gap not that Lotus Elan, that Lotus Elan with a silver bumper. That is our pole sitter, John Davison. He said, well, normally I get swamped at the start, go back to about 6th place. He didn't drop that far back, but he did get swamped by a couple of cars. Just 2 cars making an early pit stop, none of them among our front runners. So a couple of penalties to be applied post-race, but nothing that will disturb our lead order. Can hear the bellow of the Morgan's V8, but can hear the way it's torturing its tyres as well. These cars running on treaded road tyres, not on slicks.
And the E-Type at the head of the picture that we're seeing, Adam Bagnall, he actually tows his caravan to the circuit. I think he may take the tow bar off for racing. It probably wouldn't be very safe to have a tow bar stuck out the back, but uses that car to tow his caravan.
Well, I first used to come racing here at Silverstone in the historic races. There was an ex-Tazio Nuvolari Alfa Romeo P3 Grand Prix car. It had never been repainted. It was so covered in oil over the years that the red was almost black, but it drove all the time with a frame on the back of it that clearly carried the 2 spare wheels as well as had the tow hitch for the caravan. That's how you go historic racing. Again, as you say, at different times, you're probably not allowed to have a tow bar on now for safety reasons. John Williams on the grass again. Just a spin and a half there. This Porsche is definitely having a rough ride this afternoon.
I was just hoping he wouldn't collect Adam Bagnall then, because that
I'm sure Adam Bagnall was as well, yes. Yeah.
I do wonder whether that's what happened in that quite big incident early on, whether a car spun across that grass and actually came across onto the track again.
Yeah, quite possible. I mean, the Lotus looked like it had been hit hard by an unguided missile, and there was quite a lot of damage on the Datsun, wasn't there? So
yes.
I think that is entirely possible. Somebody losing it either in front of you or actually possibly behind you and coming at speed across the grass in a way you couldn't manage. Lotus Europa coming by here. You don't see many of those these days. In fact, you never really did in period even, but the Lotus Europa, such a distinctive car. However, even the charms of Emma Peel driving one didn't really do a great deal for Europa sales. It was designed to replace the Elan and be a more family-friendly car, but never really quite caught fire the way the Lotus Elan did. Good to see them out though. Twin-cam engine, of course, mounted behind the driver rather than in front, so the rear-engined revolution that Lotus was part of the pioneer of in Formula One came about a decade later to its road cars.
Just over 3 minutes remaining in the race, and Nigel Greensall has, before him Kevin Kiviloken has driven this Cobra beautifully. Oh dear, another Elan off the track, which is the number 22 car, Nigel Armstrong and Robert Blakemore's S4 1970 Elan. And I was we got a quick shot of the number 124 Datsun. In fact, there it is. So that was Dave Jarman, who we saw semi-retired, as it were, at the side of the track, but glad to see he's got going again.
Yeah, third in his class, or he was before John Williams went off. So I think John Williams has dropped down the order, and leading class, was John Williams leading class D? Now I think it's Philip House in car number 5, and 124, I think, in second place. That is John Williams just behind, isn't it?
Yep, you've just changed on the timing screen.
Yeah, the timing screen is a day or two out of date in terms of John Williams's gyrations, at least. Yeah, Philip House leading in the Escort RS2000. That's the car in red and gold, the Alaman Racing livery. Here is our race leader then. There will be one more lap for him after this one, as he heads out of Copse Corner, off down towards Maggots and the Beckett's S's. Maggots, this little left-hander, and then into what was once just the right-hander at Beckett's and then the left-hander at the Chapel Curve, but that was added complexity as the Beckett's S's were created, and a fine set of challenging corners that has been greatly appreciated, I think, by everybody that's raced it. Coming down towards the camera, you can see the 1800 Marcos, another couple of Morgans. As you said, we've got +8s, the 8-cylinder cars, and +4s. Was that a flat rad Morgan, or was that just a trick of the light? Yeah.
And Morgan still manufactured in Pickersleigh Road in Malvern, where it's been for many, many years. It did start life just up the road, which is now actually a retirement home complex, but it's been in Pickersleigh Road for many, many years.
The ill-mannered might say the ideal place to sell Morgans, but I certainly wouldn't subscribe to that. Nigel Grinsell leads onto the last lap from James Davison, John Davison, the man on pole position. Simon King in third place. And there is another of our Datsuns. That's another 260Z. And John Williams still having a battle. He's thoroughly enjoying himself. He's had several battles up and down the order. And now with this Lotus Europa, Jim Dean was going to be driving with Ian Daniels. I think Jim is driving it on his own now. And Jim Dean in a 1972 twin-cam Lotus Europa.
And that's actually a change of position there, with John Williams recovering one of the places he lost gyrating.
Now this is the battle for 7th place, with the Bagnall E-Type just ahead of Philip House in the Class D leading Alan Mann liveried Escort RS2000. Now, I don't know if it is a genuine ex-Alan Mann Racing Team car, but that would seem not to be appropriate for road sports, so maybe just a nice looking livery. The Shell Sport banner, it certainly looks the part, whereas the E-Type looks very much like a standard road car, doesn't it? It does look like you'd drive it to the circuit, whereas the Escort possibly doesn't. Philip House dialing in the opposite lock. And time has run out. So we're about to call time on racing at the 2023 Silverstone Festival after 4 days of frantic track action. Testing on Thursday, qualifying throughout Friday, and then 2 long days of exciting racing at the festival comes to its conclusion with the HSCC Road Sports. Kevin Kulocken starting the Cobra from 3rd on the grid. Nigel Grinsell waving thanks again to another car as he goes by, heading towards the checkered flag. Another successful race for Kivloken and the Cobra, and yet another successful race here for Nigel Grinsell. Has probably been in the car almost as long as we've been in the commentary box this weekend, but he's had as much fun at least. Nigel Grinsell, Kevin Kivloken win it. They are triumphant in the road sports. The car that started on pole, John Davison, possibly underestimated his ability to keep up with the field. The big capacity cars in front of him. He takes 2nd place at the line with the headlights ablaze. And it will be Simon King in the number 51 Morgan +8. He is the 3rd different car on the podium. And after being up and down in the battle for 3rd, he eventually broke clear of William and Robert Plant's +8 in 4th place. They come across the line now. And Steve Deeks should be in 5th place. He is indeed in the orange 911. Not repeating myself, that's just the car number. And 6th place, Keith Arlers brings the car across the line. That's the number 80 Morgan. The E-Type will finish in 7th, driven by Adam Bagnall. And that is also in the top class, Class E. John Davison won Class C, by the way, and Phil House in the Larry Escort will win Class D. And we have one other. John Williams takes 10th on the line, having been as high as 5th or 6th and as low as probably 13th or 14th. Takes 10th place on the line in his heavily abused Escort, Porsche. One other class, and that is Class B, and in 24th place at the moment, Roger Whiteside in his Morgan 4.4. So that'll be the 4-cylinder, 4-seat version of the Morgan. He will be a car number, I've lost him now, where is he? Car number 64, winner of Class B, and he has taken the checkered flag already because he was a lap behind the leaders. So nobody in Class A, which I'm assuming is the up to 1300cc class. Let me check my notes. Oh, up to 1 litre. Oh, that would be quite entertaining. You could bring a Fiat Cinquecento or a little 1 litre Fiat Abarth, something like that.
Hillman Imp.
Hillman Imp, yeah, 998, 875, get it bored out, 998. You have 998 Coopers, 999 Coopers. Oh, it could be a really entertaining tiddler class.
Not quite as it left the showroom, John Williams' car.
Not quite as it left the collecting area, to be honest with you. The whole point here is they're not quite as they left the showroom. They're prepared for racing with all the safety things you need, full harnesses, proper racing seat, rollover cages, seat belts, fire extinguishers, electric cutouts and so on. But yeah.
Still road legal though.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Nice to see the drivers acknowledging the marshals as they go on their slow down lap.
Yeah.
Thanking them for their efforts over this very long 4-day event.
Yeah, absolutely right. And enjoying a little bit of applause from the crowd as well, I think. Still an awful lot of people here at Silverstone. Luckily, it has not either been freezing cold and soaking wet or ridiculously hot and just scalp-burningly sunny. So we've had actually some pretty decent weather for motor racing throughout the weekend. So it's exactly the ideal kind of weather to be hanging on here and enjoying all the action. And then, of course, there are the food stands and the drinks vendors who are still very eager, I'm sure, to help you out, keep you stoked up before you go home. Don't forget that the bands will be starting. Actually, the bands will be starting in about 9 minutes. So we might have to rattle through our podia relatively efficiently with Nicola. For the final time this weekend, she'll be cajoling the ducks into something resembling a row. And that is it for the racing. Let's take a look at how they finished. The HSCC Road Sports Trophy 40-minute driver change race. Kevin Kudlocken and Nigel Greensall winning the final race of the Silverstone Festival in the Shelby Cobra. John Davison from pole in second place in his Lotus Elan winning his class. Simon King in the Morgan ahead of the Plant Family's car. Steve Deeks, the best Porsche, ahead of Keith Arler's the Flag, who was the second driver of that Morgan. Adam Bagnall in his almost standard E-Type tow car, finishing just inside the top 10 as well, ahead of class winner Philip House. Well, lots and lots of variety, and I'm afraid a fair number of repair bills, either for cars that mechanically or physically decided not to complete the race, or because of incidents. And yeah, Keith Wyman didn't even get a lap in his Bullet Mustang. A very disappointing end to his weekend. But the race was an absolute cracker, as it promised right from the start. A mixture of small engine, nimble cars versus some bigger, hairier machines. And a couple of early incidents would lead to the safety car coming out for clear-up operations. And that allowed the drivers then to do all of their pit stops. A enormously sideways moment for Simon King, and an irretrievable one for the Lotus Europa. And he wasn't the only Lotus, finding that although Colin Chapman engineered lots of grip, there wasn't quite enough. John Williams over the grass, just clipping the Morgan of Keith Arler's into a spin. Fortunately not too much damage, but out front, after Kevin Kudlocken handed it over to Nigel Greensall, the Cobra remained in the lead. John Williams trying more grass and finding that it was just as ungrippy as the last lot as Greensall raced to victory.
So I've come down to the pit lane because I found something very, very interesting called P1 Fuels. So I've been joined by Benjamin. So can you just explain to everyone out there what is the difference with P1 Fuels?
Well, P1 Fuels is 100% non-fossil fuel. By using it in these beautiful cars, it's carbon neutral, so we don't produce any new carbon. It's 100% non-fossil, it's EN228 and 0% ethanol.
It's extraordinary. And you can run, so just normal road cars, but you can also run race cars?
Yeah, exactly. So we are the suppliers of the WRC and the World Karting Championship, but we are now moving into the road applications to make sure that all these beautiful cars has a future, but in a sustainable way. So you just pour in the fuel and off you go.
So the ideal kind of dream is that there'll be petrol stations around the world, but it will have this amazing carbon-free fuel in them.
Exactly. So we are not there to make fossil fuel greener. We're just going to replace it.
And so you've brought all of these cars down now just to showcase to everyone out there that this is the difference of all the cars that can take the fuel.
Exactly. So we think it's the best of Britain. So from going from pre-war Caterham Rolls and up to the Defender, showcasing that all these cars can use this fuel. So we don't did anything, we don't modify them, just use it.
And do you have any race cars that are going out this weekend?
Yeah, so we have the Rod Jolly Lister, that's in the anniversary pit of the Formula 1 going on it, and some others also. So yeah, there is quite busy fueling zone here, so we're on it.
And what would the future look like for you guys?
Well, we are collaborating now with several OEMs, including JLR, Toyota, etc., etc. So we are introducing it to the OEMs, then we increase the production, decrease the price, that everybody can use it.
Well, it's fantastic and very, very fascinating, and I wish you all the luck.
Thank you for that.
So racing is over for the 2023 Silverstone Festival. The only cars that will be moving now are the ones that are going to take us home. But tarry a while, should you just, because in 4 minutes from now, the Claws, in fact, maybe 1 minute ago, the Claws were on stage live, beginning our music for the evening. The hot air balloons will be heading off in just under an hour as dusk really sets, and it's all about them. And you as well, for the boys from McFly. They will round out the Silverstone Festival for 2023. Well, wherever you've joined us, thank you very much indeed for doing so. If you've been here at the festival, I'm sure that you have tried to see as much as possible, and probably still discovering now that there are lots of things that you didn't get to. I know a lot of young fans will have enjoyed the Formula 1 display, F1 cars old and new, from some of our local manufacturers, Williams and Mercedes and Aston Martin and the rest of them just around the corner here in Motor Racing Valley, based around the Silver Grand Prix circuit, Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But we are waiting to see where our final podium will position us. And again, Kevin Kuvlok and Nigel Greensill winning the final race of the weekend. Well, for those of you who have been watching online and have never had the opportunity to visit the festival, make a note in your diary to look for next year's event. Whether you come for one day or come and camp for the weekend, it is a fantastic opportunity to see just such a broad selection of cars racing and being demonstrated. And in the Yokohama Shift and Drift Zone, Terry Grant, among others, putting on his display. There's lots going on. The Silverstone Museum outside the gates will be open for the rest of the year. It only closes days like Christmas Day, so a great opportunity to bring the family down to the museum as well and see what is going on throughout the history of Silverstone. And of course, this year celebrating 75 years since the first Grand Prix held at Silverstone post-war, because of course before the war Silverstone was not a race circuit. It was created as a bomber base and then became a race circuit in 1948 when the British Racing Drivers Club bought the land from the War Ministry. And from then, Silverstone has regularly hosted Grand Prix and is now the home of the British Formula 1 Grand Prix. And I know an awful lot of you will have been here for that race in the past, or possibly even just a month or so ago this summer, and will continue to support the British motor racing industry as well. We're celebrating also the 75th anniversary of NASCAR. A lot of the cars out demonstrating this afternoon in fine conditions will have been fairly familiar to TV viewers. And for our younger fans, trying to make sure that there is plenty to do here and plenty to see here as well, instead of just always badgering mum and dad for an ice cream. Lots to see and do for them. And for all of the competitors, of course, the marshals and the rescue crews, the medical teams, the race control, and everybody else who keeps racing safe here at Silverstone have been putting in plenty of hard yards throughout the weekend. And so on behalf of all the competitors, a final thank you to the organisers and to the marshals for doing everything to make this a festival of historic motor racing and classic cars. And for the car clubs that have come and demonstrated or exhibited their cars, a great opportunity to gather new members and to spread the love for their particular passion. And that's one of the things that unites everybody here, however young or old they are, wherever they have come from. It is the passion for mechanical things, for things that go loud and go fast, and obviously possibly now for a little bit of champagne for Nigel Greensell, because I'm not sure there's anything left for him to race. Let's catch up for the final time with Nicola Hume. How are the Ducks looking on the podium, Nicola?
Okay, so yeah, I have just seen Nigel Greensell arrive off the back of a car. It was fabulous. A brilliant, brilliant end to a brilliant weekend. It's been so entertaining. So here is the final podium for the HSCC Road Sports Trophy. So if we have all of our drivers, I'm not sure if we do, but let's see how we get on. So in third place, we have Simon King. Is Simon here? Simon is not here. He's probably gone straight to the pub. In second place, we had John Davison. Is John? John is here. Lovely, John. Thank you. Up onto second position. Fabulous. And our winners of the final race of the weekend is Kevin Kivlochen and Nigel Greensell. Make your way up onto number one, please. And trophies in the air. We can take some lovely pictures of you all. Congratulations. I'm going to come and have a chat with you as well. Kevin, how was that for you?
Yeah, it was very good. The first bit was a little bit close, and I saw John come up on the inside and thought he's going to get me on the next bend, but he decided to do it on that one and not wait. And that was a little bit close, so it was just holding on. And then when the safety car came out, it sort of played into our hands, really.
Nigel, it's been a very, very busy weekend for you. What's the plan for you next?
I'm at Goodwood tomorrow testing.
Of course you are. Of course you are. And how was that race for you?
It was great. It was fun at the beginning, and then I knew that if Nigel was somewhere near me when we had the pit stops, there was only one outcome: better car, better driver. So I just sat back and watched him. It was a great thing to watch.
Fabulous. Let's have another round of applause for our winners of the HSCC Road Sports Trophy. Congratulations, everyone. That's our final race.
Nigel does not live in a car, by the way. He was actually on holiday in Madeira just a few days ago, so he has had a little bit of a break before coming here to the Silverstone Festival. And then, yeah, everybody is now focusing on the next big historic race meeting, the Goodwood Revival. But thoughts here will turn immediately to next year, 2024, and a historic festival. And as ever, plenty to celebrate and enjoy there. Until then, on behalf of everybody in the TV crew and the commentary team here, for Alistair Douglas, I'm Martin Haven, saying thank you for joining us. If you've had half as much fun as we have, then we've had twice as much fun as you.
Well, what a weekend of action has been. And I think the fastest lap of the weekend goes to you, Nicola, from the podium to here. So congratulations.
Yeah, excuse me if I sound out of breath.
I mean, so many highlights, but go on, pick one.
OK, if I have to pick one, I would like to say the friendship that I bonded with John Spears, because he was on the podium so much this weekend. We've got to know each other. It's been lovely. How about you?
Well, so many. I mean, BRM V16, always amazing. Lovely to see a kind of more modern Grand Prix car with Esteban behind the wheel. The racing's been great. The weather has been good for the racing.
Yes.
But really, so many highlights, and what a weekend. And the demonstrations, the NASCARs.
I mean, that was awesome and sounded amazing. Now, look, if you have enjoyed yourself, have a safe journey home, unless you're staying for the concerts, then enjoy McFly later on. But thank you very much. We've had a great time.
It's been absolutely fantastic, but thank you to the whole team that puts this together, because it has been a cracking weekend of action. Safe journey home, and we'll see you next year.